Chapter 1. The Dragon and Tiger Temple. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, nestled deep within the mountains, the evening sky transformed into a tapestry of vibrant hues, painting the landscape in shades of crimson. Atop the majestic Laoxiao Peak stood a temple known as the Dragon and Tiger Temple. Senior brother, why do we have porridge every day? A young girl, clad in a loose azure robe, held a bowl in her hands, gazing despondently at the plain gruel within. The young man, dressed in white, smiled gently. Little junior sister, our master has said that to attain longevity, one must have a clear constitution to achieve immortality. One must be free of impurities. Consuming porridge is beneficial for cultivating our spirits. I long to eat meat, she lamented. Ziwe, petite in stature with two lively buns atop her head, had yet to experience a satisfying meal since her arrival at the Dragon and Tiger Temple. Qin Luo shook his head with a chuckle, seated on the altar, basking in the glow of the setting sun, a faint golden light enveloping him. 3 years prior. Shortly after completing his college entrance examinations, Qin Luo found himself struck by lightning while resting beneath a tree, only to awaken in the realm of Tianxian. After a year of navigating this perilous world, teeming with demons and monsters, he realized the dangers that lurked within. 2 years ago, having wandered into the vicinity, he heard whispers of a cultivator at the Dragon and Tiger Temple seeking disciples. In a bid to survive in this treacherous world, he approached the temple to seek guidance. Master Zhang Fulan, upon hearing Qin Luo's desire to become a disciple, beamed with delight, proclaiming him to possess the potential for ascension, and immediately accepted him as his pupil. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed since his initiation. Originally, there were several senior brothers of the temple, but for various reasons, they had departed one after another, leaving only Qin Luo and the newly arrived Ziwe to continue their cultivation. A gentle breeze stirred the air, scattering peach blossoms across the courtyard. After finishing her porridge, Ziwe gazed at Qin Luo, who sat gracefully on the altar, his white robes billowing, long hair cascading over his shoulders, his skin radiating a lustrous sheen, embodying an ethereal elegance. Her admiration was palpable as she whispered, "Senior brother, will you teach me how to cultivate?" Having spent some time at the Dragon and Tiger Temple, Ziwe had been laboring daily and remained oblivious to the art of cultivation. She sensed something peculiar about this place. Noticing the eager glimmer in his little sister's eyes, Qin Luo, with nothing pressing to occupy him, nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Thank you, senior brother," Ziwe exclaimed, her spirits instantly lifted. "Close your eyes, little junior sister. Relax, and then meditate." Ziwe complied, shutting her eyes. "Senior brother, what comes next?" "Little junior sister, meditation is the essence of cultivation." Ziwe opened her eyes, tilting her head in confusion. Was her senior brother jesting with her? Having read little, she often listened to the village elders recount tales of cultivators who were truly rare gems, possessing innate spiritual roots and specific methods, having endured numerous tribulations to hone their abilities. "Little junior sister, cultivation is indeed that simple." Ziwe blinked in astonishment. "Senior brother, does that mean cultivation does not rely on spiritual roots or specific methods?" Qin Luo nodded, smiling as he explained, "Our master has taught us that the most crucial aspect of cultivation is understanding the path is inherently simple, and enlightenment comes naturally. Spiritual roots and methods are merely embellishments." "Oh," Ziwe responded, her comprehension wavering between clarity and confusion. Qin Luo continued, "We differ from other cultivators. We practice through meditation, where the realm is born from the heart. The more vivid the imagery during meditation, the swifter the cultivation progresses." "How profound," Z remarked, scratching her head. "Little junior sister, you might as well give it a try." "All right, I will." Ziyu sat cross-legged on the platform, attempting to meditate. The setting sun blazed like fire. Qin Luo, too, closed his eyes in his sea of consciousness. A magnificent scroll unfurled, a vast starry sky, boundless earth, and various wondrous phenomena emerged within the scroll. Qin Luo felt invigorated, as though he were reborn, his entire being brimming with vitality. A year prior, the images in Qin Luo's sea of consciousness had been quite nebulous, but now they were strikingly clear. As time slipped away, the last rays of sunset descended upon the Longhu Temple. Day gave way to night, The gentle evening breeze carried a chill, and an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe strolled leisurely into the courtyard. Zhang Fulong, with his white hair yet youthful visage, was of modest stature and somewhat portly, coughing as he clenched his fist. Master, Qin Luo and Ziyu rose to bow in respect. Zhang Fulong nodded with a smile. Cultivation is a gradual process. One must balance work and rest. Staying up late to cultivate is detrimental to your health. You should retire early. Understood, Master. Qin Luo and Ziyu departed the courtyard. Since arriving at Longhu Temple, Qin Luo had adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, resulting in improved health. He believed in the wisdom of his master's words. In the stillness of the night, while Qin Luo and Ziyu rested in their room, Zhang Fulong made his way to the main hall of the temple, where the portrait of the Taoist ancestor hung high and offerings were laid upon the altar. Finally, a chance to feast. Zhang Fulong lifted the offerings to his mouth. How delightful. Having eaten his fill, he approached the merit box, rolled up his sleeves, and emptied the copper coins and silver scraps within. A self-satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Money can be earned again, but once conscience is lost, one earns even more. The following morning, at dawn, "Senior brother, why aren't you having porridge?" Ziyu inquired, squatting on the steps of the backyard, sipping her porridge. "I'm not hungry." Qin Luo was chopping wood in the courtyard. Last year, Zhang Fulong had advised him to live frugally. Observing his master nourished by the morning dew and bathed in the evening glow, Qin Luo emulated him, drinking the morning dew and basking in the sunset. Now he subsisted without grains, yet felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. "Senior brother, you must be quite formidable to—" "I still have a long way to go." Qin Luo neatly stacked the chopped wood and, smiling, asked, "Little junior sister, have you envisioned anything?" Ziyu shook her head. "Senior brother, the only thing I can think of is steam buns. Before ascending the mountain, I had buns to eat and thought that life was quite harsh. But after coming here, I've realized that as long as one can endure hardship, there is an abundance of it. That makes sense." Qin Luo chuckled at his junior sister's words. "Little junior sister, I shall descend the mountain to fetch water. Senior brother, can't you summon the wind and rain?" "I cannot." "And Master possesses profound Taoist techniques, but such trivial matters should not trouble him." "Indeed." Ziyu continued to sip her porridge. Qin Luo departed the temple, carrying a wooden bucket. After finishing her porridge, Ziyu arrived at the main hall of the Taoist temple. Initially contemplating whether to stealthily indulge in a chicken leg, she was dismayed to discover that not even a single chicken bone remained. "Are offerings already gone?" Ziyu glanced around, her gaze lifting to the imposing portrait of the Taoist patriarch above, sending a shiver down her spine. Could it be that the patriarch has manifested? Ziyu hastily performed a respectful bow. When Qin Luo returned to the temple, he spotted a young woman in a green dress in the courtyard, unmistakably a lady of wealth, accompanied by a robust servant. The young woman wore a troubled expression. "Master Zhang, some days ago, my father suddenly fell into a deep coma, and the town's doctors are at a loss. I implore you to find a remedy." Zhang Fulong stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying blandly, "If medicinal remedies are ineffective, it is likely the work of malevolent spirits." Zhao Qing knelt on the ground, her demeanor respectful. "I beseech you, Master, to save my father." Zhang Fulong, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke seriously. "In this vast world, to have malevolent spirits causing turmoil beneath my very nose is an utter affront." Qin Luo's interest was piqued. It was his first encounter with malevolent spirits since the townsfolk typically came to the temple for blessings, but he was eager to witness his master's miraculous abilities. Zhang Fulong retrieved a talisman from his sleeve. "This is a dispelling talisman, capable of driving away evil and avoiding calamity. Thank you, Master Zhang." As Zhao Qing'er reached out to accept the talisman, Zhang Fulong retracted it, clearing his throat. "Ahem, this dispelling talisman required considerable effort on my part. It will cost 100 taels." Understanding that Zhao Qing'er was of noble lineage and noting the temple's recent decline in donations, Zhang Fulong boldly set his price. Zhao Qing'er did not hesitate. She produced 100 taels in silver notes. The servant beside her found no opportunity to interject. Zhang Fulong accepted the silver and handed the talisman to Zhao Qing. "Upon your return, ignite the talisman, mix the ashes with a bowl of water, and consume the talisman water to purge the malevolence from within. Zhao Qing'er expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the talisman, master. Watching her depart, Qin Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see his master take action. He approached Zhang Fulong. Master, what if the talisman proves ineffective? Zhang Fulong responded coolly. If it fails, it merely signifies that it is his fate. Is that all we shall do? Qin Luo expressed surprise. Zhang Fulong gently patted Qin Luo's shoulder, imparting wisdom. A family that accumulates virtue will surely be blessed, while a family that harbors malevolence will surely encounter misfortune. We must respect the destinies of others. Now I understand. Master, I have been on the mountain for 2 years, yet you have yet to impart any spells to me. Is it due to my insufficient cultivation? Qin Luo sought clarification. Zhang Fulong chuckled. My disciple, even with myriad spells without a solid foundation, one cannot attain immortality. I comprehend now. Just as Qin Luo was about to leave, Zhang Fulong called out to him, Disciple, here is the true explanation of Taoist principles, which records 108 spells. Take it back and cultivate. Qin Luo was taken aback, cradling the true explanation of Taoist principles in his hands, his expression brimming with excitement. Master, I will diligently practice and ensure I do not disappoint you. Zhang Fulong nodded with a warm smile. Stood aside with a broom in hand, dreaming of the day she might inherit her master's teachings, just as her senior brother had. After Qin Luo departed, a glint of cunning flickered in Zhang Fulong's eyes. The tome he possessed had been purchased from a street vendor in his youth, and despite years of diligent practice, it had yielded no results. He still harbored resentment towards the old man who had deceived him into buying the book. Had it not been for that encounter, he would not have resorted to trickery. Recently, the number of disciples at the Taoist temple had dwindled significantly. Should Qin Luo choose to flee, the closure of Longhu Mountain Temple would not be far behind. To secure his position, Zhang Fulong reluctantly decided to present the true explanation of Taoist principles. Chapter 2. An encounter in the inner realm. In the secluded depths of the mountains, far from the mundane world, the Dragon and Tiger Temple seldom welcomed visitors seeking blessings. After completing his tasks, Qin Luo sat on the steps before the main hall, eagerly opening the true explanation of Taoist principles, which spoke of connecting with the ethereal, driving away spirits, bearing burdens, prohibiting water, and harnessing the wind. Upon mastering the ethereal connection, one could communicate with the realms of yin and yang. Following the instructions within the text, Qin Luo focused his vital energy, forming hand seals. As he closed his eyes, a grand painting of mountains and seas unfolded in his mind, and his consciousness materialized in a vast snowy expanse. Is this me? His consciousness took shape, mirroring his physical self. The chilling wind rushed against him, and he felt the cold seep into his being. Observing his own body, the world before him appeared strikingly real. Could this be hell, given that the ethereal connection allows for communication between realms? As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly froze. Not far away, a celestial maiden in a flowing white gown sat gracefully, surrounded by swirling snowflakes that danced around her. Her skin was as flawless as jade, untouched by dust. Who is she? A clear, cold voice rang out. The snow-clad maiden opened her eyes, her beautiful face exuding an icy demeanor. Qin Luo forced himself to remain composed. I am Qin Luo from the Dragon and Tiger Temple. Is this truly hell? His master had always advised against panic in the face of trouble, reminding him that even the king of hell would show respect to the Dragon and Tiger Temple. This was his source of confidence. The Dragon and Tiger Temple? I have never heard of it. Jiang Qingshua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Luo's sudden appearance in her secluded space raised her suspicions. She could not afford to be careless and replied coldly, This is the inner realm. May I ask, what is the inner realm? Qin Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Qingxue scrutinized him, noting his elegant demeanor and clear gaze, which did not suggest deceit. The inner realm was not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Even the most exceptional prodigies had to pay a substantial price to enter. Without a background or strength, a cultivator could not arrive here. Jiang Qingxue doubted that Qin Luo was entirely ignorant and noticed his location. I can tell you what the inner realm is, but you must assist me with a task. What task? Qin Luo inquired, his composure unshaken. Jiang Qingxue pointed towards a nearby direction. I need that snow lotus. Can you retrieve it for me? Only then did Qin Luo notice a snow lotus enveloped in a misty aura beside him, ripples dancing around it. He approached and plucked the snow lotus without encountering any obstacles. How is this possible? Jiang Qingxue exclaimed in astonishment. There was a barrier surrounding the snow lotus that even she could not approach. The young man before her was undeniably extraordinary. Here, Qin Luo said, his handsome visage illuminated by a genuine smile, exuding a refreshing aura. Jiang Qingxue found herself momentarily entranced. She had encountered countless prodigies, yet none had compelled her to glance at them twice. This snow lotus was an exceedingly rare Dao seed capable of bearing Dao fruits. Qin Luo had simply given it to her. She wondered if he was foolish or if he truly regarded such a treasure with disdain. Jiang Qingxue firmly believed it was the latter. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Jiang Qingxue rose gracefully, her tall figure and ethereal demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. The world around us felt like a prison, our corporeal forms mere shackles, as we languished in confinement. The interior landscape represented a spiritual realm, the abode of ancient deities. A transcendent shore accessible only to the soul. The spiritual world, Qin Luo suddenly comprehended, was not hell as he had presumed. Observing his confusion, Jiang Qingxue recognized that he was unaware of the intricacies of this place, yet his ability to enter this inner realm suggested a commendable level of cultivation. Not at all. I am still in the nourishing life stage, Qin Luo replied with a smile, shaking his head. This was the realm his master had described to him. What is the nourishing life stage? Jiang Qingxue's curiosity grew. She had never heard of such a stage. Could it be a level beyond transcending tribulations? Noticing her astonishment, Qin Luo felt no surprise. Zhang Fulong had previously informed him that the cultivation methods of the Longhu Temple differed from those of other practitioners. Seeing the confidence in Qin Luo's eyes, Jiang Qingxue began to believe he hailed from a hidden lineage. Are there other cultivators here? She inquired. Indeed, but encounters are rare. Only those with exceptional talent can access the inner realm. My master has not deceived me. Zhang Fulong often claimed to possess extraordinary gifts, a notion Qin Luo had initially doubted. Senior brother, a melodious voice called, rousing Qin Luo from his reverie. Jiang Qingxue watched as he abruptly departed, her gaze falling upon the snow lotus in her hand, feeling somewhat enchanted by the moment. Qin Luo opened his eyes to find Ziyue running into the courtyard. Junior sister, what brings you here? There's business, she exclaimed. Junior sister, we are an esteemed Taoist temple. Oh, Ziyue replied, covering her mouth with her hands. Qin Luo tucked away his Taoist scriptures and adjusted his robes. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered the temple, Wang Meng, a local hunter whose pallid complexion revealed his distress. Approaching with a smile, Qin Luo greeted him. Good sir, have you come to offer incense or seek divination? He would handle the incense offerings, while divination required Zhang Fulong's expertise. Wang Meng's furrowed brow betrayed his turmoil. Master, I have been beset by malevolent spirits and plagued by nightmares. I seek to offer incense for blessings. Qin Luo led him to the main hall, gesturing toward the array of incense on the altar. This large incense stick is 60 coins, while the smaller one costs 30. Which would you prefer? So expensive? Wang Meng instinctively recoiled. Focusing his attention, Qin Luo perceived the world around him becoming crystalline, revealing dark energies coiling around Wang Meng. Good sir, I sense an aura of negativity surrounding you. Have you encountered anything unclean recently? Wang Meng sighed heavily. A few days ago, while hunting in the mountains, I accidentally killed a weasel. Ever since, I've been haunted by dreams of it leering at me. How terrifying. Ziyue shuddered at the thought. Qin Luo maintained a calm demeanor. My master possesses a talisman that can dispel evil and avert misfortune, available for just 100 taels. What? 100 taels? Wang Meng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Do not mention 100 taels. He does not even possess the funds for incense. At this thought, Wang Meng suddenly knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking the stone slab with a heavy thud. The sound echoed sharply. Ziyue stood frozen in place, wincing at the mere sound. Master, he implored, I survive by hunting, barely managing to support my family. I have elders above me and children below. They depend on me. Could you possibly extend your aid? Zhang Fulong often stated that defying fate requires a price, advising him to relinquish his inclination to assist others and to respect their destinies. Qin Luo understood his master's principles. Without a corresponding reward, he would not extend his hand in help. Witnessing such a robust man like Wang Ming shedding tears stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Having received a higher education, Qin Luo contemplated that the impoverished should maintain their integrity while the affluent should strive to benefit the world. If he possessed the means, he would certainly not stand idly by in the face of death. The Taoist scriptures contain methods for crafting talismans, including the creation of an exorcism talisman. He helped Wang Ming to his feet and said, "Although my master will not intervene, I can assist you in drawing an exorcism talisman. My skills are still rudimentary, and the talisman may not prove effective." "Thank you, master. Thank you," Wang Ming exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, Qin Luo was his sole lifeline. He was willing to try, regardless of the outcome. "Little junior sister, prepare the cinnabar and brush." "Got it." Ziyue dashed off to gather the materials. Upon opening the Taoist scriptures, Qin Luo indeed found the method for crafting an exorcism talisman. Once the materials were ready, he concentrated his energy, holding the brush as if it were a sword, applying the cinnabar, and with a swift stroke, the talisman was completed in the blink of an eye. Wow! Ziyue, unable to comprehend the intricacies, was nonetheless astounded. Qin Luo handed the exorcism talisman to Wang Ming. The moment Wang Ming grasped it, the dark aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. "Thank you, master. I possess only this amount of money. Please accept it." Qin Luo graciously accepted, retrieving a handful of copper coins from the pouch and returning it to Wang Ming, while cheerfully reminding him, "Be sure to carry the talisman with you." "Yes, yes." Wang Ming nodded repeatedly. After Wang Ming departed from the temple, Ziyue tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve. "Senior brother, could you draw a talisman for me? What do you fear in the temple?" "I fear having nightmares." "Very well." Qin Luo took up the brush to draw the talisman. Ziyue gazed at the freshly drawn exorcism talisman, her joy palpable as she tucked it close to her heart, grinning foolishly. To her, this was worth 100 taels, enough for her to live well in the future. As noon approached, the number of villagers offering incense dwindled to a mere few. In the quietude of the temple, Ziyue felt utmost delight. When the temple was bustling with worshippers, she scarcely had time to enjoy her porridge. How hot! In the courtyard, Ziyue held a bowl of steaming porridge, blowing gently upon it, while Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the Tao platform. He once again entered a meditative state, finding himself in the place where he had encountered Jiang Qingxue, yet she was nowhere to be seen. He still did not know her name. If fate allowed, he was certain they would meet again. Qin Luo did not ponder for long. He continued to cultivate the mystical art of within the inner realm. Golden light converged upon his eyes from the vast expanse of nature. Upon exiting the inner realm, a faint golden glow illuminated the depths of his gaze, rendering the world within his eyes more transparent. Ziyu, holding a bowl of kanji, was still blowing gently, steam rising from the bowl. It seemed that time within the inner realm flowed differently than in the outside world. If that were the case, cultivating within the inner realm could yield significant results with minimal effort. Qin Luo discovered the profound intricacies of the inner realm. In the Hall of the Bright Moon, a pillar of snow-white light surged into the sky. Disciples of the Celestial Palace gazed toward the forbidden depths of the palace, where an elderly woman trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being the saintess. She has achieved unity in such a short span of time." Within the forbidden area of the Celestial Palace, surrounded by swirling, icy mist, Jiang Qingxue sat cross-legged atop an ancient formation, her eyes sparkling like celestial stars. "Qin Luo, who exactly are you?" Chapter 3, Baiyun Town. Evening. Qin Luo closed the gate of the Taoist temple and proceeded to the backyard, where a tall peach tree flourished, adorned with vibrant blossoms. In the courtyard, Ziyue was sipping porridge. Zhang Fulong entered the yard and said, "Disciple, the incense in the temple is running low. You must descend the mountain to procure more supplies tomorrow morning." "Understood, master," Qin Luo replied with a smile and a nod. Ziyue looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Master, may I accompany my senior brother down the mountain?" "Certainly, but complete your chores first." "Hom." Ziyue beamed with delight. After finishing her porridge, she dashed to the kitchen to wash the dishes, still needing to launder clothes and tidy the temple. Qin Luo approached Zhang Fulong respectfully, stating, "Master, you mentioned that the true explanation of Tao contains 108 spells, yet I have only counted 107. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fulong recalled an incident when he had forgotten to bring paper to the restroom and had torn a page from the book. Haha. There is a spell called Riding the Clouds and Mist Within which I deemed unsuitable for your cultivation, so I intentionally omitted it. The path to enlightenment lies beneath our feet. Only by grounding ourselves can we journey further. Zhang Fulong replied with a hearty laugh. The phrase "only by grounding ourselves can we journey further" seemed to embody profound wisdom. Qin Luo bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. I shall remember your words. Rest early. Do not stay up late practicing." Zhang Fulong advised as he walked away with hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo settled himself beneath the peach tree on the Taoist platform, entering a meditative state to practice the subsequent spells. As night descended, the Longhu Temple lay silent and desolate. Ziyue entered the backyard, her voice ringing clear, "Senior brother, do not forget to take me down the mountain tomorrow." "Of course not," Qin Luo replied, opening his eyes. He felt as if he had been cultivating in the inner realm for 10 days or half a month, though little time had passed outside. The following day, early morning dawned, with mist still lingering in the mountains. Ziyue, with a bamboo basket slung on her back, skipped ahead along the winding mountain path. While Qin Luo held the true explanation of Tao, aided by a remarkable memory. "La la la," Ziyue sang merrily. Halfway along their journey, she picked up a dry twig from the roadside, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its power. Monster, meet your demise." With swift motions, she brandished the twig at the air. "Senior brother, am I formidable?" Ziyue laughed joyfully. Indeed, Qin Luo chuckled in agreement. Noticing the wandering spirits in the mountains fleeing at Ziyue's approach, confirming the effectiveness of the exorcising talisman he had crafted the day prior. At the foot of Luoxia Peak, a crystal-clear stream flowed, where Qin Luo would daily fetch water. They followed the path alongside the stream towards Baiyun Town. Ziyue held freshly picked rhododendron flowers, tearing off the bright red petals to pop into her mouth. "Sister, is it delicious?" "Sour and sweet, far better than porridge," she replied. "Senior brother, do give it a try." Ziyue raised her hand high, and Qin Luo plucked a petal, placing it in his mouth to chew, finding the sweetness quite subtle. Baiyun Town is the nearest settlement to Longhu Temple. As the sun ascended, Qin Luo and Ziyue arrived in the town, which featured a singular, long street. At the end of the street was a shop selling incense and candles, and they needed to traverse the entire thoroughfare. "Come and see. Behold the specialties of the Great Chu. If they are found to be counterfeit, compensation is tenfold. Candied hawthorn, if not sweet, no charge. Steamed buns, fragrant and plump." The street bustled with life, and as Ziyue walked along, she swallowed hard, yearning for a bun, yet lacking the means to purchase one. "Boss, a steamer of meat buns." "Please, 3 coins for a steamer." Qin Luo produced 3 copper coins and handed them to the vendor. Ziyue, upon seeing Qin Luo present her with a paper bag filled with savory buns, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "Why are you dawdling? Eat while it's hot." "Thank you, senior brother." Tears glistened in Ziyue's eyes. "How fragrant." Ziyue devoured the meat buns with gusto. "Senior brother, you should eat too." "I'm not hungry. Take your time, don't choke." Hom. Ziyue nodded eagerly. At the end of the street, in old Chen's incense shop, Qin Luo encountered a lackey who had accompanied Zhao Qing'er to Longhu Temple the previous day. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Li Dazhuang erupted in fury, his expression filled with rage. "Fraudulent Taoist, the talismans from your Longhu Temple are deceitful. My master's condition has worsened." Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Is it possible that master's exorcism talisman proved ineffective? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Qin Luo replied, "That concerns your master's life. My master has done all he could." "Huh, you dare to flaunt yourselves? Just wait." The lackey stormed out of the incense shop in a fit of anger. Ziyue sensed the tension, her voice barely a whisper. "Senior brother, we should leave quickly. It is of no consequence." Qin Luo remained unperturbed. "Old Shun, the usual arrangement." The elderly man in the red robe scoffed. "This modest business of mine barely earns more than a fraction of what Longhu Temple makes. Your master always leaves his tab. How can I continue this enterprise?" "Old Shun, I will discuss it with my master upon returning to Longhu Temple. I shall settle the account next time." "You always say that." "I assure you, I will." Old Chen nodded in resignation. Ziyue noticed that the prices of incense here were remarkably low, contrasting sharply with the exorbitant rates at Longhu Temple. Qin Luo placed the purchased incense into a bamboo basket, along with a substantial quantity of yellow paper intended for talisman creation. Ziyue willingly shouldered the laden basket. Little junior sister, can you manage that? I can manage. Though petite, Ziyue had previously worked on the farm and raised pigs, endowing her with considerable strength. Old Chun, we are leaving now. Remember to settle the account next time. Absolutely. Qin Luo and Ziyue exited the temple grounds. However, they had not ventured far when a group of tall, burly men confronted them, wielding clubs. Li Dazhuang pointed at Qin Luo, declaring, "They are the Taoists from Longhu Temple. Deceiving the young lady and exacerbating my master's illness, they cannot be allowed to leave Baiyun Town." Ziyue clutched the buns tightly to her chest. She gazed at Qin Luo beside her, observing her senior brother's calm demeanor, which alleviated her fears. Noticing the hostility in the approaching figures, Qin Luo smiled faintly. "Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path?" he inquired. The burly men laughed heartily, dismissing him. "Do you truly think we would fear you? Such theatrics." The crowd gathered, intrigued by the scene unfolding. Qin Luo strode forward, moving deliberately towards the burly men. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Have they lost their senses? Look at his attire. He must be a Taoist from the Longhu Temple. Does he not fear the wrath of heaven? All a ruse. The priests of Longhu Temple are mere impostors. Are they real or fake? Just observe him. As Qin Luo approached Li Dazhuang, a group of burly men surrounded him. Suddenly, Qin Luo closed his eyes. Li Dazhuang sneered, "Still playing tricks? Attack." The men raised their clubs, ready to strike, while Ziyue's brow furrowed in worry. Some onlookers turned away, unable to bear the impending violence. But then, the bustling street fell eerily silent, all clubs halting mere inches from Qin Luo's head. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Li Dazhuang's eyes widened in fright as he sensed an invisible force preventing him from completing his strike. When Qin Luo opened his eyes, a radiant golden light emanated from him, a manifestation of a spell from the true teachings of Taoism, capable of both protection and assault. With a resounding boom, the golden light burst forth, sending the surrounding men flying. This was a technique Qin Luo had learned on his journey down the mountain. The burly men lay groaning on the ground, having received a lesson rather than a full brunt of his power, intended to convey the might of the Longhu Temple. "I warned you not to provoke the Taoist," exclaimed onlookers, fear evident in their voices. Indeed, he was a celestial master. Ziyue continued to savor her meat bun, undeterred. Qin Luo approached Li Dazhuang, who knelt on the ground, trembling in terror, his eyes wide with awe. "Please spare me, Taoist. I was wrong. I was blind to my folly. Take me to the Zhao family." Qin Luo spoke with calm authority. Li Dazhuang quaked in fear, believing Qin Luo sought retribution against the Zhao family. "It was all my fault. This matter has nothing to do with the young lady. I am not here to cause trouble for the Zhao family. I wish to understand what is amiss with your master." Upon hearing this, Li Dazhuang, stifling his pain, struggled to his feet and staggered ahead, with Qin Luo and Ziyue following closely behind. The crowd parted respectfully as they walked. "Taoist, Celestial Master, please take care." The townsfolk bowed reverently. Ziyue, feeling the awe directed towards them, lifted her chin proudly, reveling in the attention. Chapter 4. Practice Drawing Symbols. Chapter 5. The Flourishing Incense at the Longhu Temple, Main Hall. Qin Luo instructs his junior sister on the use of talismans. Ziyu listens intently, her concentration unwavering, yet the multitude of talisman types soon leaves her somewhat bewildered. "Senior brother, I can't remember all of this." "Then focus on what you can recall," Qin Luo advises, handing her the golden light talisman. "Little junior sister, try activating it." Ziyu pinches the talisman between her index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture with her hand, and calls out clearly, "Golden technique, shield of light." In an instant, the runes on the talisman illuminate, enveloping Ziyu in a radiant golden glow, akin to a resplendent sun, as the talisman in her hand dissolves into shimmering light. "Ah!" Ziyu hurriedly pats her robe, momentarily fearing she was ablaze, yet feeling no burn. Instead, her body feels weightless, and with a gentle leap, she soars high into the air. "Wow, this is incredible." Her eyes widen in awe, fully aware of the talisman's power. Curious to test the true strength of the golden light talisman, Qin Luo extends his hand. "Little junior sister, strike me with all your might." "All right, senior brother, watch closely." Ziyu clenches her tiny fist, swinging it with vigor, her fist enveloped in golden light, carrying tremendous force. Boom! The sound of their collision reverberates, shaking the entire temple. Qin Luo remains steadfast, while Ziyu is sent flying, tumbling several times before nearly rolling into the courtyard. Fortunately, the protective golden light shields her from harm. Are you all right, little junior sister? I'm fine, senior brother. Even with the enhancement of the golden light talisman, Ziyu cannot budge Qin Luo, who stands as unwavering as an ancient mountain. You are truly impressive, she exclaims, admiration evident in her gaze. The talisman bestows her with formidable strength. Yet Qin Luo's physical prowess remains unmatched, unaffected by her attack. He does not even employ any spells. His sheer physical strength alone is sufficient to repel his junior sister. Clad in golden protection, Ziyu gazes at the other talismans. Qin Luo smiles gently. Little junior sister, I can gift you these talismans, but use them judiciously. Thank you, senior brother. She beams, unable to contain her joy. As the crimson sun sets, the Longhu Temple closes for the evening. In the temple's rear courtyard, Qin Luo sits cross-legged on the platform, immersed in cultivation, bathed in the glow of the evening sky, his skin shimmering with a metallic sheen, while the falling peach blossoms appear even more vivid against the twilight. Ziyu, having finished her porridge, also sits in meditation beside him, perhaps too full, her mind devoid of any imagery. The radiant hues of the sky converge upon the Longhu Temple, filling the courtyard with a rich glow. Ziyu, beside Qin Luo, absorbs the evening light with each breath, feeling a profound warmth enveloping her. Qin Luo's consciousness delves deep into inner cultivation, in a realm where heaven and earth seem boundless, and substances that nourish the spirit exist. He learns spells such as spirit communication, divine drive, mountain lifting, water binding, and wind borrowing in succession, wielding the ability to summon wind and rain, to move mountains and alter seas within this inner realm. Qin Luo has been training in the snowy expanse, hoping to encounter Jiang Qingxue once more to inquire about the secrets of this inner landscape. The moon shines brightly, and the evening breeze is cool. Zhang Fulong arrived at the backyard and observed Qin Luo and Ziyu, still engrossed in their cultivation. With a narrowing of his eyes and a smile, he cleared his throat, remarking, "It is rather late. You both should retire for the night." Qin Luo, departing from his inner contemplation, wished to continue his practice. With a respectful demeanor, he implored, "Master, our time for cultivation is limited. Might we extend our practice for a little longer?" Zhang Fulong, concerned that they might exhaust themselves and lack vigor for the day's labor, stroked his beard with a serious expression. The path does not require tireless cultivation. It resides within the confines of one's heart. When the time is right, the natural laws will reveal themselves. Is it possible to attain enlightenment without diligent practice? Qin Luo pondered, recognizing the wisdom in his master's words. Yet, he felt his own understanding was insufficient to grasp the profound truth behind them. "Thank you for your guidance. Master, I shall take my leave and rest." Meanwhile, Ziyu remained with her eyes closed. "Junior sister," Qin Luo called out. "Brother, what is the matter?" Ziyu awoke from her slumber, having inadvertently dozed off while intending to cultivate. "You should rest early," he advised. "Very well, brother," she replied. They both returned to their chambers to rest. Zhang Fulong made his way to the main hall and gazed at the few copper coins in the merit box. With a furrowed brow and a wry smile, he lamented, "The incense offerings have been sparse recently. Should this continue, I may have to take my leave." The following day, at dawn, the mountains were shrouded in thick mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Qin Luo rose early and prepared a large pot of porridge sufficient for his junior sister to last the day. In the courtyard stood a peach tree, adorned with glistening dew. Holding a golden gourd, Qin Luo collected the dew. Previously, he would gather it drop by drop, but now, by employing his magic, countless droplets coalesced into a fine stream, quickly filling the gourd. As he drank the morning dew, its sweetness rivaled the finest nectar, refreshing his spirit immensely. He ventured to the front courtyard and opened the doors of the temple, where he spotted two women standing outside. Their weary appearance suggested they had just arrived at Longhu Temple. It was rare for townsfolk to ascend the mountain so early for blessings. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing Qin Luo, beamed with joy. "Immortal Master, we have come to offer incense and seek blessings. Please, come in." Qin Luo welcomed them with outstretched hands. Following the middle-aged woman was a young girl, who bowed her head, carrying a basket of fruit. They did not seem to be mother and daughter, but rather mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. "Master, is it effective to seek children here?" the middle-aged woman inquired. Sincerity brings results, he replied. What constitutes sincerity? She pressed. It is a matter of heartfelt intent. I understand, she responded promptly, purchasing the finest incense and candles, offering them with fervent prayers, and placing some silver coins into the merit box. No sooner had they departed than more townsfolk arrived at the temple to offer their incense and seek blessings. All from Baiyun town. Following Qin Luo's remarkable display of prowess on the streets the previous day, where he revived the unconscious Zhao Fugui, the news had spread, prompting the townspeople to flock to Longhu Temple for blessings. In the past, common folk would visit the Longhu Temple to seek blessings. However, many would turn back upon hearing the price of incense. This time, those who came to the temple were eager for the finest incense and candles, bringing with them a plethora of offerings. They now believed that the temple was under the protection of the Tao ancestor. Zhang Fulong was sleeping in the depths of the temple when he awoke to a strong scent of smoke, initially fearing that the temple was ablaze. Rushing outside, he soon realized that it was merely the fragrance of incense. What could this mean? Just the night before, he had lamented the temple's declining incense offerings, and now he was astonished to find such a flourishing atmosphere, an occurrence he had not witnessed in a long while. As he passed through the back courtyard, he spotted Ziyue still enjoying her porridge. Zhang Fulong coughed discreetly, raising his fist to his mouth. Ziyue, it is getting late. Why are you still eating porridge? Ziyue, having barely taken a few bites, hastily set down her bowl. Master, I will get to work right away. Zhang Fulong proceeded to the front courtyard. The devotees seeking blessings no longer surrounded Qin Luo. Instead, they bowed to Zhang Fulong, greeting him as Zhang Xianshi. They believed Zhang Fulong possessed a higher level of Taoist cultivation. A tall, slender youth rubbed his hands together. Zhang Xianshi, my luck has been quite poor lately. Nothing seems to be going my way, and I keep losing at gambling. Do you have any methods to turn my fortune around? Zhang Fulong pointed towards the merit box. Show the Tao ancestor your sincerity. Once your sincerity is evident, fortune will follow. The young man approached the merit box, deciding to wager one last time, offering his entire savings. O Tao ancestor, if you grant me good fortune, I shall return to honor you. Many others followed suit, placing coins into the merit box. Xianshi, this is my son. Do you think he has the aptitude for cultivation? A middle-aged man in splendid attire brought a plump child before Zhang Fulong. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Fulong observed the chubby boy, who appeared to be quite gluttonous. He shook his head with a sigh. Regrettably, he is not destined for Longhu Temple. Ziyue, sweeping nearby, overheard their conversation and was surprised to learn that even the wealthy could not become disciples of Longhu Temple. She lifted her small head, finding motivation in her work. Previously, Zhang Fulong had accepted disciples from affluent families, but they were often lazy and disobedient, leaving the temple prematurely. Some even stole valuable antiques, later spreading slander about the temple, which led to a decline in offerings. Now, he was cautious in selecting disciples, preferring those who could endure hardship. Zhang Xianshi, I apologize for the intrusion, the middle-aged man said, shaking his head in resignation. As the incense offerings continued, Zhang Fulong addressed the people's concerns while Qin Luo and Ziyue busied themselves from dawn until dusk. In the evening, the temple returned to its tranquil state. As Qin Luo prepared to close the temple doors, a loud voice rang out from outside. Xianshi, wait a moment. Wang Ming approached, carrying 2 wild rabbits. Xianshi, thank you for the talisman you bestowed upon me, which has kept malevolent spirits at bay. I have just captured these wild rabbits. I hope you will accept them. There's no need, Zhang Fulong replied. Take them home and enjoy them yourself. Xianshi, if I take the rabbits home, my wife will surely say I am thoughtless. Just one will suffice. Very well, very well. Wang Ming left behind a rather plump wild rabbit. Qin Luo returned to the backyard, carrying the rabbit. Where Ziyue was finishing the porridge she had left uneaten from breakfast. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, what an adorable bunny. It must be delicious when braised. Little junior sister, the temple lacks the seasonings for braised dishes. If you wish to indulge, I shall prepare a roasted rabbit for you. That sounds delightful. Ziyue swallowed hard, her appetite piqued, abandoning her bowl of porridge. As night enveloped the Longhu Temple in a tranquil stillness, Qin Luo sat in the courtyard, engrossed in his book, primarily to keep his little junior sister company. Brother, could you take me with you the next time you descend the mountain? I shall heed your every word. Certainly, Qin Luo replied with a warm smile, acquiescing to her request. Chapter 6. Elimination of harm for the people in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. The once bustling Taoist temple had returned to its former tranquility. Whenever he found the time, Qin Luo would retreat to the inner sanctum to cultivate, having now mastered the 72 spells outlined in the texts. On a serene morning in the temple's back courtyard, Ziyue was enjoying a bowl of porridge while Qin Luo was chopping firewood. Zhang Fulong, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Disciple, today the patriarch of the Zhao family wishes to discuss the renovation of the temple with me. You shall go to Qinjiegu in my stead. Yesterday, Chun Xingzhou from Qinjiegu had visited the Longhu temple, offering a substantial sum to invite Zhang Fulong to perform a rite to guide the souls of the departed. Master, but I do not know how to conduct a ceremony. Qin Luo admitted, uncertain of the procedure. Conducting a rite is quite simple. With your current level of cultivation, who would dare to disregard your command when it comes to guiding souls? Zhang Fulong raised an eyebrow. To him, it seemed merely a formality. Since his master acknowledged his abilities, Qin Luo hesitated no longer. Very well, I shall go to Qinjiegu. Master, I wish to accompany you, Ziyue said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Fulong. What purpose would you have in going? He inquired. I wish to partake in the feast, she replied, blinking her large eyes innocently. Zhang Fulong pondered for a moment, realizing that having Ziyue at the feast would also conserve the temple's provisions. All right, but heed your senior brother's words on the way. Yes, master. Ziyue nodded vigorously, her face alight with a naive and innocent smile. Qinjiegu lay deep within the mountains to the south of the Luoxia Peak, quite a distance from their current location. Qin Luo and Ziyue descended the mountain early. Upon leaving the temple, Ziyue resembled a bird released from its cage, frolicking along the path, swinging a tuft of grass in her hand and humming a tune, accompanied by the gentle breeze. Seeing his younger sister so joyful brought Qin Luo equal delight. The world of a child is invariably carefree. He continued to delve into the spells from the book, leisurely trailing behind her. As they approached Qinjiegu, they encountered cultivated fields amidst the mountains. An elderly man carrying a bundle of pigweed ambled onto the path, dressed in coarse linen. His frail figure and weathered face reminiscent of the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Are you two practitioners? He inquired. Ziyue proudly lifted her chin and responded, Indeed. We hail from Longhu Temple, and he is my senior brother. Are you heading to Qinjiegu? The elder asked. My senior brother is going to guide the souls, she replied. Sigh. The old man sighed heavily. Good sir, why do you sigh? Qin Luo noticed the elder seemed eager to share his thoughts. The old man sighed again. It is all the doing of the mountain spirit, which led to the demise of Chun Xingzhou's son. Such a pity for that child. The mountain spirit? Qin Luo furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter was entangled with the mountain deity. The mountain spirit resides in the dark mountain just ahead. The elder pointed towards the nearby dark mountain, beneath which lay Qinjiegu. Ziyue gazed at the dark mountain, a chill running down her spine as she timidly remarked, Senior brother. It looks so ominous. Fear not. Qin Luo reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Upon arriving at Qinjiegu, the elderly man returned home with his pigweed, while Qin Luo and Ziyue stood before Chun Xingzhou's door, where a white cloth hung, and the sounds of gongs and drums filled the courtyard. Upon sighting Qin Luo clad in his Taoist robe, Chun Xingzhou emerged to greet him. His hair was white as snow, his eyes swollen from weeping, and his brow furrowed in concern. Where is Master Zhang? Qin Luo bowed respectfully. Esteemed elder, my master is preoccupied and could not come to Qinjiegu. Master, do you possess the ability to perform rituals? Chun Xingzhou's eyes reflected skepticism, clearly doubting Qin Luo's capabilities. Ziyue lifted her head with pride, declaring, Grandfather, my senior brother is quite formidable. You need not worry. Qin Luo then noticed a young scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, standing beside Chun Xingzhou. Instantly recognizing him as a wandering spirit, he calmly inquired, Do you have any grievances you wish to share? Chun Xingzhou turned his head, seeing nothing. Ziyue quickly hid behind Qin Luo, aware that her senior brother must have perceived something unwholesome. The young scholar was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Qin Luo could see him. He immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Master, I am Qin Chang'an, a victim of the mountain god's malice. Why did the mountain god harm you? Qin Luo continued his inquiry. Chun Xingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the youthful master was conversing with his son? Chun Chang'an's eyes blazed with anger as he recounted. The people of Qinjigu have venerated the mountain god of Heishan for generations. Recently, the deity manifested and demanded a sacrifice of a pair of young boys and girls. If we fail to comply, a plague shall be unleashed upon us. The villagers, fearing the wrath of the mountain god, contemplated selecting 2 children by lottery. Unwilling to witness such a tragedy, I ventured to Heishan with a hoe, intending to confront the mountain god. Alas, I was met with a fierce wind and fell to my death from the mountainside. To perish before the mission could be fulfilled. Qin Luo discerned the helplessness in Chen Chang'an's plea. Please, master, save the children of Qinjigu. In my next life, I shall toil like a beast to repay your kindness. Chen Chang'an knelt before Qin Luo, this being the last act he could offer for his fellow villagers. Qin Luo nodded, agreeing to venture into the mountains. Chen Xingzhou appeared bewildered. Master, whom are you conversing with? Chen Chang'an. What? That is my son. Chen Xingzhou was engulfed in grief, feeling the air around him, tears streaming down his face. Chang'an, it is all my fault for not stopping you. It is my blame. Father, it is the unfilial son who failed to provide for you in your old age. Chen Chang'an bowed his head in sorrow before Chen Xingzhou. Yet, Chen Xingzhou could neither hear nor see him. Only Qin Luo was privy to the exchange, and he could only shake his head in helplessness. Junior sister, await me here. Senior brother, where are you going? To Heishan for a look. Qin Luo's principle was that with greater ability came greater responsibility. The mountain god's oppression of the common folk could not go unchecked. Master, Heishan is perilous. Chen Xingzhou had summoned them to exorcise the spirits, not to place Qin Luo in harm's way. Qin Luo smiled lightly, undeterred. If even a scholar dares to ascend the mountain, what reason do I, a cultivator, have to fear? On behalf of the people of Qinjigu, I extend my deepest gratitude to you, master. Chen Xingzhou clasped his hands in reverence, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Senior brother, I wish to accompany you. Ziyue grasped her brother's sleeve tightly. She was acutely aware that the Black Mountain was a perilous place. Before descending, what did the master say? The master instructed me to heed your words. Elder, please take good care of my junior sister. If I do not return, escort her back to the Longhu Temple. Rest assured, Master Chen Xingzhou nodded solemnly. Ziyue watched as Qin Luo approached the Black Mountain with measured steps, her hands clasped before her in silent prayer. Brother, you must return safely. The Black Mountain was imbued with rich spiritual energy, its towering trees clad in dense foliage, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The light in the mountain was dim, and a chilling wind blew against Qin Luo as he ascended the steps, with Chen Chang'an's spirit trailing behind. Midway up the mountain, there stood an ancient temple dedicated to the mountain god. A gust of dark wind suddenly erupted from within the temple. Be cautious, master. Chen Chang'an had encountered this before. The ground trembled, leaves swirling, and trees on either side of the path snapped. Yet Qin Luo remained steadfast. He braved the malevolent wind and entered the temple, which housed a clay statue depicting a benevolent old man. Huh! A cold sneer emanated from the statue. Qin Luo's eyes shimmered with golden light, rendering the world before him transparent. He pierced through the facade of the clay statue and coldly remarked, I had thought you were a genuine mountain deity, but it appears you are merely a rat. With a crack, the clay statue shattered. The concealed black rat spirit revealed its true form, rapidly swelling in size, becoming tall and menacing, with murderous intent glimmering in its crimson eyes. It roared with a grotesque visage, Taoist, we have no quarrel. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, it is your insatiable greed that led you to hide within the clay statue, absorbing incense offerings, and now, having acquired a meager amount of power, you plot to harm the villagers at the mountain's foot. Chen Chang'an realized that the temple housed not a mountain god, but a monster. The black rat's spirit hesitated, unable to discern Qin Luo's cultivation level, and attempted to flee through the temple's back door. Seeking to escape? Qin Luo raised his hand, golden light blooming from his fingertips as he inscribed a talisman in the air, his expression detached. Thunder technique, falling thunder. A thunderous roar echoed. A golden bolt of retribution descended from the heavens, connecting earth and sky. The black rat's spirit was obliterated within the radiant lightning, its very soul annihilated. The commotion on Black Mountain was considerable, sending the inhabitants of Qinjigu into a panic, who mistakenly believed it to be the wrath of the mountain god. Chen Xingzhou and Ziyue awaited Qin Luo's return at the mountain's base. After the thunderclap, the gloom that had shrouded Chinjigu for so long dissipated, allowing sunlight to shine brightly once more. Since the manifestation of the mountain god, they had not basked in such radiant light for ages. The villagers of Chinjigu gathered at the foot of the mountain, where Qin Xingzhou informed them that a celestial master had ascended to confront the mountain deity. They eagerly awaited Qin Luo's return to learn the outcome. Midway up the mountain, the temple dedicated to the mountain god lay in ruins, destroyed by the bolt of thunder. Qin Luo stood amidst the rubble, facing the wind, as Qin Chang'an's spirit bowed deeply before him, expressing gratitude for his assistance. I shall remember the promise made. I do not require you to toil for me. Qin Lu, with a serious expression, remarked, I believe you are exceptionally suited to be the mountain god. Why not remain here at Black Mountain? Can I truly be a mountain god? Qin Chang'an could hardly believe his ears. Qin Lu held great admiration for Qin Chang'an, a mere scholar, lacking physical prowess, yet daring to confront monsters. If even the black rat spirit could assume the role of mountain god here, why could you not? The spells within the Taoist scriptures not only drive away gods, but also command them. With both hands forming seals, Qin Lu's imposing figure resembled that of a sovereign of the world. Qin Chang'an, in the name of the Taoist ancestor, I appoint you as the mountain god of Black Mountain, to safeguard the people of this land. I accept. Qin Chang'an responded with joy. Although becoming a mountain god meant he could not reincarnate, he was content to remain at Black Mountain to care for his fellow villagers. From the ruins of the mountain god temple, streams of golden light arose, the essence of incense power, merging with Qin Chang'an's ethereal spirit, weaving a golden robe around him. Suddenly, he heard the voices of all things in the mountains. He now existed in the world as a mountain god. Thank you, immortal master, Qin Chang'an said. Bowing deeply once more, Qin Lu smiled and nodded, saying, should you encounter any troubles, come find me at Longhu Temple. Farewell. Upon returning to Chinjigu, Qin Lu was greeted by the excited Ziyue, who rushed to his side. Qin Xingzhou bowed respectfully, his expression filled with fervor. Immortal master, is the mountain god still present? The villagers of Chinjigu gathered around. The mountain god of the temple was not a true deity, but a rat that concealed itself within the clay statue, gaining power from the incense. I have utterly vanquished it. Excellent. Thank you, immortal master, for ridding us of this menace. The people of Chinjigu expressed their profound gratitude to Qin Lu. There is a new mountain god at Black Mountain. Who is it? Qin Chang'an, Qin Lu announced. Upon hearing that Qin Chang'an was the new mountain god, the surrounding villagers were filled with astonishment and joy, knowing his virtuous character would ensure benevolence towards them. Qin Xingzhou was moved to tears, having believed his son would depart forever. Instead, he had become a mountain god. Aware that this was Qin Lu's arrangement, he was overwhelmed with gratitude. Immortal master, how can I repay your immense kindness? Shall we feast then? A melodic voice chimed in, and the foot of the mountain suddenly fell silent as all eyes turned to Ziyue, who sheepishly scratched her head. Little immortal maiden, we shall prepare the feast. Qin Xingzhou replied with a smile. Laughter erupted among the villagers, and Chinjigu resonated once more with joyous mirth. Chapter 7. The land deity at Chinjigu. In the courtyard of Qin Xingzhou, Ziyue sat at a table with the children, relishing a chicken leg with great delight, while the other children timidly scooped rice from their bowls, hesitant to take any vegetables. Why aren't you eating? The chicken is delicious. Just give it a try, Ziyue encouraged, aware that the children from the mountains seldom had the opportunity to enjoy meat. With the rare presence of chicken, duck, and fish at the table, these frail children were reluctant to partake. After some coaxing from Ziyue, they finally dared to reach for the dishes. In the past, she would have been competing with a group of children for food, but now everyone sat timidly, afraid to lift their chopsticks. Qin Luo, however, refrained from joining the feast, occupying a corner with his back against a rattan chair, diligently studying the profound truths of Taoist philosophy. I'm so full, Ziyue said, wiping her mouth. The table was cleared of all dishes she had savored. Little junior sister, shall we depart? Certainly. As they exited the courtyard, Qin Xingzhou and the villagers of Chinjigu came forth to bid them farewell. Qin Luo waved his hand. There is no need to see us off. I have a matter to discuss with you all. Please, esteemed immortal, speak, they urged. The original mountain god temple was destroyed by me, and now that Qin Chang'an has become the new mountain deity, he lacks a proper dwelling. I implore you, dear elders and villagers, to assist in the reconstruction of the mountain god temple. I am a stonemason. I shall provide the stones. I am a carpenter. The woodwork shall be my responsibility. I am a blacksmith. Come to me for the ironwork. The villagers responded with enthusiasm, and through this endeavor, the community of Chinjiagu grew even more united. An elderly woman, leaning on a wooden staff, approached Qin Luo, her posture bent and her demeanor respectful. Esteemed immortal, our Jinghu village often suffers from the disturbances of monsters. Might you assist us in driving them away? Jinghu village is not far from Chenjiagu. With little else to occupy his time, Qin Luo found himself intrigued by the mention of these monsters. I can take a look, he replied. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The old woman, Chun Qingyu, was a relative of Qin Xingzhou, having married into the community. She had come to Chenjiagu for the feast and fortuitously encountered Qin Luo, who was eager to rid the people of their troubles. As they journeyed to Jinghu village, Ziyue blinked curiously. Grandmother, have you ever seen a monster? Chun Qingyu shook her head. I have not, but many children in the village have encountered them. They say the monster resides in the Jinghu. With a grotesque appearance and a gaping maw, did they survive their encounters? Though they returned alive, they were so terrified that they have since dared not approach Jinghu. The monster must be truly fearsome. Indeed, the presence of the monster has severely disrupted the lives of the villagers. We hope the esteemed immortal can drive it away. We shall see, Qin Luo mused, having never encountered the monster himself and wishing to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. In less than half an hour, they arrived near Jinghu village. Surrounded by mountains on three sides and facing the shimmering Jinghu, the village was a picturesque haven reflecting the verdant peaks in its tranquil waters, creating an idyllic scene that seemed to belong to a realm untouched by time. On the path leading into the village, numerous fruit trees flourished. Ziyue climbed a tree and plucked several pears. Grandmother, I offer you some pears. Thank you, little fairy. Senior brother, this pear is for you. Please enjoy. Qin Luo reminded with a smile, little junior sister, in the future, do not take things from others without permission. This fruit tree must have been cultivated with great effort by the villagers. If you eat the pears, remember to pay. But I have no money, Ziyue exclaimed, holding the two pears as if they were hot potatoes, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, an idea struck her. By the roadside stood a modest earth deity shrine, with two upright stone slabs forming its walls and a horizontal slab providing shelter from the wind and rain. Ziyue crouched down, placing the two pears before the shrine, and cheerfully declared, Grandfather Earth Deity, these two pears are for you. Please remember to pay me later. Qin Luo glanced at the unremarkable shrine. Although humble, it truly housed a deity. Chun Qingyu smiled, saying, Little fairy, these pears are from my family's orchard. Feel free to enjoy them. Thank you, grandmother. Ziyue picked up the pears from in front of the shrine, wiped them with her robe, and took a hearty bite. So sweet. Ziyue's smile revealed dimples. Much to Chun Qingyu's delight, Ziyue appeared less like a cultivator and more like an ordinary child, which was rather amusing. Qin Luo approached the shrine, concentrating as golden ripples emerged beneath his feet. The simple shrine began to tremble. This was the binding technique recorded in the texts of Taoist methods. A beam of golden light surged from the shrine, and an elderly man in a white robe appeared before Qin Luo. He was even shorter than Ziyue, with white hair and a youthful face adorned by a long white beard. The earth deity of Mirror Lake looked astonished. He had just been sleeping and was abruptly summoned by Qin Luo. Chun Qingyu and Ziyue were a bit bewildered, having not noticed the earth deity standing right before them. Apologies for the disturbance, esteemed elder, Qin Luo expressed to the earth deity of Mirror Lake. The deity, taken aback, quickly knelt and bowed his head, speaking with utmost respect. Great immortal, I am unworthy of such honor. May I ask what brings you here? Qin Luo noted the earth deity's fear. Despite being a deity, he seemed intimidated. Perhaps he recognized Qin Luo as a cultivator from the Longhu mountain, which instilled fear in him. No need to be afraid, esteemed elder. I am a cultivator from Longhu mountain, merely passing through. I heard that there are monsters causing trouble in Mirror Lake, and as the earth deity, you should be aware of the situation here. The earth deity of Mirror Lake smiled weakly. Great immortal, I only oversee matters on land. I have no control over the lake. Is the monster truly formidable? It surpasses my abilities. I have been in Mirror Lake for many years and have never witnessed the lady causing harm. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Lady? Qin Luo inquired, intrigued. I was compelled to call her that. The earth deity of Mirror Lake replied, his head lowered in shame. Ziyue, and Chun Qingyu observed Qin Luo conversing with himself, hesitant to interrupt, and could only watch in silence. Qin Luo continued, "Esteemed elder, I have heard that the monster often intimidates the children in the village." The land deity hastily elucidated, "Great master, you may be unaware that in the past, the children of the village delighted in playing by Mirror Lake, and tragically, many have drowned. My great-aunt, wishing to protect the children from misfortune, disguised herself as a fearsome monster to deter them from entering the water. Thus, it seems she had been misunderstood." Qin Luo held a belief in the existence of benevolent and righteous spirits. Whether this was true or not could only be discerned through experience. "Let us proceed to Mirror Lake," he declared. Qin Luo and Ziyue made their way to the lakeshore, accompanied by Chun Qingyu and the land deity of Mirror Lake. At the water's edge, an array of colorful stones lay scattered. Ziyue bent down to collect the exquisite stones, while Qin Luo's eyes shimmered with a golden light, rendering the entire lake transparent. He discovered a vast palace hidden beneath the surface, pulsating with formidable energy. "The Water Goddess Palace?" Qin Luo murmured softly. He could see the inscription on the palace plaque quite clearly. Upon hearing this, the land deity of Mirror Lake was taken aback and quickly interceded, "Great master, although my great-aunt is a descendant of the water god, she has never harmed the nearby populace. I implore you to show mercy and spare her." Qin Luo scrutinized the land deity, sensing something was amiss. "Elder, it seems the identity of that spirit is quite sensitive. You appear eager to protect her. May I ask why?" The land deity no longer concealed the truth. "The cultivation forces within the Great Xia Empire are targeting the divine lineage. Only inconspicuous deities like myself remain unnoticed by the cultivators. In the era when the divine lineage was powerful, the water god bestowed kindness upon me, and my great-aunt is a descendant of the water god. Why are they targeting the divine lineage?" Qin Luo inquired, perplexed. "I, a minor deity, cannot say for certain," the land deity replied. "You mean to say the great master is unaware of such matters?" The land deity's expression was one of astonishment, as he had assumed Qin Luo was a hunter of the divine lineage and thus feared him. Indeed, Qin Luo was oblivious. His master had never mentioned such things. "Our Ten Dragons sect stands for righteousness, punishing evil and promoting good, and we do not engage in senseless slaughter." The land deity regarded him with reverence. "Was there ever a mountain deity at Black Mountain?" Qin Luo inquired. "Yes, that was an old friend of mine, tragically slain by the cultivators of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau many years ago, and I was powerless to intervene." The Celestial Monitoring Bureau was a cultivation force established during the Great Xia dynasty, and Qin Luo had heard of it, pondering whether Qin Chang'an's ascension to mountain deity was a blessing or a curse. "Sister, please wait for me here and do not wander off. I shall explore the lake," Qin Luo instructed. He yearned to encounter the spirit dwelling beneath the waters. "All right, brother," Ziyue replied obediently, resuming her collection of stones along the lakeshore. As Qin Luo approached Mirror Lake, his body was enveloped by the water, yet he remained untouched by its depths, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chun Qingyu watched in astonishment, while Ziyue, accustomed to such occurrences, remained unfazed. Beneath the surface, within the water goddess palace, luminous crystal stones surrounded him. As Qin Luo drew closer, a resonant dragon's roar emanated from the depths of the palace, accompanied by a silver beam streaking through the air, causing ripples to dance upon the lake's surface. A silver dragon, measuring several zhang in length, emerged from the palace, its body adorned with shimmering silver scales. With small horns and large, expressive eyes, it bared its teeth, continuously emitting a deep, rumbling growl, a warning to Qin Luo to depart from her territory. Chapter 8. The Dragon of Mirror Lake at Mirror Lake. The waves crash against the shore. Look at those towering swells. For centuries, Mirror Lake has been a placid expanse. What could be amiss? Could it be that a malevolent creature lurks beneath its depths? Enough of this. We must return home at once. The villagers of Mirror Lake hurriedly distance themselves from the waters. The tumultuous surf rushes towards Ziyue, who, with a gust of wind from her sleeves, shatters the waves. Senior brother. Ziyue gazes at Mirror Lake, her faith unwavering that her mentor will remain unharmed. Beneath the surface, the silver dragon looms large. Her roar stirs the waves, while her golden eyes radiate a formidable aura, sending the creatures of the lake scattering in panic. Even the land deity of Mirror Lake, who accompanied Qin Luo, trembles. "Dear lady, Do not be alarmed. This esteemed being merely passes through. Unfazed, Qin Luo stands resolute, untouched by the dragon's oppressive presence. The creature before him, though draped in shimmering silver scales, possesses a beauty that belies its fierceness. Passing through, you say? You must be an envoy of the Heavenly Bureau. The silver dragon's gaze is laced with hostility. Qin Luo offers no reply, instead conjuring a formation of golden runes that materializes before him. Sealed. In an instant, tranquility returns to Mirror Lake. With a deft application of water-binding magic, Qin Luo halts the flow of the lake's waters, rendering even the silver dragon motionless. The land deity watches in astonishment. Qin Luo's control over water surpasses that of the dragon clan. Struggling in vain, the silver dragon scoffs. I am no timid creature. Do as you please. Even ensnared, her pride remains unyielding. With a gentle smile, Qin Luo asserts, your tempest frightens the villagers. I did not come to subdue you. I seek merely to converse. What do you wish to discuss? I understand you do not desire for the village children to drown, yet your presence instills fear among the populace. I shall no longer concern myself with their fates. The silver dragon pouts defiantly. Though she yearns to protect the village's children, she is mistaken for a ferocious beast, prompting attempts to banish her. Qin Luo perceives her true nature. Release. He murmurs softly. The enchantment enveloping Mirror Lake dissipates. The silver dragon regains her freedom and huffs. I grew up in Mirror Lake. It is my home. I refuse to leave. Nor shall I concern myself with the villagers. As long as you do not cause chaos, I will not interfere. Qin Luo recognizes the silver dragon's benign intent and turns to depart. Upon reaching the shore, Ziyue's eyes sparkle with hope. Senior brother, I knew you could handle the creature beneath the lake. Master, have you driven away the monster from below? Chen Qingyu approaches, eager for news. Qin Luo gazes back at Mirror Lake. Though the creature may appear grotesque, her intentions are not malevolent. She fears for the children of the village, prompting her to frighten them away. Indeed, it seems we have misjudged her, Chen Qingyu admits, lowering her head in shame. Junior sister, let us be on our way. Yes, indeed. Qin Luo departed Mirror Lake with Ziyue. Bubbles rose to the surface of the lake, while the silver dragon lurked beneath, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Umph. You are the ugly one. Dear master, please gather some pears for the journey ahead." Chen Qingyu had little of value at home, save for a few fruit trees, which thrived thanks to the favorable weather. Very well. Ziyue, displaying her agility, effortlessly climbed the tree to pick pears, discarding all the beautiful stones she had collected from Mirror Lake in her quest to bring back a few extra fruits. At the village entrance, Chen Qingyu watched them depart, while the land spirit of Mirror Lake accompanied them for 10 miles. Aware of the land spirit's presence trailing behind, Qin Luo turned and smiled, saying, "There is no need for you to see us off, esteemed elder." The land spirit bowed respectfully, replying, "Great immortal, please refrain from sharing news of the dragon in Mirror Lake with others." Why so? The Celestial Monitoring Bureau has placed a hefty bounty on dragon slayers, and countless cultivators seek to hunt the dragon kin. No problem, Qin Luo replied, expressing his disinterest in the bounty. Esteemed elder, do visit the Longhu Temple when you have the time. It is located on the highest peak of the northern region, Luoxia Peak. Certainly. The land spirit clasped his hands in reverence, having previously overlooked the presence of such formidable cultivators. In his eyes, Qin Luo was a transcendent being of unparalleled skill, and forging a bond with him would ensure a prosperous path through the Ziyun mountain range. Ziyue clutched numerous pears in her arms, nibbling as she walked, murmuring, "Senior brother, were you just speaking with the land grandfather?" Indeed, Qin Luo nodded. What does land grandfather look like? He is a kindly old man. Upon returning to the Longhu Temple, Ziyue concealed the pears in her bosom, wary of being discovered by her master, moving with utmost caution. Halt! Zhang Fulong emerged from the main hall. What are you clutching your belly for? Master, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Go ahead. Zhang Fulong shook his head. Ziyue successfully brought the pears back to her room, hiding them in the cabinet, intending to enjoy them when hunger struck. In the stone pavilion of the temple, Qin Luo and Zhang Fulong sipped tea. Master, did I err in conferring the title of mountain deity upon Qinjiago? Qin Luo had heard of various factions targeting the divine clan and was uncertain if this action would bring trouble. Zhang Fulong nearly spat out his tea, barely containing his laughter. You, my dear boy, have conferred a deity's title? Who did you appoint as the mountain god? Qin Chang'an, Qin Luo replied candidly, explaining that he was the son of Qin Xingzhou, and the disciple had used a spell from a book to bestow him the title. Zhang Fulong pondered, then erupted into hearty laughter. My good apprentice, you have done no wrong. Bestowing the title to the deceased transforms a funeral into a celebration. He recognized a business opportunity in this and advised Qin Luo, in the future, do not bestow divine titles lightly, unless the price is right. Understood. Qin Luo smiled and nodded, reassured by his master's approval, free from any lingering concerns. After finishing his tea, Zhang Fulong stretched and yawned, informing his disciples that he would retreat for meditation, urging them to look after the temple. Understood, master, they replied. Once Zhang Fulong departed, Qin Luo did not remain idle. He proceeded to cultivate in the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, Ziyue busied herself sweeping the temple. As night deepened, at Mirror Lake, ripples danced across the surface. A silver dragon emerged from the water, and under the luminous moonlight, a barefoot maiden appeared by the lakeside, with silver hair and golden eyes. She donned a delicate silver gown, her long tresses cascading over her shoulders, adorned with two charming dragon horns atop her head. Earth, arise, the dragon maiden exclaimed, stamping her foot and splashing water high into the air. I have arrived. The earth deity of Mirror Lake emerged from the ground. Have you conducted a thorough investigation? What is his origin? What brings him here? The dragon maiden's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the earth deity replied, My lady, I have just learned that he has slain great demons using thunderous techniques in Qinjiagu and has conferred the title of mountain god upon a scholar. Can he indeed confer divinity? The earth deity's eyes sparkled with envy. I visited Black Mountain and exchanged pleasantries with the new mountain god. He bears a potent divine imprint. Having just ascended, yet his divine power exceeds that of lesser gods. Bestowed by divine right, he can confer divinity? The dragon maiden's enchanting visage paled. To openly confer divinity. Disregarding the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, who exactly is he? The earth deity hastily responded. His name is Qin Luo, a cultivator from the Longhu Temple. The luminous sunset peak, where Longhu Temple resides, is not far from here. The dragon maiden approached the shore. Let us go and see. The earth deity quickly raised a hand to stop her. His expression grave. My lady, it is unwise to proceed. Humph, if he can come to my Mirror Lake, why can't I visit his Longhu Temple? The dragon maiden pouted. The earth deity cautioned. My lady, you must consider this carefully. Qin Luo's master is named Zhang Fulong. At the mere mention of his name, the dragon maiden faltered, retreating back to the Mirror Lake. Pouting, she declared, Never mind, I am tired. We shall discuss this matter another time. Chapter 9. The little disciple returns home Baiyun Town. The sky is high and the clouds are light, bathed in the warmth of the sun. Today marks the market day, and the streets of Baiyun Town are bustling with activity, vendors calling out from either side of the road. What would you like to eat, little disciple? Qin Luo, clad in a simple white robe with his long hair tied up, walks amidst the mundane world, untouched by its dust. Ziyue, carrying a bamboo basket, gazes at an elderly man selling candied hawthorn not far away. Although she yearns for the sweet treat, she realizes it will not suffice to fill her stomach. Instead, she points to a nearby lamb meat stall. Senior brother, I wish to have lamb soup. The stall displays a sign, indicating that a bowl of lamb soup costs 6 won, and refills are complimentary. Qin Luo approaches with a smile and asks, Shopkeeper, may I have half a bowl of lamb soup for 3 won? Of course, replies the middle-aged vendor, his face adorned with a broad smile. With only 3 won to his name, Qin Luo is content with even half a bowl, and Ziyue beams with delight. Seated on a bench by the roadside, they enjoy the atmosphere as the reputation of the Longhu Temple continues to flourish, with passing townsfolk greeting them warmly. Lamb soup is ready. The vendor approaches with a large bowl of soup, his demeanor respectful. Sire, please enjoy. If it is insufficient, I shall refill it for you. That is enough. That is enough. Ziyue's eyes sparkle with excitement, nodding fervently. The portion exceeds what she has consumed in an entire year. The vendor returns to his business. And while a typical bowl of lamb soup features a broth with only a few slices of meat and a mix of offal, this bowl reveals no broth at all, merely generous chunks of lamb. Observing Qin Luo and Ziyue, even those who typically abstain from soup flock to partake, eager to savor the same dish as the revered master. How fragrant! Ziyue exclaims as she indulges in the lamb. Seizing a moment when the vendor is preoccupied, Qin Luo retrieves his 3-1 and hands it to the vendor, then produces a talisman from his robe. Esteemed shopkeeper, this bowl of meat surely exceeds 3-1. I hope you will accept this talisman. This thank you, sire. The vendor bows gratefully. Qin Luo returns to Ziyue's side. With her cheeks stuffed with lamb, she gazes at him in astonishment. Senior brother, that is worth 100 taels. 100 taels could buy an abundance of lamb. Qin Luo, unfazed, replies, little sister, as cultivators, we must not take advantage of ordinary people. Ziyue ponders his words thoughtfully. Keeping them in mind, the vendor brings forth a bowl of lamb soup, a plate of white bread, and 2 pounds of boiled lamb, warmly exclaiming, Sire, a small token of my appreciation. Qin Luo nods with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Ziyue stands to express her gratitude. You're welcome, little fairy. Enjoy it while it's hot. The vendor beams, remembering when Li Dazhuang mentioned that his young lady had once spent 100 taels to acquire a talisman. The value of such a charm is indeed profound. I'm so full. Ziyue wiped her lips, confident that following her senior brother was a wise choice. Qin Luo led his junior sister to Old Chen's incense shop. Ah, the immortal master has arrived. Chen Changsho greeted them with noticeably improved demeanor. Old Chen, let's adhere to the usual arrangement, Qin Luo stated. Immortal master, you must settle the bill this time, Chen Changsho replied with a forced smile. As he had not yet received payment for the goods taken by Longhu Temple, his most frequent customer, Qin Luo handed Chen Changsho a piece of paper. Old Chen, this is a written acknowledgement from my master, with the name and seal already affixed. You may fill in any amount you desire. Chen Changsho glanced at the document with a wry smile. Immortal master, recently, incense and joss paper are in high demand, and I wish to acquire more stock. This document is of no use to me. Understanding Chen Changsho's predicament, Qin Luo suggested, how about this? I will draw you 2 talismans as compensation, which you can exchange for some money. Are your talismans valuable? Chen Changsho expressed skepticism. My senior brother's talismans are formidable, Ziyue exclaimed proudly. Aware of the power contained within the talisman paper, having heard that Zhang Fulong's exorcism talismans were worth 100 taels, Chen Changsho reasoned that although Qin Luo, as a disciple, might lack experience, something was better than nothing, and there might still be some utility in it. Very well, he acquiesced to Qin Luo's proposal. The materials for drawing talismans were readily available in the incense shop. Qin Luo began to sketch the talismans, demonstrating a noticeable improvement in his skills. The intricate patterns were effortlessly rendered, and Chen Changsho rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had witnessed Taoists drawing talismans before, but none were as swift as Qin Luo, whose designs flowed across the paper like a majestic dragon. Immortal Master, what kind of talisman is this? Chen Changsho inquired. This is a house-protecting talisman. When placed within a home, it can ward off evil and avert misfortune, and should fetch a decent price, Qin Luo explained. Chen Changsho examined the talisman closely, captivated by its allure. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo completed a second house-protecting talisman. Chen Changsho, now holding 2 such talismans, regarded them with newfound respect. Immortal Master, feel free to take the incense and joss paper. Qin Luo adhered to the usual practice of collecting goods. Thank you, Old Chen. Do remember to come back to settle the account. No problem, Qin Luo replied with a smile, while Ziyue shouldered a bamboo basket filled with incense. Following her senior brother out of the shop, once they departed, Chen Changsho carefully tucked one of the house-protecting talismans away, planning to place it in his home. He was due to restock in Jinyang City and intended to take the talisman to the treasure pavilion, hopeful it might fetch a handsome price. At Luoxiao Peak, as Ziyue reached the foot of the mountain, she lifted her sleeve and called out cheerfully, "Come forth, little whirlwind." A gentle breeze emerged from her sleeve, effortlessly lifting the heavy bamboo basket. Ziyue named this breeze Little Whirlwind, summoning it only when she was particularly fatigued. As she ascended the mountain with great agility, Qin Luo followed at a leisurely pace, engrossed in a book. "Master, we have returned," Ziyue chirped as they entered Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong emerged from the main hall, stifling a yawn and stretching lazily. In a couple of days, it would be the Blood Moon Festival, and the temple had been rather quiet lately, allowing for a brief respite. The Blood Moon Festival occurs annually on the 15th day of the 7th month, a time when the moon takes on a crimson hue. During this period, families pay homage to their ancestors, resulting in a lull in the temple's activities. "Master, may I return home for a visit?" Your home is quite far from Longhu Temple, and the journey is unsafe. It would be best for you to remain here and cultivate. You can return during the new year. Ziyue, with a serious expression, replied, Master, I am not afraid. I carry the talismans drawn by my senior brother. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fulong said, Qin Luo, if you have no pressing matters, accompany your junior sister on her visit home. Of course. Qin Luo replied with a smile, as he found himself with some free time. Thank you, senior brother, Ziyue chimed, her laughter reminiscent of silver bells. Zhang Fulong nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the temple would save on provisions, and reminded her to return early for cultivation. Understood, Ziyue said, placing her basket in the storeroom before heading back to her room to pack. Dressed in a loose-fitting blue robe and carrying a worn satchel, her face radiated joy. Senior brother, are you ready? Qin Luo, seated in the courtyard engrossed in a book, nodded gently, having brought nothing but the texts of Taoist principles. Chapter 10. Healing with Symbolic Water La La La. Ziyue hummed a cheerful tune. In July, under the scorching sun, as they reached the foot of the Luoxia Peak, Ziyue picked a lotus leaf by the stream, grasping its stem to use it as a parasol. Qin Luo held the Taoist scripture in his hands, perusing it as he walked, while the cheerful laughter of children echoed in his ears. Where did these children come from? Qin Luo lifted his gaze and spotted a flock of colorful little sparrows perched atop the treetops, chirping excitedly. The sparrows were discussing where to catch insects. And as Qin Luo paused, he realized he could understand their chatter. Sisters, what is he staring at? The sparrows all turned their attention towards Qin Luo. Hello there. Qin Luo waved at the sparrows. Upon noticing his greeting, the sparrows scattered in a flurry, except for the first little sparrow who remained. It had a tuft of red feathers atop its head and a plump, snow-white body resembling a small ball. The little sparrow tilted its head and chirped. I have seen you before. You live in the mountains. Indeed, Qin Luo replied with a smile, recognizing the sparrow's unique spirit. With a sense of urgency to return his junior sister home, he decided not to linger. Perhaps we shall meet again someday. The little sparrow watched as Qin Luo walked away. 2 hours later, the mountain path widened, revealing a quaint town ahead, Qingshui Town. Qin Luo noticed a land temple along the road leading to the town, shrouded in overgrown weeds, nearly hidden from sight. It appeared neglected for ages, devoid of offerings from the townsfolk, and the deity was absent. Similarly, the land temple near Baiyun Town lay in ruins, lacking a guardian spirit. However, in the distant Jinghu village, a land temple still stood, perhaps indicating the townspeople's disbelief in the divine. The streets of Qingshui Town bustled with activity. Ziyue gazed at an elderly man selling candied hawthorns. Junior sister, would you like some candied hawthorn? No. I do not want any. Ziyue shook her head vigorously, aware that her senior brother lacked the means. Thus, she quickened her pace to pass through Qingshui Town. Qin Luo understood her desire for the treat. Had she expressed it, he would have surely found a way to procure some. In Qingshui Town, Shuanghe village lay surrounded by 2 crystal-clear rivers. Ziyue pointed at a mud house across the stone bridge, giggling, Brother, look, that is my home. To the right of the house was a pigsty, to the left a vegetable garden, and behind it, a gentle hillside, where a large yellow dog lay in the yard. Wong, wong, wong. As they approached the stone bridge, the large yellow dog spotted Ziyue, wagging its tail excitedly and rushing over to greet her. Brother, this is my big yellow dog, Ziyue said, reaching down to pet its head. Despite its formidable appearance with sharp teeth, the dog was gentle in Ziyue's presence, wagging its tail incessantly. Qin Luo followed Ziyue across the stone bridge. Inside the house, Su Rong heard the barking and came out to see what was happening. Xiaoye, Su Rong exclaimed with delight. Mother! Ziyue dashed into the yard, leaping into Su Rong's embrace. Ziyue deeply yearned for her parents. Had it not been for Qin Luo, she would have stealthily returned long ago. Observing her junior sister reunited with her family stirred memories of his own parents in Qin Luo's heart. Having been away for such an extended period, they must be greatly concerned, and he pondered how he might return to his original world. Xiaoye, you have lost weight. Su Rong gently caressed Ziyue's delicate face, her eyes filled with remorse. It is my fault, dear. I should not have allowed you to go to Longhu Guan and endure such hardships. Mother, I have been very well at Longhu Guan, Ziyue replied with a silly grin, turning to point at Qin Luo, who had just entered the courtyard. Mother, he is my senior brother and extraordinarily skilled. Good day, Aunt. Qin Luo greeted with a warm smile. Upon seeing him, Su Rong realized he was the one who had brought Ziyue back and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Immortal Master, thank you for making such a long journey." "Just call me Xiaoqin," he replied. "Xiaoqin, please come in and have a seat," she invited. Qin Luo exuded an air of cultured ease, leaving a favorable impression on Su Rong. Previously, she had encountered Zhang Fulong and found him unreliable. She had been reluctant for Ziyue to cultivate at Longhuguan. However, upon meeting Qin Luo, she began to reconsider her misconceptions about the place. "Hee," Ziyue giggled. As Qin Luo stepped into the house, he was greeted by a strong scent of medicinal herbs, and he noticed a child playing with mud on the floor. "Zifeng," Ziyue exclaimed. Her younger brother's eyes lit up with excitement as he stood up unsteadily and waddled towards her, reaching out for a hug. Ziyue scooped him up in her arms, smiling sweetly. "Zifeng, did you miss your sister?" "Yes," Zifeng replied, wrapping his arms around her neck. Su Rong shook her head helplessly. "Fenger, your hands are unwashed. Don't dirty your sister's clothes." "Xiaoqin, come have some tea," Su Rong offered, handing a cup to Qin Luo. "Thank you, aunt," he said, taking a sip of the tea. Ziyue carried her younger brother to the resting room, where her father, Zimu, lay on the bed. "Father," Ziyue called as she approached the bedside. Zimu weakly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Ziyue return, furrowed his brow. "Xiaoye, have you made a mistake and been sent back?" Ziyue hurriedly shook her head. "No, Master granted us a holiday, so I came back to see you." "Uncle." Qin Luo entered the room as well. Zimu was still unaware of the situation. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with pride as she declared, "Father, he is my senior brother, incredibly skilled." Zimu forced himself to sit up despite the pain, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for bringing Ziyue back." Qin Luo smiled and said, "Uncle, Ziyue is my junior sister. You may call me Xiaoqin." "Father, are you still unwell?" "I am fine. Do not worry," Zimu replied, a faint smile appearing on his pallid face. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he perceived Zimu's internal condition. He spoke solemnly, "Uncle, you are suffering from the effects of overwork. There are still many remnants of medicine in your body that are difficult to expel. If not treated promptly, it may lead to serious complications." Zimu wore a wry smile, filled with helplessness. He yearned to cure his ailments, yet with every attempt, his health deteriorated further. Aware that his time was limited, he ultimately decided to send Ziyue to Longhu Temple to alleviate the burden on his family. Upon hearing this, Ziyue grew anxious. She turned to Qin Luo and implored, "Senior brother, do you possess any means to save my father?" Su Rong, with a look of concern, cast her gaze towards Qin Luo. "Fetch a bowl of water," she instructed. "I shall go get it now," replied Ziyue, gently setting down her younger brother and quickly retrieving a porcelain bowl of water. "Here it is, senior brother." Qin Luo, with his fingers forming a sword gesture, emitted a golden light. He traced symbols on the water's surface, and the once clear water gradually transformed into a golden hue. Zimu and Su Rong stared in wide-eyed astonishment. "This is the nourishing talisman water. It can dispel illness and prolong life. Give it to your uncle to drink," he instructed. "Thank you, senior brother," Ziyue said, as she presented the talisman water to Zimu. After consuming the talisman water, a warm sensation enveloped Zimu, color returning to his face. His spirit lifted significantly. "I feel much better now. Thank you, Immortal Master." "Just call me Xiaoqin," Qin Luo replied. "We apologize for the trouble we've caused you," Zimu said. "It's but a trivial matter," Qin Luo replied with a smile, shaking his head. In the evening, Su Rong busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Ziyue, equipped with a bamboo basket, ventured to the back mountain to gather grass, wielding her sickle with deftness. Zifeng assisted on the hillside, diligently pulling out tufts of grass. Albeit only a few at a time, yet he exerted himself earnestly. The large yellow dog trailed closely behind them. On the hillside, Qin Luo spotted a land deity temple towering to half his height. Approaching the temple, he felt golden ripples beneath his feet. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for the intrusion," he remarked. The land deity temple trembled violently, and a diminutive figure of the earth god emerged, trembling as he knelt on the ground. "Great Immortal, what brings you to summon this humble deity?" Qin Luo clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Esteemed elder, I wish to request your guardianship over the family residing at the foot of the mountain." "No problem at all. Rest assured, Great Immortal." The earth god of Shuanghe nodded vigorously. "Please rise." There is no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, the earth god stood, bowing humbly. His gaze averted from Qin Luo's. Esteemed elder, I come from Longhu Temple and have observed that many land deity temples along the way stand empty. What is the reason for this? The earth god sighed. Our existence relies on the incense offerings. If we go too long without them, we will dissipate. I fear I cannot endure much longer. As long as you can care for the surrounding populace, I assure you that your incense offerings shall remain uninterrupted. Thank you. Great immortal, the earth god of Shuanghe bowed deeply in gratitude. Seizing the opportunity of the recent days of leisure, Qin Luo decided to explore further. Junior sister, I shall return in a few days to escort you. Although Ziyue wished for Qin Luo to linger a little longer, she did not wish to impose on him. Very well, senior brother, she replied. With that, Qin Luo departed alone. Chapter 11. Half a stick of incense in the evening. Ziyue carried pig grass home. The pig pen housed 2 pigs, one for sale and the other reserved for the New Year feast. Ziyue skillfully chopped the grass in the yard, her movements deft and practiced. Xiaoye, where is your senior brother? She asked. He just left, came the reply. Su Rong furrowed her brow slightly. Xiaoye, why didn't you ask your brother to stay for dinner? Mother, my senior brother is a celestial being, consuming only the essence of nature. He must have other matters to attend to. Ziyue responded with a smile. Very well, Su Rong said gently. Xiaoye, you all come inside for dinner first, and then we shall feed the pigs. All right. Ziyue led her younger brother into the house for their meal, where Ziyu had also regained his spirits and joined them at the table. Wow, it smells so good. Ziyue swallowed hard, gazing at the spread before them. Stir-fried pork belly with garlic stalks, chicken stewed with mushrooms, cold marinated herbs, egg drop soup, and pickled vegetables, all dishes reserved for the New Year celebration. Ziyue picked up her chopsticks and served meat into her brother's bowl. Xiaofeng, you must eat more meat to grow strong. Thank you, sister, Ziyu replied, eagerly devouring his meal. Su Rong watched with concern. Xiaoye, your training at Longhu Temple is arduous. You must eat more. Ziyu chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoye, you should indulge in more meat to nourish your body. Father, my senior brother treats me well. He takes me to banquets and treats me to mutton soup. I am in good health. Ziyue reassured her parents, wishing to alleviate their worries. Having met Qin Luo, the couple knew him to be trustworthy, and they felt at ease with Ziyue having such a senior brother. Ziyu, smiling, suggested, Xiaoye, once your brother grows a bit older, perhaps we should send him to Longhu Temple as well. Father, cultivating immortality is exhausting and challenging. It would be better to send my brother to school instead. Education leads to prosperity, Ziyue replied, as her own experience at Longhu Temple had been one of consuming porridge daily. She did not wish for her brother to endure such hardships. Meanwhile, Qin Luo wandered through the mountains. The last rays of the evening glow faded before him. A sudden chill swept through the air as he looked up to see a wisp of ethereal blue flame drifting toward him. He reached out, sensing a faint resonance of spirit within. Will-o'-the-wisp, he realized, a manifestation of restless souls. As he glimpsed a hazy image, he waved his hand, dispersing the ghostly fire. Continuing his journey, he encountered an increasing number of these spectral flames. Why are there so many will-o'-the-wisps in this area? Qin Luo pondered, sensing something amiss. While the ordinary ghostly flames posed little threat, a congregation could easily give rise to malevolent forces. With swift hand gestures, he formed seals, golden runes materializing around him. Light emanated from his feet, sending forth a golden wave that dispersed the ghostly flames in the mountains. Fortunately, no malevolent entities emerged. In the serene valley, where water trickled softly, Qin Luo spotted an abandoned earth deity shrine by the riverside, devoid of any guardian spirit. With the land deity vanished and the proliferation of ghostly flames, it was certain that the mountains would soon harbor sinister beings. The valley was filled with a chilling breeze. Qin Luo gazed into the depths of the valley, where a multitude of spirits drifted forth. During the day, the pervasive yang energy caused these spirits to dissipate quickly in the open. Thus, they sought refuge in the shadowy valley, where the heavy yin energy allowed them to linger longer. Nevertheless, even ordinary spirits struggled to maintain their presence for an extended duration, gradually transforming into mindless will-o'-the-wisps as time passed, until they ultimately vanished. The spirits emerging from the valley encircled Qin Luo, their eyes filled with curiosity, yet hesitant to approach. Why do you linger in this realm? Qin Luo inquired. The spirits exchanged glances, and an elderly figure clad in a blue robe stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Esteemed immortal, we are uncertain of where to go. You should proceed to the underworld for reincarnation. We cannot find the way. Follow me. Although Qin Luo was unaware of the underworld's location, he knew where a land deity resided nearby, responsible for overseeing spirits. Thank you, immortal. The spirits clasped their hands in gratitude towards Qin Luo. He strode forward at a leisurely pace, while the spirits formed a long, unending line behind him. Traversing mountains and valleys, more spirits joined the procession. In the deep of night, Qin Luo arrived at Jinghu village, with the spirits behind him densely packed, stretching beyond sight. The land deity of Jinghu was resting in the temple when suddenly the ground trembled as if 1,000 armies were approaching. What is happening? The land deity stepped outside to investigate, and, upon seeing Qin Luo, immediately bowed in reverence. Great immortal. Qin Luo pointed to the throng of spirits behind him. Elder, could you assist me in sending them to the underworld? That is not an issue. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the land deity had never encountered such a grand assembly before. He promptly summoned his divine powers, causing the space around the land temple to warp, revealing an ancient stone door. Open, gate of ghosts, the land deity bellowed. As the stone door creaked open, a howling wind of energy rushed into the portal, swirling around the spirits and drawing them in. Following the incantation, the land deity was drenched in sweat, his visage aging considerably, as opening the gate to the underworld demanded immense energy from him. In front of the temple, an incense burner held a stick of incense, only partially consumed, a common occurrence. Qin Luo silently recited a spell, igniting a flame at his fingertips. He approached the burner and lit the remaining half-stick of incense. Golden smoke spiraled upward, and the land deity's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a powerful being would offer incense to a minor deity. As a torrent of energy surged into his being, the land deity's previously frail form was instantly revitalized. Great immortal, I am unworthy of this, he exclaimed, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. Elder, there's no need for such formalities. This is your due reward. Qin Luo was taken aback by the profound gratitude expressed by the land deity for a mere half-stick of incense. Absorbing the power of the incense, the land deity's strength grew increasingly robust, surpassing even his peak condition. Incense offerings consume one's own fortune. When Qin Luo divided a strand of his fortune, it rejuvenated the earth god of Mirror Lake, transforming his once white hair into a rich black and significantly extending his lifespan. After all the wandering souls passed through the ghost gate, the earth god promptly sealed it. Senior, why are there so many wandering souls? Qin Luo pondered, noting the nightly procession of spirits in the nearby mountains. The earth god of Mirror Lake bowed his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Managing the souls is the duty of the land deity. Yet as the incense offerings dwindled, our own survival became precarious. At most, we could attend to the nearby villagers. Isn't the city god responsible for you? Alas, a few years ago, the city god temple was destroyed, and the old city god vanished without a trace. We can only cling to existence. Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. If even the city god faced troubles, it was no wonder that the mountains were plagued by wandering spirits. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Senior, could you enlighten me on the decline of the divine clans? The earth god nodded. Many years ago, the heavenly court ruled over the three realms. However, as humanity rose and cultivators defied the heavens, a protracted war erupted between the gods of the heavenly court and the human cultivators, ultimately resulting in the heavenly court's defeat. The gods of the underworld maintained neutrality, allowing them to fulfill their duties after the conflict. What about the city god temple? The old city god secretly assisted the divine clans in reincarnation, which came to the attention of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, thus attracting trouble. If the gods of the underworld initially chose neutrality, why now assist the divine clans in reincarnation? At that time, the underworld gods, oppressed by the heavenly court, hoped that aligning with the cultivators might yield a better fate. However, now they suffer even more harshly. Sighed the earth god of Mirror Lake. Qin Luo began to understand. The land deities and city gods were crucial in managing the souls, essential for the stability of the mortal realm. Did these powers not consider the common people? With a heavy sigh, the earth god lamented, the way of heaven is merciless, and the immortals are equally indifferent. To them, Mortals are as insignificant as grass. They care not. I care, Qin Luo replied firmly. The earth god recognized that Qin Luo was unlike other cultivators. Bowing respectfully, he declared, Great Immortal, I am willing to follow you, no matter the distance. Always at your beck and call. If I require your assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to call upon you, Qin Luo said with a smile. The earth god laughed heartily. Hey, a melodious voice rang out. The silver-haired dragon maiden appeared near the earth temple. Qin Luo gazed at the graceful figure of the dragon maiden and smiled gently. You sought me out. What is it? I wish to make a trade with you. A trade? What kind of trade? Qin Luo asked, intrigued, knowing that the dragon clan possessed many treasures. The dragon maiden exhaled a golden orb from her mouth, her eyes turning cold. This is my dragon pearl. If you allow me to become the water god, I shall give you the dragon pearl and heed your commands. The dragon pearl is the lifeblood of the dragon clan. Losing it would greatly diminish one's strength, and if it were destroyed, the dragon clan would perish alongside it. Dear lady, losing your dragon pearl will cause your realm to plummet, cautioned the earth god of Mirror Lake. It matters not. The dragon maiden replied with seriousness etched across her delicate features. Why do you aspire to become the water deity? Qin Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. The dragon maiden, with an air of haughtiness, raised her head and declared, I am a descendant of the water deity. It is my rightful destiny to become the new water deity. However, this rationale was insufficient. Qin Luo shook his head, his expression grave, and said, I require a water deity who can serve the people. Very well, she replied. I vow that should you grant me the title of water deity, I shall surely bring prosperity to the surrounding populace. Should I falter in this promise, you may shatter the dragon pearl, and I shall be condemned to eternal suffering. The dragon maiden's gaze remained unwavering. Qin Luo perceived a flicker of fury in her eyes. If you speak the truth, I may contemplate your request. The land god of Mirror Lake refrained from interjecting. The dragon maiden clenched her fist, her eyes shimmering with emotion. My father was the water deity of the Luo River, diligently ensuring bountiful weather along its banks, yet he was treacherously slain by the master of the Great Xia. Only by consolidating my divine essence can I seek vengeance. The Luo River, a vast flow originating from the highest peaks of the Ziyun Mountains, coursed through the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Luo sighed, shaking his head. If vengeance is your motive, I cannot permit you to become the water deity. The dragon maiden lowered her head in disappointment. I shall travel to the capital of the Great Xia in the future, if your words hold truth. I will seek justice for you. The dragon maiden's head snapped up, her eyes alight with hope. May I inquire when you intend to embark on this journey? Perhaps next year, Qin Luo replied. For he was focused on mastering the profound truths of his cultivation and planned to descend the mountain next year to explore the world beyond. Might you take me along? She asked eagerly. It would be best for you to remain in Mirror Lake, he replied, as his travels would not specifically lead him to the capital of the Great Xia. Regardless, I thank you in advance, she said, extending her hand as the golden dragon pearl floated into the air. She had faith that Qin Luo would not break his word. As Qin Luo gazed at the dragon pearl hovering before him, he sensed the immense life energy contained within. He waved his hand in rejection, and the pearl returned to the dragon maiden's grasp. I hope you will indeed bring benefits to the people surrounding you. Without hesitation, he faced the dragon pearl. Thank you, sir, the dragon maiden said, kneeling on one knee. The land god of Mirror Lake looked on in astonishment, taken aback by the typically proud maiden's humble demeanor. Qin Luo bowed respectfully to the land god. Esteemed elder, I will rely on you to escort the departed souls to the underworld from now on. The little deity is at your service, the land god replied with a bow. Now he was capable of overseeing not only Mirror Lake Village, but also the surrounding towns within 100 miles. Qin Luo turned and vanished into the night. In front of the Mirror Lake Temple, the half-burned incense still smoldered. The dragon maiden noticed the remaining incense that Qin Luo had lit, and, with her beautiful eyes narrowing, asked in confusion, he actually offered incense for you? Indeed, the land god replied. He reveres the divine, but does not fear it. Respect shone in the eyes of the land god of Mirror Lake. Chapter 12. In the depths of the mountains beside Mirror Lake Village lies Chenjiagu. With nothing pressing upon him, Qin Luo took advantage of the moonlight to visit Chenjiagu. The tranquil night air was pleasantly cool. The path on Black Mountain had widened since his last visit, clearly tended to, with the trees on either side neatly trimmed. In the deep of night, candlelight flickered within the newly constructed mountain god temple. Qin Luo sauntered inside, his gaze drawn to the statue perched high above, adorned with dazzling gold leaf. Emerging from the statue was Chen Chang'an, who bowed respectfully, his face radiating joy. "Immortal Master, I did not expect your late-night visit. Forgive my lack of courtesy in not welcoming you properly." Qin Luo waved his hand gently. "I merely stopped by to see how you have adjusted to your new life." "I have grown accustomed to it now," Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. "Initially, I found it rather challenging, uncertain of what duties a mountain god should undertake. Fortunately, the guidance of the earth god from neighboring Mirror Lake has been invaluable. If any cultivators trouble you in the future, instruct them to seek me at Longhu View." Qin Luo advised, entrusting Chen Chang'an with his role as mountain god, assuring him that he would take responsibility should any issues arise. Chen Chang'an nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal Master. The earth god of Mirror Lake has cautioned me. I shall act with discretion and not burden you." Qin Luo smiled gently. "We are of similar age. Consider me a friend and do not stand on ceremony." "Brother Qin," Chen Chang'an replied. Qin Luo patted him on the shoulder. Ordinary beings could not perceive Chen Chang'an, let alone touch him, yet Qin Luo could. They shared a hearty laugh. "Brother Qin, I have some wine gifted by the villagers. Why not sit and enjoy a few cups?" Chen Chang'an suggested warmly. "Certainly," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "It is fitting to drink in times of joy." Chen Chang'an fetched a wine jar from the offering table, and as he opened it, the rich aroma wafted towards them. He filled 2 cups, and, with a respectful demeanor, said, "Brother Qin, I shall toast to you first." Qin Luo raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. "Brother Qin, the elder from Mirror Lake informed me that beneath Black Mountain lies a spiritual vein, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. You may cultivate here in the future, and it should yield great results. This is a secret of Black Mountain," Chen Chang'an disclosed without hesitation. Qin Luo focused intently, his eyes gleaming with golden light. As the world before him became crystal clear, deep within Black Mountain flowed a golden river, an exceedingly rare spiritual vein. Such places are conducive to the birth of mountain spirits and demons. It is no wonder that the black rat spirit has risen to prominence. It is indeed a splendid location for cultivation. However, Qin Luo had no intention of cultivating here. His master had once told him that the path of the great Tao does not involve competition. True cultivators seek enlightenment and longevity, rather than plundering the resources of heaven and earth. He partakes of nature's bounty judiciously. Chang'an, the spiritual essence here is abundant. You must cultivate diligently and accumulate virtue. In time, the land under your stewardship will extend beyond Black Mountain, possibly encompassing the entire Ziyun mountain range and even the vast territories of the dynasty below. I shall heed Brother Qin's teachings. Now let us drink." Qin Luo raised his cup once more. Chen Chang'an promptly raised his wine cup in response. Qin Luo, having traversed to the Tianxian continent, found himself devoid of companions. However, the joy of conversing with newfound friends warmed his heart. After several rounds of drinks, as the night deepened, Qin Luo stood to bid farewell to Chen Chang'an. "Chang'an, I shall come to seek your company for drinks again. Brother Qin, take care." Chen Chang'an graciously escorted Qin Luo on his departure. Qin Luo ventured deeper into the Ziyun mountain range, driven by tales of its mysteries that had long piqued his curiosity. In Jinyang City, the streets bustled with activity. Chen Changsho followed a merchant caravan into the city, primarily to procure goods, as incense was in high demand ahead of the Red Moon Festival. Additionally, he sought to ascertain the value of the protective talisman crafted by Qin Luo. At the Jinbao Pavilion, the most renowned marketplace in Jinyang City, 3 floors housed numerous expert appraisers. Chen Changsho found an available counter and presented the protective talisman to the elderly man behind it. "This talisman was a fortunate acquisition of mine. Might you assist me in appraising its worth?" The old man, with white eyebrows, leisurely sat at the counter. He took the talisman, examined the paper, and scoffed lightly, remarking that it appeared quite new, likely drawn just days prior. Chen Changsho nodded and stated, "Indeed, this talisman is a recent gift from a celestial master of the Longhu Temple. I wonder, what might it be worth?" Initially dismissive, the old man furrowed his brow upon observing the intricate patterns on the paper. He had encountered many talismans, yet none had ever left such a profound impression on him. After considerable contemplation, he found himself uncertain. "Sir, please accompany me upstairs." The old man rose and personally guided Qin Changsho to the second floor of the Jinbao Pavilion, gently knocking on a door. Elder Wu, there is a talisman that requires your discerning eye. Come in, came the response. Inside the room, an elder donned in white robes sat cross-legged upon a dais. Wu Qinglu, with a head of white hair, appeared surprisingly robust. The old man presented the protective talisman to Wu Qinglu, who scrutinized the paper intently. Qin Changsho felt a surge of anxiety, eager to learn of the talisman's value. Wu Qinglu widened his eyes, struggling to contain his excitement, as spiritual energy radiated from him, indicating his mastery of talismans. Qin Changsho, elated, inquired, Elder Wu, might I ask how much this protective talisman is worth? Wu Qinglu composed his expression and, after a moment's reflection, replied with a light chuckle. The Jinbao Pavilion is willing to offer 500 taels for this paper. 500 taels? Qin Changsho was overjoyed, yet as a seasoned merchant, he did not allow exuberance to cloud his judgment. He cautiously probed, Elder Wu, surely this protective talisman holds greater value than 500 taels. The old man beside him interjected, Sir, our Elder Wu is a practitioner of the celestial arts and would never deceive you. Realizing the elder's esteemed status, Qin Changsho quickly offered his apologies. Forgive my presumptions, esteemed master. Wu Qinglu shook his head, explaining, while this talisman is indeed remarkable, its marketability is uncertain, and our pavilion must also bear the risk. We can extend our offer to 800 taels. 800 taels it shall be, Qin Changsho acquiesced. Qin Changsho's smile was almost crooked with disbelief. He had never imagined that the talisman casually drawn by Qin Luo held such immense value. In hindsight, his previous doubts about the cultivators of Longhu Temple now seemed utterly laughable. The elder with white brows handed Qin Changsho a stack of silver notes amounting to 800 taels. Wu Qinglu rose to his feet and inquired, Old sir, may I ask which immortal master crafted this talisman? It is from Qin Luo of Longhu Temple. Longhu Temple? Qin Luo? Both Wu Qinglu and the white-browed elder had never heard of them. Where is Longhu Temple located? Next to Baiyun Town, on Luoxia Peak. The master of Longhu Temple is named Zhang Fulong, and he is Qin Luo's mentor. Thank you, old sir. After seeing Qin Changsho off, Wu Qinglu fixated on the talisman, increasingly feeling its significance. Old Su, bring me that 500-year-old fire spirit mushroom. I am going to visit Longhu Temple. The white-browed elder widened his eyes in astonishment. But, Old Wu, that spirit herb is essential for your foundation establishment. Wu Qinglu, undeterred, replied with resolute determination, I am a loose cultivator, after decades of practice. I have yet to establish my foundation. If I can exchange it for guidance from a master, it would far exceed the value of that spirit herb. The elder retrieved the fire spirit mushroom, housed in a sandalwood box, and warmth radiated even through the container. Wu Qinglu grasped the sandalwood box and hurriedly departed, vanishing into the city in the blink of an eye. At Luoxia Peak, before Longhu Temple, Wu Qinglu stood before a somewhat weathered plaque inscribed with the temple's name, his heart racing with excitement. He approached and knocked on the door, but after a lengthy wait, there was no response from within. Is the immortal master not in the temple? Or perhaps my sincerity is insufficient? Wu Qinglu paced restlessly in front of the temple. Deep within the temple, the sound of snoring emanated from a room. Zhang Fulong had just eaten his fill and was in a deep slumber, completely unaware of Wu Qingluo's knocking. In the depths of the Ziyun Mountains, towering trees loomed everywhere, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Originally devoid of paths, the mountains had transformed since Qin Luo's passage, revealing broad trails as he treaded steadily, cutting through thickets. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Qin Luo pondered, remembering how his master had warned of rampant beasts in the mountain's depths. Yet, here in the Ziyun Mountains, he encountered only small animals, with no sign of the feared beasts. In the distance, purple clouds floated above the mountains, lingering throughout the years, hence the name, Ziyun Mountains. 2 years prior, when Qin Luo had just begun his cultivation, the entire mountain range was enveloped in a sea of purple mist. During that time, he had even witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies on swords, heading into the depths of the mountains. Surely, there must be treasures hidden deep within the mountains. Qin Luo pressed on, eager to explore further, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. He entered a grove of peach trees, their branches laden with plump, crimson peaches. In the back courtyard of Longhu Temple stood an even larger and older peach tree, but it bore flowers alone, never fruit. Qin Luo reached up to pluck a large, ripe peach from the tree, wiped it clean, and savored its sweetness. He decided to take a few back with him. Suddenly, the sound of monkeys echoed through the forest. Qin Luo raised his gaze and discovered a multitude of monkeys perched upon distant trees, their brown fur glistening in the light. These creatures were robust, their eyes filled with wariness. A towering ape, standing nearly 10 feet tall, let out a resonant howl, causing the surrounding monkeys to scatter in alarm. The imposing figure of the ape cast a wary glance at Qin Luo, its apprehension unmistakable. The great ape then turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Qin Luo possessed the ability to comprehend the monkey's communication. The formidable ape had just commanded the others to vacate the area. Am I truly so fearsome? Qin Luo mused to himself with a wry smile as he continued his journey, soon encountering a profound chasm within the mountains. The intricate ravines were not of natural origin. He could ascertain that they were the result of a powerful being's destructive force. With a gentle leap, Qin Luo traversed the chasm, but not long after. He halted in his tracks. Before him lay a skeleton, its bones as lustrous as jade, though the skull was shattered. A jade skeleton. It appeared to belong to an immortal cultivator. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. The fact that even an immortal cultivator had perished in this place signified the presence of formidable entities within the mountains. Chapter 13. The Mountain Demon King in the Mountains. The white bones gleamed like jade, remarkably preserved and evidently belonging to cultivators of considerable prowess. Qin Luo heightened his vigilance as he pressed forward, intending to explore the valley. The path leading to the valley was lined with a grim array of bones, not only those of cultivators, but also colossal beast bones, marked with clear sword scars. Suddenly, Qin Luo halted, noticing half-buried bones in the earth. Nearby lay a light gray cloth bag. Its physical form decayed while the bag itself remained intact, suggesting it was no ordinary item. He picked up the bag from the ground. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he inspected the contents and discovered a vast space within, approximately the size of his own room, filled with numerous yellow stones. These were likely spirit stones, imbued with a wealth of spiritual essence. Moreover, the bag contained several exquisite garments and a few books. Upon perusal, Qin Luo discerned 2 of the tomes to be cultivation methods, alongside insights from the practitioner. The writings were attributed to Shun Jingqiu, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had ventured to the Ziyun mountain range in search of opportunities for advancement. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior, Qin Luo murmured as he stowed the bag. Not far off, he spotted a broken sword emblazoned with the insignia of the Wind and Thunder Sword sect, a clear indication that Shun Jingqiu had perished here, likely at the hands of a formidable foe. Though I cannot avenge you, I can assist in finding you a resting place. Qin Luo buried Shun Jingqiu's remains on a sunlit slope, where a beautiful vista unfolded before him. Beyond the valley lay a crystal-clear stream. The waters were so transparent that fish and shrimp were visible beneath the surface, glimmering with light. Approaching the stream, Qin Luo noticed fragments of gold and jade scattered on the bottom. He crouched down and retrieved a silver-white jade stone, observing intricate patterns upon it, seemingly indestructible. The gold fragments resembled shards of armor, while the jade appeared to be remnants of some artifact, indicating that a fierce battle had transpired nearby. Suddenly, a shadow darted closer. Qin Luo's attention was drawn to a small creature in the water, a little otter, its fur glossy and black, shaking its head playfully. The adorable otter elicited a smile from Qin Luo as he waved, beckoning it to approach. The otter emitted a sound reminiscent of a child's laughter. To Qin Luo's surprise, he understood its language. It possessed many of those stones and wished to trade them for food. What would you like to eat? He inquired softly, yet his voice resonated like a bell in the otter's mind. The otter stood upright, pointing with its tiny paw toward a nearby peach grove, chattering eagerly. It desired the peaches from the mountain. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, while he had little interest in the jade stones. The otter's cuteness compelled him to return to the grove and pluck several large, round, and perfectly ripened peaches. Before long, he returned with the peaches. Upon seeing them, the little otter covered its mouth in delight, stifling a giggle. After Qin Luo placed the peaches into the stream, a small otter emitted a series of plaintive squeaks, clutching several golden jade stones in its embrace, its large eyes shimmering with light. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. observing the earnest demeanor of the little creature as he reached out to receive the jade stones. The otter then turned, carrying the peaches away. But after swimming a short distance, it suddenly glanced back and spotted Qin Luo crossing the stream towards the valley, its pupils narrowing in alarm. It squeaked loudly, warning him of an ancient creature residing within the valley, urging him to steer clear. "Thank you for your warning, little one," Qin Luo replied with a gentle smile, undeterred by fear as he continued his approach, eager to explore further. Upon entering the valley, he was greeted by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The ground was carpeted with lush grass, devoid of towering trees. In the sunlit center of the valley stood a diminutive golden tree, not very tall and sparse in foliage, yet adorned with several golden fruits, the largest resembling a lychee, while the smallest was akin to a cherry. Nearby lay a massive black bear, snoring thunderously as it slumbered. Qin Luo observed the bear from a distance, noting the numerous gruesome scars adorning its body. Some were claw marks from battles with demonic beasts, while others were sword wounds inflicted by cultivators. The abundance of spiritual energy within the valley suggested the bear's formidable strength, yet Qin Luo felt no sense of threat, recognizing that the energy within the bear was far inferior to that of the dragon maiden. The small tree near the bear was undoubtedly special. Had the bear not been present, he might have considered plucking a couple of its fruits to taste. However, with the bear guarding the tree, he had no intention of seizing its treasures. Qin Luo's attention was drawn to the depths of the valley, where two towering stone statues stood, dragon-headed and human-bodied, their fierce eyes wide open, resembling gatekeepers. Between them loomed a grand stone door, upon which the characters' purple mansion were intricately carved. A golden light shimmered in Qin Luo's eyes as he discerned a small world within the purple mansion, softly murmuring, "This must be the paradise my master spoke of. How intriguing." Suddenly, the snoring ceased. The black bear sensed Qin Luo's presence, and the valley fell into a hushed silence. The bear opened its eyes, regarding Qin Luo with palpable wariness. Unlike previous cultivators, who had always approached with hostility, this young Taoist had appeared silently in the valley. The bear, tense and alert, realized that anyone capable of venturing deep into the mountains, unblemished and pristine, must possess considerable significance. Noticing the bear's anxious demeanor, Qin Luo smiled and said, "If I have disturbed you, I beg your pardon." The bear did not sense any hostility. Previous cultivators had approached with aggression, but Qin Luo's genial smile set him apart from the rest. "Your humility is noted," the bear replied, rising to its full height of over 10 feet, clasping its paws together in a respectful gesture, speaking in a human tongue. Qin Luo gently replied, "No need for such formalities. Is the paradise beyond also within your domain?" "Master, this old bear only claims this single precious tree. I have never ventured into the paradise beyond," the bear responded. The black bear scratched its head, appearing rather simple-minded. Yet, it had taken the lives of countless cultivators and ferocious beasts. Encountering a paradise where treasures might lie, Qin Luo intended to explore the purple mansion cave. Upon seeing Qin Luo approach, the bear immediately prostrated itself on the ground, not daring to look up, and respectfully declared, "Taoist, you are a guest from afar. Please feel free to pluck the celestial fruits from the tree." Given the bear's initiative, Qin Luo graciously accepted, plucking a small golden fruit and placing it in his mouth. The fruit transformed into a warm current, its rich energy nourishing his flesh and blood. "This is indeed a marvelous item," Qin Luo mused with a smile. As the celestial fruit contained immense vitality, the bear's eyes widened. It required a significant amount of time to refine the energy from the fruit it consumed. Yet Qin Luo appeared completely unaffected, as if merely drinking water. "May I take another?" "Taoist, you may take as many as you desire." Qin Luo then selected a larger fruit, storing it in his bag of holding, intending to bring it back for his junior sister. His master, with unfathomable depth and cultivation, had no need for such items. "I am Qin Luo, from the falling sunset peak, Longhu Temple. I owe you a favor," he said earnestly. The bear chuckled and waved his paw. "Taoist, I am Xiong Shan. This trivial celestial fruit is of no consequence." Even a drop of kindness would not be forgotten by Qin Luo as he ventured deeper into the valley, near the stone door. Xiong Shan followed closely behind, his head bowed. Upon reaching the stone door, Qin Luo noticed a crack from which a peculiar energy emanated. suffusing the valley with rich spiritual aura and causing the sky to be adorned with a purple cloud. Taoist, I once wished to open this stone door, but it is too heavy for me to budge, Xiangshan remarked respectfully. As a demon king, possessing a demon core and formidable strength, even he could not move the door. Not everyone could enter the paradise. Qin Luo placed his hand upon the stone door, exerting a gentle force, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Xiangshan's eyes widened. Such strength could easily crush him with a mere finger. This won't do. Qin Luo withdrew his hand. Any further exertion could potentially devastate the mountain itself. Xiangshan felt a chill run down his spine, relieved he had not opposed Qin Luo, for the consequences would have been dire. Since brute force proved ineffective, Qin Luo employed a technique of evasion, forming seals with his hands as his body radiated a golden light. The evasion technique he practiced allowed him not only to traverse the earth and penetrate mountains, but also to slip into the void. A mere stone door was no obstacle for him. What incredible powers! Xiangshan exclaimed, watching as Qin Luo passed through the stone door. Chapter 14. The Purple Mansion Cave Heaven. In the radiant embrace of sunlight and a gentle breeze, Qin Luo found himself amidst an expansive grassland, teeming with vitality and suffused with rich energy. The vastness of this realm surpassed that of Baiyun Town. As he surveyed his surroundings, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the essence of this domain. At the heart of the grassland stood a magnificent palace, encircled by a crystal-clear lake. To the left lay a garden, while to the right was a medicinal herb garden, and behind it, an expansive training ground. The Purple Mansion Cave Heaven could be likened to a utopia, yet Qin Luo, who cherished tranquility, felt that living here alone might strip him of his emotions, rendering existence unbearably dull. Approaching the shimmering lake, he noted its clarity, infused with abundant spiritual essence. An unsettling sensation washed over him, as though he were being observed. Raising his gaze, he beheld the sun above, a colossal, fiery eye riveted upon him. This sun of the Purple Mansion Cave Heaven was a magnificent vertical eye, akin to a celestial body, radiating searing light. The transformation of a fearsome beast's eye into the sun was a grand feat indeed. Qin Luo's expression shifted slightly. The pressure emanating from this vertical eye exceeded even that of the Mirror Lake Dragon Maiden. Within the eye, he discerned intricate patterns, concealing lethal formations likely devised to ward off intruders. He stood resolute, facing the eye. The atmosphere in the Purple Mansion Cave Heaven was eerily silent, the vertical eye embodying cataclysmic energy. Qin Luo remained unfazed, as steadfast as a mountain before calamity, his gaze unblinking even in the presence of danger. Suddenly, the vertical eye closed, unable to withstand Qin Luo's gaze. In an instant, the formerly sunlit Purple Mansion Cave Heaven transformed into a nightscape, adorned with a myriad of stars. However, these twinkling lights were not genuine celestial bodies, but rather countless luminous gems scattered across the sky. Qin Luo recalled ancient legends, open eyes heralding day, closed eyes ushering night. Could this be the eye of the Candle Dragon? The formidable being responsible for the creation of the Purple Mansion Cave Heaven was undeniably powerful, yet had vanished without a trace. Intending to traverse to the palace across the lake, Qin Luo sensed an unusual aura emanating from the water. He swiftly plucked a feather-like green blade of grass from the shore and cast it into the lake. The grass plummeted rapidly, disappearing without a trace in the shallow waters. Qin Luo observed keenly. The grass had not vanished but had been decomposed, merging with the lake itself. It was no wonder that the lake harbored no fish or shrimp. Any cultivator daring to step into its depths would likely leave no remnants behind. Though the Purple Mansion Cave Heaven appeared tranquil, it concealed perilous traps. The vertical eye above and the lake before the palace posed a dire threat. Any ordinary cultivator who ventured here would surely be overwhelmed. A golden glimmer flickered in Qin Luo's eyes as he discerned an unusual rule within the lake, rendering spells ineffective. Should a cultivator recklessly attempt to ascend, they would surely plummet into the lake's center. Intrigued, Qin Luo crouched down to cast a spell, pressing his 5 fingers against the ground. Stone pillars began to rise around him, growing taller and surpassing even the height of the lake. As the pillars toppled, a stone bridge emerged. Qin Luo traversed the stone bridge to arrive before the palace, which was immaculately clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. The palace boasted resplendent decorations, yet it exuded an atmosphere of desolation. Within the palace, any single item could be considered a priceless treasure, yet Qin Luo felt no interest in them. He made his way to the innermost chamber, where a white jade altar was prominently displayed, accompanied by a golden incense burner. Resting upon the altar was a jade pendant. As Qin Luo approached, he refrained from touching the pendant, instead using his spiritual sense to probe for any anomalies. The pendant emanated a wave of soul energy, revealing to him a slender figure with cascading violet hair draping gracefully over her shoulders. Fated one, the purple mansion will one day belong to you. Senior, do you not desire the purple mansion? I cannot return. Senior, I can safeguard the purple mansion for you. Should you return, it shall remain yours. Very well. The value of such a celestial abode is beyond measure. Yet the violet-haired fairy found Qin Luo amusing for his lack of greed. Qin Luo could only glimpse her back, unable to discern her true visage. May I inquire your name, esteemed one? My true name is entwined with fate. Even a mere thought could bring calamity upon you. Qin Luo's expression turned to one of astonishment. The violet-clad fairy before him, if her true form still existed, could potentially surpass even his own master. I am Qin Luo, hailing from the Falling Sunset Peaks Dragon and Tiger Monastery. The lineage of the Dragon and Tiger Monastery has not been severed? Indeed. The founder of the monastery was a disciple of the Dao ancestor, who perished in that cataclysmic battle. I had believed the monastery would fade into oblivion, yet it has endured to this day. Qin Luo was taken aback by the illustrious history of the monastery. Previously, he had doubted his master's words, unaware of the modesty that concealed such profound tales. Was it a battle among immortals? Indeed. Then, esteemed one, for whom did you fight? For no one. The violet-haired fairy spoke softly. All beings suffer. We are all striving to navigate our own turmoil, scarcely able to secure our own existence, let alone assist others. Qin Luo pondered deeply, recalling similar sentiments expressed by Jiang Qingxue. The heavens are a cage, the flesh a shackle, all imprisoned within this realm. The senior sought to escape this world. Truly, as a practitioner from the Dragon and Tiger Monastery, perhaps we shall cross paths again on the path to immortality. The fairy's laughter was melodious and bright. Qin Luo, though somewhat perplexed, bowed respectfully. Esteemed one, I shall not intrude upon your rest. Wait, take the jade pendant with you. The violet pendant floated before Qin Luo. He hesitated, for within it resided a fragment of the violet-haired fairy's soul, and carrying it felt peculiar. Do you believe I would harm you? Not at all. It is merely that there are distinctions between genders. Do you have a favored woman? None. Then why do you mind? I dislike the sensation of being observed. The violet-haired fairy turned to him with a smile. Her features were somewhat indistinct, yet her silhouette radiated beauty. Worry not, little one, for I shall not intrude upon your life. Qin Luo extended his hand to catch the jade pendant, feeling its chill. Within the pendant, the spirit of the violet-haired fairy quivered. Her fragmented soul had lingered in the cold darkness for countless millennia, and for the first time, she felt warmth again. Thank you, Qin Luo, the violet-haired fairy spoke softly. Her voice was soothing to Qin Luo, eliciting a smile from him as he replied, Senior, I may have many questions to consult you about in the future. Of course, the violet-haired fairy nodded with a gentle laugh. Qin Luo took out his cosmos bag, intending to place the jade pendant inside, but the fairy raised an eyebrow and coughed lightly, saying, Keep it on your person, not in the cosmos bag. My apologies. Qin Luo retracted the cosmos bag. He then retrieved a red cord. The fairy frowned slightly and remarked, Little one, I do not wish to attract attention. Please keep the pendant close to your heart. It will nurture your physique and be beneficial to you. Very well, Qin Luo complied, placing the pendant against his chest. Inside the pendant, the violet-haired fairy basked in the long-awaited warmth, akin to the first ray of sunlight illuminating the earth, dispelling the darkness around her. She gazed at the approaching golden mist, murmuring, This is the righteous aura. Only saints possess such righteousness. The fairy raised her hand to form a seal, enveloped in chaotic light. However, her brow furrowed moments later. She had intended to delve into Qin Luo's foundation, but found her residual soul too weak to perceive anything. Once outside the palace, Qin Luo cheerfully inquired, Senior, are there any treasures in the Purple Mansion cave that you no longer desire? The violet-haired fairy chuckled, covering her mouth. This entire Purple Mansion cave could be yours. Take whatever you wish. Qin Luo wandered into the garden near the palace, where wisteria flowers flourished. Senior, You seem to have a fondness for purple, he remarked. Purple possesses a certain charm, she replied. Look, there's a gourd here. Reaching the center of the garden, he gazed at the golden gourd hanging from the vine, which stood out remarkably. This gourd is one of the few treasures left in the Purple Mansion cave. When I departed in my true form, the golden gourd was still small, so I did not take it with me. Senior, it seems there is more to this gourd. You have a keen eye. This golden gourd can hold the waters of an entire river and can also be refined into a demon-repelling gourd. It serves well as a wine gourd, too. Such wastefulness, Qin Luo remarked, taking the golden gourd. He had no intention of turning it into a demon-repelling gourd, but rather envisioned using it to collect morning dew. In the medicinal garden near the palace, the spiritual energy was dense, yet all the surrounding spiritual herbs had withered, save for a small tree in the center, which still thrived amidst swirling purple mist. This is the primordial tree, a rare divine tree. If it were to grow into a towering giant, it would be an unparalleled treasure. Holding the primordial tree would allow one to pierce through the heavens, reverse yin and yang, traverse the cosmos, and command reincarnation. Alas, its growth demands an immense amount of energy. If it were to leave this place, it could quickly turn an entire region into desolation. Indeed impressive, Qin Luo mused. But I cannot afford to nurture it. He found it senseless to sacrifice an entire region for the sake of a single tree. He would never commit such an act against nature. The violet-haired fairy chuckled softly, contemplating that a millennium hence, this primordial tree would likely rival the most extraordinary of divine weapons. She hoped that by then, she would still be alive. The leaves of the primordial tree possessed the remarkable ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the body, offering a transformative effect. One could even pluck a leaf. Qin Luo took a leaf, chewed it, and felt an ethereal lightness enveloping him, as a powerful energy coursed through his being. The violet-clad fairy was momentarily entranced. The leaves of the primordial tree were indestructible, harboring terrifying energy, typically worn to nourish the flesh over prolonged periods. For a more accelerated effect, one could indulge in a medicinal bath infused with the primordial leaves. Qin Luo treated the primordial leaf as sustenance, leaving her utterly speechless, at a loss for words. Its flavor was rather ordinary, yet it warmed his internal organs pleasantly. He subsequently plucked 2 more leaves. The violet-haired fairy regarded Qin Luo as if he were a creature of myth, utterly bewildered by the origins of such a disciple. Qin Luo, upon your departure, do not disclose my existence to anyone. No problem. The violet-haired fairy, wary of unnecessary complications, recognized the formidable strength of Qin Luo. Anticipating that he was surrounded by equally powerful allies, he tucked the primordial leaves away, admiring the beauty of the Purple Mansion's celestial realm, yet felt no attachment as he turned to depart from that place. Chapter 15. Wu Xiantian Xiangshan sat before the treasured tree, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation over whether to depart with it from this place. Just then, a golden light illuminated the valley, heralding the arrival of Qin Luo. The sunlight outside felt far more pleasant. Sir, Xiangshan said, his expression fraught with anxiety. Qin Luo produced a leaf of hongmeng. This is a leaf I obtained from the Zifu cave, and it should be sufficient to counter those 2 spiritual fruits. Xiangshan accepted the shimmering, violet-hued leaf, aware of its unparalleled worth, causing him to tremble with excitement. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy squinted her beautiful eyes. This leaf was far more precious than the treasured tree owned by the great black bear, yet Qin Luo generously bestowed such a valuable item upon him. Xiangshan had originally thought Qin Luo would covet the tree, but now he realized he had overestimated his own importance. He knelt and bowed his head to the ground, shaking the valley itself. If you ever require my assistance, I, the old bear, am willing to brave fire and water for you without hesitation. You are the sovereign of these mountains. Do not commit needless slaughter in the future, Qin Luo cautioned. Xiangshan, though submissive before Qin Luo, was inherently tempestuous. Any ordinary creature venturing near the valley would likely meet a grim fate. I, the old bear, shall heed your teachings. As Qin Luo departed the valley, Xiangshan followed closely behind. This is far enough, Qin Luo gestured, and Xiangshan bowed deeply, saying, Safe travels, sir. Qin Luo proceeded toward the peach grove. In the stream, a shadow surfaced. A young otter rubbed its eyes in disbelief, observing Qin Luo's retreating figure, astonished that he had emerged from the valley alive. While passing through the peach grove, Qin Luo plucked an abundance of peaches, intending to bring them back for his little junior sister. As evening fell, Qin Luo arrived at Shueyue village. The village lay in desolation, overshadowed by a magnificent mountain, rich in spiritual essence. Ascending to its peak, he beheld the surrounding mountains and could even glimpse Shuanghe village in the distance. Qin Luo scanned the horizon and spotted Ziyu in the mountains, gathering pigweed and foraging for wild vegetables, utterly engrossed in her tasks. "That is my little junior sister," he pointed into the distance, a smile gracing his features. The violet-haired fairy noticed the young girl and chuckled softly. "I too enjoyed foraging for wild vegetables in my youth. Back then, I often went hungry and felt cold. Yet I was carefree." Qin Luo nodded in agreement, settling into a meditative posture atop the mountain, preparing to spend the night there. As the sun set and the moon rose, the stars shone brilliantly, and with the onset of autumn, the cicada's cries grew increasingly poignant. Night enveloped him as Qin Luo basked in the starlight, the luminous moonlight cascading upon him. His consciousness ventured into the inner realm, where snowflakes danced through the air, allowing him to cultivate spells with remarkable efficiency. In this inner landscape, mysterious substances nourished Qin Luo's spirit, and he sat cross-legged upon the snowy expanse, his vitality surging. Above him, 3 enigmatic flowers began to manifest, one pure white and sacred, another radiant with golden light, and the last dark and devoid of luster. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy sensed an unusual fluctuation and discerned the ethereal remnants of 3 flowers blooming between Qin Luo's brows. The gathering of these 3 flowers signified an impressive vitality. Throughout history, the number of formidable beings who have achieved the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown is exceedingly rare. To my astonishment, this young individual has attained such a state at such a tender age. Could he be a natural-born sage? A smile graced the lips of the violet-haired fairy. Perhaps her journey with him would not be tedious. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight enveloped Qin Luo, radiating a sacred aura. A tall figure stood atop the mountain, adorned in a flowing violet gown, exuding nobility and elegance. "The transformation here is indeed remarkable." The violet-haired fairy sighed softly, glancing back at Qin Luo, who appeared to be in a rather extraordinary state. Over the course of a single night, his aura had ascended several levels. Could he have been in an inner realm? In the inner realm, the sun blazed fiercely, heat waves rolling relentlessly. Qin Luo had departed from the snowy plains and ventured into the desert, where the ground was a fiery crimson, akin to a furnace. An entire night in the outer world equated to half a year in the inner realm. Initially, Qin Luo had intended to wait for Jiang Qingxue in the snowy expanse. Yet her prolonged absence led him to believe she might not return. Contemplating the exploration of other locales within the inner realm, he embarked on a lengthy journey, traversing thousands of miles without encountering any cultivators or significant fortuitous encounters. In the distance, blood-red light soared into the sky. A broken sword was embedded at an angle in the crimson sands, surrounded by towering golden bones that rivaled mountains. Even in death, this skeletal giant stood unyielding, distorting the surrounding space as if time itself had ceased to flow. Such overwhelming pressure. Qin Luo gazed at the distant remains with a hint of astonishment. Could it be the fallen of the divine race? The imposing figure exuded formidable might, rendering the mountains mere ants before it. Qin Luo felt a profound shock yet remained undaunted, for this was a being long past. As he approached the golden bones, Qin Luo suddenly halted, sensing a fluctuation of divine consciousness. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with golden light, and discovered intricate golden patterns adorning the brow of the skeletal remains. These patterns were enigmatic, and he discerned faint waves of divine consciousness within them. Perhaps the divine being had not completely perished. Crack! The golden bones trembled violently. The golden patterns ignited with brilliance. Qin Luo felt a powerful presence awakening, as a towering entity clad in golden armor emerged, its long golden hair cascading like that of a sovereign deity. The majestic being appeared before Qin Luo. With a smile, Qin Luo clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I happened to pass through this place. If I have caused any disturbance, I beg your forgiveness, esteemed elder." The towering being shook its head and laughed heartily. "You bring me hope, for which I owe you my gratitude." "What hope?" Qin Luo inquired, confusion evident in his eyes. The being smiled and elucidated, "I am trapped here. and you possess the ability to aid my escape. Curiosity piqued, Qin Luo responded, Esteemed elder, how can I assist you in leaving? The being's gaze burned with intensity. Once you depart the inner realm, call upon my true name, and I shall return to the mortal realm. Qin Luo had previously inquired about the true name of the violet-haired fairy, yet she had refrained from answering due to the weight of the consequences involved. The being before him was undoubtedly formidable, and with a serious expression, Qin Luo stated, Esteemed elder, to invoke your true name, I shall bear the weight of the consequences. The towering being nodded, half kneeling on the ground, yet able to meet Qin Luo's gaze unwaveringly. I, Wu Xiantian, can form a pact with you. Simply utter my true name, and I shall serve you faithfully. You were once a deity of great stature, and now you are willing to submit to me? Qin Luo inquired. Though I am neither mortal nor perishable, being confined here is a fate more dreadful than death. Contemplating this, Qin Luo acknowledged the formidable strength of the being before him. It would be advantageous to have such an ally by his side for future endeavors. Very well, he acquiesced with a nod. Wu Xiantian raised his palm before Qin Luo. The latter placed his hand upon the being's massive palm, and they forged a master-servant contract. A brilliant flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. And Wu Xiantian exclaimed with excitement, I am Wu Xiantian, ready to fight for my master across the realms. Qin Luo responded with a smile, Old Wu, I have no interest in conflicts. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. As you command, Wu Xiantian laughed heartily, his robust frame exuding a hearty sincerity. I shall first depart from this inner realm, he declared. As he spoke, Qin Luo exited the inner realm, his consciousness returning to his sea of awareness, feeling rejuvenated, as if reborn. A stream of violet light penetrated the jade pendant nestled in his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Luo found the outer world to be bustling in contrast to the desolation of the inner realm. Were you just in the inner realm? A gentle voice inquired at his ear. Qin Luo nodded. Senior, are you also aware of the inner realm? The violet-haired fairy chuckled softly. Indeed, the inner realm is merely a fragment of the divine realm. After the divine realm was shattered, it was divided into the realms of the virtual and the real. The virtual realm corresponds to the inner realm, while the real realm became what is known as the celestial realm. Now I understand, Qin Luo mused, finally grasping the origins of the inner realm. Although he had just emerged, a considerable amount of time had passed within. Without delay, he called out loudly, Wu Xiantian. With a thunderous boom, the sound of lightning echoed, and the entire Ziyun mountain range trembled. Chapter 16. The Guardian of the Gate. A sudden clap of thunder echoed through the air. Ziyue was washing clothes by the river, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and bright, but now dark clouds swirled ominously, lightning dancing like a spider's web, as if the heavens themselves were fracturing. What misfortune! What misfortune! Clutching her wooden basin, Ziyue hurried home, moving like the wind. On a distant mountain peak, Qin Luo gazed at the thunderous sky. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy narrowed her enchanting eyes, sensing the presence of a powerful being from the divine race crossing realms. Summoning the divine race, it was becoming increasingly intriguing. The violet-haired fairy was filled with curiosity about Qin Luo. In another realm, Wu Xiantian responded to Qin Luo's call. An imprint appeared between the brow of the golden skeletal figure, followed by a radiant column of golden light that pierced the heavens. The sky shattered, and a resplendent golden light descended as a towering being clad in golden armor knelt before Qin Luo, holding a broad sword, and respectfully declared, My master. I am Qin Luo. You may call me Old Qin. Qin Luo regarded Wu Xiantian as a friend. Master Qin. Wu Xiantian bowed deeply. Rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future. As you command, Wu Xiantian stood, clad in golden armor, his gaze resolute and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence akin to that of a divine king. Even in his current spectral form, he radiated a terrifying aura. Far away in Jinghu village, both the land god and dragon maiden of Jinghu frowned simultaneously, sensing a terrifying entity emerging from the Ziyun mountain range, a presence that sent shivers down their spines. Old Wu, could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Ha ha ha, no problem. Wu Xiantian concealed his aura, and the overwhelming pressure enveloping the mountains dissipated. Qin Luo's consciousness appeared within the jade pendant. Elder, you hold no enmity with the divine race, do you? Little one. All the divine beings who opposed me are dead. You need not concern yourself with them." The violet-haired fairy shook her head and chuckled, her voice gentle yet commanding. "Truly impressive, elder. You are not lacking either." Qin Luo beamed, his instincts telling him that the violet-haired fairy was formidable, even stronger than Wu Xiantian. Currently, the violet-haired fairy was in a weakened state, unable to discern Qin Luo's true cultivation, and she was curious about who his master might be, capable of nurturing such an exceptional disciple. Previously, there had been many powerful beings within the Ziyun mountain range, yet after the violet-haired fairy emerged, none were seen. She sensed something amiss. Not long after, the Ziyun mountain range returned to normal. Qin Luo sat atop the mountain basking in the sun, while Wu Xiantian stood beside him, sword in hand. "Old Wu, I see you are exceptionally gifted. Your status in the divine realm must have been quite high, correct?" "Not too high, not too low. My role was to guard the heavenly gate, handling the dirty and arduous tasks." Wu Xiantian remained humble. To guard the heavenly gate was a mark of distinction among the divine race. "You seem to be in a rather poor state now." Qin Luo sensed that Wu Xiantian appeared strong outwardly, but was internally weakened, far from the might he exhibited in the inner realm. His current state was even inferior to the residual spirit of the violet-haired fairy within the jade pendant. "Master Qin, you speak truly. My endeavors in crossing boundaries have drained my energy, leaving me with but a fraction of my strength. Can you restore it? It is a formidable challenge. I was originally a divine general guarding the heavenly gate, but with its collapse, I have lost the source of my divine might." Wu Xiantian sighed in resignation. Qin Luo, aware that the divine beings could absorb the essence of incense, pondered for a moment and asked, "Old Wu, would you be willing to become the guardian of the gate?" Without much hesitation, Wu Xiantian nodded. "The guardian of the gate protects the lights of countless homes. It is indeed fitting for me." Rising to his full height, Qin Luo, tall and striking, with an air of nobility about him, sported a handsome visage and a radiant smile. Wu Xiantian, who had been smiling, suddenly froze upon seeing the seriousness in Qin Luo's expression, which was devoid of jest. The mountaintop fell into a profound silence. Qin Luo's eyes glimmered with a golden light, exuding an overwhelming dominance as his aura surged dramatically. The once diminutive figure amidst the heavens and earth now appeared majestic. "Wu Xiantian, by the name of the Tao Ancestor, I hereby appoint you as the guardian of the Ziyun mountain range, to safeguard the countless lights of Ziyun mountain." In that instant, Wu Xiantian once again felt the presence of the heavenly Tao and knelt before Qin Luo. "This humble servant accepts the command," he declared, bowing in gratitude. It was as if he sensed the presence of the heavenly emperor. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy remained silent, initially believing that Qin Luo's words were mere banter. Little did she expect the deification to be genuine. Such an act bore immense karmic weight. Not everyone could endure it. Historically, those who were bestowed with divinity were beings at the pinnacle of existence, yet none met a favorable end, including the Tao Ancestor who once suppressed the three realms, ultimately meeting his demise. The fairy's expression grew increasingly grave. Having no physical form, Wu Xiantian found his divine essence solidifying upon becoming the guardian of the gate, and his divine power began to rejuvenate. "Old Wu, rise," Qin Luo commanded. "Thank you for your trust, Master Qin. I shall diligently fulfill my duties and protect the people of Ziyun Mountain," Wu Xiantian replied, rising with renewed vigor. Qin Luo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Old Wu, when I return to Longhu Temple, I will ensure to spread the word." "Thank you, Master Qin," Wu Xiantian said, clasping his hands in salute. "I shall familiarize myself with the people of the mountain. Should you require anything, I am at your service." "Go forth," Qin Luo replied with an encouraging nod. Wu Xiantian transformed into a beam of golden light and departed. Qin Luo's actions not only provided Wu Xiantian with a purpose, but also aimed to safeguard the inhabitants of Ziyun Mountain. With the guardian of the gate's protection, the villagers would no longer have to fear malevolent spirits. "Are you not concerned about the karmic repercussions of bestowing divinity?" The gentle voice of the violet-haired fairy echoed in his ears. Qin Luo's consciousness materialized within the jade pendant, and he smiled as he explained, "Senior, my master has stated that he governs the Ziyun mountain range. Thus, I appointed Old Wu as its guardian. Your master may be formidable, yet even the Tao Ancestor faced great tribulations upon conferring divinity. Can he truly surpass the Tao Ancestor?" "Thank you for your warning, Senior," Qin Luo acknowledged, understanding that the violet-haired fairy had his best interests at heart. Should trouble arise, he would call upon his master for assistance. As Qin Luo departed from the mountaintop, he recalled that today was the Red Moon Festival, a time when every household paid homage to their ancestors. At the foot of the mountain, he encountered a family engaged in ancestral rites. A middle-aged man clad in splendid robes was burning paper money before a grave with his children. Just as he passed by, they exclaimed, "Immortal Master." The middle-aged man in elegant attire greeted warmly. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. "Esteemed Master, may I inquire if you have a moment?" With ample time at his disposal, Qin Luo inquired cheerfully, "Is there something on your mind?" The man, with a respectful demeanor, introduced himself. "I am Zheng Yuan, the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion in Jinyang City. Might I ask about the feng shui of this place?" "The feng shui here is quite acceptable," Qin Luo replied with a smile, having anticipated a matter of greater significance. Zheng Yuan, somewhat perplexed, expressed his confusion. "Business at the fragrant pavilion has been poor this year. I consulted with Master Zhang at Longhu Temple, who claimed that the feng shui of my ancestral grave is unfavorable." Qin Luo meticulously assessed the feng shui of the area, sensing that it was rather good. "Given your master's prowess, it should not be miscalculated. Perhaps this does not pertain to your ancestral grave." "How could that be?" "It belongs to my father," Zheng Yuan insisted. With a serious expression, Qin Luo remarked, "Good feng shui can indeed bestow fortune upon descendants, yet its effects are limited. If business is lacking, one should seek the root cause within the operations of the tavern." "Thank you for your concern." Zheng Yuan's face darkened. Qin Luo shook his head and continued on his way. Zheng Yuan resumed burning paper offerings, increasingly troubled by his thoughts. "Father, could it be that I was truly adopted?" In Shuanghe village, Ziyue had just hung up freshly washed clothes, while Dahuang lounged in the courtyard and Zifeng tugged at Dahuang's tail. The scene in the yard radiated warmth. Zimu and Su Rong had gone to the town for errands, leaving only the siblings at home. As Qin Luo approached the courtyard, Ziyue noticed his arrival. "Senior brother, you are here." A gentle breeze swept by. Ziyue excitedly ran forward. Qin Luo opened his Qinkuan bag and produced peaches he had gathered from the mountains, smiling softly. "These are peaches from the mountains. I brought them for you to taste." "Thank you, senior brother." Ziyue beamed, taking the peaches inside to wash them. She then brought out a stool and table, her little face adorned with a sweet smile. "Senior brother, please have a seat." Qin Luo settled onto the stool. "As senior brother." Zifeng sidled up, grinning foolishly. "Zifeng, do not disturb senior brother," Ziyue said, her face serious. Zifeng obediently nodded, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Qin Luo reached out to gently pinch Zifeng's face. "Little Feng, do you wish to cultivate at Longhu Temple in the future? Is there meat to eat in cultivation?" "No. My mother says that studying allows one to eat meat." "Then you must study diligently." "MHM." Zifeng wiped his mouth, which had been salivating. "Senior brother, please enjoy this tea. It's made from our homegrown tea leaves." Ziyue presented a cup of freshly brewed tea to Qin Luo. He lifted the cup to savor it, the tea exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance, and found it quite enjoyable. "This tea is excellent," he commented. Ziyue's face glowed with pride, and she sweetly said, "Senior brother, once we return to the temple, I will brew tea for you every day." "That sounds wonderful," Qin Luo replied with a smile. Ziyue placed the washed peaches into a basket, with Zifeng trailing behind, eager to taste the fruit. "Senior brother, the peaches are ready." Qin Luo smiled gently and said, "Little junior sister, I have eaten plenty. You all enjoy." Upon hearing this, Ziyue handed the basket to Zifeng, who eagerly took a large, luscious peach, his face adorned with an innocent grin. "Hee. Thank you, sister. Thank you, senior brother. Remember, we must not waste." "I understand." The basket contained many more peaches, and Ziyue noticed a small golden fruit nestled within. It appeared rather unremarkable, yet she picked it up and examined it closely, thinking it must be edible since it was picked by her senior brother. Unbeknownst to Qin Luo, he had placed this golden spiritual fruit alongside the peaches, intending it for Ziyue, and it was serendipitously discovered by her. Ziyue popped the golden spiritual fruit into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. What a peculiar taste. However, immediately after consuming the fruit, she felt an unsettling sensation in her body, as if her internal organs were ablaze. Fearing that her senior brother might worry, she bravely suppressed the pain and remained silent. Chapter 17. The method of 5 Qi returning to origin. Ziyu crouched on the ground, clutching her knees, her petite form trembling incessantly. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as her blood surged and her internal organs felt scorched. Qin Luo was acutely aware of his junior sister's distress. The spiritual fruit unleashed a ferocious energy, channeling through her meridians. This process was excruciating, yet enduring it would yield significant rewards. Having practiced under Qin Luo for some time, Ziyu bathed daily in the radiant light, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Her physique stronger than that of an ordinary child, barely capable of withstanding the violent energy of the spiritual fruit. Your junior sister does not even grasp the most fundamental cultivation techniques, observed the purple-haired fairy, noting the chaotic energy swirling within Ziyu. Qin Luo responded with his consciousness. Master has taught us meditation as a form of cultivation. We are distinct from other practitioners. The purple-haired fairy raised an eyebrow. Meditation is an ancient practice that demands profound comprehension. Your junior sister's aptitude is rather lacking. Thus, the effects of consuming the spiritual fruit will be diminished. The fact that even the fairy deemed the method ancient affirmed Master's teachings were indeed valid. Although my junior sister's comprehension is not high, her diligence is commendable. Qin Luo remarked with a smile, confident that Ziyu's efforts would eventually bear fruit. The purple-haired fairy regarded him with admiration. Little one, if you do not mind, I possess a meditation technique that would greatly benefit your junior sister. That would be wonderful. Qin Luo did not hesitate, as he had initially intended to share a cultivation method he had discovered in the mountains. But the fairy's technique would undoubtedly surpass that of the Wind and Thunder Sword sect. The fairy lifted her hand. A strand of violet light emerged from her jade pendant, ultimately settling between Ziyu's brows. As Ziyu squatted on the ground, striving to meditate, her mind was a blank canvas. Suddenly, a strand of purple light appeared within her consciousness. Upon contact, her understanding surged as if enlightenment had struck, allowing her to instantly master the method of 5 Qi returning to origin. Ziyu's body began to autonomously operate the technique, and Qin Luo noted the energy within her gradually stabilizing, her breathing adopting a rhythmic pattern, no longer leaking energy. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder, Ziyu expressed gratefully. The purple-haired fairy nodded with a gentle smile, seeing her as akin to witnessing my past self. Was your comprehension poor as well, esteemed elder? Inquired Qin Luo. Mediocre at best. Many gifted cultivators rise swiftly only to fade into obscurity, she replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia. You emerged from humble beginnings. I admire that. I have endured countless tribulations, achieving immortality, yet I find myself in solitude, as though eternal life were a curse. The fairy sighed softly, her lament echoing through the ages. In that moment, Qin Luo envisioned a slender figure standing apart, elegant and peerless, transcending the mundane world. My master often says that cultivation stems from life itself and cannot be divorced from the secular world. He frequently urges me to descend from the mountain and experience life firsthand. I would very much like to meet your master. Opportunities will arise. Half an hour later, Ziyu opened her eyes, stretching lazily. She felt invigorated, her body light as a feather, with an ethereal sensation coursing through her. A gentle leap propelled her several feet into the air. Wow! Zifeng exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. The large eyes of the dog, De Huang, widened in surprise. Senior brother, after consuming the fruits you brought, I feel as if I have suddenly gained enlightenment. Ziyu's small face glowed with excitement, mistakenly believing that the 5 elements returning to origin technique was her own creation. Qin Luo smiled gently and replied, gaining enlightenment is a positive sign. You must cultivate diligently from now on. Yes, yes. Ziyu nodded earnestly. Zifeng hastily picked up a peach and began to nibble on it. Junior sister, do you have any ink, brushes, or paper at home? My home lacks such items, but the village elder has some. I can borrow from him. Could you run over there for me? Senior brother, I will return shortly. Ziyu dashed away like a gust of wind, disappearing along the village path in the blink of an eye. De Huang intended to follow her, but, unable to keep pace, returned to the courtyard, wagging its tail. Before long, Ziyu returned, cradling the ink, brush, and paper. Senior brother, what do you need these for? To paint the door god, Qin Luo replied softly. Ziyu lifted her head, blinking her eyes. Senior brother, My father says door gods are ineffective. Few people still post them. Do you believe in the door god I have summoned? Of course I do. Ziyu beamed, her smile wide. In her eyes, her senior brother was the most formidable of all. Zifeng rode De Huang closer to watch the proceedings. The courtyard was tranquil as Qin Luo focused intently, his brush dancing across the paper to depict the door god, while Ziyu ground the ink beside him. The painted figure of Wu Xiantian, wielding a broad sword and clad in heavy armor, exuded a formidable presence. As the final stroke was laid down, a beam of golden light descended upon the artwork. Ziyu rubbed her eyes, convinced she had seen the door god shimmer with golden light, resembling a mighty deity. Qin Luo affixed the painting to the door, transforming the once humble wooden entrance into something grand. The door, adorned with the door god, appeared somewhat asymmetrical, prompting Qin Luo to decide to paint another to place above it. This door god looks truly powerful. Ziyu clasped her hands together and bowed 3 times in reverence. Junior sister, how many households are there in your village? Ziyu counted on her fingers. There are only 18 households now. The wealthier families have all moved away. Qin Luo nodded thoughtfully. There is just enough paper. I shall paint door gods for every family in your village. Senior brother, you are so kind. Ziyu grinned sweetly. Qin Luo continued painting the door gods while Ziyu diligently ground the ink. Zifeng and De Huang sauntered to the bridge, awaiting the return of their parents. As noon approached, Zimu and Su Rong returned from the town, their baskets brimming with daily necessities, while they carried additional items in their hands. Zifeng was the first to dash over, jumping into their embrace. Father, senior brother is here. Zifeng called out alongside his sister. Just as Qin Luo completed the last of the door gods, Zimu hastened to the courtyard. Xiao Qin, we were unaware of your visit. We apologize for the late welcome and any shortcomings. Qin Luo shook his head, speaking softly. Uncle, your courtesy makes me feel rather embarrassed. I shall be more mindful in the future. Zimu scratched his head, a figure of innocent honesty, not particularly eloquent, but genuinely sincere. Surong warmly said, Xiao Qin, you didn't stay for a meal when you brought Xiao'er back. Today, Annie has prepared a feast for you, so you must stay for dinner. Sure. Qin Luo graciously accepted her kind invitation. Wonderful, Ziyue exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Zifeng pointed at the guardian deity painted on the door and said with a clear voice, Father, look, this was painted by my senior brother. What a majestic guardian deity. Zimu felt a sense of being watched, and a reverence welled up within him, prompting him to bow in respect. Xiao Qin, come try the osmanthus cake, Surong said, presenting the peach blossom cake she had purchased in town. Zifeng gulped. For osmanthus cake was his favorite. All right. Qin Luo sampled a piece, but offered the rest to Ziyue and her brother. After finishing the peach blossom cake, Ziyue picked up the painting of the guardian deity and declared, Senior brother, I will deliver this to everyone first. Go ahead, Qin Luo nodded gently. Ziyue dashed down the mountain path. Zimu and Surong busied themselves in the kitchen. As the heat intensified in the courtyard, Zifeng sheltered under the eaves, while Qin Luo remained seated in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Most villagers of Shuanghe village lived by the riverside, and Ziyue made her way along the riverside path to deliver the guardian deity paintings to the villagers. Knowing that Ziyue was studying at Longhu Temple, the villagers excitedly accepted the paintings, expressing their gratitude profusely. I'm back. Ziyue returned to the courtyard, a refreshing breeze accompanying her. Senior brother, the old village chief really loved your guardian deity painting. He intends to purchase several for his son living in Qingshui town. Ziyue raised a bowl of tea and drank heartily. Qin Luo smiled and nodded, softly saying, when we return to the temple, I will paint more, and then I will charge for them. Senior brother, how much will you sell them for? 1 won each. Why so cheap? Ziyue pondered, feeling that her senior brother's paintings should be worth a great deal. Indifferent to money, Qin Luo merely wished to have enough to treat his junior sister to a bowl of lamb soup when they descended the mountain. Xiao Qin, come in for dinner. Surong called out enthusiastically. Qin Luo and Ziyue entered the house, where a delightful aroma enveloped them. The dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried pickles with cured pork belly, scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of pork trotter soup. Though not extravagant, Qin Luo lifted his bowl to savor the cured pork belly, which was fragrant and rich without being greasy. Ziyue's large eyes were fixed on Qin Luo. Having never seen her senior brother eat before, she asked, Senior brother, is it delicious? Very fragrant, Qin Luo praised with a smile. Zimu and Surong exchanged similar smiles. Ziwe busied herself with her rice, picking at the greens and pickles without touching any meat. Qin Luo, aware that his junior sister had longed for meat, promptly served her some cured pork belly. Junior sister, eat more meat. Once we return to Longhu Temple, it will be a long time before we can enjoy home-cured meat again. Hee. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyue beamed with delight. With a senior brother like Qin Luo, Ziyue's training at Longhu Temple left the couple feeling utterly at ease. While dining at the residence of the Purple Moon, Qin Luo found himself reminiscing about his parents, pondering how they were faring in the present moment. He realized that only through diligent cultivation could he hope to reunite with them. The violet-haired fairy sensed the fleeting surge of emotion within Qin Luo, though it dissipated almost as quickly as it arose. Chapter 18. The red moon in the sky in the village of Shuha, at the Ji family's residence, after their meal. Ji Mu and Su Rong did not take a moment's respite. They took up their hoes and ventured out to work on the mountain. The sweltering afternoon was filled with the incessant chorus of cicadas. Ji Yu was in the kitchen washing the dishes, while Ji Feng stood on the ridge of the vegetable garden, relieving himself. De Huang, with great delight, gnawed on a bone, something it seldom enjoyed, wagging its tail in sheer joy. In the courtyard, Qin Luo basked in the sunlight, his skin glistening. Suddenly, a boy clad in tattered clothing appeared at the entrance. His small face darkened with anxiety. The boy clutched a heavy bag in his hands and nervously asked, "Big brother, who are you?" "I am Qin Luo, Ji Yu's senior brother," he replied, scrutinizing the boy. "And you are?" "My name is Xiaozhang. This rice is for Ji Yu." Xiaozhang placed half a bag of rice at the edge of the yard and dashed away. Qin Luo approached the edge of the courtyard, watching the boy's retreating figure. "Am I really that frightening?" "Senior brother," Ji Feng interjected, "he's afraid of De Huang." "That explains it," Qin Luo chuckled softly. He brought the half bag of rice into the kitchen. "Little junior sister, this is from Xiaozhang." Ji Yu, still washing the dishes, frowned. "Xiaozhang's family is quite poor. When I delivered a door god painting to Uncle Xiao, he insisted on giving me money, which I declined. I never expected he would send so much rice. What do you intend to do with it?" "Senior brother, I wish to return the rice." Qin Luo nodded in agreement. After finishing her dishwashing, Ji Yu took the rice and left. Soon, she returned, a refreshing breeze accompanying her as she smiled. "Senior brother, here?" "Uncle Xiao insisted on giving me money, so I accepted a single coin. Keep it for yourself." "Thank you, senior brother." Ji Yu tucked the copper coin away. "Senior brother, could you watch over my younger brother? I wish to go up the mountain to help our parents." "Of course." Qin Luo admired her obedience and maturity, feeling a tinge of shame in comparison. Ji Yu entered the house, slinging a bamboo basket over her shoulder and picking up a sickle. As she stepped outside, she turned to Ji Feng with a serious expression. "Ji Feng, you must listen to your senior brother while I'm gone. No crying or causing trouble, understood?" Hum. Ji Feng nodded obediently. As he watched his sister walk away, Ji Feng approached Qin Luo, pointing to the bridge with his small hand. "Senior brother, it's so hot at home. Can we go play by the river?" "Certainly." Qin Luo led Ji Feng to the area beneath the bridge. The water flowed gently beneath the stone bridge, offering a refreshing respite. Ji Feng dug into the sand, searching for small shells, while De Huang followed them into the river, lying quietly at the bottom of the bridge. Qin Luo continued to study the true understanding of Tao, a text he had perused many times, mastering various spells and gaining new insights with each reading. After a while, when Ji Feng grew weary from playing, he lay down on a large stone at the bottom of the bridge and fell asleep, concerned that Ji Feng might roll into the water. Qin Luo cradled him in his arms and closed his eyes to cultivate. The jade pendant containing the purple-haired fairy noticed that as Qin Luo cultivated, the energies of heaven and earth converged around him, benefiting not only the slumbering Ji Feng in his embrace, but even De Huang nearby. It is no wonder that the young girl struggles with her cultivation, despite her extraordinary constitution. The purple-haired fairy has discerned some clues. As dusk descends, Ziyue carries pig fodder home. After feeding the pigs, she scurries to the bridge's base. "Senior brother, I knew you would be here." "Little junior sister, are you tired?" "Not at all." Ziyue's smile is sweet. "Zifeng, wake up quickly. We still need to ascend the mountain to pay our respects. Do not sleep any longer." Zifeng groggily opens his eyes. Ziyue takes Zifeng's hand and leads him home, where Zimu and Su Rong are preparing their belongings for the mountain visit. Uncle, may I borrow 3 incense sticks? No problem. Zimu promptly hands over 3 sticks. Senior brother, what do you need the incense for? Qin Luo replies softly while holding the 3 incense sticks. To pay a visit to the land god of Shuanghe. It seems rather desolate there. I will also go visit Grandpa Land God shortly, Ziyue insists earnestly. Zimu and Su Rong nod in agreement. As the sun sets, the evening glow paints the mountains crimson, the foliage ablaze with autumn colors. Just moments ago, the heat was stifling, yet the temperature suddenly drops. Ziyue and her companions enter the mountains to honor their ancestors. Qin Luo arrives at the modest shrine of the Shuanghe land god, which stands forlorn, surrounded by overgrown weeds, long abandoned by worshippers. Sparks ignite at his fingertips as he lights the 3 incense sticks and places them in the incense burner before the shrine. Within the mountain air, curling blue smoke rises, while golden wisps swirl around the land god's shrine. The Shuanghe land god rushes out from the shrine, patting his smoldering robe and rolling on the ground. So hot. So hot. Seeing the land god's distress, Qin Luo immediately extinguishes the 2 incense sticks on either side. Elder, are you all right? Thank you for the incense, great deity. My blessings are insufficient to endure it. I apologize for the spectacle. Elder, I will rely on you to care for the villagers at the foot of the mountain. If you encounter troubles that cannot be resolved, feel free to seek me at the Wanxia Peak Longhu Temple. Qin Luo bows respectfully. The little deity will comply. The Shuanghe land god promises earnestly. Thinking of the Jinghu land god and Chenchang'an, Qin Luo departs from Shuanghe village with the 2 extinguished incense sticks. The Shuanghe land god absorbs the incense provided by Qin Luo, his once frail form becoming more solid. As the sun sets and the moon rises, a crimson full moon graces the sky. A chilling breeze sweeps through the mountains. Qin Luo encounters numerous restless spirits, more than in previous days. Oldly, why is there no fire at your place? Be quiet, let me be. Oldly, come sit with me. Get lost, who cares? 2 spirits converse before a grave. Qin Luo can see the spirits and hear their chatter, yet he pretends not to notice, refraining from interruption. At Jinghu village, before the land god's temple, candles flicker and offerings are laid out. Qin Luo lights an incense stick and places it in the burner. Great deity. The land god of Mirror Lake emerged from the temple. His stature, once shorter than Ziyue, now stood at 1.50 meters, a noticeable increase in height, evidently due to the accumulation of incense offerings. Predecessor, why are there so many wandering souls during the Red Moon Festival? Qin Luo found this peculiar. In response, the great deity, the land god explained, the gates of the underworld open for a brief period each year at this time, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that heralds the appearance of the Red Moon. Souls that have not yet entered reincarnation briefly return to the mortal realm to reunite with their families. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought that so many souls could not enter reincarnation. Could this not lead to complications? Alas, there are issues with the reincarnation path in the underworld, resulting in many souls being unable to transition. In recent years, the number of restless spirits has increased, and every Red Moon Festival is marred by the chaos wrought by malevolent ghosts. The land god spoke with unwavering determination, great deity, in the past. I struggled to secure my own safety. Should any evil spirits cause turmoil in the mountains now, I shall ensure their swift demise. The tranquility surrounding the mountain, despite the nocturnal wanderings of countless spirits, could only be attributed to the efforts of the predecessors. This is my duty, the land god affirmed. 2 children approached, intending to gather fruit, but upon witnessing Qin Luo conversing with the temple, they froze in place. The chubby one screamed, "There's a ghost." Terrified, the 2 fled in haste. In the future, if time allows, I plan to gather the land gods, mountain deities, and spirits of the Ziyun mountain range to discuss how to enhance the region's prosperity. Over the past few days, Qin Luo had been wandering the Ziyun mountain range, discovering numerous abandoned land temples and several villages with scarcely any inhabitants, with Shueihue village being entirely deserted. The land god of Mirror Lake enthusiastically offered, "Great deity, I can assist in contacting the land spirits and other entities in the mountains." "Thank you, Elder," Qin Luo replied. "It would be an honor." "I shall inform you when the time comes," the land god assured. With a gesture of respect, Qin Luo took his leave. Not long after he departed, the silver-haired dragon maiden appeared near the temple, stamping her foot in frustration. Why does the old man come to see you and not me? The temple trembled as the land god leaned on his staff, wiping the sweat from his brow. My lady, the great deity merely passed by. He will surely visit you in the future. Don't deceive me, she retorted. Of course not, he replied, as the dragon maiden lifted her chin with an air of pride. Upon returning home, Ziwa noticed Qin Luo was absent. Understanding that her senior must be preoccupied, she felt no worry. On the way to Chiagu, Qin Luo observed that the candlelight on the mountain surpassed that below, with bright lotus lanterns floating in the river like drifting dragons heading towards the unknown. The candlelight of the mortal realm outshone the stars above. At the Black Mountain's temple of the mountain god, the incense offerings were thriving. The citizens of Chiagu had come to pay their respects. It was late at night when Qin Luo arrived at the temple, and as he did, Qin Chang'an came out to greet him. Qin brother, Chang'an, the offerings here are truly remarkable, surpassing even those at our Longhu temple. I have no merit of my own, yet I enjoy such abundant offerings. I feel quite guilty, Qin Chang'an replied with a wry smile. Qin Luo ignited a stick of incense and placed it in the incense burner, understanding that the accumulation of merit would take time and did not require haste. Qin Chang'an, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned 3 grotesque apparitions. Brother Qin, these 3 malevolent spirits were just captured. Should we eradicate them on the spot or send them back to the underworld? It would be best to dispose of them, as returning them may lead to further chaos in other regions next year. I comprehend, Qin Luo replied. Qin Chang'an raised his hand, manifesting a golden seal. A manifestation of divine power cultivated through the absorption of incense offerings. As the golden imprint descended, the 3 malevolent spirits were obliterated, their souls shattered into fragments. Let us step outside, Qin Luo suggested. After you, brother Qin, Qin Chang'an followed him to the mountain peak. They stood aloft, surveying the surroundings. Qinjiagu shone as brightly as day, candles flickering in the courtyard, while children released lotus lanterns into the river. The scene below was bustling with life, yet the restless spirits on the mountain were unable to approach. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin Luo. He seated himself atop the mountain, where the dual energies of yin and yang converged in the dark mountain. At the foot of the mountain, an elderly man clad in azure robes ascended, his face etched with wrinkles reminiscent of gnarled wood, his hair as white as snow, exuding an aura of great age. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. The elder approached the entrance of Longhu Temple, his profound gaze rippling with depth. Wu Qinglu remained stationed before the temple, demonstrating his sincerity by choosing to wait for the immortal master to emerge. A chilling wind swept past him, causing him to shudder. As the azure-robed elder passed right before him, unnoticed, the elder strode directly through the grand entrance. Within the temple, Zhang Fulong awakened from slumber, roused by hunger. He had hoped to shed some weight on the mountain, yet found himself increasingly corpulent. He made his way to the main hall in search of sustenance. A gust of chilling wind surged into the hall, and Zhang Fulong jolted awake, his senses sharpened. All the candles in the main hall ignited simultaneously. After Qin Luo and Ziyue departed, Zhang Fulong had chosen not to waste the incense, deliberately extinguishing the candles in the main hall. Now, as the candles flared to life, he attempted to flee the hall, but was ensnared by an invisible force. Zhang Fulong's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately, but soon he regained his composure, his gaze growing profound. Chapter 19. A visit to the wanderers. In the early morning, the dawn light graced the Black Mountain. As the morning mist between the hills dissipated with the wind, Qin Luo opened his eyes, within the depths of his gaze. The dual energies of yin and yang flowed harmoniously. The previous night's revelry of spirits had filled him with an insight. After absorbing a significant amount of yin energy, the balance of yin and yang within him flourished, and Qin Luo felt an intimate connection with the world around him. What a refreshing sensation. He felt invigorated, as though he had broken free from the shackles of the universe, merging with the very essence of nature. Within the jade pendant, the figure of the purple-haired fairy grew increasingly vivid, nourished by the energies of heaven and earth in Qin Luo's embrace. Rising to his feet, he stretched leisurely. In Qin Chang'an's eyes, Qin Luo appeared remarkably imposing, akin to a towering mountain. Chang'an, I shall visit you again, he declared. Brother Qin, allow me to see you off, Qin Chang'an responded, accompanying Qin Luo to Chenjiagu. This will suffice, Qin Luo said as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Even the mountain deity Qinchang'an could not discern his departure. In Shuha village, Qin Luo materialized upon the bridge. His master had taught him that grounding oneself is essential to journey far. While traversing the inner landscape, he ultimately grasped the principle of compressing distance into mere inches. Senior brother, the spirited Ziyue soon approached him, having risen early to prepare her belongings. Father, mother, I shall return to see you during the new year. She waved goodbye to her family. Her father Zimu's eyes filled with reluctance. Little Yue, take care of yourself, heed your senior brother and master's guidance, and practice diligently. Do not be lazy. I understand. Ziyue nodded earnestly, her face radiant with joy. Su Rong recalled Ziyue's tearful departure on her first journey to Longhu Temple. Now, she brimmed with happiness, reassured by Qin Luo's presence. On the mountain path, Ziyue hummed a tune, her petite form burdened with a hefty pack. Little junior sister, allow me to carry that for you. Senior brother, I can manage, Ziyue replied, lifting her chin. Her youthful visage shone with confidence and clarity. After half an hour of travel, they ventured far when Ziyue suddenly noticed Da Huang trailing behind. With a serious expression, she said, Da Huang, do not follow me. Hurry back. Woof woof. Da Huang continued to pursue her. Ziyue, hands on her hips, glared with a fierce demeanor. Foolish dog, they served dog meat in town. No sooner had she spoken than Da Huang tucked his tail and scampered back. Hee hee. Ziyue playfully winked at her senior brother. Knowing she could scarcely feed herself at Longhu Temple, let alone care for a dog. In Qingshui town, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness. Ziyue fished out her meager copper coins from her pocket. Even a single coin held value, enough to purchase sustenance, such as 2 steamed buns or a skewer of candied hawthorn. Spotting a small girl squatting by the roadside, her disheveled hair and tattered clothing painted a pitiful picture. A broken bowl before her, empty and forlorn. I am so hungry. Is there anyone who can spare me some food? The girl's voice trembled with sorrow. Lost amidst the bustling street, yet no one paid her any heed. Here you go. Ziyue placed the copper coins into the bowl. Thank you, dear sister, she said. You're welcome, came the reply. With a heart full of joy, Ziyue departed, her own hunger forgotten as she extended a helping hand. Qin Luo recognized the kindness that resided within his junior sister. He lingered for a moment, observing the little girl hide the coins from her broken bowl before she continued to feign distress. As they traversed through the serene waters of Qingshui town, nestled among the mountains, Qin Luo suddenly spoke. Junior sister, that little girl just now possesses a robust vitality. She eats better than you do. Ziyue, who had been humming a tune and reveling in her good spirits, tilted her head at his words, her expression turning blank. She soon stomped her feet, puffed her cheeks, nearly brought to tears by frustration. How despicable. She is a fraud. Give me back my candied hawthorn. Be cautious in the future, junior sister. Ziyue pouted. Before long, she dismissed the earlier incident from her mind, her attention diverted as she plucked at the dogtail grass, continuing to hum her melody. Upon reaching the foot of Luoxia Peak, a small sparrow alighted upon Qin Luo's shoulder, resembling a fluffy ball with its pristine white feathers, save for a tuft of red atop its head. I have heard of your prowess. The sparrow observed Qin Luo closely. Perhaps, he replied, gently stroking the little creature's head. The sparrow did not flinch. It blinked its eyes adorably, wearing a silly expression. From now on, you shall be my leader, and I will follow you. What do I gain from this? Qin Luo inquired, gazing at the charming sparrow. The sparrow scratched at its red tuft with its wing, deep in thought. I can catch insects for you. I do not consume insects. Then I shall sing for you. Too noisy, came the unfeeling rejection. The sparrow drooped its head in disappointment, seeing its disheartened demeanor. Qin Luo could not help but chuckle. I see you enjoy gossip. You must be well informed about the happenings in the mountains. Help me gather intelligence, and I shall provide protection for you. All right, leader, the sparrow exclaimed joyfully, nodding enthusiastically. It had many sisters, and its network of information was quite extensive. Upon hearing the chirping, Ziyue turned back to her senior brother, her eyes widening in surprise and delight upon noticing the little sparrow perched on his shoulder. Brother, are you speaking with it? Indeed, Qin Luo nodded. Ziyue, enamored by adorable creatures, exclaimed, What a cute little sparrow. What is its name? I am called Zai Chuanzi. The sparrow puffed out its chest in response. Unlike ordinary animals, which could not comprehend human speech, Zaichuanzi understood Ziyue's words, indicative of its sentience. Zaichuanzi, come over here. Ziyue beckoned with both hands. No, Zaichuanzi turned away, feigning indifference. Ziyue interpreted its body language accurately. When you come to Longhu Temple to play, I shall dig up worms for you to eat. Upon hearing the promise of insects, Zaichuanzi immediately flew to Ziyue's shoulder, nuzzling against her affectionately, chirping joyfully. So smooth. Ziyue gently caressed Zaichuanzi's feathers. Luoxiao Peak, Longhu Temple. Wu Qinglu stood outside the Taoist temple for a full 2 days, and even for a cultivator. This was quite taxing. Just as he contemplated giving up, Qin Luo and Ziyue returned to the Longhu Temple, where they encountered him. Wu Qinglu observed their attire and surmised they were not there merely to offer incense. Young friends, are you cultivators of Longhu Temple? Qin Luo scrutinized the elderly man before him and sensed the presence of spiritual energy within him. Indeed, I perceive that you are no ordinary person. May I inquire what brings you to Longhu Temple? Wu Qinglu, unable to discern Qin Luo's cultivation level, but realizing he had been seen through, understood the temple's significance and adopted a more respectful demeanor. I am Wu Qinglu, a wandering cultivator from Jinyang City, with humble skills. I have come to pay my respects after hearing of Master Zhang's seclusion in the mountains. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come inside, Qin Luo said as he opened the door to the temple. Wu Qinglu felt slightly disoriented, realizing that the temple had not been locked during his long wait outside. Truly, it was a celestial abode, and awe filled his eyes. Ziyue, carrying her bundle, returned to her chamber. Qin Luo led Wu Qinglu to the main hall. Master? Qin Luo exclaimed in shock as he saw Zhang Fulong lying on the ground, fearing something had befallen his mentor. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Fulong opened his eyes, sat up, and yawned. Disciple, you have returned? Master, why are you sleeping here? Indeed, how did I end up here? Zhang Fulong had no recollection of the events from the previous night. Wu Qinglu stood respectfully to the side, too apprehensive to speak or even meet Zhang Fulong's gaze. Seeing that his master was unharmed, Qin Luo chuckled lightly. Master, this is Elder Wu from Jinyang City, a wandering cultivator who has come to pay you a visit. He has been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon hearing of a wandering cultivator visiting, Zhang Fulong immediately became animated, rising to warmly welcome him. Oh, how remiss of me not to greet you properly. My sincerest apologies for the lack of a warm reception. If my intrusion has disturbed your cultivation, I beg your forgiveness. Wu Qinglu appeared anxious. Zhang Fulong feigned calmness and gestured dismissively. We are all fellow practitioners here. There is no need for excessive formality. Let us sit and converse. Zhang Fulong invited Wu Qinglu to a pavilion to chat, while Qin Luo went to the back courtyard to brew tea, and Ziyue changed into a loose-fitting azure robe. Sweeping the temple, Wu Qinglu had initially assumed that Master Zhang was a lofty figure, looking down upon the world, but upon meeting him, he found him to be cultured, approachable, and amiable. Master Zhang, this is a fire spirit mushroom I stumbled upon by chance. I hope you will accept it. Wu Qinglu opened the sandalwood box, releasing a rich aroma of the spiritual herb. Zhang Fulong had never encountered such a herb before, yet he recognized its value. My friend, this gift is far too precious. Is there some trouble you face? No, Wu Qinglu hastily shook his head, his expression reverent. Esteemed elder, I have come solely to pay my respects. I harbor no other intentions. Such a precious gift, Zhang Fulong dared not accept, for if his identity were to be revealed, he would surely face dire consequences. He regarded the fire Lingji with an air of indifference and said, My friend, I appreciate your kind intentions, but please take this gift back. Is it that the esteemed elder looks down upon this gift? Wu Qinglu was at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Luo brought forth 2 cups of tea. My friend, please enjoy the tea. Very well. Wu Qingluo's hands trembled as he held the tea. Zhang Fulong noticed his fear and could not help but scoff inwardly. A distinguished loose cultivator, yet so timid. He never anticipated that his reputation could instill such trepidation in loose cultivators. Zhang Fulong felt a sense of satisfaction. Wu Qinglu, with a respectful demeanor, stated, Elder, I am an elder of the Treasure Pavilion. Should there be any needs at the Longhu Temple in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Certainly, Zhang Fulong replied with a cheerful smile. Wu Qinglu, sensing Zhang Fulong's warmth, still felt as if he were walking on thin ice, unsure of what to say. Elder, I must return to the Treasure Pavilion to attend to matters. I shall visit you again. Go ahead and take care of your business. Zhang Fulong wished to see him off. Once Wu Qinglu departed, Zhang Fulong finally relaxed. It was the first time in many years that a cultivator had come to Longhu Temple, and fortunately, it was merely a loose cultivator without much influence. Qin Luo escorted Wu Qinglu to the temple's entrance. Wu Qinglu speculated that Zhang Fulong must have looked down upon the fire Lingji and pondered whether he could win Qin Luo over. He presented the sandalwood box, saying, "My young friend, this fire Lingji shall serve as compensation for your trouble." "Old Wu, there's no need for that." Qin Luo waved his hand in refusal. He disliked taking advantage of others. Though the fire Lingji was not of high grade, it was still a spiritual herb. To his astonishment, not only did Zhang Fulong dismiss it, but so did his disciple. Wu Qinglu felt quite embarrassed and thrust the sandalwood box into Qin Luo's hands. "Young friend, please accept it. It is pointless to refuse." Reluctantly, Qin Luo accepted the fire Lingji. "Thank you, old Wu. Do visit often." "Certainly." Wu Qinglu felt much relief in his heart. However, just as he took a few steps, he heard Qin Luo call out, "Old Wu, the spiritual energy within you has reached the lower dantian, but has not ascended to the upper dantian. You must pay attention to this." Wu Qinglu halted in his tracks, abruptly turning around, only to find that Qin Luo had already returned to the temple. The upper dantian. Enlightened by this guidance, Wu Qinglu felt a surge of understanding. He had previously focused solely on the lower dantian, neglecting the upper dantian, which explained why he had always faltered when attempting to establish his foundation. "I understand now," Wu Qinglu exclaimed in exuberance, bowing 3 times to Longhu Temple. Upon returning to the temple, Qin Luo handed the sandalwood box to Zhang Fulong. "Master, old Wu insisted on giving this to me. My disciple, what you have received is yours. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, do not come seeking your master." The disciple understands. Qin Luo had no choice but to set aside the sandalwood box. Zhang Fulong rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit fatigued. "I shall rest now. Inform me of any matters that arise." "Master, are you unwell?" "I am fine, do not worry." Zhang Fulong proceeded deeper into the temple. Qin Luo stood before the main hall, his consciousness residing within the jade pendant, a smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Senior, what are your impressions of my master?" The violet-haired fairy, somewhat taken aback, replied gently, "He surprised me. Are you truly studying under him?" "Indeed," Qin Luo responded, pride illuminating his gaze. Observing his reaction, the violet-haired fairy resolved to watch for a while longer, choosing not to reveal her presence, wary that Zhang Fulong might be concealing his true abilities. From mere observation, she perceived Zhang Fulong as rather ordinary, indistinguishable from the common folk, thus leading to her astonishment. Qin Luo had anticipated her to commend his master's prowess. Upon returning to the Longhu Temple, Ziyue was already bustling with activity, and Qin Luo busied himself as well, carrying a wooden bucket down the mountain to fetch water. "Qin Luo, with your cultivation, why do you still fetch water from the mountain?" "Isn't that a waste of time? My master insists on being grounded," he replied. The violet-haired fairy found this difficult to comprehend. After 2 trips, Qin Luo filled the water tank and promptly made his way to the kitchen to boil water and prepare porridge. The rice porridge was intended for his younger sister, and while it simmered, he chopped firewood in the courtyard, breathing life back into the once quiet temple. Half a day later, the Longhu Temple was spotless. Qin Luo returned to the main hall, seated himself at the table, and began painting the guardian deities. Ziyue, holding a brush, practiced drawing talismans on yellow paper. Although she could not write, her talisman drawings were quite exquisite, resembling Qin Luo's own. She diligently practiced replicating his designs. "Brother, what do you think?" Ziyue asked, lifting a calming talisman, which was relatively simple. Qin Luo took the talisman and examined it closely, smiling as he praised, "Little sister, your work is commendable. You possess great talent. However, resemblance alone is insufficient. It must also embody the spirit. Focus your energy and concentrate your attention on the brush." "All right, brother," Ziyue replied, brimming with enthusiasm. She grasped the brush, channeling her spirit and focusing intently, treating each stroke with care. Though she worked slowly, her talismans began to exude a certain vitality. After just a few iterations of the calming talisman, fatigue overcame her, and she rested her head on the table, falling into a deep slumber. Qin Luo remained seated, continuing his painting of the guardian deities, while a small creature perched on his shoulder, observing for a while before becoming bored and fluttering off in search of insects. As Qin Luo continued his work, the temple remained tranquil, with no townsfolk coming to pay their respects since the recent Red Moon Festival. In the evening, Ziyue awoke, feeling particularly rejuvenated. "It's time for dinner," she exclaimed, rushing to her room to retrieve a packet of pickled vegetables. Sprinkling them into her porridge, she savored the delightful aroma. Noticing her meal, Qin Luo added a piece of fire spirit mushroom to her bowl. "Here's an extra dish for you." "Thank you, brother," Ziyue replied, not inquiring further, trusting that her brother would never harm her, and she consumed the mushroom in a few bites. "I'm so full, so warm." After finishing her porridge, Ziyue sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, channeling the 5 qi returning to one method, a faint glow emanating from her body. Qin Luo also settled beneath a peach tree, engaged in his own cultivation. Upon returning from catching insects, the little dumpling noticed Qin Luo and Ziyue engrossed in their training and chose not to disturb them. It nestled upon Qin Luo's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. The ethereal glow of dawn converged upon the Longhu Temple. After practicing the 5 qi to origin technique, Ziyue absorbed significantly more of the celestial light than before, while the little dumpling, closest to Qin Luo, basked in the radiant hues. Its feathers a delicate blend of white and rosy tones. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Fulong appeared in the rear courtyard, his astonishment evident as he beheld Qin Luo and Ziyue. The little dumpling, upon spotting Zhang Fulong, immediately took flight, having heard from its sisters about the old man's notorious disposition. "Master," Qin Luo saluted with clasped hands. Zhang Fulong regained his composure, his profound gaze concealing many secrets, and gravely remarked, "Qin Luo, your talent and insight are exceedingly rare. I wonder if this place might stifle your potential." "Master, I have merely scratched the surface of your teachings. Are you suggesting I should leave?" Qin Luo was at a loss. Zhang Fulong shook his head with a sigh, instructing, "Focus on your cultivation for now. In due time, I shall impart new techniques to you." "Thank you, Master," Qin Luo replied, elated, thinking perhaps his master was merely jesting. Zhang Fulong's gaze fell upon the still practicing Ziyue, his pupils narrowing as he inquired, "Who taught you the 5 qi to origin technique?" Zhang Fulong had not instructed Ziyue. Hearing her master's question, Ziyue opened her eyes and proudly declared, "Master, I comprehended it myself." "You comprehended it?" Zhang Fulong chuckled at her assertion. "That technique dates back to ancient times." "Indeed," Ziyue confidently nodded. "As expected of my master, you even discerned the cultivation method my junior sister employs." Qin Luo wished to keep the existence of the purple-haired fairy a secret and offered no explanation, yet he knew his master was certainly aware of it. The purple-haired fairy within the jade pendant remained silent. Zhang Fulong recognized that Ziyue had encountered an opportunity. However, he refrained from probing further, aware that every opportunity demands a price and that sufficient merit is required to bear it. "You must remember this." "I understand, Master," Qin Luo acknowledged, grasping his master's intent. Ziyue, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. After Zhang Fulong departed the courtyard, Qin Luo and Ziyue attended to their evening routines and retreated to their respective chambers, leaving the temple serene. In the night, Qin Luo's consciousness entered the jade pendant. "Senior, did you bestow upon my junior sister the 5 qi to origin technique?" "Indeed," came the response. "Truly worthy of being my master," Qin Luo expressed with admiration in his eyes. The purple-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, sensing something amiss, and murmured, "Perhaps I have misjudged." Chapter 20. The Guardian of Longhu Temple at Luoxia Peak. Nestled within Longhu Temple, the morning mist enveloped the mountains. Qin Luo was in the kitchen preparing porridge for his younger sister disciple when he heard a commotion outside. In an instant, he appeared in the courtyard. A small monkey, nearly the same height as Ziyue, leaped into the yard, its tawny fur glistening and its deep black eyes sparkling. It cradled a lotus leaf in its hands, filled with freshly picked fruits. Upon seeing Qin Luo, the little monkey trembled in fright. "Who sent you?" "Master, I was sent by the Bear King." The monkey spoke human language. "The Bear King?" Qin Luo recalled the Bear Mountain deep within the range. "Please convey my gratitude for his kindness." "At your command." The monkey placed the lotus leaf brimming with fruits on the Dao platform, leaped high, and vanished in the blink of an eye. A talking monkey, how intriguing, Qin Luo mused. After washing the fruits, he placed them in a basket. Among them was a cluster of grapes, resembling emeralds, glistening and plump. He plucked one and tasted it. Quite sweet. Boss, I'm here. A small figure landed on Qin Luo's shoulder. You arrived early. The early bird catches the worm. There are no worms here. Would you like some grapes? Yes, I am not picky. The little one puffed out its chest proudly. Qin Luo held a grape to the little one's beak, which pecked through the skin and eagerly slurped the flesh inside. Delicious. Boss, do you have more? The little one blinked its eyes at Qin Luo. Qin Luo continued to feed the little one grapes, initially thinking it could only consume a few. Yet its appetite seemed insatiable, quickly devouring half the grapes. Remembering that his younger sister disciple had yet to eat, Qin Luo gently ruffled the little one's head. Are you full? Not yet. Then go catch some worms. All right. The little one flapped its wings and took off, its snowy feathers glowing red in the dawn light. Qin Luo retrieved the golden gourd obtained from the Zifu cave, its interior capable of holding rivers and streams. Upon opening the gourd, he used his mystical powers to draw the dew from the trees, which flew into the gourd with a soft sound. Gulyalu. Qin Luo drank deeply of the morning dew. Savoring the dew and basking in the dawn was his daily routine. Brother, good morning. Ziyue appeared in the courtyard, dressed in a loose Dao robe. Qin Luo tucked away the golden gourd and gestured toward the basket overflowing with fruits on the table. Sister, there are fruits here and porridge in the kitchen. Choose whatever you wish. Brother, where did these fruits come from? They were delivered by a monkey from the mountain. Really? Ziyue wondered if her brother was jesting. Indeed, sister. Take your time and eat. After you're full, come to the main hall. All right, brother. Ziyue has no fondness for porridge. Instead, she opts for fruits. The basket brims with an array of fruits: grapes, hawthorn, lychee, and kiwi. Ziyue begins with the grapes, followed by the hawthorn, delighting in their sweet and tangy flavors, reminiscent of candied fruit skewers. In the front courtyard, Qin Luo approaches, drawing open the grand door of the temple. He proceeds to affix the portrait of Wu Xiantian on either side of the entrance. A beam of golden light descends upon the Longhu temple, heralding the appearance of Wu Xiantian before Qin Luo. Master Qin, Wu Xiantian greets respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. Qin Luo pats him on the shoulder and inquires, Old Wu, after wandering the Ziyun Mountains for so long, what have you discovered? Upon my investigation, most of the populace residing in the Ziyun Mountains dwell on the periphery, totaling 935 households, over 500 of which are in dire straits, burdened with the elderly, infirm, and disabled. Life is indeed arduous for the mountain folk. With the recent closing of the Ghost Gate to the underworld, numerous malevolent spirits linger in the mountains, leading to a rise in misfortunes. Do you possess a solution? Master Qin, the malevolent spirits are dispersed throughout various locations. My abilities are limited, and I can only offer protection to those households closely adhering to the door gods. Qin Luo comprehends his predicament. Old Wu, I shall assist in promoting your cause. In the future, I will rely on you to safeguard countless households. It is my honor to do so. Wu Xuantian's eyes gleam with fervor. For him, the act of protection holds profound significance. Qin Luo retreats to the main hall, while Wu Xiantian approaches the statue of the door god, ultimately merging with the image, his spirit taking residence within the Longhu temple. Ziyue enters the main hall, carrying a platter of fruits, placing the unfinished ones upon the offering table. Grandfather Daozu, I hope you do not find my offerings lacking, she murmurs softly. Seated at a table, Qin Luo sketches the door god, instructing his junior sister, little junior sister, the task of promoting the door god falls to you. 1 coin for each portrait, and those who have contributed incense funds may receive 1 for free. Understood. Leave it to me, Ziyue replies confidently, patting her chest. After tidying the temple, Ziyue exits with a bamboo jar, embarking on a quest to catch insects in the mountains. She had promised to collect them for the little dumpling. And the mountains abound with caterpillars, quickly filling her jar. Laughter echoes from the foot of the mountain. Senior brother, we have business, Ziyue exclaims excitedly. Racing back to the temple, Qin Luo shakes his head with a chuckle. Little junior sister, I have told you many times, we are a proper temple. Hee. Ziyue scratches her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Qing'er, this temple is so remote and dilapidated. A young woman clad in a red dress frowns. Zhao Qing'er, her face adorned with a smile, reassures her friend Fei Fei. Do not be deceived by the temple's appearance. The celestial masters here possess remarkable abilities. Perhaps you have been misled. Qing'er muses without elaborating further, as she and her friend Xia Fei enter the temple, accompanied by Zhao Qing'er's servant, who carries offerings. Miss Zhao, Qin Luo and Ziyue greet as they approach the front courtyard. Zhao Qing'er bows respectfully, her face radiant with admiration. I pay my respects to the celestial master. Paying my respects to the celestial master, her servant follows suit. However, Xia Fei and her personal maid do not offer a bow. As the alluring aroma wafted through the air, Ziyue caught sight of Zhao Qing'er's servant carrying a roasted piglet, unable to suppress her salivation. Qin Luo led them to the main hall for a fragrant prayer. Zhao Qing'er, having visited several times before, always procured the finest incense and candles from the temple. Standing before the image of the Taoist ancestor, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and softly murmured her wishes for the Zhao family's safety and for her father's health and longevity. Fei, this place is indeed auspicious for prayers. Why not give it a try? Zhao Qing'er suggested to her dear friend. Could this Taoist temple be as effective as the Bailu temple? Xia Fei questioned, her eyes filled with skepticism. Qing'er, the ambience here pales in comparison to that of Bailu temple, yet the price of the incense and candles is several times higher. She continued. Unperturbed by the skepticism, Qin Luo patiently elucidated, dear benefactor, offering prayers requires a price. Purchasing incense from Longhu Temple means the cost is borne by my master. The more you invest, the greater the burden my master endures on your behalf. While other temples may offer cheaper incense, the price ultimately falls upon yourselves. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, Zhao Qing'er recalled a poignant memory. A ripple of emotion crossed her eyes as she spoke. In my childhood, I fell gravely ill and lingered in suffering. My mother, refusing to eat or drink, prayed fervently for my recovery. Shortly after, I regained my health, but she departed from this world. Ziyue rubbed her eyes, easily moved by the tale. With a hint of disbelief, Xia Fei, who was not lacking in wealth, declared, very well, I shall take a pair of incense candles. Ziyue handed her the candles, and Xia Fei bowed respectfully, saying, O Taoist ancestor, should you grant efficacy, please bless Sun Lang with academic success. Before departing, Zhao Qing'er placed a banknote into the merit box. Upon witnessing this, Ziyue presented her with a door god painting, her small face adorned with a sweet smile. Miss Zhao, thank you for your generous donation. I gift you this door god painting. Thank you, little fairy, Zhao Qing'er replied. Accepting the painting, she opened it to reveal a vivid depiction of the door god. How much is this painting? May I purchase a few more? Ziyue raised a finger, stating, 1 win for each painting, but a maximum of 2 per person. May I acquire 2 more? Certainly. Please, little fairy, bring me 2 additional pieces. You're welcome. Ziyue beamed, her smile radiant. This way, she quickly amassed enough coin for a hearty bowl of mutton soup. Upon learning that the door god paintings were merely 1 win each, Zhao Qing'er's servants eagerly produced coins to purchase the paintings. Having witnessed Qin Luo's prowess and thus placing their faith in Longhu Temple's door gods, even Xia Fei's personal maid acquired a painting to adorn their home. Fei, aren't you interested? The artwork is acceptable, but my door is made of golden silk wood. It wouldn't look appealing. Xia Fei scoffed at the door god painting, considering it beneath her. I find it quite charming, Zhao Qing'er countered enthusiastically. With 7 paintings sold in a single transaction, Ziyue received 7 won, marking her first experience with such wealth. She personally escorted Zhao Qing'er and her companions away from the temple, waving her small hand vigorously, her face aglow with joy. Miss Zhao, do come often. Of course, Zhao Qing'er replied with a gentle nod and a smile. She was quite fond of the adorable little girl. On the way back, Xia Fei couldn't help but comment, Qing'er, the Longhu Temple is rather unimpressive. Next time, accompany me to the Bailu Temple, and you shall experience the true disparity. All right, Zhao Qing'er conceded without argument. In Jinyang City, at the Treasure Pavilion, Wu Qinglu retreated to seclusion in a hidden chamber upon his return. Following Qin Luo's guidance, the spiritual energy within Wu Qinglu flowed from his lower dantian to his upper dantian, completing an entire cycle of operation. He experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. The spiritual energy accumulated in his lower dantian, and a spring emerged within it, heralded by the appearance of golden spiritual liquid, signifying his successful foundation establishment. I did it! Wu Qinglu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. After decades of cultivation, he finally achieved this milestone. His complexion grew rosy with the success of his foundation establishment. His lifespan extended by 50 years, granting him an additional half-life and the possibility of striving for higher realms. Although the early stage of foundation establishment is not particularly noteworthy among the immortals, it is a rarity in a place like Jinyang City. Wu Qinglu emerged from the chamber to find a middle-aged man in splendid attire waiting outside. The man smiled and inquired, "Old Wu, I heard you spent several days at the Longhu Temple discussing doctrines with Master Zhang. What insights have you gained?" He was Lin Qian, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. Misunderstanding Wu Qingliu's visit to the Longhu Temple, Lin Qian assumed he had engaged in profound discourse with Zhang Fulong for several days. Wu Qingliu's lips twitched awkwardly. He had waited for 2 days outside the temple without exchanging even a few words with Zhang Fulong, let alone engaging in deep discussions. I did not engage in discourse with Master Zhang. However, his disciple helped me identify issues in my cultivation, which led to my fortunate success in foundation establishment today. Lin Qian was elated, his expression filled with excitement. "Old Wu, with your successful foundation establishment, our treasure pavilion will surely carve out a place in the auction scene of Yinbei County." Wu Qinglu remained humble, recognizing that merely having crossed the threshold of cultivation did not signify much. If we can have the Longhu Temple as our backing, then the treasure pavilion may indeed gain prominence. "That makes sense," Lin Qian replied, rubbing his hands together. "Old Wu, how might we cultivate a relationship with the Longhu Temple?" Wu Qinglu pondered for a while, finding it a challenging task. "I suggest that the pavilion master frequently visit the Longhu Temple and make generous donations, thus leaving a favorable impression on Master Zhang. I shall head to the Longhu Temple at once. I will accompany you." After the Red Moon Festival, the number of citizens visiting the temple for blessings gradually increased, predominantly from the townsfolk of Baiyun. Benefactor, the image of the door god is merely 1 coin. It can safeguard a household's peace. Then I shall take 2. I would like 1. The door god images were quite affordable, attracting many buyers. Several citizens, finding incense offerings too costly, chose to purchase 2 images instead. Upon awakening, Zhang Fulong made his way to the front courtyard, discovering the main hall bustling with activity. Approaching, he realized that everyone was purchasing images of the door gods. Upon hearing the price of 1 coin each, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Such a bargain. Even 10 coins would not be expensive. Disciple, painting door gods is not as effortless as crafting talismans. What prompted you to set the price at 1 coin each? Master, the door gods are affordable for everyone. Those who post door gods in their homes will surely attract inquiries from passers-by about their origins, thereby promoting the Longhu Temple. As more people visit the temple, the incense revenue will naturally return. What do you think? Truly, you are my disciple. Zhang Fulong found this reasoning quite compelling. Before long, it was time for the midday break. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyue poured out the coins from her bag and meticulously counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Master, there are a total of 43 coins. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. Little junior sister, henceforth, all proceeds from selling paintings will belong to you. Keep your earnings well, and you may purchase whatever you desire in the future. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyue resolved to find a ledger to keep account of every coin earned, ensuring each was spent wisely. Suddenly, a sound pierced through the air. Ziyue looked up to the sky and beheld Wu Qinglu soaring on his sword, her small face filled with astonishment. Wow, flying on a sword. Ziyue felt an immense admiration for him. However, Qingluo was not surprised. For adept cultivators, riding the wind and soaring through the skies is a commonplace feat. Just then, Zhang Fulong emerged from the restroom and, upon seeing Wu Qinglu approaching on his sword, broke into a cold sweat. I knew I shouldn't have accepted the fire spirit herb. Zhang Fulong feared they had come to claim the herb and hurriedly retreated into his room, too apprehensive to show his face. Chapter 21. The monster outside Jinyang City. 2 figures descended outside the Taoist temple. Lin Qian clutched his chest, utterly startled. Wu Qinglu, equally drenched in perspiration, had just successfully established his foundation and had barely managed to bring Lin Qian here on his sword. Lin Qian surveyed the Longhu Temple before him, expecting a grand and magnificent Taoist sanctuary, only to find it quite humble. Awe filled his eyes, reflecting the marks of time that had left their indelible traces. The 2 entered the temple. Qingluo stood in the courtyard before the main hall, clad in white, exuding an ethereal charm. Old Wu, Have you come to offer incense and prayers, or to visit my master? I have specifically come to express my gratitude to the young friend, Wu Qinglu replied, bowing respectfully. Thanks to your guidance, I have successfully established my foundation. I am deeply grateful for such a profound favor. Ziyu widened her eyes, astonished that a sword-flying cultivator would display such courtesy towards her senior brother. Truly, he was remarkable. Qin Luo waved his hand. Old Wu, your success is the result of your years of diligent effort. Wu Qinglu shook his head in modesty. Without your guidance, it would have been impossible for me to achieve this. Young friend, if you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly. Qin Luo replied with a smile. I am Lin Xian, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, here to pay my respects to the immortal master, Lin Xian said, bowing deeply. Master Lin, Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xian had encountered many cultivators, but few possessed the elegant and amiable demeanor of Qin Luo. Immortal Master, should you need anything from the Treasure Pavilion in the future, please feel free to inform me. Qin Luo was aware of the influence the Treasure Pavilion held in Jinyang City. I happen to have an idea for collaboration with the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Xian's expression turned ecstatic, while Wu Qinglu was overjoyed. They were eager to collaborate with Longhu Temple. In their eyes, a partnership between the Treasure Pavilion and Longhu Temple would hold significant weight, not just in Yanbei County, but throughout the Great Xia. Qin Luo entered the main hall and retrieved a portrait of the door god. I would like to trouble the Treasure Pavilion to sell these portraits. Not an issue. Lin Xian replied without hesitation. The Treasure Pavilion will gladly sell the door god portraits for Longhu Temple at no charge. Qin Luo waved his hand, unwilling to take advantage. That is unnecessary. The portraits from Longhu Temple will be priced at 1 coin each. The selling price for the Treasure Pavilion is up to you. All profits will belong to you. Very well, we shall proceed as the Immortal Master suggests, Lin Xian said, overjoyed. The opportunity to collaborate with Longhu Temple while also making a profit was a dream come true. Qin Luo had painted hundreds of door god portraits over the past few days and handed 300 to Lin Xian for them to take back and sell. Wu Qinglu stored the door god portraits in his storage ring, then followed Lin Xian to the main hall to offer incense and prayers. It was rare for cultivators to enter a temple for prayers, and even as a loose cultivator, Wu Qinglu had never believed in such matters before. With reverence, Wu Qinglu offered incense and prayed. After concluding his prayers, Lin Xian produced several silver notes, which left Ziyu in awe, having never seen such large denominations before. This 3,000 taels silver note is a token of goodwill from the Treasure Pavilion, donated to Longhu Temple for the restoration of the temple. Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment. A mere 2 taels of silver could exchange for 1,000 won. To amass 3,000 taels would necessitate the creation of 3 million guardian deity paintings. Even if my senior brother were to forego sustenance and toil ceaselessly, it would be arduous to earn such a sum. Qin Luo held no interest in wealth. He waved his hand in gentle refusal. Lin, the Longhu Temple requires no repairs. Take these funds to aid the needy citizens instead. Should Zhang Fulong learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Not long ago, Zhao Fugui had donated money to the temple, prompting Qin Luo to inquire with his master about repairs. Zhang Fulong had stated that the temple did not necessitate refurbishment, as the money ought to be allocated to those in genuine need. Qin Luo remembered his master's words well. I understand. Upon returning to Jinyang City, Lin Xian resolved to assist those in need in the name of Longhu Temple. Before departing, Wu Qinglu and Lin Xian once again bowed to Qin Luo, requesting him to convey their regards to Master Zhang. No problem. In the depths of the temple, Zhang Fulong lay tossing and turning upon his bed, the silence outside compelling him to venture forth. Upon reaching the main hall, he discovered that Wu Qinglu and Lin Xian had already departed. Qin Luo approached Zhang Fulong, saying, Master, just now, Elder Wu and Lin Xian from Zhunbao Pavilion came to offer incense and prayers, and they asked me to extend their greetings to you. Zhang Fulong appeared calm, yet inwardly he was quite unsettled. Frequent dealings with cultivators made it easy to reveal one's true self. He contemplated whether he should wash his hands of the matter entirely. After a moment of deep thought, he placed his hand on Qin Luo's shoulder and said meaningfully, Disciple, should I suddenly vanish one day, do not panic. Longhu Temple will be yours to inherit. Master, are you planning to leave? Do not overthink it. I am merely speaking whimsically. Zhang Fulong chuckled, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder. As evening fell, the autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, and the cicadas in the trees sang a mournful tune. In the temple's rear courtyard, Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the altar, his consciousness immersed in inner cultivation, while Ziyue held a bowl, savoring her porridge. "Big brother, I'm here." The little round creature flitted into the courtyard, enlivening the tranquil temple. Upon seeing the little creature, Ziyue hurriedly retrieved a bamboo jar. "Little one, here are the bugs I caught for you." Chirp, chirp. The little creature initially darted towards Qin Luo, but then altered its course, landing before Ziyue. "Love you," it chirped enthusiastically. Hee hee. Although Ziyue could not comprehend the words, she understood the little creature's gratitude. "Tomorrow, I will catch more for you." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature buried its head in the jar, feasting on the bugs, while Ziyue continued to drink her porridge. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy observed the warm scene in the courtyard with a hint of envy in her eyes. After finishing her porridge, Ziyue squatted on the ground to draw talismans. Not wanting to waste ink and paper, she used a stick to sketch in the dirt. Through relentless practice, her talismans improved remarkably, even shimmering faintly in the evening glow. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, stirring up dust and debris. Ziyue shielded her eyes with her arm, and when she lowered it, she found the talisman still intact. How strange. As Ziyue gently blew upon the talisman, the symbols inscribed upon the ground scattered into the air. Puzzled, she scratched her head and murmured softly, "Could this possibly be mere coincidence?" The insects within the bamboo jar had been devoured by the little dumpling, which typically scavenged for food in the mountains, struggling to satiate its hunger. Qin Luo offered it fruit, while Ziyue provided it with insects, causing the little dumpling to become increasingly fond of this place. Chirp, chirp. The warmth of the elder's shoulder was truly comforting. Nestled against Qin Luo's shoulder, the little dumpling rested, its tuft of red fur prominently standing out. After completing her talisman practice, Ziyue sat cross-legged beside Qin Luo on the Dao platform, channeling her energy to cultivate the 5 qi, returning to one technique. The evening glow enveloped the falling sunset peak, resembling an ethereal realm. Outside Jinyang City, in the dark woods, a path led towards the city. As dusk approached, the light within the forest grew dimmer, and a carriage made its way towards Jinyang City. Xie and her maid, Xiaodao, were seated inside the carriage, having just returned from a delightful outing in Baiyun town. Xiaodao cradled a portrait of the door god from Longhu Temple, her affection for it evident, as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Xie, upon witnessing her enthusiasm, couldn't help but roll her eyes, teasing Xiaodao. "Why are you so enamored with this worthless painting? It's embarrassing to speak of it." Xiaodao, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered her head. To her, this portrait was far more exquisite than many works by renowned masters, and she believed that her single coin had not been wasted. "It's so cold." Xie rubbed her shoulders, having just felt uncomfortably warm, now suddenly chilled to the bone. Perhaps due to holding the portrait, Xiaodao felt no discomfort. "Miss, the weather around the Red Moon Festival has been quite erratic. We should return home soon. We shouldn't have gone to Longhu Temple." Xie scoffed. "What a waste of time. We went to Longhu Temple only to be duped out of our offerings, and we scarcely had time to enjoy ourselves." Suddenly, the carriage made a sharp turn. "Ow!" Xiefei's head collided with the carriage wall. "Old Wang, what on earth are you doing?" she exclaimed, feeling blood trickle from her forehead. A scream echoed from outside the carriage. A creature clad in armor emerged from the woods, its imposing figure, green eyes, and foul stench sending chills down their spines. As the coachman Old Wang hastily turned the carriage, the monster lunged forward, smashing the carriage to pieces. Xiefei and Xiaodao were thrown violently to the ground. Not caring for their safety, Old Wang fled on horseback, abandoning them in the chaos. Xiefei let out a piercing scream. The more she shrieked, the more exhilarated the creature became, cackling with glee as it advanced. "Miss, run," Xiaodao urged, snapping Xiefei back to reality as she scrambled to escape. As the creature drew closer, Xiaodao waved the portrait in her arms aimlessly, hoping to buy time for her mistress. Expecting to be torn apart, she was astonished to see the creature bypass her in pursuit of Xiefei. "Miss, be careful." Xiefei abruptly turned around, only to behold the monstrous figure advancing towards her. In a panic, she grasped the jade pendant hanging at her waist, a talisman blessed by the esteemed master song of the White Deer Temple. "Do not come any closer," she implored. The creature halted. "Xiefei, clinging to the hope that the pendant held power, was suddenly seized by the monster, which clutched the pendant tightly. A blinding white light erupted from it, and with a crack, the pendant shattered. The creature's hand was scorched, emitting wisps of steam. The pendant had some efficacy, albeit limited, failing to deter the beast. Weakness overtook Shifei, and the ground beneath her was drenched. Her only hope lay with Xiaodao. Xiaodao, save me! Xiaodao, like an ant on a hot pan, suddenly recalled the painting cradled in her arms, realizing that the monster's mercy was no mere coincidence. Please, rescue my lady, she implored, hastily unveiling the image of the guardian deity. In an instant, a beam of golden light emerged from the painting. Sensing impending peril, the monster turned, its eyes reflecting a towering figure wielding a broad sword, which struck down. The creature was engulfed by the radiant sword light. With a thunderous roar, it was vanquished. After the monster's demise, Wuxuanshan vanished, leaving behind a formidable silhouette standing before the Longhu Temple. The dark woods regained their tranquility as Xiaotao assisted Shifei to her feet. Trembling, she asked, "My lady, are you unscathed?" Shifei, pale as a ghost, disregarded the wound on her forehead and rushed to kneel before the guardian painting. Realizing that Qing'er had been right, she had been blind to the truth. Chapter 22. The cultivator seeking trouble at the doorstep in the bustling city of Jinyang. The morning was alive with the sounds of a lively roadside eatery. Patrons gathered to indulge in meat and drink while discussing the mundane aspects of life. Whispers of a monster lurking outside the city spread like wildfire. You won't believe it. The second daughter of the Sun family was taken by the beast, and her elder brother was torn asunder. The daughter of old Li has also gone missing. It seems the situation is dire. I heard that Miss Xie encountered the monster outside Jinyang, but managed to escape. They say the guardian spirit of the Longhu Temple manifested and vanquished the creature. Is that true? The townsfolk drew closer, intrigued. This news cannot be false. My friend works for the Xie family and would not deceive me. I've heard that the treasure pavilion is selling images of the Longhu Temple's guardian. Once I finish my drink, I shall purchase a couple. Enjoy your drink. I have matters to attend to. I must return to my work, one man said as he departed. Others soon followed suit, heading toward the treasure pavilion. The middle-aged man still at the table realized, wait for me. The city of Jinyang was engulfed in a series of mysterious disappearances, leaving the populace in a state of unease, while news of Xiefei's return spread rapidly. The townsfolk, believing in the protective power of the Longhu Temple's guardian, flocked to the treasure pavilion to acquire the images, hoping to ensure their safety. At the treasure pavilion, Lin Qian couldn't contain his glee, even without extensive advertising. Such a multitude of citizens rushed to purchase the guardian images. Priced at 30 coins each, a long line formed outside the establishment. Nearby at an inn, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe stood at the balcony, observing the pavilion. To his left stood a towering figure with bronze skin, resembling a sturdy tower, while to his right was a tall woman in a white dress, her high ponytail exuding vitality. The middle-aged man, named Yang Chong, was a late-stage foundation cultivator, and the robust man, Zhao Hu, was a master of martial arts. Masters of martial arts possess a vigorous vitality and can project their energy outward, rivaling even foundation cultivators. Though the threshold for martial arts is low, those who attain the title of master are few and far between, making it no easier than cultivation. The woman in white, named Tang Yao, was at the mid-foundation stage. They bore black tokens at their waists, symbols of the Si Tianjian. Having overheard the townspeople's discussions, Tang Yao remarked, "That wicked cultivator must be lurking near Jinyang." Yang Chong nodded, glancing at the burly man beside him. After much effort to trace this evil cultivator, we must eliminate him once and for all. Zhao Hu, prepare the bait. Understood, Zhao Hu replied before departing the inn. Yang Chang's gaze remained fixed on the crowd in line. I recall that the court has not officially sanctioned any guardian spirits, he mused. Yang Ji, let us not concern ourselves with such trivial matters, Tang Yao interjected. Yang Chang's expression darkened as he replied coldly. All deities within the Great Xia must receive official sanction from the court. Even a humble guardian spirit cannot exist without the court's permission. Tang Yao furrowed her brows slightly. Brother Yang, our mission is to eliminate the malevolent cultivators. There is no need to incite further conflict. Once we complete our task and report to the court, there will naturally be someone to address the issue. Yao Yao, Managing the chaos surrounding the enfeoffment of gods is our responsibility at the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring. Coincidentally, Zhao Hu is preparing bait, which will take some time. Let us visit the Longhu Temple. Very well. Tang Yao understood Yang Chang's nature. He was intolerant of any impurities, and it seemed the Longhu Temple might be in for some misfortune. At Luoxiao Peak, Longhu Temple, Qin Luo opened the door to the temple. Wu Xiantian emerged from a painting, bowing respectfully with cupped fists. Master Qin, last night, a shadow puppet appeared in the woods outside Jinyang City. Fortunately, a passing woman carried my portrait. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly perished. What is a shadow puppet? They are puppets crafted from corpses by cultivators. Those who create shadow puppets are invariably malevolent cultivators, employing exceedingly cruel methods. Can you identify the malevolent cultivator? Qin Luo's expression turned grave. If we cannot eliminate them, many more innocents will fall victim. Wu Xiantian shook his head. If I could identify the malevolent cultivator, I would not have brought this matter to your attention. My abilities are limited. That individual operates the shadow puppets from a very concealed location. I understand. Should you acquire any clues, please inform me. If I discover the malevolent cultivator, I shall eliminate them directly, without burdening you, Master Qin. Qin Luo clasped his fists together. Old Wu, I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty, Wu Xiantian replied, returning the gesture. Upon returning to the main hall, Qin Luo seized the opportunity to sit at the table and began painting the guardian deity, completing the piece in the blink of an eye. Ziyue entered the main hall with a bunch of grapes, her large, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Senior brother, there were fruits this morning, but I did not see the little monkey you mentioned. That is because you rose too late. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature nodded on Ziyue's shoulder. Ziyue, with a serious expression, declared, I will certainly wake up earlier tomorrow. Little one, remember to call for me. Chirp, chirp. The little creature readily agreed. This is a reward for you. Ziyue fed a grape to the little creature. Seeing the little creature, Qin Luo suddenly had an idea. Little one, I have a task for you. Boss, what is it? The little creature's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qin Luo's demeanor turned serious. There are malevolent cultivators causing trouble near Jinyang City. You have many friends. Ask them to scout for any suspicious cultivators in the vicinity. Leave it to me. The little creature puffed out its chest with confidence. It had long sought an opportunity to showcase its abilities. Continuously living off others would surely earn the boss's disdain. This task must be executed flawlessly. The little creature departed from Longhu Temple. With her senior brother present, Ziyue felt unafraid of the malevolent cultivators. She picked up a broom to tidy the temple, somewhat perplexed. Senior brother, why didn't he the Dao ancestor leave us even a morsel of that large roasted pig? Qin Luo gazed at the vanishing roasted pig on the offering platform and replied with a smile, Do not inquire of the Dao ancestor. If you wish to ask, direct your questions to my master. He is unlikely to waste such delicacies. It must have been he who partook of it. I had thought it was the Dao ancestor who enjoyed it. My master, how inconsiderate, not even allowing me a taste. Ziyu looked around the Daoist temple, reflecting that her senior brother was indeed the best. He taught her the art of cultivation and even treated her to food. Two figures sliced through the clouds. Yang Chang and Tang Yao arrived at Longhu Temple on their swords. This is Longhu Temple. It certainly meets my expectations, Yang Chang remarked, his disdain palpable. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of Longhu Temple, Tang Yao felt a sense of suspicion. She remained cautious, refraining from drawing any immediate conclusions. Brother Yang, let us first enter and take a look. Yang Chang nodded with a cold smirk. Tang Yao and Yang Chang descended into the courtyard before the main hall, while Wu Qinglu dared only to land outside the temple. Qin Luo sensed the presence of cultivators coming to Longhu Temple. Stepping out of the main hall to assess the situation, the two cultivators before him appeared stronger than Wu Qinglu, particularly the young woman clad in white. Have you come to offer incense and seek blessings, or are you here to visit my master? Qin Luo inquired with a friendly smile. Yang Chang and Tang Yao scrutinized Qin Luo. He appeared handsome, yet bore no signs of spiritual energy, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Bring your master out, Yang Chang demanded, adopting a condescending demeanor. Qin Luo nodded slightly at Ziyu, who understood her senior brother's intent and promptly went deeper into the temple to summon their master. Since you have traveled from afar, why not take a moment to rest in the pavilion? Qin Luo maintained his courteous demeanor. Tang Yao found the Daoist to be quite amiable. Yang Chang retorted coldly, No need, we are pressed for time. Qin Luo sensed that they were not to be trifled with, yet he remained unperturbed, still wearing a smile. Tang Yao observed the Longhu Temple, though modest. It possessed a rare tranquility. I am Tang Yao, and this is Yang Chong. We are cultivators from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Qin Luo had heard of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, a powerful institution that answered only to the Emperor of the Great Xia, which even the mountain-dwelling cultivators dared not provoke. I am Qin Luo, he responded with a smile. Are you also a cultivator? Yang Chong inquired. Indeed, Qin Luo affirmed with a slight nod. Yang Chong and Tang Yao exchanged knowing smiles, for they perceived that Qin Luo did not resemble a cultivator in the least. Zhang Fulong awoke with a yawn. Upon hearing from Ziyu that there was business to attend to, he instantly perked up, donning a golden Taoist robe and hat, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Are you here for fortune-telling? He inquired leisurely as he approached the main hall, sizing up Yang Chong and Tang Yao. Noticing their fine garments, he realized they were affluent and saw an opportunity for profit. Fortune-telling? Huh? Yang Chong scoffed. Then why not tell me my fortune? Zhang Fulong, adopting a serious demeanor, began to calculate with his fingers, then frowned and shook his head. I see a dark aura surrounding you, foretelling imminent calamity. Your days are numbered. He aimed to intimidate Yang Chong before attempting to sell him an expensive talisman for warding off evil. Tang Yao found the situation amusing. In her eyes, Zhang Fulong was nothing more than a charlatan. Yang Chong, his face darkened with anger, swung his hand forcefully and rebuked. Nonsense. A stream of azure spiritual energy surged forth, striking Zhang Fulong, who was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing straight into the main hall of the temple. Yang Chong smirked coldly, indeed. A mere trickster. Ziyu was momentarily bewildered. Her master had been struck down. Qin Luo fixed a gaze upon Yang Chong, taken aback by the other's breach of martial ethics, launching a sneak attack on a 70-year-old elder. Junior sister, go check on our master. Yes. Ziyu hurried into the main hall. A chill flickered in Qin Luo's eyes, while Tang Yao sensed an ominous presence. Yang Chong appeared unfazed, wearing an expression of disdain. There is no longer any need for the Longhu Temple. Should you dare defy the orders of the Court of Celestial Affairs, there will be no mercy. Is that so? A hoarse voice echoed from within the temple. Yang Chang's smile gradually froze, and in an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him, as if a harbinger of death were drawing near. Tang Yao felt similarly, as if her throat were being constricted, making it difficult to breathe, her instincts compelling her to kneel. Qin Luo turned to gaze at the main hall, witnessing his master emerge, his hat dislodged, hair tousled, and his deep-set eyes ablaze with fury. Having spent years in the temple, it was the first time Qin Luo had seen his master so enraged, as if the very heavens were trembling. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, a single person's emotions influencing the weather. Truly, his master was formidable, and admiration gleamed in Qin Luo's eyes. Ziyu followed closely beside Zhang Fulong, feeling for the first time that her master was towering, as though he could support the very sky itself. As Zhang Fulong stepped out of the main hall, Yang Chong and Tang Yao fell to their knees before him, trembling. How dare you lay your hands on the Longhu Temple? Zhang Fulong's hoarse voice resonated with authority. Tang Yao hastily pleaded, Elder, we were blind to your greatness. Please, show mercy. Yang Chong, gripped by fear, still attempted to maintain bravado. We are cultivators of the Court of Celestial Affairs. If you dare to lay a hand on us, the court will not spare you. Zhang Fulong lifted his aged hand, and with a casual wave, sent Yang Chong and Tang Yao flying away like mere flies. Roll as far away as you can. If you dare to appear before me again, not even the Court of Celestial Affairs nor the King of Heaven can save you. Zhang Fulong warned sternly. Thank you for your mercy, Elder. Yang Chong and Tang Yao tumbled heavily at the foot of the mountain, coughing blood, and dared not linger, fleeing in haste. At the Longhu Temple, Qin Luo stepped forward to inquire, Master, how are you? Zhang Fulong shook his head with a sigh. This frail body cannot endure such strain. I must rest. Should trouble arise, come seek me. Qin Luo's expression turned grave. Master, I assure you, such incidents shall not occur again. He had not anticipated the sudden aggression. Preparations would surely be made for the future. It is not your fault. Zhang Fulong smiled warmly as he waved his hand. Qin Luo assisted Zhang Fulong back to his room to rest. Within the jade pendant, The violet-haired fairy discerned a hint of something amiss, suspecting that there resided a formidable presence within Zhang Fulong. Chapter 23. The scholar in white Yang Chong and Tang Yao returned to Jinyang City in a state of disarray. They sought refuge at the Fengyun Inn to recuperate. That despicable old man, Yang Chong, gritted his teeth. Since joining the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, he had never endured such indignity. Tang Yao, filled with reverence, cautioned, "Brother Yang, the Longhu Temple is a force we cannot afford to provoke. It is wiser to turn a blind eye and not engage with them." I shall make them pay dearly. Once we have dealt with the evil cultivators, I will report this matter to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, and they shall reap the consequences. Yang Chong replied with a mischievous smile. Tang Yao, aware of Yang Chang's vengeful nature, resolved that after this mission, she would no longer team up with him, fearing it would inevitably lead to grave trouble. Let us first regain our strength. We still have to confront the evil cultivators. They consumed their elixirs and began to restore their spiritual energy in the inn. Within half a day, the divine guardian portraits at the treasure pavilion had been completely snatched away. A throng of citizens surrounded the pavilion, creating a bustling scene. Lin Xian personally came forward to explain, "The divine guardian portraits have all been sold out. Please return tomorrow. If you cannot wait, you may purchase them at Longhu Temple, where they are merely a penny each." "A penny each? How inexpensive. Let us hurry to Longhu Temple. It's too far. I will wait for the treasure pavilion to restock. Let us go together to pray at Longhu Temple." Previously, the citizens of Jinyang City had little knowledge of Longhu Temple. But now, discussions about it were rampant, and more people were planning to visit for blessings. Lin Xian sought out Wu Qinglu, respectfully stating, "Old Wu, the divine guardian portraits at Longhu Temple are quite popular. Could you please make a trip to procure more?" "Of course. I was just about to assist a young friend in purchasing some white and yellow paper in Jinyang City. The white paper is for painting the divine guardians, while the yellow paper is for Ziyua's talismans." Wu Qinglu set off towards Longhu Temple with the supplies. At Longhu Temple, the citizens seeking blessings were still en route. Wu Qinglu informed Qin Luo of the situation in Jinyang City. "Young friend, the divine guardians at Longhu Temple are immensely popular. 300 portraits have already been sold out. It seems the influence of the treasure pavilion is substantial. It is the efficacy of the divine guardians at Longhu Temple," Wu Qinglu remarked. Having also heard the tale of Miss Xie, Qin Luo, while quick at painting divine guardians, could not meet the market demand in Jinyang City. "I can provide you with a maximum of 500 more portraits, but that will not last long as I do not have the time to paint so many." "Does the treasure pavilion sell a fixed quantity each day?" Qin Luo suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. The treasure pavilion could hire some artists to replicate the divine guardians from Longhu Temple. They could give a penny for each portrait. "That is a splendid idea," Wu Qinglu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Rest assured, the treasure pavilion will engage the finest artists in the city to faithfully reproduce the divine guardian portraits." "I trust you completely," Qin Luo replied, his eyes gleaming with delight. He could sense the sincerity of the treasure pavilion. After Wu Qingluo's departure, a stream of townsfolk came to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings, while Ziyue recommended the door god portraits to them. A mere coin may not buy deception, yet it can purchase a family's safety, as the door gods of Longhu Temple ensure security. 1 coin for a portrait, 2 coins for 2. As evening descended upon Jinyang City, at the Fengyun Inn, Zhao entered the room with a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. Yang Chong opened his eyes and said, "Let us depart." Tang Yao glanced at the sack, frowning as she remarked, "Using a living person as bait seems rather unwise." Yang Chong, indifferent, responded with a cool demeanor, Yao, you display the compassion of a woman. If we fail to capture the malevolent cultivator, many more will suffer." "Indeed," Zhao chimed in. Tang Yao pouted, "Brother Yang, did that elder from Longhu Temple truly foretell your fate? Surely, it cannot be true." A sudden silence enveloped the room, and Yang Chang's expression darkened. Curiously, Zhao inquired, "What is amiss?" With a scowl, Yang Chong asserted, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. After we deal with the malevolent cultivator, I shall address Longhu Temple." Tang Yao sensed Yang Chang's descent into madness. The trio departed the inn, making their way to the dark woods outside Jinyang City. Zhang Hu dumped the unconscious girl from the burlap sack onto the ground. Clad in coarse garments, she was a slave purchased by Zhang Hu, now lying cold and still. Tang Yao was appalled by their actions. concealed among the trees. Yang Chong and his companions suppressed their presence, awaiting the arrival of the shadow puppet. As night enveloped the black woods, a shadow puppet approached, dragging the girl by her feet. The previously unconscious girl was roused, and upon seeing the puppet, she screamed, "Help!" from her perch in the trees. Tang Yao reached for her sword, only to be halted by Yang Chong, who cautioned, "If you startle the snake in the grass, our efforts will be in vain. By following the shadow puppet, we shall locate the malevolent cultivator." Tang Yao could only suppress her fury as they stealthily trailed the puppet. The girl, dragged along, had her clothing torn, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Her cries for help grew weaker. The shadow puppet brought her to the entrance of a concealed cave. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted as Tang Yao drew her sword and charged forth, severing the puppet's head, which fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Yang Chong struck the nearby trees in frustration. His plan had been to ascertain the malevolent cultivator's presence within the cave before launching a surprise attack. Now, their disturbance would likely provoke a fierce battle, regardless of whether the cultivator was inside. Zhao Hu and Yang Chong approached the cave, where the dragged girl had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Yao hastily placed a medicinal pill in her mouth, hoping to preserve her life. "Yao Yao, you acted too impulsively. This child, having been dragged into the cave, is doomed." Just as they spoke, a chilling wind blew from the cave, and a horde of shadow puppets surged forth. Tang Yao, cradling the girl, retreated to a safe distance. Yang Chong drew forth a spiritual sword, effortlessly dispatching the approaching shadow puppet. Zhao Hu swung his massive fist, shattering the skull of another shadow puppet that dared to approach. Tang Yao placed the young girl in a secure location and then, sword in hand, joined her companions at the cave's entrance. Together, they swiftly dealt with the remaining shadow puppets. A sinister cackle echoed through the air. An evil cultivator, clad in the attire of a pale scholar, emerged from the cave. His crimson eyes scanned the group before settling on Tang Yao, and with a lascivious lick of his lips, he remarked, "Your blood must be exquisite." Tang Yao narrowed her beautiful eyes, rebuking him. "Evil cultivator, today marks your demise." Zhao Hu laughed heartily. "This time, there is no escape for you. Ha ha ha, how foolishly overconfident you are." "Come at me together," the pale scholar replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Without hesitation, Yang Chong and his companions launched their attack, two beams of sword light slicing toward the scholar from either side. The scholar remained motionless, a crimson light emanating from within him, effortlessly blocking both sword strikes. Zhao Hu charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch that roared through the air, but the scholar met it with his own punch. Bang! Zhao Hu was sent flying, his arm trembling. A chill ran down his spine. Something was amiss. Yang Chong and Tang Yao closed in, thrusting their swords toward the scholar's body. "Die! Get lost!" The scholar unleashed a wave of crimson light, a formidable aura that sent the two flying backward. "This is bad. The evil cultivator has grown stronger." Yang Chang's pupils constricted in realization. No wonder the scholar chose not to flee this time. They were in grave trouble. Tang Yao furrowed her brow, recognizing that even their combined strength was insufficient against the enhanced power of the pale scholar. The scholar soared into the air, and Yang Chong and Tang Yao stared in wide-eyed astonishment. He was walking on air, a clear sign of a core formation expert. "Ha ha ha, did you not anticipate this?" Harnessing the extreme yin energy of the Blood Moon Festival, I have condensed my blood core, matching the strength of a core formation expert. Come to your deaths, and I shall grant you that privilege. As his words faded, the pale scholar lunged forward, manifesting two streams of crimson light in his hands, resembling two bloodied longswords. Yang Chong and Tang Yao raised their swords to defend, but their efforts were futile, and they were both knocked back. Crushing mountain fist. Zhao Hu's eyes widened as he leapt high, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, his strike imbued with tremendous force. However, a bloodlight barrier enveloped the scholar, and Zhao Hu's attack failed to penetrate it. Desperate, Yang Chong and Tang Yao combined their efforts, launching two sword lights toward the scholar's barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered, but the pale scholar's figure vanished without a trace. He was lurking in the shadows. They could not afford to be careless. Yang Chong and Tang Yao stood back to back, scanning for any sign of the scholar. Suddenly, a pain scream erupted from Zhao Hu. Tang Yao turned to him, only to discover the scholar clinging to his back, biting down and tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Zhao Hu clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, while the scholar's eyes glowed red, savoring the taste of blood. The vitality of martial artists is indeed rich, though regrettably foul. Retreat. Yang Chong made a decisive retreat. Tang Yao watched as the pale-faced scholar bit into Zhao Hu, tearing off large chunks of flesh with each savage bite. Gripping her sword tightly, she roared, "I will fight you to the end." The blade in Tang Yao's hand erupted with brilliant light. The pale-faced scholar released Zhao Hu and, filled with excitement, lunged towards Tang Yao. In his eyes, she was the true prize of the night, while the others were mere appetizers. Blood fiend technique. A ghostly shadow lunged at Tang Yao. As the dazzling sword light clashed with the specter, a fierce wind was unleashed, sending Tang Yao hurtling away. When the dust settled, the pale-faced scholar stood before her, striking her with a palm that caused her to cough blood and fly backward until she crashed into a tree, shattering it. Coughing violently, Tang Yao fell to the ground in a wretched state. In the face of the evil cultivator's blood-dan condensing power, she, at the mid-stage of foundation building, was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Seeing Tang Yao unable to resist, the scholar's lips curled into a wicked smile. The best is always saved for last. Savor the despair slowly. With a swift leap, the pale-faced scholar soared into the air. Tang Yao attempted to move, but her body felt heavy and paralyzed, the malevolent energy eroding her very being. Not far off, Zhao Hu lay in a pool of blood, on the brink of death. Weakly, he murmured, "Tang Yao, you must flee. Please, go back and tell my mother I can't return to see her." With that, Zhao Hu closed his eyes. Tang Yao sensed his diminishing life force. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she managed to extract a healing pill from her robes, hoping to regain her strength and escape. At Luoxia Peak, at the Longhu Temple, Qin Luo had just finished washing up and was preparing to rest when a small figure darted into the courtyard. "Boss, I have a lead. In the cave west of the Black Woods, there are monsters. They have been capturing many people in recent days, and a foul stench lingers in the area. The sisters have been too afraid to gather bugs nearby." The small figure's eyes brimmed with anger. Qin Luo gazed towards the Black Woods, sensing the aura of slaughter. The malevolence there was palpable. "I understand." With that, Qin Luo vanished from the courtyard. "Huh? Where did the boss go?" The small figure blinked in confusion. In the Black Woods, Tang Yao took the healing pill, regaining a modicum of strength. She staggered to Zhao Hu's side, only to find he had already drawn his last breath. "Damn it!" Tang Yao's nails nearly dug into her flesh. "Where am I?" The girl brought by Zhao Hu began to awaken. Tang Yao, her face pale, gritted her teeth and moved to stand before the girl, forcing a smile. "Do not be afraid. I will take you back." Realizing Tang Yao had saved her, the girl rushed to support her. "Thank you, heroine. Let us hurry." Tang Yao knew the pale-faced scholar would surely return. They had little time. They had barely moved when the scholar descended from the sky, holding Yang Chang's severed head, which he tossed before Tang Yao as if it were a mere ball. "Ah!" The girl screamed in terror. "You must go." Tang Yao pushed aside the girl beside her. The girl, unable to move any further, collapsed once more. For the first time in her life, Tang Yao felt a profound sense of despair. She did not wish to perish just yet. In that moment, she fervently yearned for someone to come to her aid. Anyone would suffice, and she would willingly agree to any terms in exchange for salvation. Chapter 24. The slaying of the evil cultivator. The pale-faced scholar licked his lips, regarding Tang Yao as a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Ah, such fair skin and beauty, a young foundation-building cultivator like you. I would hesitate to kill you. If you agree to cultivate with me, I might spare your life." "Humph, how naive," Tang Yao retorted, fully aware of the scholar's intentions. He desired her primordial yin, and once she lost her value, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. "Do you truly believe I have a choice?" With a defiant gesture, Tang Yao placed her sword against her neck. "Even in death, I will not allow you to succeed." The scholar laughed mockingly, his sinister chuckle echoing. "Do you think I care about your life? I shall refine you into a shadow puppet, bound to serve me for eternity." Tang Yao gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, wishing for nothing more than to be shattered into pieces rather than become a puppet. "Go on, make your move," she challenged, her heart racing. The scholar's expression was one of amusement. As tears welled in Tang Yao's eyes, memories flashed before her. Just as she prepared to take her own life, a beam of moonlight pierced through the dark forest, illuminating a figure clad in white, a young Taoist. "Is someone truly here to save me?" Tang Yao thought, struggling to believe her own eyes, convinced it was merely a dying illusion. Yet, upon closer inspection, she recognized him. It was Qin Luo, whom she had met briefly at the Longhu Temple. He was indeed a cultivator. Previously, she had assumed him to be an ordinary person. Recalling the terrifying master he served, she found it unsurprising that he possessed such abilities. The pale-faced scholar's pupils contracted in shock. He had not sensed Qin Luo's arrival. Guided by the little creature's warning, Qin Luo surveyed the scene, shaking his head in disappointment. My master at least forewarned you. Why did you not heed his advice? Taoist, we have no quarrel. Do you wish to become my enemy? The scholar replied, his eyes betraying his unease. The absence of any detectable spiritual energy from Qin Luo only heightened his sense of dread. Qin Luo's gaze was resolute, sharp as a blade, unsettling the scholar profoundly. You wicked cultivators, guilty of countless sins, today I shall act as the heavens' avenger. With determined strides, he advanced, as if the very heavens were descending upon them. A formidable pressure enveloped the air, causing the scholar's soul to tremble, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. He leapt into the air, desperate to escape. Thunder magic. 9 heavens of thunder. Qin Luo raised his hand, his robes billowing. In the past, he had needed to draw symbols and form seals to cast spells. But since comprehending the laws of nature, he had transcended such steps, directly summoning the heavenly thunder. The thunder descended from the heavens, illuminating the dark forest as brightly as day. The sound of the thunder echoed for miles, shaking the very earth. Creatures within the Ziyun mountain trembled in fear. The scholar was struck by the heavenly thunder, his flesh torn apart by the lightning, his soul obliterated, leaving him utterly dead, without even a chance for reincarnation. As silence returned to the black forest, the residual lightning cast a glow upon Qin Luo, who stood solitary and transcendent, akin to a divine ruler. Tang Yao was left speechless, astonished that such a formidable evil cultivator could be so effortlessly annihilated. This was indeed the might of the Dragon and Tiger Temple's practitioners. He was remarkably young, yet possessed such extraordinary powers. Hailing from a prominent family in Yinbei County and being a prized protégé of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, she had encountered many influential figures, yet none had ever left her with such a profound sense of awe. What exactly was the background of the Dragon and Tiger Temple? The thought that Yang Chang had not perished at the temple was almost unbelievable. Perhaps that venerable elder had foreseen Yang Chang's demise at the hands of the pale-faced scholar, thus opting not to sully the temple's sanctity. Friend, please lower your sword, Qin Luo kindly urged, concerned that in her moment of anxiety, Tang Yao might inadvertently harm herself. It would be a grave loss if she were to perish. Regaining her composure, Tang Yao set down her long sword and knelt before Qin Luo, expressing her profound gratitude for his timely rescue. Whatever you desire, I, Tang Yao, shall grant it, as long as it is within my means. Qin Luo, having observed the surroundings, understood that they had been engaged in a hunt to eliminate the white-faced scholar, and he admired their noble intentions. You are ridding the world of harm. Thus, my assistance was only fitting. Rise, he said, stepping forward to help her up. Tang Yao was at a loss for how to express her gratitude and wished to avoid conflict with the Dragon and Tiger Temple. If the Dragon and Tiger Temple wishes to thrive in the Daxia, it would be wise to inform the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Thank you for your counsel, but these matters are beyond my authority. I am merely a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger Temple, Qin Luo acknowledged, aware that Tang Yao bore no ill intentions. She recognized that the Dragon and Tiger Temple was no ordinary institution, yet the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the Daxia dynasty were equally formidable entities, and she hoped never to find herself opposed to the temple. Do you require assistance? He inquired. No, thank you, Tang Yao replied, not wanting to burden Qin Luo further. He had intended to escort her home, but since she had expressed that she was fine, he chose to refrain from interfering further. As Tang Yao watched him depart, she thought he truly left. I should not have spoken so defiantly. She pressed her lips together, the moonlight fading away, plunging the forest into darkness. Tang Yao searched diligently at the spot where the white-faced scholar had met his end, eventually discovering a blood-red bone, a testament to the vanquished evil cultivator, which could yield significant rewards upon her return. Qin Luo, I shall repay this kindness in the future, she vowed, gazing toward the direction of the Dragon and Tiger Temple before returning to Jinyang City with the unconscious girl in tow, planning to return the next day to collect the remains of Yang Chong and Zhao Hu. Upon returning to the Dragon and Tiger Temple, Qin Luo found the little one nestled comfortably in bed. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her head cocked to one side, the tufts of red fur on her head bobbing with her movements. "Boss, I was warming your bed for you. You're back so soon. Did you find the monster?" "It was struck by lightning," he replied, recalling the thunderous sound that had recently echoed. "You truly are impressive, capable of calling down thunder," she exclaimed with admiration. "Haha, I need to rest now." Qin Luo adhered to a routine of early to bed and early to rise, never indulging in late nights. He collapsed onto the bed. The room was sparse, containing only a single bed, while the moonlight streamed through the broken window into the humble abode. The dimly lit room transformed into a beacon of brightness, prompting the little creature to yearn for the warmth of Qin Luo's embrace for a nap. However, upon encountering the icy jade pendant, it felt as if struck by lightning and was instantly propelled away. "Help! Help!" the little creature cried, flapping its wings as it fled from Qin Luo's chamber, realizing that the elder's embrace was perilous. Meanwhile, Qin Luo slept soundly, and next door, Ziyu was also in the depths of slumber, a subtle glow illuminating her brow, her body enveloped in a gentle radiance. Though she was asleep, the 5-Qi returning to one technique continued its operation. In the late hours of the night, Zhang Fu Long emerged from his room, making his way to the main hall of the Taoist temple, gazing at the portrait of the Grand Master high above. "Master," he pondered, "who could have foreseen that within Longhu Temple, a descendant with talents akin to yours would arise, blessed with immense fortune? Perhaps he may surpass your existence." The following day, at dawn, the little creature serenaded the courtyard with its song. Ziyu, stirred by its melody, rubbed her eyes and rose to fetch water from the tank for her morning routine. At that moment, a small monkey leapt into the courtyard, clutching an abundance of fruits. Colliding with Ziyu, who was rinsing her mouth, they exchanged wide-eyed glances, the scene enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. "Indeed, my senior brother did not deceive me." "Hello," Ziyu greeted warmly. The little monkey nodded timidly, placing the fruit wrapped in lotus leaves upon the table, bowing slightly as it murmured, "Little fairy." These fruits were sent by Bear King. "Wow, you can talk?" Ziyu blinked her bright, watery eyes in astonishment. The monkey scratched its head, its innocent face revealing. "I accidentally consumed a strange fruit in my youth, which awakened my intelligence. I often play around the village, hence I learned to speak." "Is that so?" Ziyu circled the little monkey in observation, noting how its appearance resembled that of a human, albeit covered in fur. "Where do you live?" "I have no home," the monkey replied, revealing its orphan status, wandering the mountains. Ziyu felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. "What is your name?" "Everyone calls me Little Monkey." "Little Monkey, I am Ziyu. You may call me Sister Ziyu. Thank you for bringing the fruits. You are welcome to visit Longhu Temple often," she said with a sweet smile. Little Monkey felt reassured by the kindness of Qin Luo and Ziyu, realizing that Longhu Temple was not as fearsome as Bear King had described. With a respectful demeanor, it replied, "Sister Ziyu, I must return to report to Bear King. I shall come back to play when I have the chance." "Who is Bear King?" "Bear King is my master. A colossal black bear, the demon king of the mountains. He is quite formidable." "Is he as formidable as my senior brother?" "Not at all." Little Monkey shook its head. "Hee. Ziyu lifted her face with pride. "Little Monkey, I shall take my leave now. Remember to come and play." "Certainly," Little Monkey said, hopping out of the courtyard. Hearing the commotion outside, Qin Luo stepped into the yard, where the little creature perched upon his shoulder. "Senior brother, I woke up earlier than you today." Ziyu exclaimed joyfully, hands on her hips. Qin Luo affectionately ruffled Ziyu's hair. "Little sister, it is indeed commendable that you can rise early. Brother, I have also seen the little monkey, who can speak, and all these fruits are gifts from him." Ziyu presented the freshly washed fruits before Qin Luo. He gazed at the assortment of fruits in the basket, which were gathered from various mountains and delivered to Longhu Temple overnight, demonstrating the considerable effort expended by Xiangshan and the little monkey. As the demon king, Xiangshan likely does not traverse such distances, leaving the diligent little monkey to bear the burden. Qin Luo found the little monkey quite endearing, possessing both spirit and intelligence. "Little junior sister, this scented pouch is for you." Qin Luo held several fragrant pouches sewn from scraps of cloth. Ziyu's bright, watery eyes sparkled as she accepted the pouch. treating it like a precious treasure. She brought it to her nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful! Brother, did you make this yourself?" "Indeed. Though it may not be visually appealing. It is beautiful. I adore it." Ziwa hung the pouch at her waist and twirled on her tiptoes in the courtyard, giggling incessantly. The pouch concealed a piece of primordial leaf, beneficial for the body when worn regularly. The jade pendant within it caught the admiring gaze of the purple-haired fairy, who had risen from obscurity, utterly alone. Chummy Chummy, the little round one approached Ziwa, seeking food. She cut the fruits into small pieces to feed the little creature. Qin Luo, sipping the morning dew collected in his gourd, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare porridge for his little junior sister. While cooking, he chopped firewood in the courtyard, and after finishing, ventured down the mountain to fetch water. The mundane aspects of life fascinated him. On his return with the water bucket, he encountered villagers ascending the mountain to pray for blessings. A plump middle-aged woman curiously asked, "Immortal Master, have you ever considered marriage and children?" "I have," he replied. "I thought you immortals were devoid of emotions." "Even immortals are human. I am the matchmaker from Jinghu village and know many beautiful young ladies. I can assist in introductions. My standards may be somewhat high." The middle-aged woman nodded, acknowledging that, given his status, the mountain girls might not be worthy of him. That may not necessarily be the case. Qin Luo held no disdain for village maidens. An elderly man, leaning on a wooden staff, paused to rest in the mountains. "Immortal Master, what do you believe is the meaning of life?" Qin Luo had never contemplated that question. After some thought, he responded, "In this lifetime, like the fleeting seasons, I am uncertain of its meaning. Living is sufficient. Just look at how beautiful the dawn is." The old man lifted his gaze to the clouds tinged with the morning glow, colors appearing in his murky eyes, a smile breaking upon his aged face. "Indeed, the dawn is truly beautiful. At Luoxia Peak, one can admire the brilliance of the dawn. If you are weary, do take a moment to rest." "Very well, very well. Immortal Master, take care." Qin Luo returned to Longhu Temple with the water bucket. The old man gazed at the fiery clouds, their glow reflected in his eyes, never before feeling such a deep attachment to the mortal realm. Chapter 25. The Little Monkey. Jinyan. As the sun rose, the atmosphere at the Longhu Temple was bustling. The local populace, having heard of the temple's guardian deities capable of vanquishing monsters, flocked to purchase images of these deities. The affluent among them offered incense and prayers, contributing generously to the temple funds. At the front of the main hall, a stall for incense was set up, with Ziwa overseeing the sale of candles and images, requiring no advertisement but merely collecting payments. The incense donations were entrusted to Zhang Fulong, while the proceeds from the images went directly to Ziwa, who was thoroughly engrossed in her work. In the courtyard, Qin Luo dispensed wisdom to the gathered citizens. A disheveled middle-aged man approached respectfully, saying, "Immortal Master, I have recently encountered a series of misfortunes. Could it be that I am afflicted by something unclean?" Qin Luo's eyes shimmered with a golden light. He discerned no malevolence within the man. "Good sir," he replied, "if your heart is righteous, no evil can invade. Harmony in the household invites abundant blessings." The middle-aged man pondered these words deeply. A wealthy merchant clad in red robes approached, inquiring, "Immortal Master, might you assist me in divination?" Qin Luo chuckled softly and shook his head. "I am not versed in divination. Please wait a moment while I summon my master to assist you. I appreciate your efforts." "Immortal Master," the red-robed merchant responded with a respectful bow. Qin Luo made his way deeper into the temple to notify his master. Zhang Fulong, roused from slumber, felt the aches in his back and waist. "My poor back aches terribly," he lamented. Were it not for the prospect of earning money, he would have remained in bed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he ventured into the front courtyard, where the lively scene nearly left him speechless. The temple was teeming with people. Having spent decades at Longhu Temple, this was the first time Zhang Fulong witnessed such a throng of citizens. Upon seeing the fervent demand for the guardian deity images, he began to comprehend the situation. "Master Zhang." The people quickly gathered around him. "Could you assist me with divination?" "Master Zhang, my sow has not farrowed. Can you suggest a remedy?" "Master Zhang, I have been plagued by nightmares. Surely I am beset by malevolent spirits. What should I do?" "Please, do not rush. One at a time, if you will," he addressed them. "Divination is 10 taels of silver per inquiry." The red-robed merchant promptly produced 10 taels of silver. Zhang Fulong, calculating with his fingers, spoke gravely, I observe that your forehead is darkened. This is a harbinger of great misfortune. A household that accumulates virtue shall surely enjoy blessings. Yet your home must harbor ill-gotten gains. The merchant, visibly shaken, pleaded, Master Zhang, I acknowledge my faults. Can you not save me? Zhang Fulong replied with utmost seriousness. Those riches you possess are beyond your control and may bring you calamity. Wealth derived from the people must be returned for the benefit of the people. A virtuous household shall indeed reap the rewards. I understand. The merchant vowed to remember these words. Qin Luo observed from the sidelines, gaining much insight from the exchange. Next came a farmer's wife lamenting her sow's barrenness. Zhang Fulong took up a brush and inscribed a remedy, specifically designed for sows struggling with fertility. Priced at a mere 21. Thank you, immortal master, the farmer's wife exclaimed, retrieving a handful of copper coins and meticulously counting them. Here are 21. When encountering affluent merchants, Zhang Fulong would devise clever schemes to profit from them, yet he maintained a degree of kindness towards the ordinary folk. Immortal master, the farmer's wife inquired, can this remedy be taken by humans? Medicines should not be taken indiscriminately, he cautioned. Zhang Fulong chuckled and remarked, if you desire a child, you may seek blessings from the Taoist ancestor. Sincerity begets efficacy. Thank you, master. I shall proceed to offer my prayers. Senior brother, we are running low on images. Ziyue exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his junior sister's alert, Qin Luo made his way to the main hall, seated himself at the table, and began painting the guardian deities. Tang Yao transported the corpses of Yang Chang and Zhao Hu to Jinyang City, instructing the officials to send them to the Astral Monitoring Bureau. Before departing, Tang Yao intended to express her gratitude to Qin Luo. She summoned her sword and arrived at the Longhu Temple. Observing the bustling scene, she understood that Qin Luo was preoccupied and had no time to spare. Qin Luo, until fate reunites us, she called out, soaring away on her sword. Qin Luo and the others toiled from dawn until dusk. A steady stream of citizens arrived to purchase guardian deity images, while many came to burn incense and offer prayers. Some traveling from afar, even Jinyang City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temple finally fell quiet. Zhang Fulong, supporting his waist, appeared weary, reflecting on the difficulty of earning money. Counting coins was no easy task either. Ziyue was busy tallying the copper coins, often miscounting due to their overwhelming quantity. Zhang Fulong had not anticipated that such inexpensive guardian images could truly enliven the Longhu Temple. Coughing, he stated, Ziyue, with so much money in hand, you shall oversee the temple's expenditures from now on. Very well, Ziyue nodded in agreement, noting that she had yet to see their master contribute financially. Standing outside the temple, Qin Luo watched the last worshipper descend the mountain. The sunset painted the mountains in hues of crimson, the fiery clouds in the sky resembling a phoenix reborn from flames. The evening sun is splendid, yet it heralds the approach of dusk. Wu Xiantian emerged from the image of the guardian deity, his once ethereal form now solidified. His divine power evidently augmented, a boon attributed to Qin Luo. In recent days, an increasing number of citizens had come to paste the guardian images, allowing him to absorb a wealth of spiritual energy. Old Wu, are you settling in well? Indeed, compared to the desolation of the heavenly gate, the bustling mortal realm is quite fascinating. Qin Luo found great amusement in interacting with a diverse array of citizens at the Longhu Temple. If you feel lonely, I can help you find a goddess to accompany you, Qin Luo teased with a smile. Wu Xiantian chuckled. Thank you for your kindness, Master Qin, but I hold no interest in a goddess. If one were to be by my side, I would not mind. In the temple's backyard, after a long day of labor, Ziyue finally found time to eat. Holding a bowl of porridge and savoring pickles brought from home, her small face radiated happiness. Suddenly, a small creature landed on her shoulder. During the day, Qin Luo and the others had been busy, so the little creature could only play in the mountains until returning to the Longhu Temple now. Little one, would you like some porridge? Ziyue inquired, glancing at the tiny being on her shoulder. The creature shook its head vigorously at the sight of the plain porridge. Qin Luo entered the backyard, prompting the little creature to shift positions and settle on his shoulder, leisurely closing its eyes. Senior brother, we earned over 500 coins today. I have hidden the money beneath my sleeping mat, Ziyue winked. The funds would sustain them for quite some time. Qin Luo spoke softly. The temple will likely be quite busy during this period. After a while, when we find some leisure, I shall take you to the town for a meal. Hom. Ziyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since she began practicing the 5 qi returning to origin technique, her appetite had diminished, yet her longing for meat remained. As the sun began to set, they had yet to cultivate. Qin Luo closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform, while the little ball of fluff rested, its red tuft swaying gently in the breeze. After finishing her porridge, Ziyu squatted down to draw talismans. Upon completing her practice, she sat beside her senior brother to cultivate. They cherished their time, diligently honing their skills. That night, Zhang Fulong felt somewhat hungry and planned to head to the main hall to partake of the offerings brought by the townsfolk. Passing through the backyard, he chuckled upon seeing Qin Luo and Ziyu still immersed in their practice. Surely, these foolish disciples did not genuinely believe they could attain immortality, did they? Concerned for their well-being, Zhang Fulong cleared his throat. Cough. Practicing late into the night is detrimental to your health. You should rest early. Understood, master. Qin Luo and Ziyu opened their eyes. Seizing the moment of their respite, Zhang Fulong made his way to the main hall. Savoring the roast duck provided by the villagers, a broad smile adorning his face. Indeed, the common folk were easily deceived. Suddenly, he slapped himself across the face. Smack! Zhang Fulong was momentarily taken aback, a hoarse voice echoing in his mind. You old fool, have you no shame? Covering his face, he felt bewildered. Is this a pang of conscience? The following day, at dawn, Qin Luo and Ziyu rose early. Recently, the temple had been visited by many townsfolk, necessitating their early rise to attend to tasks. Oh, the temple is so clean, Ziyu exclaimed, her eyes widening. She had not cleaned the temple the previous night, as she usually tidied up during the day. The courtyard was devoid of fallen leaves. The water tank was filled, and the firewood outside the kitchen was neatly stacked. Observing the fruits on the table, Qin Luo discerned the truth. It was the little monkey that had tidied up. Ziyu felt a bit embarrassed. Senior brother, I called it to play, yet it came to help us with our chores. Such a considerate little monkey. Qin Luo found the little monkey quite commendable. Its industriousness was commendable, as the Longhu Temple needed diligent disciples. The previous few senior brothers had left due to their inability to endure hardship. In the ensuing period, the Longhu Temple was quite busy, leaving Qin Luo and Ziyu with little time to rest. After 10 days, the influx of townsfolk gradually diminished. Fortunately, during this time, the little monkey came every day to assist at the temple, significantly easing their burdens. A month later, the Longhu Temple returned to its former state, with occasional visitors coming to offer incense and prayers. Recently, there had been no incidents of monster attacks or missing persons. The community's tension had eased, and the fervor for purchasing protective door gods had subsided, restoring the temple's previous tranquility. The little monkey and the ball of fluff became regulars at the Longhu Temple, with the monkey delivering food and the fluff enjoying its share, often falling asleep on Qin Luo's shoulder after feasting. At dawn, Zhang Fulong felt a pressing urge to relieve himself. As he passed through the backyard, he noticed a small monkey sweeping the ground. Initially, he paid it no mind, mistaking it for Ziyue, but just as he was about to exit the yard, he abruptly turned back. A monkey? Zhang Fulong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ziyue, carrying a bowl of porridge, entered the backyard, her small face beaming with joy as she chimed, Master, this is a little monkey. It brings us fruit every day and helps me and my senior brother with chores. The little monkey bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Greetings, venerable master. A demon monkey. Zhang Fulong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had lived for over half a century and had never encountered a talking monkey. The little monkey, frightened, fell silent, fearing Zhang Fulong might banish it. Qin Luo stepped into the backyard, wearing a gentle smile as he softly remarked, Master, the little monkey has been assisting in the temple lately, fetching water, chopping wood, and sweeping the floor. It seems quite spirited. Perhaps you should take it as your disciple. Indeed. Ziyue chimed in, her agreement evident. The little monkey gazed at Qin Luo in surprise, its eyes filled with gratitude. The notion of becoming a disciple was beyond its wildest dreams. The little monkey was diligent and hardworking, and both Qin Luo and Ziyue hoped it would stay. Zhang Fulong sensed no threat from the monkey. After careful consideration, he recalled how the Longhu Temple had garnered attention for a time with its door gods. And now that it had returned to a quieter state, a talking monkey could surely enliven the temple once more. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Fulong adopted a serious expression and declared, Demon monkey, I can take you as my disciple, But if you cause any trouble in the future, I shall not spare you. Thud. The little monkey, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing its head. Master, I promise I will never trouble you in the future. If I do anything wrong, may the heavens strike me down. Hee hee, I now have a junior brother. Ziua laughed sweetly. Qin Luo nodded slightly, sensing the little monkey's inherent spirit, believing it had the potential to become an esteemed figure in the future. Zhang Fulong noticed the monkey's understanding nature and asked solemnly, Demon Monkey, what is your name? I do not have a name, the little monkey replied, shaking its head. Gazing into the monkey's golden eyes, Zhang Fulong casually suggested, From now on, you shall be called Jin Yan. Thank you, master, for bestowing me a name, the little monkey said. Its excitement evident as it bowed its head repeatedly. Zhang Fulong then mentioned he needed to use the restroom, instructing, if you have any questions, consult your senior brother and sister. For matters of cultivation, seek guidance from your senior brother. I understand, the little monkey replied, grinning foolishly, its smile innocent and pure. After Zhang Fulong departed, Qin Luo retrieved a set of yellowed, tattered Taoist robes from the storeroom, saying, Little junior brother, these are your robes. I will teach you about cultivation in due time. The little monkey donned the loose robes, resembling a human more than ever, and exclaimed with excitement, Thank you, senior brother. Little monkey, from now on, your sister will look after you, Ziwei revealed, displaying her small, white teeth. All right, sister, the little monkey felt a surge of warmth, appreciating the kindness of both its senior brother and sister. Senior brother, I must inform the Bear King, the little monkey expressed, concerned that the Bear Mountain might disapprove. Qin Luo nodded, Go ahead. The little monkey donned in a Taoist robe departed from the temple, traversing the depths of the mountains. Nearby, Bear Mountain rested by the sacred tree, sensing the return of the little monkey. Upon noticing the robe adorning its form, Bear Mountain was taken aback. Little monkey, why are you wearing the robe of the Longhu Temple? The little monkey scratched its head and grinned foolishly, unable to conceal the joy in its eyes. Big Bear, the venerable master of Longhu Temple has accepted me as a disciple and has bestowed upon me a name. From now on, I shall be known as Jin Yan. Bear Mountain was astonished, realizing that it had sent the little monkey to deliver fruits to Longhu Temple, only for the little rascal to seize the opportunity to become a disciple. Truly, a clever little monkey. It seems I shall henceforth address you as Brother Monkey. Big Bear, you shall always be my leader. With your words, I am at ease. Bear Mountain had previously bestowed favors upon the little monkey, without its command. The little monkey would not have ventured to Longhu Temple daily, let alone become a disciple. Now, go back to Longhu Temple and cultivate diligently. Do not bring disgrace upon me, for I shall rely on you in the future. Big Bear, I am off. The little monkey leaped and bounded through the forest, reveling in this moment of unrestrained freedom. Ooh! The sound of the little monkey's laughter echoed through the woods. Chapter 26. County Officer Chow Mang at the foot of the falling sunset peak, within the confines of the Longhu Temple. Qin Luo diligently cleared out a room cluttered with miscellaneous items in the temple's backyard. The room was now barren, and he ventured into the mountains to chop wood, intending to construct a simple wooden bed for the little monkey. Previously, there had been 2 wooden beds in the room. However, during the frigid winter last year, the 2 senior brothers residing there, reluctant to brave the cold for firewood, dismantled the beds and used the wood as fuel. Upon learning of this, Zhang Volong expelled them from the Longhu Temple, asserting that if they were not removed, the temple would inevitably be dismantled by their negligence. The autumn air was crisp, and the sun shone brightly as Jin Yan returned to the Longhu Temple, just as Qin Luo had completed assembling the rudimentary bed. Junior brother, you shall reside in this room from now on. Should you lack any daily necessities, feel free to inform me. Thank you, senior brother. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with gratitude, warmed by the kindness he had never before experienced. Qin Luo embraced Jin Yan's shoulders and smiled gently. Come, let us pay our respects to our esteemed ancestor. Hom. Jin Yan nodded eagerly. They made their way to the main hall of the temple. Within the hall, tables adorned the left and right sides. Ziwa sat at the left table, diligently sketching talismans. The cultivation at Longhu Temple relied heavily on self-discipline. Even if one were disinclined to practice, Zhang Volong would remain silent. Qin Luo believed his previous senior brothers were too indolent, resulting in their lack of accomplishments. Qin Luo led Jin Yan before the portrait of the Taoist ancestor. Lighting 3 incense sticks and offering them to Jin Yan. Holding the incense, Jin Yan knelt before the portrait, his expression reverent as he proclaimed, "Disciple Jin Yan pays homage to the esteemed ancestor." After placing the lit incense into the burner, he bowed deeply, the crisp sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing throughout the hall, a testament to his sincerity. A gentle breeze brushed over the little monkey's head, imparting a sensation akin to being blessed by an immortal. Jin Yan lifted his gaze to the ancestor. "Junior brother, follow me." Qin Luo sat beside Ziyue, picking up a brush and dipping it in ink to paint on white paper. Jin Yan watched intently, while Ziyue, initially believing the painting to be of a guardian deity, soon realized it was a landscape depiction. The painting appeared rather ordinary. It depicted the scene Qin Luo had envisioned during meditation. Previously, Ziyue had struggled to visualize anything during her own meditative practices, prompting Qin Luo to render his meditative imagery in hopes of assisting their cultivation. "Junior brother, our practice at Longhu Temple primarily hinges upon meditation. The path is simple, and enlightenment comes naturally. In your free time, you may observe this painting and meditate upon it in your mind. It may prove beneficial to your cultivation." "Understood, senior brother." Jin Yan focused intently on the landscape. Ziyue blinked, asking, "Senior brother, may I look at it too?" "Of course. The key is to meditate upon this image in your mind." Qin Luo was uncertain of the efficacy of this approach. However, the violet-haired fairy within the jade pendant squinted her eyes, softly murmuring, "This visualization is intriguing." As Jin Yan and Ziyue gazed at the landscape painting, they found that whenever they averted their eyes, the image quickly faded from their memory. "How difficult it is. I simply cannot remember." Jin Yan scratched his head, having acquired the ability of total recall after consuming a peculiar fruit. Yet he found himself unable to retain the details of what seemed to be a straightforward landscape painting. He mused, "Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges." Ziyu's brow unfurled, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I thought I was the only one struggling with this. No need to rush. Let us first attend to the visitors." Qin Luo heard footsteps approaching from outside the temple. A robust figure clad in official garb entered, a large sword sheathed at his waist. He possessed the physique of a bear, with eyes as wide as copper bells, exuding an imposing presence without uttering a word. Ziyu and Jin Yan followed Qin Luo outside the hall, where Ziyu felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the brawny man, while Jin Yan, accustomed to being by the side of the Demon King, remained unfazed. Qin Luo, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Esteemed guest, do you seek to offer incense and prayers, or have you come to visit my master?" "I am County Lieutenant Chao Meng, sent by the county magistrate to invite Master Zhang to the county office." The position of county lieutenant was of considerable standing, and his personal visit to the Longhu Temple underscored the magistrate's esteem. Chao Meng's gaze fell upon Jin Yan, and he expressed surprise at the sight of a demon monkey within the temple. He had initially believed that Longhu Temple was a charlatan's den, but witnessing Jin Yan in Taoist robes, he began to suspect that this place might indeed be a hidden sect. Qin Luo glanced at his junior sister, and Ziyu understood immediately, dashing into the depths of the temple to inform Zhang Fulong. As a seasoned county lieutenant, Chao Meng had encountered many things in his years of martial training, including slaying monsters, and he was not overly astonished by Jin Yan's presence. "Is he also a disciple of Longhu Temple?" Qin Luo nodded, softly affirming, "Indeed, his name is Jin Yan, a recent disciple of my master." Chao Meng sensed that Longhu Temple might be more than it appeared. In the inner sanctum of the temple, Zhang Fulong furrowed his brow upon learning that the magistrate wished to see him. If he were to reveal his true identity, he could very well find himself imprisoned on the spot. He instructed, "Inform Lieutenant Chao that I am currently in seclusion and will visit the county office when I have the opportunity." "Understood." Ziyu traversed the winds and returned to the main hall. "Lieutenant Chao, my master is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed at this moment. He will visit the county office in due time. Tell Master Zhang that the magistrate has urgent matters to discuss." Chao Meng replied, his demeanor grave. Qin Luo smiled and nodded, softly stating, "I shall convey your message. Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Chao Meng, with a resolute expression and fierce gaze, clasped his hands and introduced himself. "You may call me Chao Sandow. Few in the martial world can withstand my 3 strikes. I have heard that the masters of Longhu Temple are formidable. I wonder if any would dare to accept my challenge?" Qin Luo understood that Chao Meng sought to test his strength. "Very well," he responded without hesitation, for there was little to occupy him within the temple at that moment. Ziyu, having never witnessed her senior brother in action, looked on with curiosity, and even Jin Yin appeared eager. The magistrate was keen to ascertain the depth of Longhu Temple, which prompted Qiao Mang's desire to evaluate Qin Luo's capabilities. Qin Luo stood calmly before Qiao Mang. Be cautious, esteemed master. In the tranquil confines of the Taoist temple, Qiao Mang suddenly unsheathed his sword, his gaze fierce. The draw was swift, akin to the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and in the instant the blade glimmered, a powerful gust arose. A martial artist capable of manifesting sword energy must at least be a master of martial arts. The energy arrived before the sword itself. Qin Luo remained relaxed, standing his ground, conjuring an invisible barrier with his spiritual intent that intercepted the sword's energy. Qiao Mang's blade halted merely a foot from Qin Luo, immovable despite his exertion, and he instantly comprehended the terrifying prowess of the seemingly amiable young Taoist before him. He was afforded no opportunity to unleash a third strike. In the eyes of Ziyu and Jin Yin, admiration shone brightly. If the disciples of the Taoist temple possessed such formidable skills, Zhang Fulong must be even more extraordinary. Thus, Qiao Mang concluded that the Longhu temple was not to be trifled with. To challenge it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, an act of utter folly. With newfound humility, Qiao Mang shed his previous arrogance. I concede, he admitted. As Qin Luo withdrew his spiritual presence, Qiao Mang sheathed his great sword with a forced smile, requesting, I hope Master Zhang can arrive at the county office soon. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a difficult position. I shall remind Master, Qin Luo replied. Your efforts are appreciated, Master. Just as Qiao Mang prepared to depart, he turned back, asking, May I inquire, Master, do you have any images of the door gods? Indeed, Ziyu responded promptly. Having heard that the door gods of the Longhu temple could ward off malevolence, Qiao Mang, initially skeptical, now believed in their power after witnessing Qin Luo's might. Might I trouble you, little fairy, for 2 images? Certainly. They are but 2 coins. Qiao Mang handed Ziyu 2 copper coins. Qin Luo personally escorted Qiao Mang out of the Longhu temple. Finally, the business was underway. Ziyu tucked the coins into her pocket, and she, along with Jin Yin, returned to the hall to continue their observation of the landscape paintings. Meanwhile, in Jinyang City, at the county office, upon his return, Qiao Mang entered the grand hall. Sir, Zhang Fulong is in seclusion and cannot come to the county office, he reported. Zhou Dapeng, seated in a sandalwood chair, remarked, if you cannot summon him. It appears the Longhu temple is indeed formidable. Qiao Mang replied solemnly. The Longhu temple is indeed not to be underestimated. Zhang Fulong's disciples are exceptionally powerful cultivators, beings we cannot provoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dapeng's expression darkened. We cannot afford to antagonize the Longhu temple, nor can we afford to cross the Astral Supervisory Bureau. Every household in Jinyang City is now affixing door gods. Should the court discover this, we shall certainly face dire consequences. Sir, is it truly that grave? Zhou Dapeng, portly and serious, replied, it may be even more severe than you realize. A tinge of embarrassment washed over Qiao Mang as he recalled having just purchased 2 door god images from the Longhu temple, intending to affix them for protection against evil. Chapter 27. The county magistrate's visit. Jin Yin, with his honest and simple demeanor, inspired no fear among the townsfolk visiting Longhu temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Some villagers even referred to him as the guardian spirit of the mountain. As word of this guardian spirit spread, many came to the temple, eager to catch a glimpse of him. Half a month later, on a misty morning, Jin Yin was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves outside the temple. Ziyu, with a bamboo basket slung over her shoulder and a smile gracing her features, approached him. Junior brother, what would you like to eat? I'll buy it for you, she offered. Since arriving at Longhu temple, Jin Yin had been subsisting on porridge daily, losing quite a bit of weight. Senior sister, could you bring me a banana? He requested. No problem, Ziyu replied, waving goodbye as she departed. I'll leave the temple in your capable hands, junior brother, she called back. I will take good care of it, senior brother, Jin Yin assured her, confidence shining in his eyes. Qin Luo felt reassured as well, even if Jin Yin encountered difficulties. The temple's guardian spirits and their master would provide protection. Recently, Longhu temple had been bustling with activity, and Ziyu had not visited the town for quite some time. Humming a cheerful tune, She skipped along the path like a bird released from its cage. Chirp! A tiny creature landed on Qin Luo's shoulder. Boss, the foolish eagle from Baitu Peak is bullying my sister. Can you help me teach it a lesson? The Baitu Peak was not far from the Luoxia Peak. Home to a golden eagle, the fiercest bird of prey in the vicinity, which Qin Luo often observed soaring through the skies. Qin Luo pinched the little creature's tuft of hair, lifting it to his eye level and shaking it playfully. You are no match for the golden eagle. I doubt it would even entertain the thought of dealing with you, he jested. Who says that? I'm quite meaty, the little creature puffed up, its eyes glinting with mischief. Boss, there's a spiritual tree on Baitu Peak that bears many spiritual fruits. I can take you there, and we can split the bounty 50-50. Not interested, Qin Luo replied, disliking the idea of seizing fortune through conflict. 70-30, the creature insisted. If you are bullied, I can help you, but if you stir up trouble on your own, I want to assist you. He gave the little creature a gentle shake. The creature tilted its head, confusion filling its small eyes. Boss, my grandmother says that cultivating immortality is to go against the heavens, to contend with heaven, earth, and man. Why do you seek no conflict? I find contentment within myself and do not seek external validation, Qin Luo stated. He preferred a peaceful path of cultivation without violence. Then I shall find my own way. The little creature flapped its wings and took flight. Watching it soar away, Qin Luo couldn't help but shake his head, hoping it wouldn't get itself into trouble. In Baiyun town, it was market day, bustling with activity. Every household had door gods affixed to their entrances. Boss, how much for the candied hawthorn? 1 coin for 2 skewers, 2 coins for 3. Then I'll take 3. Coming right up. Upon acquiring the candied hawthorn, Ziyue held up a skewer and sweetly declared, Senior brother, this one is for you. I don't want it. Senior brother, just take a bite. Seeing the eager expression on his junior sister's face, Qin Luo plucked a sugar-coated hawthorn from the skewer and popped it into his mouth. Senior brother, is it delicious? Not at all. Ziyue was somewhat puzzled. As she licked the candied hawthorn, she wondered why her senior brother claimed it was unappetizing when it was undeniably sweet. Even the children by the roadside were nearly in tears from desire. There was a free porridge shop on the street, and many townsfolk were queuing outside. Wow, look at all that rice in the porridge, and there's meat too, and it's free. Ziyue thought enviously. Zhao Qing'er, noticing Ziyue, smiled brightly and offered, Little fairy, if you wish to drink porridge, I can serve you. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Zhao, but I have money. My senior brother and I are off to enjoy lamb soup, Ziyue replied with a sweet grin, remembering her brother's words about not taking advantage of others. Zhao Qing'er stifled a giggle, then turned to Qin Luo and said respectfully, Immortal Master, if possible, I would like to relocate the free porridge shop closer to Longhu Temple, as distributing free porridge in town may disrupt the business of other vendors. That sounds good, Qin Luo agreed with a nod. The people in the mountains need assistance even more. Boss, 2 bowls of lamb soup, please. Ziyue exclaimed loudly, for she was now the little steward of Longhu Temple, her pockets filled with coins. Qin Luo, who usually subsisted on ethereal sustenance, felt it would be wasteful to refuse the soup Ziyue had ordered for him. He raised the bowl and took a sip. Isn't it delicious, senior brother? Ziyue asked with a radiant smile. Indeed, it is quite delightful, Qin Luo praised, unable to contain his admiration. The essence of mortal life is truly comforting to the human heart. The shopkeeper, wearing a simple smile, approached with a plate of steamed bread. Immortal Master, if that's not enough, I can bring you more. That's sufficient. Thank you, good sir. You're welcome, the shopkeeper replied cheerfully. Each time Qin Luo and Ziyue visited for lamb soup, the number of customers in his shop increased, for everyone felt honored to share a meal with the Immortal Master. The warm, freshly baked bread, straight from the oven, could be eaten directly or dipped in the soup. Ziyue split the bread in half, consuming one piece immediately while soaking the other in the soup. Originally, Ziyue had intended to bring a bowl of lamb soup back for Jinyan. But recalling her master's words about the adverse effects of eating meat on cultivation, she decided against it, not wanting to harm her junior brother. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Luo and Ziyue continued to stroll through the market. Previously, their visits to Baiyun town were primarily for restocking supplies, but this time they were here to indulge. Now that Longhu Temple had partnered with Jinbao Pavilion, incense and candles were being delivered from Jinyang City by Wu Qinglu. After a lengthy shopping excursion, Ziyue had only purchased a bunch of bananas, leading Qin Luo to believe she hadn't found anything of interest. The selection in Baiyun Town is rather limited. We should visit Jinyang City next time. Senior brother, I feel that many items are unnecessary, Ziyue replied with a silly grin, not wishing to squander money. Feeling that aside from food and drink, everything else was trivial. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, reassured that his little sister was prudent with finances. As their shopping came to a close, Ziyue spent a mere coin on a box of needles and thread, intending to mend some old clothes. After their shopping was complete, Qin Luo and Ziyue returned to Longhu Temple. Though their baskets were not filled with many items, Ziyue felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. On their way back, the sound of drums and gongs echoed from behind them, signaling the county magistrate's procession, prompting the bystanders to quickly make way. Zhou Dapeng reclined leisurely against a bamboo chair, carried by two robust men, while officials rang bells to clear the way ahead, and another held a sunshade above. The mountain path was inherently narrow, forcing Qin Luo and Ziyue to step aside onto the land of others. Ziyue gazed at the hefty county magistrate, weighing around 300 pounds, and felt a pang of sympathy for the two men tasked with carrying the chair. Upon recognizing Qin Luo, Chao Meng promptly warned, "My lord, those two are immortal masters from the Longhu Temple." Zhou Dapeng was suddenly jolted awake. Stop, stop! The bamboo chair thudded to the ground as he straightened his garments and hastened forward to offer apologies. Esteemed masters, I apologize for my subordinates' lack of decorum. Please forgive any offense. The officials ringing the bells were greatly startled to think they were indeed cultivators. Even more astonishing was the fact that the two masters actually yielded the path. Who would believe such a tale? Not a problem, Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. Zhou Dapeng, intrigued, asked, Masters, why are you walking instead of flying? In his mind, formidable cultivators were capable of flight, and even the more ordinary ones could soar on swords, not merely tread the ground. Qin Luo, with a calm demeanor, explained, My master encourages us to remain grounded. Walking is a form of cultivation. Ah, I see, Zhou Dapeng mused, assuming they were unable to fly. I am the county magistrate of Jinyang City, on my way to visit Master Zhang at Longhu Temple. Might I accompany you? Certainly. Qin Luo had no reason to decline, and he and Ziyue continued on their journey. Ziyue, carrying a bamboo basket, picked wildflowers along the roadside, her melodious laughter echoing through the mountains. Zhou Dapeng trailed behind, soon breathless after a few miles, ultimately being carried into Longhu Temple. Junior brother, these are for you, Ziyue said, handing Jin Yin a skewer of candied hawthorn, having also bought him a bunch of bananas. Thank you, senior sister. This was Jin Yan's first taste of candied hawthorn. He had often envied the village children who relished them. As Qin Luo arrived at the depths of the temple, he stood outside the door and called, Master, County Magistrate Zhou has come to Longhu Temple to see you. Zhang Fulong, deeply immersed in sleep, startled awake at the mention of the magistrate's visit, unsure of the purpose behind it, and fearing exposure, he instructed in a deep voice, Disciple, I am in a critical phase of my training and cannot be distracted. You shall manage the temple. Do not fear the magistrate. I will handle any matters. Understood, Qin Luo replied, turning to leave. Inside the room, Zhang Fulong had already packed his belongings, as a secret passage allowed him to exit Longhu Temple. Meanwhile, Zhou Dapeng sat in the pavilion, pondering how to negotiate with Zhang Fulong, while Chao Meng stood beside him. Ziyue brought them a cup of tea. Zhou Dapeng, taken aback by the gesture, lifted the cup and savored a sip, experiencing a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. Little fairy, this tea must be rare for ordinary folk, is it not? Feel free to drink it, Ziyue replied, gesturing toward a wooden barrel in the corner of the temple. We brew a large pot of tea daily for the citizens who come to offer incense and pray for blessings. The officials are enjoying tea nearby. Zhou Dapeng's face twitched, under the delusion that the county magistrate might extend him special privileges, only to find himself treated like an ordinary person. Qin Luo entered the pavilion and took a seat directly opposite Zhou Dapeng, maintaining a serene demeanor. County magistrate, he began, my master is in seclusion. If you have matters to discuss, you may address me directly. Zhou Dapeng had invited Zhang Fulong to the county office, but Zhang was too occupied. Now, he had come personally to pay a visit to the Longhu Temple, yet Zhang remained unavailable, clearly dismissing him entirely. Thus, he was left with no choice but to converse with Qin Luo. Immortal Master, within the Great Xia realm, the prohibition against deification is strictly upheld. The Great Xia dynasty refrains from interfering with the sects upon the mountains, and likewise, these sects must not influence the common folk below. This is a rule that has been followed for centuries. Can the guardian deities of the Longhu Temple be abolished? Zhou Dapeng inquired. Ordinary local deities are scarcely worshipped in the wilderness, and the court pays them little mind. However, the guardian deities of the Longhu Temple are widely revered throughout Jinyang City. Should the court and the Bureau of Celestial Supervision become aware of this, Zhou Dapeng, as the county magistrate, would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Qin Luo, undeterred by such threats, remarked, "Regardless, my master will provide protection. The guardian deities are of my own sealing, and I shall bear the consequences of all that follows. Should anyone disagree, they may come to confront me." Zhou Dapeng replied gravely, "Immortal Master, there are countless sects within the Great Xia, yet none have dared to challenge the imperial authority." Qin Luo, unflinching, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, responded, "Our Longhu Temple is distinct from the others." This was a statement Zhang Fulong had made to Qin Luo. Zhou Dapeng swallowed hard, astonished that the cultivators of the Longhu Temple dared to confront the Great Xia dynasty. "Immortal Master, should the Bureau of Celestial Supervision discover that the citizens of Jinyang City revere the mountain deity of the Longhu Temple, they would undoubtedly massacre the city, resulting in widespread suffering," Zhou Dapeng lamented. Even Chao Mang, upon hearing this, appeared visibly shaken. Deep within Qin Luo's gaze, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, as if capable of devouring all existence. If the city is to be slaughtered merely for the sake of faith, then I see no necessity for the continued existence of the Great Xia dynasty. Chao Mang felt a chill run down his spine at these words, as the notion was even more alarming than a massacre ordered by the Bureau of Celestial Supervision. Zhou Dapeng, rendered speechless, was struck with fear. The Great Xia dynasty was the most powerful empire in the East, and even the most formidable elders of the top sects would refrain from uttering such declarations. Chapter 28. The competitive little group. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies, as Qin Luo's eyes burned with fury. The once clear blue expanse was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds, and bolts of lightning cascaded like golden willow branches, creating a scene of sheer terror, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Qin Luo's emotions rippled through the very fabric of the world. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, a feat unattainable by many elder powers. Zhou Dapeng trembled in fear, kneeling before Qin Luo, his expression one of sheer terror. "Immortal Master, please quell your anger. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau would not massacre the city. At most they would punish my 9 clans." Qin Luo's gaze regained its clarity. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau likely dared not commit such heinous acts. With a solemn demeanor, he stated, "I shall travel to the capital of the Great Xia dynasty and seek an audience with the emperor to discuss a proper resolution to this matter." Chao Mang's expression was one of astonishment. The emperor of Great Xia was the pinnacle of authority. Even the ancient beings revered atop the mountains found it challenging to gain an audience with him, just as Ziyue prepared to gather her garments. The brilliant sunlight once again bathed the Longhu Temple. Zhou Dapeng clutched his chest. Now, both factions were beyond his capacity to offend, and securing his life seemed more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He knelt at Qin Luo's feet, imploring, "Immortal Master, if the court holds me accountable, can the Longhu Temple offer me protection?" "Protection?" Qin Luo scrutinized Zhou Dapeng, discerning that the grease upon him was likely a product of corruption and greed. The temple guardians had been ablaze for so long. He had only recently come to this realization, indicating a blatant disregard for the common folk. Zhou Dapeng fell silent, paralyzed by fear. The light in Qin Luo's eyes seemed to penetrate all things. "If the people support you, the heavens will naturally safeguard you. Rest assured, Immortal Master. I shall govern diligently and care for the populace, ensuring their peace and prosperity. Let us hope your words hold true. I swear by the heavens." Zhou Dapeng raised his hand to vow. Qin Luo rose, casually remarking, "County Magistrate Zhou, if you have no further matters, I shall attend to my duties." Zhou Dapeng stood and replied respectfully, "Immortal Master, I wish to offer incense and pray for blessings. Would you have any objections?" "Welcome," Qin Luo responded with a gentle smile. Zhou Dapeng proceeded to the main hall, where he observed the constables purchasing images of the Longhu Temple's guardians. They could not afford to oppose the temple, thus they turned a blind eye. When the common folk encountered Zhou Daping at the Longhu Temple, witnessing the county magistrate offering incense and praying, their faith in the temple deepened. In moments of solitude, as the temple lay devoid of its people, the sound of reading resonated through the main hall. Heaven and earth, profound and vast, the cosmos ancient and boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane, the constellations align and disperse. The chill of winter gives way to the warmth of summer. Autumn yields its harvest while winter stores its bounty. The script of the Tianxian continent bore resemblance to the characters of preaching texts, which Qin Luo had mastered shortly after his arrival. In his leisure, he taught Jin Yin and Ziyue to read and write, as well as imparting mathematical knowledge. Jin Yin possessed a high level of comprehension, absorbing everything quickly, while Ziyue, though of ordinary aptitude, was diligent and industrious. As evening fell, the temple's doors closed. Qin Luo made his way to the rear courtyard, where Ziyue and Jin Yin held bowls of porridge, standing before the peach tree, admiring the landscape painting that hung from its branches. They had not squandered their rest time. In Jin Yan's mind, the contours of mountains and rivers emerged, and with each breath, a faint golden light enveloped him. Ziyu could only recall a portion of the landscape painting, specifically the full moon at its zenith. In her mind, a luminous moon appeared, absorbing the spiritual energy cultivated through the 5 qi, returning to one technique, which was all infused into the radiant moon within her consciousness. Qin Luo observed them with satisfaction. Nodding appreciatively, they were far more diligent than the senior disciples of yore. Zhang Fulong arrived in the courtyard, his heart racing with apprehension. He had not heard a sound until dusk, when he finally dared to investigate. "Disciple, what business does the county magistrate have?" Qin Luo bowed and replied, "Master, County Magistrate Zhou has come regarding the temple's guardian spirits, wishing for their removal. After our discussion, I persuaded him to reconsider. You certainly put my mind at ease." Zhang Fulong responded, nodding in satisfaction. The temple's guardian spirits brought considerable prestige, and he had no desire to relinquish them. "I must continue my seclusion. Rest early and do not overexert yourselves." Zhang Fulong sighed with relief, finally able to enjoy a good night's sleep. "The disciple understands." Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Just as Zhang Fulong departed, a sound of rushing air filled the space. Cheep, cheep, cheep. The little creature flapped its wings as it approached. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle at its appearance. The little one was battered and bruised, with claw marks marring its body and feathers stained with blood, looking quite disheveled, evidently having endured a tough ordeal. "Big brother, you must avenge me," it wailed, collapsing onto Qin Luo's shoulder in a pitiful display. Qin Luo laughed at its antics, having warned it not to provoke the golden eagle. "You were fortunate to return alive," he teased. "Big brother, you're still laughing," the little one grumbled, its tuft of red feathers standing on end. "That insufferable, foolish eagle. I will surely trample it one day. You haven't been cowed yet?" "Not a chance," the little one declared proudly, lifting its head. "This time, I was merely careless. It won't have such an easy time next time. As long as you're happy," Qin Luo replied, preferring not to involve himself in its affairs. "Big brother, I've arranged a rematch for tomorrow. If you don't help me, I will lose face." "That's your concern." "Cheep, cheep," the little one sulked. Qin Luo did not indulge it further, settling into a meditative posture on the Dao platform. While the temple basked in the glow of dawn, the little creature curled up on Qin Luo's shoulder, its wounds visibly healing at a remarkable pace. After finishing his porridge, Ziyu drew symbols on the ground. Jin Yin sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, meditating on the landscape painting. The temple was serene, as if time had come to a standstill, while the radiant glow surrounding Qin Luo nourished all life in the courtyard. The towering peach tree in the yard, lush with foliage, thrived even in autumn, adorned with vibrant red blossoms. As the sun set and the moon rose, stars blanketed the temple's courtyard. Qin Luo opened his eyes and gently said, "Little junior sister, little junior brother, it's getting late. You should rest." "Good night, senior brother," Ziyu and Jin Yin replied, bowing to him. The little creature remained nestled on his shoulder, and Qin Luo chose not to disturb its slumber as he carried it back to his room for rest. The following morning, the little one awakened in Qin Luo's embrace. "Boss, I knew you cared for me," Qin Luo said, playfully tugging at its tuft of hair. "Please refrain from fighting. I cannot bear to witness your demise." "Boss, I can't just not go. The girls will mock me, and I'll lose face." "Will you help me?" "Absolutely not." "Boss, I'm leaving." "Very well. Qin Luo released its tuft of hair. As the little creature departed, it glanced back 3 times. Qin Luo averted his gaze, rising to leave the room, while the little one steeled itself for the impending confrontation. Half an hour later, a snow-white figure crashed into the Longhu Temple. The little creature, gritting its teeth against the pain, rose unsteadily, limping as it maneuvered across the ground. Children accompanying their parents to pay respects noticed the little one and rushed over to gawk. Jin Yan, spotting the severely wounded creature, transformed into a blur and whisked it away. "Senior brother, this is the little mountain sparrow you raised," Jin Yan said, cradling the barely conscious creature. Qin Luo took the little one into his arms, gently stroking its feathers, channeling soothing spiritual energy into it. "How dare you challenge a golden eagle? You truly have a death wish. Ordinary sparrows are hardly sufficient to satisfy a golden eagle's appetite, yet the little one managed to engage it in battle and return alive." This was no small feat. With unwavering determination, the little creature declared, "Boss, I kicked it twice this time. Next, I will pluck its feathers." "No wonder your foot is injured," Qin Luo said, adjusting the little one's foot. "Ouch, it hurts," the little one cried, its voice filled with anguish. Qin Luo could not help but roll his eyes. "You fear pain, yet still seek out the golden eagle for a fight? Is your pride truly that paramount?" The little one offered no reply, succumbing to slumber. Qin Luo affectionately ruffled its head before placing it upon his shoulder. He gazed skyward, where the golden eagle circled the Longhu Temple. Sensing Qin Luo's stare, the eagle's eyes flickered with trepidation. It dared not approach and ultimately retreated. Chapter 29. The Cultivators from Xuanji Mountain, Qinjiagu. 2 dark figures descended from the heavens, clad in black garments. The 2 cultivators rode their swords to a lofty height. The slender man held a golden compass that suddenly erupted with a radiant glow. Beside him, a burly middle-aged man, visibly excited, noted the dense spiritual energy in the vicinity, indicating the presence of something extraordinary. The slender man, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Brother Fong, judging by the compass's reaction, there must be a spiritual vein nearby. What are we waiting for? Let us descend and investigate." The 2 cultivators arrived at the Black Mountain, placing the golden compass atop its peak. As they infused it with spiritual energy, the compass activated, revealing a gradually emerging golden dragon pattern within the luminous orb. Indeed, it was a spiritual vein. Not merely any vein, but one exhibiting signs of transformation into a dragon, a legendary dragon vein. The slender youth and the stout middle-aged man were both astonished and elated. They had not anticipated discovering such a fateful treasure in this remote location. Truly a stroke of remarkable fortune. The burly man stroked his chin with a radiant smile, proclaiming, "If this is indeed a dragon vein, Xuanji Mountain will surely ascend to become a top-tier cultivation power." The slender youth, casting his gaze towards Qinjiagu at the foot of the mountain, cautioned, "Brother Fong, mining the spiritual vein will create considerable commotion, posing a risk with the local populace. If news were to leak, the consequences could be dire." The stout middle-aged man snorted dismissively. "We shall return to Xuanji Mountain first and address the villagers below later." The slender youth nodded, but suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, alerting him immediately. "Who goes there?" From the thicket emerged a tall figure. Chen Chang'an had been observing the 2 cultivators in secret since their arrival at the Black Mountain, eager to discern their intentions. Upon hearing their potential threat to the villagers of Qinjiagu, he decided to reveal his presence. The burly middle-aged man and the slender youth were taken aback as they beheld Chen Chang'an, for ordinary individuals could not perceive the Yin spirit. Only those who had successfully established their foundation in cultivation could. "I am the mountain god of Black Mountain, Chen Chang'an," he declared, neither servile nor arrogant, fixing his piercing gaze upon the 2 outsiders. "It would be wise for you to refrain from coveting this place." "Huh, I had assumed you were some grand deity. Yet here stands a mere mountain god, daring to threaten us," the slender youth retorted disdainfully. The stout middle-aged man, however, remained cautious. Mountain gods were rare, many being mere mountain spirits, and he had not expected to encounter a Yin spirit here. Originally, mountain gods were entities that had attained divinity from the essence of the mountains, possessing a physical form. Later, during the celestial deification, many virtuous souls were conferred as gods, resulting in the existence of formless Yin spirits. Upon hearing the term Yin spirit, the once scoffing slender youth's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The mountain god before him was indeed Ain's spirit, explaining why he had initially gone undetected. "Are you a mountain god conferred by the imperial court?" he inquired, recognizing that within the realm of Daxia, only the imperial court held the authority to bestow such titles, while other factions dared not. With the presence of a dragon vein, it was plausible that he was a mountain god appointed by the Daxia court to safeguard this locale's dragon vein. The two cultivators exchanged tense glances. Chen Chang'an responded truthfully, "I am the mountain god conferred by the celestial master of the Longhu Mountain." Longhu Mountain? The robust middle-aged man and the tall, slender youth exchanged glances. They had never heard that in the northern regions of the Great Xia, the two most formidable celestial sects were Zhuangzishan and Luoyan sect. The other factions of cultivation were insignificant in comparison. With a chuckle, the robust man and the tall youth smiled at each other. If Chen Chang'an were indeed a mountain deity sanctioned by the imperial court, they would undoubtedly refrain from coveting this territory. However, the Longhu Temple, a force they had never encountered, was hardly worth their attention. Within the borders of Great Xia, only the court could confer divine status. Thus, it was clear that this so-called deity was a mere sham, which explained why he differed from other mountain gods. The tall youth's expression shifted again as he turned to the robust man. "Brother Fong, how shall we deal with him?" "Take action," the robust man declared, drawing his sword with decisiveness. The slender youth immediately summoned his spiritual sword. Two beams of cold sword light surged forward. Unperturbed, Chen Chang'an raised his hand and unleashed a golden handprint, shattering the two sword lights. As the robust man and the slender youth charged forward in unison, their spiritual swords glimmering ominously, Chen Chang'an's hands radiated with golden light as he boldly met their blades with his bare hands. The clash resounded, echoing like a bell tolling. Faced with two late-stage foundation cultivators, Chen Chang'an remained calm and unyielding, showing no signs of retreat. How dare you act so brazenly? Initially testing their strength, he now realized their capabilities were rather lacking. He would no longer hold back. Channeling his divine power, he unleashed a formidable punch, distorting the very fabric of space. The slender youth and the robust man were simultaneously engulfed by the luminous force of his fist, sent hurtling away by the overwhelming might. The earth shook as rock shattered. The slender youth coughed up blood from the impact. Sensing the dire situation, the robust man decisively took to the skies on his sword, shouting, "Fan, quickly flee." As they attempted to escape, Chen Chang'an clasped his hands tightly, invoking his divine abilities. A radiant golden figure resembling Chen Chang'an emerged within the mountain god temple, towering like a mountain itself, as a colossal golden hand reached out to grasp Fang Yin and Fan Sheng. While Fan Sheng was seized by the golden hand, Fang Yin managed to escape on his sword, retreating into the clouds. "Brother Fang, save me." Fan Sheng struggled desperately, his voice filled with terror. But Fang Yin did not look back, swiftly vanishing from sight. The golden figure slammed Fan Sheng down onto the black mountain with tremendous force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he crashed upon the summit, suffering multiple fractures and severe internal injuries. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, blood spilling from his mouth. Had Chen Chang'an not shown restraint, he would have been utterly obliterated. Chen Chang'an gazed in the direction where Fang Yin had fled, his brow furrowed in concern. His power stemmed from the mountain god temple, and once he left the Black Mountain, his divine strength would significantly wane. Anticipating considerable trouble, Chen Chang'an's expression grew grave. "Old He, I need you to go to Longhu Temple and summon Master Qin." A black crow took flight, its wings beating the air. This crow was imbued with spiritual awareness, capable of perceiving Chen Chang'an, which was why he had chosen to keep it at the mountain god temple. At Luoxia Peak, within Longhu Temple, the little creature slowly opened its eyes, gazing at the reading Qin Luo. "Boss, am I still alive?" "By a stroke of luck, yes," Qin Luo replied, casting a stern look at the little creature. Fortunately, it had managed to return to Longhu Temple in time. Otherwise, it would have become a meal for the golden eagle. The little round creature stood up, bouncing on the table. Its injuries vanished without a trace. "Hee hee, I must be a phoenix. I never truly die." "You are a foolish bird," came the retort. "Yet here I am, invincible." The little round creature swayed from side to side, its tuft of hair bobbing along. "Caw caw caw." The urgent cries of a crow echoed outside the Taoist temple. Hearing the calls of the black crow, Qin Luo stepped out of the main hall. You were sent by Chang'an? The crow nodded sagely. Master, the mountain god has an urgent matter and requests your presence at Black Mountain. Qin Luo surmised that Chang'an might be in trouble. He returned to the hall and reminded his junior sister, Ziyue, who was busy drawing talismans. I must step out for a while. Keep an eye on the temple with the little junior brother. No problem, Ziyue replied obediently, nodding in agreement. As Qin Luo departed the temple, the little round creature landed on his shoulder. Big brother, I'll accompany you. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo found himself at the foot of Black Mountain. The little round creature's eyes widened in astonishment, still spinning its tuft of hair, and it exclaimed, so fast. Upon reaching the summit, Qin Luo found Chang'an clasping his fists in salute, sighing, Brother Qin, I have brought you trouble. Qin Luo gazed at Fan Sheng, who lay bound on the ground. Chang'an, what transpired? Ha ha, this fellow is worse off than I am. The little round creature laughed heartily, clutching its belly. Chang'an recounted the events leading up to this moment. After listening, Qin Luo patted Chang'an on the shoulder. They sought trouble with us. This is not your fault. I have promised to protect you, so do not worry. I am a cultivator from Xianji Mountain, should you dare to harm me. Xianji Mountain will not let you go unscathed. Fan Sheng attempted to threaten Qin Luo and Chang'an. Qin Luo turned to Fan Sheng, stating, I do not take kindly to threats. If you plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Fan Sheng quickly begged, Great Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please show leniency. Qin Luo, noticing Fan Sheng's submission, crouched down and inquired, Is Xianji Mountain truly formidable? Where is it located? Fan Sheng replied earnestly, Xianji Mountain lies east of Yanbei City, and our sect leader is a formidable being of the transformation realm. We are one of the most esteemed powers in Yanbei County. It certainly sounded impressive, but Qin Luo remained undaunted. He did not wish for bloodshed and, with a serious demeanor, stated, I can allow you to leave, provided you harbor no thoughts of revenge. No problem, Fan Sheng nodded vigorously. Swear it. I swear. Should I seek revenge, may I be struck by lightning and shattered to pieces, Fan Sheng declared with solemnity. Qin Luo gestured for Chang'an to lift the restraints. Fan Sheng struggled to rise from the ground. Return and inform Xianji Mountain that if they dare to meddle in Black Mountain's affairs, I will make them pay dearly. A sharp glint appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. Fan Sheng, already terrified, nodded repeatedly, hastily summoning his spiritual sword, eager to depart swiftly. What a coward! The little round creature could not help but mock. You were likely no better off when being pursued by the golden eagle, Qin Luo teased with a smile. Not at all. The little one's face instantly flushed crimson. Qin Luo could perceive the rising warmth emanating from the child. His playful banter ceased. Chang'an, should Xuanji Mountain continue to cause trouble, simply inform me. Understood, Brother Qin, replied Chang'an, his eyes glimmering with gratitude, as though he were a caring elder brother. The little one exclaimed in Qin Luo's ear, Boss, I am incredibly swift. The golden eagle cannot catch up with me at all. Indeed, indeed. Qin Luo affectionately ruffled the child's small head. Meanwhile, Fan Sheng soared away from Black Mountain on his sword, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. The dread within him gradually gave way to exhilaration, prompting him to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Fan Sheng with precise fury, obliterating him entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 30. The devouring sky technique. The way of heaven is not one of contention, yet it prevails effortlessly. It does not speak, yet it responds appropriately. It does not summon, yet it arrives spontaneously. It is serene and excels in strategy. Ziyue and Jinyan were engrossed in their studies within the hall. Qin Luo sat across from them and gently inquired, Can you fathom the meaning of this phrase? Ziyue shook her head in confusion. Jinyan scratched his head. Senior brother, does this imply that we should refrain from contention? Qin Luo replied solemnly. It is not a matter of not contending. Rather, the great path itself does not engage in conflict. We must not pursue material satisfaction, but instead enrich our spiritual existence. The path resides within our hearts. The path resides within our hearts. A spark of realization illuminated Jinyan's eyes, while Ziyue cupped her small face in her hands, still struggling to comprehend. I want to contend, declared the little one, puffing out her chest in a defiant posture. With a flick of his finger, Qin Luo sent the little one tumbling across the table like a bouncing ball, eliciting laughter from Ziyue and Jinyan. Oh dear, The little one flapped her arms, regaining her balance. Master, help! A cry for help echoed from outside the hall. Qin Luo immediately stepped out and saw a young woman, anxious and nearly despondent, cradling a small boy in her arms. Her tattered garments accentuated her distress. Master, I implore you, save my child, she pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon the boy, whose face was flushed and spirit waning, his breaths growing increasingly shallow. He has ingested something harmful. Golden light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes as he perceived a formidable energy wreaking havoc within the boy's body, overwhelming his meridians. The young woman recalled picking wild fruits in the mountains that morning and chastised herself. It is all my fault. Now is not the time for blame. Qin Luo reassured her as he took the boy into his arms. Do not worry, I shall preserve his life. Thank you, master. The young woman bowed repeatedly, her forehead bruised from the impact. Ziyue and Jin Yan rushed forward to assist her. Qin Luo placed his hand upon the boy's chest, drawing out the violent energy. The boy's condition stabilized, yet his meridians were severely damaged. Given the young woman's circumstances, it would be challenging for her to provide nourishing sustenance for the boy's recovery. Thus, he imparted a portion of his gentle energy to the child, aiding in the restoration of his vitality. Mother, the boy opened his eyes. Little treasure, I am here. The young woman wept tears of joy. Ziyue and Jin Yan stood behind Qin Luo, relieved to see the boy unharmed, exchanging smiles of solace. Return home and recuperate well. Do not consume anything indiscriminately, Qin Luo advised as he returned the boy to his mother. The young woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, master. I would toil like an ox or horse to repay your kindness. Offer what you can, he replied. Every bit counts. Very well. The young woman produced all the copper coins she possessed. To save her little treasure, no expense was too great. Frequently, villagers sought assistance at the Longhu Temple, and Qin Luo would assess the situation to determine any fees. As his master had stated, everything comes at a cost. Master, is this sufficient? Indeed it is. Qin Luo handed a copper coin to Ziyue. She beamed with joy, realizing that the money of the hard-working commoners was fragrant, whereas that of the wealthy was tainted. After bidding farewell to the young woman, Qin Luo and the others returned to the main hall. You may take a moment to rest, he suggested. However, Ziyue did not rest. Instead, she took up a brush to draw talismans, the lines of which were clear and imbued with a spiritual essence, radiating a subtle glow. Jin Yan was engrossed in looking at a landscape painting. Observing his earnestness, Qin Luo chuckled softly. Little junior brother, what kind of spell do you wish to learn? Anything will do, Jin Yan replied eagerly, nodding his head. I shall teach you the light generation spell. This spell can produce golden light externally, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, and it is relatively simple. Qin Luo wrote down the cultivation method for light generation, which he had learned from the true insights of Tao, and also included his own reflections on cultivation, which would aid Jin Yan in his practice. This is the incantation and the cultivation method. Reciting the incantation will assist in your training. Once you reach a certain level, the golden light will manifest with mere thought. Thank you, senior brother, Jin Yan said, his expression filled with excitement as he focused intently on the cultivation method. Ziyue continued to draw talismans, aware that one could not overextend oneself. For now, she simply wished to master the talismans taught by her senior brother. Among the talismans was the golden light talisman, akin to the spell Jin Yan was learning, yet differing in its activation method. There are myriad paths to the same destination. Senior brother, could you possibly teach me a spell? The little creature blinked its eyes fervently. Qin Luo shook his head, his demeanor calm. You are not a disciple of the Longhu Temple. I cannot teach you. Peep peep, the little creature nudged Qin Luo's clothing with its head. Qin Luo could not help but chuckle. He recognized the creature's intelligence, yet it was different from Jin Yan, who was suited for human cultivation methods, while the little creature, being a bird, was not. Senior brother, even a small spell would suffice, it insisted. Qin Luo gently stroked its feathers and replied with a smile. Let me see if I can help you seek a fortunate opportunity. Really? The little creature perked up, its fluffy tufts standing on end. Qin Luo's consciousness entered the jade pendant, where the figure of the purple-haired fairy appeared increasingly vivid, her tall stature and breathtaking silhouette captivating. Senior, do you have any spells suitable for a sparrow to cultivate? The purple-haired fairy replied softly. I possess a technique called the sky swallowing method, which is suitable for avian cultivation, I can bestow it upon it. Thank you, Senior. Qin Luo expressed his gratitude with a bow. A strand of purple light surged into the little creature's consciousness, and as a torrent of information flooded in, its small head struggled to comprehend it all. The little creature rolled on the table in discomfort, for this technique was not one an ordinary being could grasp. Qin Luo felt a twinge of concern. Senior, will it be all right? This little one shows signs of ancestral return. It is not as simple as you think. Ancestral return? Could it truly be an immortal bird? Certainly not. It is a descendant of the vermilion bird. Upon hearing the purple-haired fairy's words, Qin Luo was enlightened. No wonder the little creature had a tuft of red feathers atop its head. As the little creature fainted before Qin Luo, it awoke half an hour later. A vision of a fierce bird looming in its mind, overshadowing the sky, with the golden eagle appearing as insignificant as an ant. Ah! The little creature unfurled its wings, its body voraciously consuming the energy of the universe, the devouring sky technique imprinted in its consciousness. Ha ha ha, foolish eagle, just you wait. The little creature puffed out its chest. Feeling empowered once more, it leapt onto Qin Luo's shoulder, nuzzling its furry head against his neck. Thank you, boss. I shall seek vengeance upon the golden eagle at once. Just as it finished speaking, the little creature soared out of the Taoist temple. This little one truly does not comprehend the peril it faces. Even with the mastery of the devouring sky technique, its current enhancement is negligible, rendering it no match for the golden eagle. As evening fell, the Taoist temple had just closed its doors when a snow-white figure flew back inside. Boss, I'm back. The little creature clutched 2 fiery red fruits, its eyes gleaming with delight. Boss, these are for you. Qin Luo extended his hand to receive the 2 spiritual fruits. Smiling as he inquired, how did you acquire these? The little creature lifted its head, brimming with pride. I beat that foolish eagle and snatched them from it. The golden eagle sent these to you? How did you know? The little creature realized it could not deceive Qin Luo. Qin Luo affectionately ruffled its head, stating, if you wish to overpower the golden eagle, you still have a long way to go. The little creature, filled with confidence, puffed out its chest. HMPF. It was wise of him. Otherwise, I would have surely beaten him. If you ever bully the weak, see if I don't punish you. Qin Luo's expression turned serious. This was a reminder. The little creature recoiled slightly. Boss, I understand. Qin Luo divided the 2 spiritual fruits between Ziyue and Jinyan, who then sat cross-legged on the Dao platform to cultivate after consuming the fruits. Gulp, gulp. Qin Luo drank from the morning dew. The following day, at dawn, Jinyan returned to the Longhu Temple, carrying 2 water buckets, moving swiftly with great agility. Senior brother, there is a new shop at the foot of the mountain that offers free porridge to the common folk. Jinyan found this quite remarkable. Previously, the area near Luoxia Peak was rather desolate. Zhao Qing'er had mentioned this to Qin Luo, but he did not anticipate her to act so quickly. Miss Zhao has a kind heart. You should learn from her. Indeed. Jinyan nodded earnestly. Qin Luo decided to head down to the foot of the mountain to assess the situation. Chapter 31. The Market at the Foot of the Mountain, Luoxia Peak. A modest kanji shop is situated at the base of the mountain, conveniently located on the route to Longhu Temple. The shop displays a sign offering complimentary hot kanji, and provides chairs and tea for weary travelers to rest. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Qin Luo gazes at the kanji shop and finds it quite commendable. It offers a respite for the weary common folk who journey from afar, allowing them to sip tea and rejuvenate. Zhao Qing'er, assisting in the shop, is a wealthy young lady who selflessly engages in charitable acts in the mountains, earning Qin Luo's admiration. The kanji shop serves only a handful of customers, predominantly elderly individuals and young children. Many impoverished residents in the vicinity of Luoxia Peak feel too embarrassed to partake in the kanji, prompting Zhao Qing'er to arrange for her servants to deliver food to them. Qin Luo notices a stooped elderly man selling vegetables near the kanji shop. The old man resides close to Qinjiagu and had intended to carry fresh produce to Baiyun Town for sale. However, upon encountering locals headed to Longhu Temple for blessings, he offers them a discounted price on his vegetables. The produce sells rapidly, filling the old man's face with joy. Selling near the temple proves far less laborious than trekking to Baiyun Town for a meager profit. The stooped elder clasps his hands and bows slightly, inquiring, Miss Zhao, may I return here tomorrow to sell my vegetables? With a charming smile, Zhao Qing'er responds, esteemed elder, This matter does not fall within my authority. It would be best to consult the immortal masters at Longhu Temple regarding your stall. She refrains from making any decisions on behalf of the temple. Just then, Qin Luo arrives at the kanji shop and overhears their conversation. With a smile, he reassures the elder, as long as you wish to. You may set up your stall here at any time. Thank you, immortal master, the elderly man replies gratefully. Zhao Qing'er slightly bows, acknowledging his words. Qin Luo notices a stonemason working in the river and playfully asks Zhao Qing'er, are you planning to construct a house here? Immortal master, she replies. I was considering that the mountain path is rather narrow and inconvenient for travel. I wish to widen the path and lay down stone slabs. This endeavor must require a considerable sum, he remarks. As long as it serves to assist others, it holds great significance, she asserts. Qin Luo agrees with Zhao Qing'er's sentiment, stating, Miss Zhao, I kindly ask you to oversee this area at the foot of the mountain. A disordered environment may disrupt the pilgrims ascending to the temple. Rest assured, immortal master, I shall manage it diligently, Zhao Qing'er responds earnestly, feeling it a profound honor to gain his trust. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, he adds. No problem, she affirms. And after exchanging pleasantries, Qin Luo turns to return to Longhu Temple. The kanji shop gradually becomes lively, with Zhao Qing'er resuming her assistance. She instructs her servants to clear a space beside the shop for vendors wishing to set up stalls. Ziyue, having heard from Jin Yan about the kanji shop at the foot of the mountain, stands outside the temple, her small face serious as she observes. If we were to sell lamb soup here, the business would surely flourish. Qin Luo approached her side, contemplating the bustling world, where everyone seeks profit and engages in the hustle for gain. If this place truly holds the promise of wealth, various shops are certain to emerge. The reasoning of the senior brother resonates well. Ziyue hoped that the foot of the mountain would become lively, allowing her to indulge in lamb soup at any given moment. The mere thought was delightful. Kiss. The little dumpling returned with 2 spirit fruits. Aware that Qin Luo did not partake in them, so it directly shared them with Ziyue and Jin Yan. Love you. Ziyue blew a kiss to the little dumpling, wiping the spirit fruit on her garment before savoring it. A warm sensation spread through her body, filling her with vigor. Thank you, sister dumpling. Jin Yan grinned at the little creature. Ziyue, a bit taken aback, inquired, Junior brother, why do you call it sister dumpling? Jin Yan, with a simple-minded expression, scratched his head and replied, it claimed to be 500 years old, so I should call it sister dumpling. Who would have thought? You're quite the old bird yourself. Ziyue's eyes widened as she scrutinized the round little dumpling. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little dumpling proudly lifted its head. Qin Luo seized its tuft of hair, spinning it like a pinwheel in his hand, shaking his head slightly. Don't be fooled by its nonsense. This creature is merely a foolish bird. Uft. Ziyue and Jin Yan erupted in laughter. The little dumpling, becoming dizzy from the spinning, sparkled with stars in its eyes. Boss, I am quite clever. Qin Luo brought the little dumpling closer, his expression turning serious. In the future, do not rely on the prestige of the tiger and fox. The little dumpling, feeling a bit dazed, tilted its head. Boss, what does relying on the tiger and fox mean? It means you cannot use the reputation of the Longhu Temple to deceive others for food and drink. From now on, you are not allowed to ask the golden eagle for spirit fruits. If you lack ability, then go catch some bugs to eat, Qin Luo stated gravely, not wishing for the little dumpling to go astray. The little dumpling nodded, looking quite aggrieved. At the foot of the Luoxia Peak, the porridge shop brought about a lively atmosphere, with more townsfolk coming to the Longhu Temple to pay their respects, and many astute individuals noticing the business opportunities here. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The foot of the mountain had transformed into a small marketplace, with vendors selling vegetables, herbs, farming tools, and various foods. Businesses sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. Under Zhao Qing'er's management, the marketplace at the foot of the mountain became increasingly orderly and expanded in scale. In the early morning, Zhang Fulong checked the incense offerings in the main hall, and upon hearing the commotion outside, he murmured, Is there something wrong with my ears? Why does it feel as if there is a bustling market nearby? Ziyue raised an eyebrow. Master, there are many vendors selling goods at the foot of the mountain. It's lively, much like a marketplace, and the temple's incense offerings have improved recently. Oh, is that so? Zhang Fulong's eyes brightened instantly. Having lived atop the mountain for years, he seldom visited Baiyun town. Hearing of the marketplace at the foot piqued his interest. Ziyu, come with me down the mountain to have a look. All right. Ziyu beamed, thinking that her master had chosen to bring only her down, feeling favored. Before departing, Zhang Fulong coughed lightly. Ahem, remember to bring your money. Ziyu suddenly comprehended that her master was fond of her wealth, and she couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Recently, she had not ventured down the mountain and was quite eager to immerse herself in the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace at the foot of the hill. Devotees had already begun to arrive at the temple to offer incense. Qin Luo and Jin Yen remained at the temple, while Ziyu followed Zhang Fulong down the mountain. Clad in a golden robe and donning a matching hat, with a whisk in hand, Zhang Fulong exuded an aura of ethereal grace, prompting the townsfolk along the way to bow in respect. Ziyu carried a bamboo basket, intending to purchase some necessities for her return. At the base of the mountain, the first establishment was a porridge shop, the most conspicuous structure at the foot. Upon noticing the sign advertising free porridge, a faint smile crept onto Zhang Fulong's lips as he strode confidently into the shop. Zhao Qing'er, her lovely face momentarily taken aback, hurried forward to greet him. Master Zhang, would you like some porridge? A bowl of porridge, please. This humble Taoist is curious to discover the quality of your complimentary offering, Zhang Fulong declared grandly, though his true intention was merely to enjoy porridge without spending a dime. His senior brother had advised against taking advantage of others, so Ziyu refrained from entering the porridge shop, opting instead to wander the market alone with her basket. Initially, many townsfolk were resting in the porridge shop, hesitant to partake in the free offering. However, upon seeing Master Zhang indulging, they felt emboldened and ceased their reluctance, thus altering the atmosphere. Inside the shop, patrons were lavishing praise upon Master Zhang. In the marketplace, a hunter was selling game, including wild rabbits, pheasants, and even wild boar. Ziyu had contemplated purchasing some meat to bring back, but decided against it, not wishing to trouble her senior brother. A roadside vendor, an elderly woman selling shoes, caught her attention, reminding Ziyu that Jin Yin was in need of footwear. She approached the stall and selected a pair of cloth shoes approximately her size. How much for these, grandmother? She inquired. Little fairy, you need not pay. They are a gift for you, the gray-haired matron said, recognizing Ziyu as a practitioner from the Longhu Temple and unwilling to accept payment. Ziyu, with a serious expression, insisted, No, I cannot accept this for free. How much do these shoes cost? Seeing her resolve, the old woman chuckled. Little fairy, just pay what you deem fit. Ziyu, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, I am not someone who accepts gifts lightly. What is your usual price? 20 coins for a pair, the elder replied. I shall take them, Ziyu said, retrieving 20 copper coins. Though it pained her somewhat, she purchased the shoes. Having bought for her junior brother, she could not neglect her senior brother, so she chose another pair. Are these shoes also 20 coins? She asked. This pair is 25, the old woman replied. I'll take them, Ziyu said again, and the elderly woman's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Ziyu placed the 2 pairs of cloth shoes into her bamboo basket and glanced back at her master, who was still enjoying his porridge. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to postpone buying something for him. Feeling a pang in her heart at having spent 45 coins, more than she had previously spent combined. I must treat myself, Ziyu resolved, planning to buy some delicious snacks. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Look, an immortal. Ziyu lifted her gaze and beheld a middle-aged figure clad in black, gliding gracefully on the wind, flanked by 2 sword-wielding practitioners soaring through the air, all heading towards the Longhu Temple. Chapter 32. Trouble approaches indeed, they are celestial beings. It appears they are headed to the Longhu Temple. What could their purpose be? It requires no speculation. Surely they intend to pay a visit to Master Zhang. The 3 cultivators soared through the air, an extraordinary sight that drew the attention of the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain. Ziyu dashed into the porridge shop, her gaze settling on the tense Zhang Fulong. Master, should we not retreat? Zhang Fulong forced himself to maintain composure, reasoning that returning now would only lead them to encounter this group of cultivators. What is the fuss? They are merely a few cultivators. Your senior brother can handle them. Indeed, Ziyu nodded in agreement. This porridge is quite good. Zhang Fulong set down his chopsticks. Zhao Qing'er, with a charming smile, softly said, Master Zhang, there is plenty of porridge left. Allow me to serve you another bowl. I have matters to attend to. I shall return another time. Safe travels, Master Zhang. Zhang Fulong walked in the direction away from Longhu Temple, leaving Ziyue somewhat puzzled. She blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Master, where are you going?" "Having had my fill, I simply wish to stroll." Zhang Fulong aimed to distance himself from Longhu Temple, moving swiftly as Ziyue trailed behind him. A middle-aged man in black stood atop a height, overlooking Longhu Temple. Two sword-wielding cultivators approached him, one of whom was the burly Fang Yin, who had fled the previous day. Fang Yin spoke with reverence, "Elder Su, the mountain deity claims to be sanctioned by Longhu Temple. I have investigated, and this indeed is Longhu Temple." Before them lay the dilapidated Longhu Temple, a far cry from the ethereal realms of celestial sections. Su Yuan regarded it with disdain, adopting an air of superiority. "I expected a reclusive sect. Who would have thought such a ramshackle place could enshrine a deity?" Fang Yin, unwilling to underestimate the situation, replied, "Elder Su, the mountain deity is formidable. Even a golden core cultivator may struggle against him. We must not underestimate the Longhu Temple behind him." Su Yuan refrained from rashly entering Longhu Temple. He observed from a distance for an extended period, noting only faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within, hardly a cause for alarm. The mountain deity, residing upon the dragon vein and absorbing incense offerings, naturally possesses considerable strength, but this Longhu Temple is not as formidable as you might think. Upon hearing this, Fang Yin felt his fear dissipate and excitement surged. "Elder Su, since Longhu Temple poses no threat, why not inform the third elder to eliminate the mountain deity at Heishan? No rush. Since we are here, let us also rid ourselves of Longhu Temple." Su Yuan and his companions descended into the temple's front courtyard. Their arrival, accompanied by overwhelming pressure, caused the townsfolk to retreat in fear. Su Yuan observed the townsfolk offering incense and prayers, somewhat astonished. Presently, the number of temples is dwindling, and Longhu Temple, nestled deep within the mountains, is nearly as renowned as the Wushang Temple. The Wushang Temple is located near the Great Xia royal city and is recognized by the Great Xia court. It is said that the abbot of Wushang Temple wields authority over the Astral Monitoring Bureau and is the most famous abbot in all of Great Xia. In the main hall of the temple, townsfolk were engaged in their prayers. Qin Luo, aware of the presence of cultivators at the temple, informed Jin Yin, "Junior brother, I shall step outside to investigate. I leave this place in your capable hands." "Very well, senior brother." Jin Yin maintained order within the hall. Outside, Qin Luo appeared, clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading gracefully over his shoulders, embodying an ethereal and handsome figure. The moment Su Yuan laid eyes on Qin Luo, he was struck by his appearance, which could only be described as celestial. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned an ordinary demeanor, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy. He noted the faint spiritual aura emanating from the main hall of the Taoist temple, confirming that the head of the Longhu Temple was present inside. A small creature nestled comfortably on Qin Luo's shoulder, fast asleep. Spotting the small creature, Su Yuan exclaimed, "A spirit beast." Unlike ordinary demon beasts, spirit beasts possess significant cultivation value, capable of becoming formidable assets for sects, making them highly coveted resources among various factions. Greed shimmered in Su Yuan's eyes. Sensing the ill intentions of the visitors, Qin Luo maintained a smile, inquiring innocently about their business. Fang Yin stepped forward, his fists clenched and eyes wide with fury. "My junior brother was slain by the mountain deity sanctioned by the Longhu Temple, and I demand blood for blood." Realizing they hailed from Xuanji Mountain, Qin Luo remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I distinctly saw your junior brother leave. How could he possibly be dead?" The leader, Su Yuan, scoffed coldly. "The soul lamp of Fan Sheng has long been extinguished. My grandfather is the third elder of Xuanji Mountain. Both the Longhu Temple and the mountain deity must pay for his demise." Observing the escalating tension, the citizens before the hall hastily retreated, unwilling to linger in the Taoist temple. Qin Luo sighed, shaking his head. "If my master were to learn that you frightened away the people seeking blessings, he would surely be furious. Bring your master out." Su Yuan commanded, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Luo. Unfazed, Qin Luo replied with serene composure, "You are not yet worthy of meeting my master. Fang Yin, teach him a lesson." "Understood." Fang Yin summoned his spirit sword and struck towards Qin Luo. Clang! A golden broadsword appeared before Qin Luo, and a towering figure clad in golden armor emerged. Su Yuan's pupils constricted in alarm. He realized that this presence was beyond their capacity to provoke. Crack! Fang Yan's sword was severed in two. The golden sword light struck Fang Yan, enveloping his body in golden flames, reducing him to ashes in the blink of an eye. The small creature, startled by the commotion, woke up to the scene, its tuft of hair standing on end in fright. Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, even as a mid-stage golden core cultivator. He had never witnessed such terrifying power. Perhaps the third elder could still contend here. Spare us, esteemed ancestor. If you let us go, Xuanji Mountain will overlook past grievances. Su Yuan stammered, sensing the gravity of the situation, his breath becoming labored. He had not anticipated the Longhu Temple to harbor such a fearsome entity. Even the disciples of Xuanji Mountain cowering behind him trembled in fear. Overlook past grievances? Qin Luo was displeased by the threat, still faced with the intention to intimidate him with Xuanji Mountain. Master Qin, how shall we handle them? Wu Xintian turned his gaze towards Qin Luo. Su Yuan sensed the dire situation and realized that inaction was not an option. Without waiting for Qin Luo to speak, he abruptly raised his arm, unleashing a dozen spirit swords from his sleeve, which surged forth like a swarm of azure serpents. These spirit swords, formidable in power and of considerable rank, were ready for battle. Let us go. Su Yuan ascended into the air, intending to use the spirit swords to stall Wu Xintian. Unfazed, Wu Xintian swung his great sword, effortlessly severing the gleaming azure blades with a single strike. In a state of terror, the disciples of Xianji Mountain took to the skies, only to be pierced through the chest by a golden beam of light, which then soared upward, subsequently piercing Su Yuan's heart. The two figures were engulfed by flames. Master Qin, did I perhaps strike too hard? They deserved it. The Longhu Temple fell into a serene silence. Qin Luo cautioned, Old Wu, in the future, do not allow unfamiliar cultivators into the temple. I shall obey. Wu Xintian replied with a bow. Just then, the townsfolk who had just finished offering incense emerged from the main hall, oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded outside. Master, please slow down, Ziyue called as she hurried after Zhang Fulong. Zhang Fulong strode forward with great haste, anxious to distance himself from the pursuing cultivators, yearning to escape further from Loxia Peak. On the white sands by the riverside near Baiyun Town, Zhang Fulong, panting and weary, decided to take a moment's respite. A group of individuals were resting on the riverbank, led by an elderly man clad in black robes, his hair white and his visage gaunt, with a rather unsettling gaze. The old man sat cross-legged upon a green stone, appearing as though half buried in the yellow earth, evoking a chilling sensation in those who beheld him. Noticing Zhang Fulong's Taoist robes, the younger members of the group regarded him with caution. Who are you? Ziyue scrutinized this unfamiliar assembly, sensing something amiss. They were all clad in black, reminiscent of the cultivators who had recently visited Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong initially presumed they were distant travelers come to offer prayers. Straightening his back and adopting an air of importance, he proclaimed, I am Zhang Fulong, the master of Longhu Temple. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those on the riverbank turned tense, their gazes instinctively shifting to the elderly man in black robes. This elder had dispatched Su Yuan to scout for information at Longhu Temple, yet Su Yuan and his companions had not returned. Now, with the temple's master confronting them, a palpable tension arose, as they feared Zhang Fulong had come to settle accounts with them. Chapter 33, The Elder in Black Robes at the White Sandy Beach. The cultivators from Xianji Mountain appeared tense, and Zhang Fulong discerned the fear etched on their faces. With a warm smile, he reassured them, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. The younger members of Xianji Mountain instinctively took a step back, believing Zhang Fulong to be an inscrutable master, leaving them silent and apprehensive. The atmosphere by the riverbank was decidedly eerie. The elder cloaked in black cast a shadowy gaze upon Zhang Fulong, after a mere glance. He lost interest and turned his attention to the girl beside him, Ziyue. A ripple of emotion surfaced in his otherwise placid eyes as he inquired in a voice that echoed with age, Little girl, what is your name? Ziyue felt a surge of unease, retreating behind Zhang Fulong. Standing tall and proud, Zhang Fulong declared, She is my disciple, Ziyue. The elder in black regarded Zhang Fulong once more, his expression clouded with confusion. How could a seemingly ordinary mortal teach a disciple with such exceptional aptitude? Was this mere coincidence? Noticing the elder's perplexed demeanor, Zhang Fulong assumed an air of superiority. Do you seek to visit the Longhu Temple? At his words, the younger members of Xianji Mountain exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their anxiety at the thought that their intentions had been unveiled. The elder, uncertain of Zhang Fulong's motives, nodded slightly. Indeed, we are preparing to go to the Longhu Temple. Are you truly its master? Without a doubt, Zhang Fulong asserted, observing their weary state and deducing that they had traveled a considerable distance, realizing they could not return to the Longhu Temple in the immediate future. He resolved to devise a scheme to exploit the situation further before retreating to evade any potential backlash. My dear fellow, your pallor and lackluster eyes are ominous signs of impending doom, Zhang Fulong proclaimed with feigned seriousness. Ziyue felt a shiver of agreement. The elder in black indeed appeared lifeless and dreadful. The younger members around them were astonished. After all, this was the third elder of Xianji Mountain, a formidable Yuan Ying practitioner, who should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, have a long life ahead. The elder narrowed his eyes to slits, scrutinizing Zhang Fulong with growing certainty that he was nothing more than a charlatan posing as a Taoist priest, certainly not the master of the Longhu Temple. Is there still hope for me? The elder mused, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Zhang Fulong produced a talisman from his sleeve, earnestly stating, fortunately, you have encountered me. For a mere 100 taels, this talisman can help you avert your impending calamity. Oh, the elder reached out, and the talisman slipped from Zhang Fulong's grasp. Zhang Fulong watched in horror as the talisman soared into the elder's hands, his expression shifting to one of pallor as realization dawned upon him. These individuals were indeed cultivators. The false Taoist had encountered true practitioners. Ziyue had long suspected their identities. The younger members of Xianji Mountain gazed at the talisman, uncertain of its authenticity. The elder in black cast a disdainful glance at them. Do you truly believe this talisman holds any power? As he spoke, he tore the talisman to shreds, leaving the younger members in a state of bewilderment. Ziyue furrowed her brow, incensed that he dared destroy her master's talisman. Master, let us disregard his fate and leave. Very well. Zhang Fulong regained his senses. They turned away from the riverbank. Hold on, the old man in the black robe said coldly. Zhang Fulong and Ziyue did not look back. They continued to advance. Seize them, the old man commanded with a chilling tone. The younger disciples, unwilling to defy the order of the third elder, braced themselves and charged forward. 8 disciples from Xuanji Mountain leaped several zhang and swiftly approached. Zhang Fulong understood that escape was futile, so he turned to confront the Xuanji Mountain disciples. Ziyue, you must flee. Ziyue was taken aback, questioning why she should run. Did her master not have the strength to defeat these cultivators? What are you lingering for? The old man in the black robe urged. One brave Xuanji Mountain disciple gathered his courage, exerting all his strength as he struck forward with a palm, shouting, cloud-dispersing palm. A faint handprint was unleashed, striking Zhang Fulong, who was sent flying uncontrollably backward. Ziyue watched her master soar into the woods, a scene that felt eerily familiar. Boom. Dust erupted from the forest. The Xuanji Mountain disciple who had just attacked burst into laughter. So this is the master of the Longhu Temple. The other Xuanji disciples, emboldened by this, regarded the seemingly weak Ziyue with disdain. Little girl, just come along with us. They taunted as they closed in on her. Ziyue pulled out a talisman from her sleeve, her small face serious. Don't come any closer, or I will use this talisman against you. The Xuanji disciples erupted into laughter. A young man stepped forward, sneering, Little girl, do you think a flimsy piece of paper can frighten us? Forced to act, Ziyue clasped her hands together, the talisman secured in her palms. Her eyes shone with determination. Thunderlaw. Several Xuanji disciples continued to laugh heartily. Suddenly, the old man in the black robe furrowed his brow, sensing an aura of danger. Be careful, he warned. The talisman ignited in golden light. The symbols etched onto Ziyue's palm. She crouched down, her hand touching the ground as a crisp shout echoed. Falling thunder. At that moment, the Xuanji disciples sensed impending doom. Some charged towards Ziyue, attempting to prevent her from activating the talisman, while others fled to escape its reach. Golden patterns spread across the ground, followed by a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. 3 disciples rushing towards Ziyue were obliterated by the lightning, and even those attempting to escape were engulfed. They did not even have time to scream before being torn apart. The old man in the black robe stood amidst the descending lightning. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly commanded, "Disperse." The lightning dissipated, revealing his emaciated arm, which trembled visibly. His gaze darkened. These disciples were the elite of Xuanji Mountain, all lost. Even as an elder, he would face repercussions upon returning. "You have underestimated me," he said, his tone laced with incredulity. "Despite your low cultivation, you possess the ability to wield talismans. Who taught you?" The old man approached Ziyue. "Apologies," she replied. "It was not intentional." Ziyue was unaware of the formidable power of the talisman bestowed upon her by her senior brother, which so effortlessly annihilated the numerous disciples of Xianji Mountain. She did not harbor any intent to kill. She merely wished to avoid capture. Suddenly, the old man in the black robe appeared before Ziyue. Sensing danger, she reached into her sleeve, but her body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile and unable to utilize the talisman given by her senior brother. The old man wore a peculiar smile, proclaiming, "Little girl, if you are willing to become my disciple, I shall spare you and teach you the true path of cultivation." "That is impossible," Ziyue replied resolutely. "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the old man retorted, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Such a promising young talent could not be allowed to fall into the hands of rival factions. It would be a lie to say she was unafraid. Ziyue closed her eyes, resolute in her loyalty to Longhu Temple, even unto death. Visions of her family and her senior brother flashed through her mind, and a smile graced her lips. The black-robed elder raised his withered hand, but just then, sounds emerged from the forest, and Zhang Fulong stumbled forth, appearing quite disheveled. His deep-set eyes were devoid of light, and in a hoarse voice, he uttered, "I grant you a chance to escape. Leave." His voice resonated like the whisper of death. The old man's body instinctively bristled with unease. It had been long since he felt such a sense of impending doom. He scrutinized Zhang Fulong, perceiving through his flesh the absence of spiritual energy within, noting the multiple fractures on his body and the turmoil in his internal organs. Realizing he was merely forcing himself to stand, "Master!" Ziyue exclaimed with joy, knowing her mentor would not be defeated. The black-robed elder smirked. "If I were to be frightened away by you today, it would indeed be a jest in the realm of cultivation." Chapter 34. Slaying the nascent soul expert on the white sandy beach. After the baptism of lightning, the riverbank lay charred, with numerous fish floating upon the surface. The old man in the black robe, with shadows clouding his gaze, was filled with bewilderment. He could not fathom the audacity of this aged fellow, whose body was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet dared to utter such brazen words. "Do not attempt to feign the supernatural. I am not one to be easily intimidated." Raising his hand, the black-robed elder prepared to eliminate Ziyue first. The proximity to Longhu Temple posed a potential threat should any formidable figures arrive, and he had no wish to squander time. In the elder's eyes, Ziyue represented a far greater peril than Zhang Fulong, whom he deemed unworthy of his attention. Ziyue, however, exhibited no fear, confident in her master's ability to safeguard her. Zhang Fulong stepped forward, appearing unremarkable, yet in a mere instant, he materialized before Ziyue. The elder's pupils constricted sharply as he struck down with a palm, infused with a ghostly light, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Zhang Fulong formed a complex hand seal with his right hand, his previously frail body enveloped in golden radiance, before unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The impact of their collision sent a fierce gale radiating outward, displacing sand and stones, and snapping trees in the distance. The elder was taken aback, astonished at the formidable strength wielded by a mere mortal. It must be sorcery, he realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Begone!" Zhang Fulong commanded, exerting his strength. The black-robed elder was sent hurtling through the air, landing with a splash into the river. Ziyue, standing behind Zhang Fulong, peered out, blinking her eyes. "Master, is he dead?" "Not yet," Zhang Fulong replied, his voice hoarse. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted from the river as the elder, looking disheveled and fierce, rose to his feet, glaring menacingly at Zhang Fulong. "Who are you truly?" "A nameless wretch," Zhang Fulong replied, his expression unyielding. "Regardless of your identity, today you shall pay the price." The black-robed elder summoned a bronze mirror, his treasured artifact. The mirror emitted a blinding light, akin to the sun, causing Ziyue to squint her eyes shut. Golden flames surged forth from the mirror, warping the surrounding space. as terrifying energy surged towards Zhang Fulong. Unperturbed, Zhang Fulong remained focused, no longer willing to waste time. He formed intricate hand seals. Fire of departure. A torrent of violet flames erupted, consuming the golden fire. The elder attempted to shield himself with the bronze mirror, but with a crack, it fractured, and the violet flames swiftly enveloped him. Ah! The elder shrieked in agony, futilely attempting to extinguish the violet fire with frantic blows. His flesh ignited. He dove into the river's depths, but the waters boiled, showing no sign of the violet flames extinguishing. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as a burst of golden light surged from the riverbed. Unable to dispel the violet flames consuming him, the elder realized that his only recourse was to abandon his corporeal form. Upon witnessing the elder's nascent soul attempting to flee, Zhang Fulong reached out with a grasp, shattering the nascent soul into oblivion. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the black-robed elder, Ziyue's face blossomed with joy. "Master, you are truly formidable." A cough escaped Zhang Fulong as he clenched his fists. "Master, are you injured?" Ziyue gazed at him, perplexed as to why he only intervened after sustaining blows. "It's nothing serious. I'm not at risk of death," Zhang Fulong replied, raising his hand to summon a bronze mirror and a black ring from the river to his side. Though the bronze mirror bore cracks, it remained functional. Ziyue had just witnessed its immense power capable of demolishing a mountain. Holding the black ring, Zhang Fulong erased the soul imprint left by the black-robed elder. The storage ring possessed a vast space filled with numerous cultivation resources. He retrieved a vial of healing elixirs, renowned for their efficacy among nascent soul cultivators. After consuming one, color returned to his face, and his internal wounds began to mend rapidly. Zhang Fulong then placed the bronze mirror into the storage ring. "Little Ziyue, I present this storage ring to you," he said with a gentle smile, extending the ring toward her with a look of fondness. Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief. To her, Master was notoriously frugal, never parting with a single coin, yet here he was, gifting her such a precious treasure. Remembering her hesitation earlier when buying shoes for him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As she accepted the storage ring, confusion filled her eyes. "Master, how do I use this?" "This is a storage ring. Simply concentrate, and you can summon items with your mind," he explained. "I'll give it a try." Focusing her thoughts, Ziyue beheld the vast expanse within the ring, filled with various elixirs, mountains of spirit stones, and a high-tier spirit sword. "Let us return to Longhugwen." Ziyue secured the storage ring. At the foot of Luoxiao Peak, Ziyue chimed, "Master, please wait a moment." She dashed to the shoe vendor. "Granny, I would like to buy another pair of shoes. This one, please." The old woman beamed. "Thank you, little fairy, for supporting my business. This pair is just 15 coins. "Thank you, Granny." Ziyue had initially intended to purchase some food as a treat for herself, but she changed her mind, deciding instead to buy shoes for her master. Having already spent 60 coins on shoes, she hesitated to spend more and resolved to buy food on her next visit. "Master, these shoes are for you." Zhang Fulong accepted the brand new cloth shoes. "Master, do you like them?" "I do," he nodded in approval. The master and disciple returned to Longhugwen. Upon seeing his master and junior sister, Qin Luo approached. "Master, just now, the cultivators from Xuanji Mountain came to Longhugwen to cause trouble, but it has been dealt with." Zhang Fulong regarded Qin Luo and the others as if they were his own children, shaking his head with a sigh. "Longhugwen will face many troubles in the future. It would be wise for you to leave here soon." Qin Luo appeared somewhat taken aback, while Ziyue and Jinyan were left in a state of bewilderment. Qin Luo spoke earnestly. "Master, I am unafraid of trouble." "Nor am I," chimed in Jinyan. Ziyue nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Fulong looked at them with great satisfaction, lamenting, "Alas, if only you had been born in a more prosperous era, the Longhu Temple would not be in its current state." With unwavering determination, Qin Luo declared, "Master, we will undoubtedly restore the glory of the Longhu Temple, perhaps even surpassing its former splendor." "My senior brother speaks true," Ziyue echoed. Jin Yin nodded in agreement. Zhang Fulong saw hope in their eyes and laughed heartily. "I believe in you." Qin Luo joined in the laughter, and the courtyard resonated with joyful sounds. Feeling fatigued, Zhang Fulong excused himself to rest. Ziyue retrieved 2 pairs of shoes from a bamboo basket, a smile illuminating her face. "Little junior brother, these shoes are for you. And this pair is for you, senior brother." "Thank you, Little senior sister, Jin Yin exclaimed as he promptly donned the new shoes. Do they fit well? Indeed. They fit perfectly and are quite comfortable, he replied, scratching his head and laughing. With the senior brother providing clothing and the senior sister gifting shoes, he felt the warmth of home. Ziyue turned to Qin Luo, puzzled. Senior brother, why aren't you wearing the new shoes? Qin Luo teased with a smile. I'm reluctant to wear them. Go ahead and wear them. I shall buy you another pair, she playfully insisted. Qin Luo changed into the new shoes, which were well made and comfortable. Hee, I'm glad you like them, Ziyue said, satisfied. As long as everyone was happy, spending money was worthwhile. Ziyue handed Qin Luo a storage ring, saying, Senior brother, this is the storage ring acquired by Master. Oh, Qin Luo took the ring, and Ziyue explained the circumstances behind it. His brow furrowed. Now he understood why Master had mentioned impending troubles for the Longhu Temple. In a soft voice, he advised, Little junior sister, since this was given to you by Master, you should keep it well. Senior brother, it contains many treasures, though I cannot discern their value. You would make better use of them, Ziyue insisted, wishing to bestow the good items upon him. You should hold on to it for now. I will gradually teach you how to identify these things. Qin Luo gently ruffled Ziyue's hair. To him, the pair of cloth shoes gifted by his little junior sister held more value than the storage ring. Deep within the temple, Zhang Fulong lay in bed, his deep-set eyes returning to normal. Oh dear, why does my whole body ache? I recall drinking porridge at the foot of the mountain. Could it have been a dream? On Xianji Mountain, a celestial peak floating in the air, amidst the jade palaces reaching the clouds, an elderly man with white hair rushed into the grand hall. Master, the sole lamps of the third elder and the others have all extinguished. What? Exclaimed the middle-aged man seated high above, his eyes wide with fury as he clenched his fists. The palace fell into a deathly silence. The mountain deity could not have slain a nascent soul cultivator. What exactly is the origin of this Longhu temple? The middle-aged man demanded of the white-haired elder below. The elderly man with white hair trembled slightly. Master, I could not locate any information regarding the Longhu temple. It may be a reclusive sect. The middle-aged man above furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, a wicked smile crept across his face. In the struggle between the snipe and the clam, it is the fisherman who benefits. Even if Longhu is formidable, can it truly contend with the might of the great Xia dynasty? Chapter 35. The air of the northern king. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the air. Zhang Fulong arrived at the back courtyard of the Taoist temple. Qin Luo and his companions were engaged in their cultivation. Ziyue was practicing the 5 qi returning to origin technique, while Jin Yin immersed himself in the meditation of the landscape painting. Master, Qin Luo sensed Zhang Fulong's presence. Master. Ziyue and Jin Yin opened their eyes in succession. Qin Luo initially thought their master had come to remind them to rest early. Just as he prepared to rise, Zhang Fulong gestured for them to remain seated on the Dao platform. Do you wish to learn the true arts of Dao? Indeed, Ziyue answered eagerly. Qin Luo and Jin Yin nodded in unison. A smile flickered in Zhang Fulong's profound gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. First, I shall teach you to recite the Dao of saving lives. You must read it with utmost seriousness and not be negligent. Understood. Qin Luo and his companions nodded earnestly. Given that their master seldom had time to instruct them, such an opportunity was rare, and they listened intently. The path of humanity is vast. The path of immortals is boundless. The ghostly way is joyous, and the door to life opens. Do you remember? Ziyue looked at Qin Luo and Jin Yin, nodding. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her head. Master, I didn't remember. Zhang Fulong patted Ziyue's shoulder. No worries. Your senior brother will teach you. Of course. Qin Luo replied with a smile. Zhang Fulong turned to leave. Qin Luo fetched paper and pen, copying the Dao of saving lives twice, distributing 1 copy each to Jin Yin and Ziyue. Jin Yin could recite it, though he struggled with some characters. After Zhang Fulong departed, Qin Luo stayed in the courtyard to continue teaching them to recognize the characters and their meanings. Before long, half a month had passed. On a misty morning, within the mountains, Ziyue and Jin Yin sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, reciting the Dao of saving lives while practicing their cultivation. Although the sun had yet to rise, a faint golden light already emanated from them. Qin Luo was in the kitchen boiling eggs. These eggs were wild chicken eggs gifted by Wang Meng, who lived nearby and survived by hunting. The market that appeared at the foot of the mountain brought much convenience to his family, prompting him to express gratitude by sending a basket of wild eggs. Meals are ready, Qin Luo called from the kitchen. In an instant, Ziyue and Jin Yan appeared behind him. Ziyue raised an eyebrow, her face breaking into a sweet smile. A bowl of porridge and an egg. This life is truly splendid. Indeed, Jin Yan grinned foolishly. They savored their meal joyfully. Qin Luo held an egg in his hand, peeling off the shell before offering it to the little creature before him. Big brother, you are the best. The little creature pecked at the egg, having frequently visited the Longhu Temple for meals. Qin Luo collected the morning dew from the peach tree using a golden gourd. Though the gourd appeared small, it could hold a considerable amount of dew, enough to sustain him for a long time with each collection. Outside the Dao Temple, a young man clad in splendid attire arrived at the Longhu Temple, gazing in astonishment at the dilapidated plaque. He then noticed the door adorned with guardian deities and inquired, "Since my arrival in Jinyang City, I have encountered numerous such guardians along the way." Zhou Daping, treading cautiously, bowed his head and replied, "Your Highness, this is a custom of the Northerners. It has been prevalent since the tenure of the former county magistrate and is quite normal." The young man, named Zhu Qi, was the firstborn of the King of the North and a member of the royal family of the Great Xia, holding a prestigious status. The King of the North was the half-brother of the Great Xia Emperor, governing the northern prefectures and commanding a formidable military force. Behind Zhu Qi followed many skilled warriors from the King of the North's residence, accompanied by dozens of heavily armored iron guards, a presence that suggested they were not merely visiting the Longhu Temple to offer prayers. Beside Zhu Qi stood a beguiling woman, clad in a high-slit red dress, exuding allure as she remarked, "Your Highness, I have heard that these are the guardian deities consecrated by the Longhu Temple. It appears that within the territory of the Great Xia, there are forces daring enough to consecrate deities, seemingly disregarding the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the Great Xia Court." Zhu Qi, holding a jade fan, regarded her with amusement. Zhou Daping stepped forward to knock on the door. "Immortal Master, are you there?" The alluring woman laughed. "How long do you expect the young master to wait? Quickly, open the door." Zhou Daping approached to push the door, but found it immovable. He immediately called for Chao Meng to assist. Despite being a martial artist capable of lifting great weights, Chao Meng couldn't budge the wooden door. "Man, you try?" Zhu Qi expressed his impatience. A robust man, brimming with muscle, stepped forth and effortlessly pushed Zhou Daping and Chao Meng aside. Zhou Daping rolled on the ground several times, while Chao Meng staggered backward, barely regaining his balance. Such terrifying strength. The King of the North's residence was home to many extraordinary individuals. Man Nyo possessed innate strength, capable of shattering the foundation of a late-stage cultivator with a single punch, even without training. Man Nyo's fist struck the wooden door. Bang! He was jolted back, his arm trembling. Even one who could pierce iron could not break through this wooden barrier, leading Zhu Qi to understand that this door was formidable. At that moment, a swordsman clad in blue stepped forward. "Your Highness, allow me." The blue-clad swordsman, Wang Xiao, was Zhu Qi's personal guard and a cultivator at the early stage of core formation. Drawing his sword, Wang Xiao unleashed a streak of azure light, cleaving the fallen leaves along his path. Yet, the wooden door remained intact. A profound silence enveloped the temple grounds. Wang Xiao, unable to believe that he could not sever such a rudimentary wooden door, stood in disbelief. As one of Zhu Qi's most capable allies, second only to the alluring woman and the blind white-robed priest, Wang Xiao's failure to breach the door hinted at the formidable power lying beyond it. The smile vanished from the alluring woman's face, and Zhu Qi's expression grew solemn. It seemed the rumors held truth. This Longhu Temple was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Daping rose from the ground, his face beaming with a smile. "Your Highness, I am well acquainted with the immortal master of Longhu Temple. I shall knock again." The alluring woman retorted with cold sarcasm. "If you were truly well acquainted, I doubt you would need to conceal the matter of the deified guardians of Longhu Temple." "Fairy who? Do not misunderstand," Zhou Daping replied. Zhou Daping wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure of how to respond. Creak. Qin Luo opened the grand doors of the Longhu Temple. What a handsome Taoist priest. The enchanting woman glanced at Qin Luo, unable to resist licking her lips. Qin Luo caught the scent of her fox allure and, with a mere glance, discerned that she was indeed a genuine fox spirit, a shape-shifting beast, Her cultivation must be formidable, far surpassing that of Su Yuan, who had visited the Longhu Temple that day. Qin Luo surveyed the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on the elderly man in white beside Zhu Qi. The old man leaned on a cane, his gray eyes devoid of light. Though blind, he possessed an acute awareness, indicating he was a powerful cultivator. Zhou Dapeng hastily introduced. Master, this is the heir of the Northern Guardian King. Qin Luo replied coolly, the Longhu Temple does not welcome you. Zhou Dapeng was instantly rendered speechless. Aware of their intent to force their way in, Qin Luo decided to reciprocate their lack of respect. Such audacity, the enchanting woman chuckled. Wang Xiao, standing next to Zhu Qi, pointed his sword at Qin Luo and coldly commanded, upon seeing the heir of the great Xia, why do you not kneel? Qin Luo could scarcely suppress a laugh. If he were to kneel before a noble heir, what would become of his cultivation? Wang Xiao glanced at Zhu Qi, awaiting his nod to swiftly draw his sword and teach Qin Luo a lesson. Zhu Qi closed his jade fan, his expression haughty, dismissing Qin Luo entirely. I wish to speak with your temple master. This concerns the future of the Longhu Temple. I have stated that you are not welcome here. Qin Luo directly refused. Recognizing their malicious intent and anticipating that his master would be displeased, Zhu Qi narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk, subtly nodding, a barely perceptible gesture. Wang Xiao, receiving the cue, wore a mischievous grin. Having been thwarted by a wooden door, he now saw an opportunity to regain his dignity by targeting this arrogant youth. Taoist, behold my blade. Wang Xiao charged at Qin Luo with his sword drawn. Qin Luo stood motionless in the doorway. The enchanting woman covered her mouth, lamenting the possibility of harming such delicate flesh. The old man in white swiftly cautioned, Your Highness, causing a fatality here could lead to trouble. Fear not. Wang Xiao knows restraint. Zhu Qi scoffed. His esteemed status as a member of the great Xia royal family demanded respect from all sect elders, and he could hardly tolerate a mere Taoist from the Longhu Temple dismissing him so brazenly. Only Zhou Dapeng and Chao Meng felt a pang of anxiety for Wang Xiao, fully aware of Qin Luo's prowess. Just as Wang Xiao was about to strike Qin Luo, the experts from the Northern Guardian King's residence sensed a chilling aura simultaneously. A golden light emerged as Wu Xiantian stepped through the door, wielding a broadsword. With a single stroke, he severed the spirit sword from Wang Xiao's grasp, and in swift succession, decapitated him. Wang Xiao stared in disbelief as his body collapsed, his head rolling to the feet of the enchanting woman. Wu Xiantian, towering in stature, planted his golden sword before him, gripping the hilt with both hands, exuding an aura of invincibility. His expression remained indifferent as he declared, To dare provoke the Longhu Temple is to invite death without mercy. Chapter 36. The Tactics of Zhu Qi at the Peaks of Falling Sunset. The Longhu Temple stood ominously. Outside the temple, the formidable experts from the northern town King's Manor found themselves inexplicably compelled to kneel, their very souls trembling in the presence of an incomprehensible terror. Help, save me. Wang Zhao's head continued to plead. Useless. The fox-charming woman cruelly kicked Wang Zhao's head aside. Despair clouded Wang Zhao's eyes as his body was consumed by golden flames, reduced to ash and ultimately scattered by the winds. An eerie silence enveloped the area outside the temple. Zhou Dapeng was drenched in cold sweat. The slaying of the northern town King's experts would surely not go unpunished. Even if they could not dismantle the Longhu Temple, eliminating him, the county magistrate, would be effortlessly achieved. Chao Meng observed Wu Xiantian, adorned in golden armor and wielding a broadsword. Previously, he had doubted the existence of the temple guardian. Now, he was certain of its reality. Ever since the citizens of Jinyang City eagerly posted images of the guardian, instances of burglary had drastically diminished, a fact that had puzzled Chao Meng until now. Wu Xiantian stood before the Longhu Temple, his towering figure reminiscent of a divine monarch. The command "Spare no mercy" sent shivers down the spines of the northern town King's formidable warriors, causing the iron guards to instinctively retreat. Zhu Qi's countenance darkened, rage flickering in his eyes. Wang Xiao had been his trusted aide for many years, and he had not anticipated such brazen arrogance from the Longhu Temple, which offered no semblance of respect. Ziyue and Jin Yin, drawn by the commotion outside, rushed in with bowls in hand. Wow, it's the guardian. How impressive. Admiration sparkled in Jin Yin's eyes. The fox-charming woman giggled. Such a powerful guardian. No wonder the emperor of the Great Xia forbids the conferral of titles upon deities. Unfazed, Zhu Qi scoffed. A mere temple guardian dares to act so ferociously, Mu Lao. The crowd turned to the blind elder, a venerable figure from the northern town King's Manor, renowned for his formidable cultivation. Leaning on his cane, Mu Baichuan did not step forward. Instead, he turned to Zhu Qi. Your Highness, since the Longhu Temple does not welcome us, perhaps it is best we take our leave. Zhu Qi was momentarily taken aback. This elder, capable of commanding the winds and rains, was frightened by a mere temple guardian. If someone as powerful as Mu Lao hesitated to act, the trepidation in the eyes of the other experts from the northern town King's Manor deepened. Sanyang, Zhu Qi called out to the fox-charming woman, whose Sanyang feigned a delicate demeanor, appearing soft and unthreatening. Your Highness, I am but a frail woman capable of little more than idle chatter. Humph. Zhu Qi's expression darkened. The reluctance of both Hu Sanyang and Mu Baichuan to engage confirmed the guardian's prowess. Regaining his composure, Zhu Qi fixed his gaze upon the impassive Qin Luo. Enunciating each word, you shall come to regret this. Qin Luo, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied softly, if you wish to oppose the Longhu Temple, I shall accompany you to the very end. We shall see. Zhu Qi snorted coldly before turning away from the Longhu Temple. The experts of the northern town King's Manor trailing behind him. Hu Sanyang playfully twirled a lock of hair, exuding charm. May I inquire how to address you? Qin Luo remained silent. He, we shall meet again, Hu Sanyang remarked, her face adorned with a bewitching smile as she departed. Old Wu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. This is merely my duty. Wu Xiantian returned to the painting in the blink of an eye. Ziyue approached with a bowl in hand, asking, Senior brother, are they here to cause trouble? Indeed, Qin Luo nodded in affirmation. Recently, not long after the powerful figures from Xuanji Mountain had come to stir up trouble, the northern King's mansion had also arrived seeking discord. Qin Luo recalled his master's words, sighing softly. Longhu Temple will face numerous challenges ahead. If they come to cause more trouble, I shall use talismans to strike them. Ziyue exclaimed, her bright eyes wide with determination. Qin Luo chuckled, ruffling Ziyue's hair. Let us not resort to violence. We must win them over with virtue. He. Ziyue giggled and nodded cheerfully. Qin Luo understood they would not depart easily. Little one, have your friends keep an eye on their movements. No problem. The little one flapped her wings and took off. Departing from Luoxia Peak, Zhu Qi wore a grim expression. As the heir to the northern King's mansion, he was accustomed to being revered by all talented individuals from various sects. Yet here he faced humiliation at the seemingly inconspicuous Longhu Temple. Old Mu, can even you not handle the guardian of Longhu Temple? Mu Baichuan shook his head, replying solemnly. Your Highness, that guardian has absorbed a significant amount of faith power and has become formidable. A direct confrontation would be unwise. What then shall we do? Zhu Qi inquired. The secular realm falls under the jurisdiction of the court. If we can persuade the surrounding populace to abandon their faith in the guardian of Longhu Temple, its power will significantly diminish. That makes sense, Zhu Qi said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he clapped his hands with a jade fan. County Magistrate Zhou, you shall take charge of this matter. 3 days from now, if I see the portrait of the Longhu Temple guardian again, you shall present its head to me. Zhou Dapeng's countenance darkened. He could not afford to offend either the Longhu Temple or the heir of the Northern King. Prohibit the populace from offering incense and prayers at Longhu Temple. Anyone who dares to defy this order shall face severe consequences. Understood, Zhou Dapeng replied, steeling himself to comply. Chao Meng, this matter falls to you as well. My lord, this is quite difficult, Chao Meng lamented. Difficult or not, it must be done. Chao Meng entertained thoughts of resigning, but he had a family to support. Hu Sanyang approached Zhu Qi, swaying slightly. Your Highness, why do you not notify the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring? Zhu Qi waved his jade fan with an air of arrogance. There's no need to trouble the Bureau for dealing with Longhu Temple. Hu Sanyang smiled silently, sensing there was something amiss in Zhu Qi's reluctance for the Bureau's involvement. Let us head to Qinjiagu, Zhu Qi instructed Zhou Dapeng. Zhou Dapeng was bewildered. Your Highness, Qinjiagu is a remote and impoverished area. Enough chatter, lead the way. Yes, Zhou Dapeng dared not question further. Shortly thereafter, they arrived near Qinjiagu. The black mountain loomed behind it, clearly visible. Old Mu, is that the mountain ahead? Mu Baichuan leaned on his cane, nodding. The spiritual energy is palpable. It should be quite promising. Wonderful. Zhu Qi wore a delighted expression. Hu Sanyang gazed at Heishan, recognizing it as a treasure trove, ideal for cultivation. Yet, the mere suitability of this location for practice hardly warranted such elation from the heir of the northern town king. The mountain was home to a deity. Mu Baichuan sensed the presence of Qinchang'an. As Hu Sanyang focused her gaze, she spotted the mountain deity's temple nestled within the hills, further affirming her belief that this place was extraordinary. The incense offerings at the temple seemed substantial, indicating that the mountain deity was likely formidable. Zhou Dapeng was thoroughly frightened and hastily explained, "Your Highness, the locals have taken it upon themselves to worship the mountain deity. I am unaware of any such occurrences." "Incompetent fool," Hu Sanyang scoffed. Zhu Qi dismissed Zhou Dapeng, stating, "Your Highness, the mountain deity here is not as powerful as the gatekeepers of the Longhu Temple. Suppression should not pose much difficulty." Mu Baichuan expressed confidence in his ability to subdue the mountain deity. A smirk graced Zhu Qi's lips as he coldly commanded, "County Magistrate Zhou, I grant you 3 days to relocate the residents near Qinjigu to another area." "As you command." Zhou Dapeng dared not defy him. Hu Sanyang surmised that Heishan concealed secrets. "Your Highness, I can assist you in dealing with the mountain deity." Zhu Qi toyed with a jade fan, yawning slightly. "First, drive away the nearby residents. We shall address other matters in a few days. Once the Longhu Temple is dealt with, we will handle the mountain deity here." He understood that the Longhu Temple was the key. Later that evening, Wu Qinglu arrived at the Longhu Temple, his demeanor tense. "Master, we are in grave trouble." Qin Luo was preparing to close the doors. "What could possibly have caused such alarm in you, Elder Wu?" Wu Qinglu responded gravely. "The authorities have announced a ban on the sale of the gatekeeper images from the treasure pavilion, and they have dispatched officials to remove such images from households. Additionally, they have prohibited the common folk from visiting the Longhu Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, with severe penalties for those caught." "This is Zhu Qi's method of dealing with the Longhu Temple," Qin Luo remarked, unconcerned. "What are the plans of the treasure pavilion?" Wu Qinglu seemed somewhat embarrassed. "We dare not oppose the court. We can only suspend the sale of the Longhu Temple's gatekeeper images." "I understand." Qin Luo acknowledged their predicament. "I shall not disturb you any further." Wu Qinglu hurriedly exited the Longhu Temple, wishing to distance himself from its troubles. 2 days later, at Luoxiao Peak, Longhu Temple. In the early morning, Ziyue sat on the steps before the main hall, cupping her face in her hands, her eyes filled with confusion. It has been so desolate these past 2 days, there is not a soul in sight. Previously, Ziyue relished the tranquility of the temple, but now, conversely, the lack of worshippers meant that the gatekeeper images drawn by her senior brother could not be sold, and consequently, she could not earn any money. Qin Luo stepped out of the main hall, realizing that this situation could not persist. He needed to have a serious discussion with Zhu Qi, little junior sister. "Since you find it boring here, would you like to accompany your senior brother to Jinyang City for a stroll?" "Absolutely," Ziyue exclaimed, springing to her feet, as she had never visited Jinyang City before. "Little junior brother, do you wish to join?" Qin Luo looked at Jinyan, who was sweeping the ground at the hall's entrance. "Senior brother, I prefer solitude. I shall remain at the temple." Jinyan cherished tranquility, preferring to remain unobserved. In the temple, he felt at ease, and after sweeping the grounds, he could immerse himself in his cultivation. Ziyu raised an eyebrow and, with a sweet smile, said, "Junior brother, I have brought you some delicious treats." "Thank you, senior sister," Jinyan replied, nodding with a simple yet sincere smile. Chapter 37. Outside Jinyang City, as Qin Luo and Ziyue arrived at the foot of the mountain, the once bustling marketplace had turned desolate. The only establishment still operating was a free porridge shop, where 2 tables of children sat, sipping their porridge. These children, clad in tattered garments, had often struggled to fill their bellies. Approaching the porridge shop with a smile, Qin Luo inquired, "Miss Zhao, why are you still here?" Zhao Qing'er looked up at him and smiled radiantly. "Immortal Master, the authorities have prohibited us from visiting the Longhu Temple to make offerings, but they did not forbid us from setting up stalls here." Ziyue regarded Miss Zhao with admiration, acknowledging her goodness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing'er beamed and, looking at Qin Luo, earnestly stated, "The Immortal Master has said that a household that accumulates virtue will surely enjoy future blessings. I am here to accumulate merit for the Zhao family." Qin Luo's expression turned serious as he replied, Miss Zhao, if you remain true to your original intentions, I am confident you will achieve your aspirations. Zhao Qing'er, taken aback, recalled her childhood visit to the Immortal Mountain, where she was told she lacked spiritual roots and was destined to be devoid of a connection to cultivation. His words instilled a glimmer of hope within her. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your guidance. Recently, the authorities had been purging the guardian images at Longhu Temple, forbidding the populace from making offerings, and the people were fearful of incurring trouble. Even Wu Qinglu distanced himself from Longhu Temple, yet Zhao Qing'er remained so close. Qin Luo, who once suspected her motives for approaching Longhu Temple, now saw her genuine kindness. Miss Zhao, we shall take our leave now. Immortal Master, travel safely. As Qin Luo and Ziyue moved away, Zhao Qing'er, with her clear eyes sparkling, called out loudly, Immortal Master, I believe Longhu Temple will overcome this hardship. Indeed, Qin Luo replied with a gentle nod. Just as they departed from Luoxia Peak, an expert from the Wang family of the north discovered Qin Luo. A middle-aged man with a scarred face stood atop a tree, watching as Qin Luo and Ziyue grew distant. Huh, I thought he was formidable. Yet he cannot even fly with a sword. Xue Wu, go inform the young master. Understood. With that, Xue Wu took to the skies. Qin Luo sensed the hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, yet deemed them unworthy of his time. Xue Wu arrived at Jinyang City. In the county office, Zhu Qi was enjoying a performance of song and dance when Xue Wu knelt respectfully outside the hall, saying, Young master, the Taoist from Longhu Temple has left Luoxia Peak. Zhu Qi, munching on grapes peeled by a maid, suddenly erupted in fury. Fool, you didn't think to bring him back? Chen Rong, go capture him. Remember, he must be alive. At once, Chen Rong departed the county office with Xue Wu. Since acquiring the storage ring, Ziyue no longer carried a bamboo basket, running freely through the mountains like the wind, while Qin Luo leisurely followed behind. Senior brother, look. Ziyue pointed at the white sandy beach. Qin Luo gazed at the pitch-black sand, recognizing the devastation wrought by talismans, and gave Ziyue a thumbs up. Ziyue proudly lifted her chin. A wave of apprehension washed over Qin Luo. Had their master not been present at that time, his junior sister might have faced peril. With a serious tone, he instructed, Little junior sister, if you ever encounter danger, just call for me. What if senior brother is not by my side? Then shout it out loud. I understand. Ziyue nodded heavily. They arrived at Baiyun Town. Once, every household had adorned their doors with the guardian deities of the Longhu Temple, but now, a glance revealed clean doorways. And the townsfolk greeted Qin Luo and Ziyue with far less enthusiasm than before. Passing by a stall selling mutton soup, the vendor remained cordial. Immortal Master, would you care for some mutton soup? Qin Luo turned to Ziyue. Ziyue swallowed hard. She was aware that her senior brother had matters to attend to in Jinyang City. Brother, let us head to Jinyang City first. There's no rush. 2 bowls of mutton soup, please. Qin Luo and Ziyue sat by the street, enjoying their soup. Ziyue lifted the steaming bowl, took a sip, and her face lit up with a blissful smile. The vendor, standing beside Qin Luo, remarked, Immortal Master, the authorities are forcing us to dismantle the images of the guardian deities. If we refuse, we risk imprisonment. Many are left with no choice. I understand. I apologize for the trouble caused, Qin Luo said, bowing slightly in apology. The vendor quickly waved his hand, his expression respectful. Immortal Master, there is no need for remorse. The mere cost of the guardian images has protected us for so long. We have indeed profited. Not far off, the scar-faced man had been watching Qin Luo, and upon seeing them drinking soup, he felt they posed no immediate threat. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, awaiting reinforcements. After finishing their soup, Qin Luo and Ziyue continued on their way. Sister, would you like to take a carriage? Brother, I prefer to walk. Baiyun Town offered carriages to Jinyang City for a cost of 1 or 2 silver coins, which Zhu, it deemed exorbitant. She would rather walk. Dressed in a loose-fitting, azure robe, with 2 high buns atop her head, she walked briskly, her small hands swinging back and forth, humming a cheerful tune. Qin Luo held a manual of Taoist spells, having nearly mastered the incantations, and he occasionally took it out to review. The scar-faced man trailed behind them, observing their peculiar antics, and couldn't help but mock himself. Could they be 2 fools? What am I afraid of? Ziyue, petite yet quick, led them along the path to the Black Woods. Just then, 2 figures descended from the sky. Chen Rong, accompanied by Shui Wu, blocked Qin Luo's path. The scar-faced man no longer concealed himself, rushing from behind to cut off their retreat. Chen Rong, with long bangs obscuring half his face, brandished a sword, pointing it menacingly at Qin Luo, declaring with an air of dominance, "Surrender now to avoid suffering." Ziyue tilted her head, initially thinking the journey would be dull, but was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected confrontation. Qin Luo, calm and composed, smiled and replied, "If you wish to live, step aside." The scar-faced man laughed heartily. "Arrogant brat, this is not Longhu Temple." Chen Rong, brushing his bangs aside with confidence, added, "This is not Longhu Temple. There are no guardian deities to protect you here. Don't waste time." Ziyue blinked her bright eyes, pondering. Could it be that my senior brother is even more formidable than the guardian deities? The air suddenly fell silent. Then, a hearty laughter erupted. The scar-faced man clutched his belly, exclaiming that he had followed them for half a day without being detected. Who else did they think they could intimidate? Amidst their laughter, Ziyue drew forth a talisman concealed within her sleeve, pinching it delicately between her two fingers, the paper swaying as it revealed intricate flame patterns. Upon seeing Ziyue produce the talisman, Chen Rong remained unfazed. He tilted his head and blew aside his slanted bangs, curious to see what tricks this young girl could conjure. Like a dart, Ziyue hurled the talisman, exclaiming sharply, "Fire technique, flame burst." The talisman ignited in midair, morphing into a colossal fireball. Chen Rong's pupils constricted in alarm. By the time he sought to flee, it was too late. A wave of heat surged forth, tousling his bangs and exposing his visage of sheer terror. As the fireball swiftly engulfed him and Shui Wu, boom, a mushroom cloud ascended outside the dark woods. When the flames subsided, a circular blackened mark marred the ground. With neither Chen Rong nor Shui Wu in sight, save for a spirit sword, which bore a low rank and was riddled with cracks. The scar-faced man stood in stunned silence, realizing that this seemingly harmless girl possessed terrifying power. If she was that formidable, her senior brother must be even more so. Thud! The scar-faced man sank to his knees, understanding that fleeing was futile before such a powerhouse. "Spare me, master." He trembled, the suffocating sensation more intense than when he encountered the gatekeepers of the Longhu Temple, where numerous experts from the Northern King's mansion had been present. He had managed to stand then, but now he knelt, pleading for mercy. "Where's Zhu Qi? I can lead you to see the heir." He refrained from mentioning that Zhu Qi was at the county office, realizing this was his only chance at survival. "Boss, Zhu Qi is at the county office." A figure clad in pure white descended upon Qin Luo's shoulder, a small creature swaying its little tuft, unwilling to let its achievements be overshadowed. Qin Luo turned to the scar-faced man, stating coolly, "I hope you can be a good person in your next life." With a command, lightning strike. A clap of thunder resonated. The little creature and Ziyue covered their ears. As the lightning dissipated, the scar-faced man was exorcised, and Qin Luo, accompanied by Ziyue, ventured towards Jinyang City. Chapter 38 Confrontation at the county office. The walls of Jinyang City towered majestically, constructed from resilient yellow brass stones, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. The watchtower loomed high above. Ziyue gazed at the towering structure and remarked, "Elder brother, I have heard that the watchtowers of the great Xia capital surpass even the mountains in height. I wonder if they rival the height of Luoxia Peak." "We shall see when we visit," Qin Luo mused, as he harbored thoughts of journeying to the capital. A contingent of fully armed officials approached them. Zhou Dapeng, riding out of the city, caught sight of Qin Luo and, in a moment of panic, tumbled from his horse. Crawling before Qin Luo, he wore a fawning smile and said, "Immortal master, what brings you to Jinyang City?" "Just a visit," Qin Luo replied, eyeing the throng of officials behind Zhou Dapeng. "Why have you brought so many with you?" Zhou Dapeng dared not conceal the truth. "Immortal master, His Highness the young master wishes for the residents of Qinjiagu to relocate. But they are unwilling to move. I have no choice but to resort to this method. You must have apprehended quite a few people recently." Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. Zhou Dapeng, unable to meet his eyes, knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. "Immortal master, I am being coerced. Defying His Highness's orders would surely lead to my demise." "Humph. A mere lapdog," Ziyue scoffed, causing Zhou Dapeng to shudder in fear. Qin Luo recognized him as a fence-sitter, and engaging in disputes with him would bear no fruit. With a serious tone, he commanded, Release the innocent citizens from the prison and provide them with compensation. Understood. Xiaomeng, did you hear that? This subordinate will take care of it immediately. Qin Luo smiled gently and added, there's no rush. We are headed to the county office. Let us go together. Zhou Dapeng, drenched in cold sweat, realized the implications of Qin Luo's visit to the county office, especially with Zhu Qi present. Any trouble there would spell great trouble for him. Immortal Master, let us discuss this matter amicably. I prefer negotiation over conflict, if possible. Qin Luo maintained a benevolent smile. As Qin Luo and Ziyue entered Jinyang City, the streets bustled with activity. Vendors lined both sides of the thoroughfare. Ziyue looked around in awe. Jinyang City is immense. The streets are several times wider than those in Baiyun Town. Candied hawthorn, both tart and sweet. A middle-aged vendor shouted as he carried a wooden frame through the street. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over to inquire, Sir, how much for the candied hawthorn? The vendor cheerfully replied, Little immortal maiden. It's 2 copper coins for 1 skewer, or 3 for 5 coins. Ziyue frowned, recalling that in Baiyun Town, 3 skewers cost only 2 coins. Excuse me, she said, unwilling to spend more. The vendor, taking a skewer from his frame, offered, Little immortal maiden, if you're short on funds, I can gift you one. Faced with the implication of being broke, Ziyue gritted her teeth and pulled out 3 copper coins. I have money. I'll take 2 skewers. Certainly. Thank you for supporting my business, little immortal maiden. The vendor smiled as he accepted the coins. Ziyue held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, yet found herself unable to feel joy. Senior brother, this skewer is for you. I have no taste for sweets. Qin Luo gently declined, finding it peculiar that someone of his stature would indulge in such treats. Then I shall bring it back for junior brother. Ziyue tucked away 1 skewer, and as she bit into the sugary coating, her worries quickly faded into oblivion. The county office lay eerily quiet, devoid of any townsfolk traversing the street. Outside stood the iron guards of the North Town Prince's residence, seasoned warriors whose prowess far surpassed that of the ordinary constables. As Qin Luo and Ziyue approached the county office, 2 guards stepped forward to inquire, Who are you? Longhu Temple, Qin Luo. Longhu Temple, Ziyue. Qin Luo maintained his composure while Ziyue, clutching half a skewer of candied hawthorn, sensed the presence of numerous skilled individuals within the county office. Not wishing to attract attention, she flapped her wings and took flight. Upon hearing the name Longhu Temple, the guards' expressions shifted to shock. Although they had yet to encounter Qin Luo, they were well aware that Longhu Temple was not to be trifled with. One guard immediately rushed inside to report. As Qin Luo entered the county office with Ziyue, the surrounding guards brandished their long spears, encircling Qin Luo yet hesitating to impede his advance. Your Highness, Qin Luo from Longhu Temple has arrived. In the Grand Hall, Zhu Qi was engrossed in a performance when he received the news of Qin Luo's presence. His brow furrowed in irritation, questioning the competence of Chun Rong and the others. In that moment, Qin Luo appeared in the expansive courtyard before the hall. Zhu Qi emerged, observing the encircled Qin Luo with a mocking smile. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. Hu Sanyang and Mu Baichuan stood flanking Zhu Qi, with a line of foundational cultivators wielding long swords before them, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Ziyue, leisurely savoring her candied hawthorn, ambled through the county office as if on a casual stroll, feeling no sense of danger with her senior brother by her side. Zhu Qi, noting the young girl beside Qin Luo still indulging in her treat, felt his fury bubbling beneath the surface. Young master, the immortal master comes to discuss matters with you. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tense, and Zhou Dapeng was the first to speak, attempting to mediate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qi sneered derisively, unfurling his jade fan and languidly fanning himself, his expression one of satisfaction. It seems this young master's methods are effective. Now you seek to negotiate? Qin Luo regarded the lofty Zhu Qi with an unhurried demeanor. I have stated before that should you declare enmity with Longhu Temple, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Are you here to threaten me? Zhu Qi retorted. Consider it a reminder. Qin Luo's expression remained composed. Mu Baichuan approached with his cane, speaking gravely. Young friend, should Longhu Temple be willing to collaborate with the North Town Prince's residence, we could achieve mutual benefit. Collaboration? You presume to dictate terms to Longhu Temple? Qin Luo's eyes glinted with frost. Indeed. Ziyue nodded in agreement. while Zhou Daping wiped the sweat from his brow. When Zhu Qi and his companions arrived at the Longhu Temple, they were intent on forcefully entering, dismissing the temple entirely. Mu Baichuan chuckled, stating, "As long as the Northern King's manor concerns itself only with Heishan and does not interfere with our affairs, we shall not target the Longhu Temple. We might even turn a blind eye to other matters." Zhou Daping quickly concurred, "Master, Heishan is merely a remote and impoverished region. There is no need to oppose the Northern King's manor over it." Qin Luo, with a serene smile, replied, "Heishan is under my protection. Its mountain deity is one I have conferred. Should there be any issues, they will find me." "You conferred a deity?" Mu Baichuan queried, incredulous. Conferring a deity entails bearing immense karmic burden. How could this young individual withstand the backlash of the heavenly Tao? Hu Sanyang scrutinized Qin Luo, noting his striking features and ethereal aura. Could it be that I have misjudged him? Zhu Qi, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Under heaven, is there not a king's land? This is Zhu's dominion. The Northern King's manor requires no consent from you to claim Heishan." "It seems there is nothing left to discuss." Qin Luo sighed softly. He had intended to extend an olive branch to Zhu Qi the latter. With a mocking glint in his eyes, scoffed at the notion of a deity being absent from the Longhu Temple, daring to act brazenly before him. Ziyue, nibbling on a candied hawthorn, puffed her cheeks, observing them as if they were fools. "My senior brother has conferred the temple's deity. You do not presume my senior brother to be weaker than a mere deity, do you?" Mu Baichuan and Hu Sanyang exchanged wary glances. This refined and affable young Taoist, unafraid to enter a stronghold teeming with formidable experts, must possess some hidden strength. "What are you hesitating for? Seize them!" Zhu Qi commanded impatiently. Zhou Daping, sensing the tension, took a step back. The surrounding iron guards, upon receiving the order, hesitated briefly before tightening their grips on their long spears and thrusting forward. Clad in heavy armor infused with special metals, these guards were immune to the attacks of foundational cultivators, and common practitioners dared not confront them directly. Qin Luo grasped Ziyue by the shoulder, lifting her effortlessly. He then raised his right foot and brought it down forcefully onto the floor, causing ripples to cascade across the surface. The flooring shattered in succession, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent the iron guards flying. Even Zhou Daping, who had retreated to the rear, was swept away. Seeing this, Mu Baichuan planted his cane before him, conjuring a verdant barrier. The iron guards collided with the barrier, finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Zhu Qi began to comprehend that Qin Luo was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. The powerful individuals he had dispatched earlier might have already been dealt with, yet he remained unfazed. Chapter 39. Overwhelming domination. The iron guards lay sprawled across the ground, incapacitated. All the surrounding officials were rendered unconscious, and even Chao Mang collapsed. Zhou Daping managed to flee quickly, sustaining only minor injuries, fully aware of Qin Luo's terrifying prowess. He scrambled away from the county office. Within the county office, Zhu Qi remained unperturbed, flanked by numerous cultivators, and with Mu Baichuan and Hu Sanyang stationed. Even a nascent soul expert could not approach him, unless Qin Luo surpassed a nascent soul cultivator in strength. Mu Baichuan furrowed his brow, unable to detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy from Qin Luo, and inquired, "Are you a martial artist?" Qin Luo did not respond. He set down Ziyue and gently said, "Junior sister, step back." Ziyue obediently nodded and positioned herself on the steps of the county office. Qin Luo turned his gaze to Zhu Qi, a serene smile gracing his face as he calmly stated, "I offer you one more chance. If you refrain from opposing the Longhu sect in the future, I shall spare you." "Ha! Spare me? This young master will not let you off so easily," Zhu Qi retorted defiantly, urging, "Mu Lao, what are you waiting for?" Mu Baichuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, tightened his grip on his staff and declared solemnly, "Form the formation." The multitude of cultivators before Zhu Qi surged forward simultaneously, brandishing their long swords, which ignited with vibrant hues. Mu Baichuan shouted, "Draw swords." 15 cultivators unsheathed their swords in unison, unleashing a dazzling array of sword lights in the courtyard. As Qin Luo observed the incoming sword lights, he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace them. Hu Sanyang looked on in bewilderment. The wind billowed through Qin Luo's sleeves, and a tempest surged into the county office, coalescing into countless azure sword lights. Clang, clang, clang. The sword lights clashed together, and the myriad colors quickly faded. Noticing the azure sword lights advancing, Mu Baichuan swiftly positioned his staff before him, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy. Tap, tap, tap. An innumerable barrage of azure sword lights struck the barrier, leaving deep marks, and soon, it became riddled with cracks. Furrowing his brow, Mu Baichuan recognized the dire situation and retreated. In the instant the barrier shattered, the cultivators positioned at the forefront lost their protection, and in the blink of an eye, several fell into a pool of blood. The remaining azure sword lights surged toward Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi was taken aback, instinctively recoiling. In a flash, Mu Baichuan teleported before Zhu Qi, thrusting his staff into the ground, causing thick azure vines to erupt from the earth, forming an impenetrable wall of trees. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated. The citizens of Jinyang City witnessed the commotion at the county office, yet the ordinary folk dared not venture near. On high ground, Lin Qian and Wu Qinglu of the Treasure Pavilion observed. They are the celestial masters of the Longhu sect. We must remain steadfast in our stance, Lin Qian asserted. Wu Lao, choosing sides is not a trivial matter. It is better to do nothing than to err, Wu Qinglu replied. Inside the county office, chaos reigned as Mu Baichuan expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, severing countless azure vines, ultimately thwarting Qin Luo's assault. Qin Luo, however, appeared unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility as if he had not exerted himself at all. Suddenly, the sleeves of Ziyue billowed, and a gust of fresh wind surged forth. Eager to assist, Xiaoxuanfeng, come back. Ziyue grasped the tail of the little whirlwind, yanking it back. Don't create more chaos. The little whirlwind burrowed into Ziyue's sleeve. Not quite ready yet. Qin Luo shook his head as he summoned the wind to aid him. However, the winds fought independently, failing to achieve the desired effect. His frequent meditative training had left him lacking in practical combat experience. Mu Baichuan stroked his weathered face, his hands slightly damp. A gash had been carved into his visage by a blade of wind. It had been many years since he had sustained an injury. To manipulate the wind without employing spiritual power, are you a specialized talisman master? Mu Baichuan was genuinely curious, still unaware of Qin Luo's cultivation level. Hu Sanyang was also observing Qin Luo. Initially, she thought he was merely a martial artist devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations. However, she now sensed that he was indeed a talisman master focusing on spiritual energy. Such practitioners were rare, and those who specialized in spiritual energy were even scarcer. The majority of talisman masters relied on spiritual power to craft their talismans. Zhu Qi recognized the challenge posed by Qin Luo and furrowed his brow. Sanyang, do you still intend to watch the spectacle? Hu Sanyang smirked, her lips curling with mischief. Esteemed son, he is quite formidable. Eliminate him, and the reward shall be doubled. Deal. Hu Sanyang's smile was laced with a hint of wickedness. Mu Baichuan felt the weight of pressure mounting. Let us engage together in close combat. Do not afford him a chance to cast spells. As they united to attack, Qin Luo felt a surge of delight rather than fear. This was precisely the opportunity he needed to hone his combat skills. At first, Zhu Qi wore a mocking expression, but it soon turned tense. Cracks appearing in the jade fan he held. Hu Sanyang moved with remarkable speed, appearing behind Qin Luo with flames flickering from her palm, while Mu Baichuan stood before him, wielding his cane as a weapon, aimed at Qin Luo's head. They struck simultaneously from both sides. Qin Luo remained steadfast, radiant light enveloping him. Golden light encased his entire being. Bang! The cane struck the golden light, igniting sparks. Mu Baichuan's arm trembled, his scalp tingling. The high-grade spiritual weapon failed to pierce Qin Luo's protective golden aura. Hu Sanyang's palm struck the golden light behind Qin Luo, as if hitting an indestructible stone, causing her hand to bleed profusely. Qin Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite their formidable appearance, they could not even breach his protective barrier. Zhu Qi gasped in astonishment. Brother, keep fighting, Ziyue shouted, raising a candied hawthorn skewer. Qin Luo clenched his fist and hurled it towards Mu Baichuan. The latter attempted to block with his cane, but the golden fist radiated like the sun, shattering the cane and caving in Mu Baichuan's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Without pause, Qin Luo spun and delivered a swift roundhouse kick towards Hu Sanyang. She hastily raised her hand to defend, but her slender arm broke instantly. forcing her to take the blow with her face. Boom! Hu Sanyang crashed into the courtyard wall, demolishing it, her bloodied fangs scattering upon the ground. Mu Baichuan struggled to rise, coughing up blood, his expression weary as he urged, "Your Highness, flee at once." Zhu Qi crushed the jade fan in his grip. As the heir to the North Town Prince's estate, how could he possibly retreat in disgrace? Such a tale would only invite ridicule. My father is the Prince of North Town. Who dares to harm me? Coughing violently, Hu Sanyang rose from the ruins, her left arm fractured, her once enchanting visage now marred. Yet, she dared not voice any resentment towards Qin Luo. "Your Highness, I shall forego my reward. May you seek your own fortune." In a heartbeat, Hu Sanyang soared into the clouds, unwilling to risk her life for mere recompense. A bolt of divine retribution struck suddenly, and Hu Sanyang vanished without a trace. Qin Luo approached Zhu Qi, who trembled uncontrollably. Mu Baichuan clutched his chest, still coughing blood. Yet he bore the pain to block Qin Luo's path. "Is he worth your life?" "Not worth it," Mu Baichuan replied with a bitter smile. Recognizing his loyalty, Qin Luo commanded, "You may leave." Mu Baichuan coughed again. "The Prince of North Town has shown me kindness. I cannot stand by and watch him perish." As they spoke, Chao Meng, lying on the steps of the county office, awakened and rose to his feet. Zhu Qi, overjoyed at the sight of Chao Meng, exclaimed, "Chao Meng, seize that girl." He intended to use Ziyue as leverage against Qin Luo. Chao Meng glanced at Ziyue, sitting on the steps, enjoying a candied hawthorn, her bright eyes blinking innocently. "What are you waiting for? Capture her," Zhu Qi urged, desperate. She was his lifeline. Chao Meng surveyed the shattered county office and the fallen cultivators and iron guards, realizing the gravity of the situation. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy. Thud! He collapsed once more. "You wish to proceed, unless..." Mu Baichuan's words were cut short as Qin Luo waved his hand, sending him flying, crashing into the wall of the county office, which crumbled under the impact. Seeing Qin Luo approach, Zhu Qi retreated in terror, his eyes wide with fear. "My father is the Prince of North Town." Yet, Qin Luo cared not for his lineage. He formed a sword with his hand, a glimmer of swordlight manifesting at his fingertips. In that moment, as the swordlight struck Zhu Qi, golden light enveloped him, successfully deflecting Qin Luo's attack. Suddenly, Zhu Qi recalled something. He retrieved a golden token from his bosom, joy flooding his face as he nearly forgot. This heir possessed a life-saving decree. The token radiated immense energy. Qin Luo recognized it as something extraordinary. Gaining confidence, Zhu Qi brandished the token, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "This is the life-saving decree granted to my father by the Emperor of the Great Xia. No one can kill me." Chapter 40. The Slaying of Zhu Qi. Brandishing his life-saving golden medal, strode confidently towards Qin Luo, his demeanor exuding arrogance. The sight of the medal was akin to the presence of the emperor himself. Yet he did not kneel. The Emperor of the Great Xia was a supreme being, revered across the lands, whose mere presence commanded respect even from seasoned cultivators of the immortal mountains. Qin Luo chuckled softly. Today, no one could hinder him, least of all with a mere life-saving medal. He unleashed a powerful punch, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Zhu Qi, taken aback by Qin Luo's audacity, clutched the medal tightly and shut his eyes in terror. Boom! The space around them warped as the county office collapsed in a thunderous crash. From the life-saving medal erupted a dazzling golden light, a force so formidable that even Qin Luo was momentarily pushed back. Such overwhelming power. Retreating to the courtyard, the dust settled. Zhu Qi, amidst the ruins, opened his eyes to find himself unscathed, bursting into boisterous laughter. "Huh, with this medal, what can you do to me?" Mu Baichuan lay amidst the debris of the courtyard wall, acutely aware that the power released by the medal was sufficient to obliterate a nascent soul expert. How could this elegant young Taoist remain unharmed? "Your Highness, flee at once," Mu Baichuan shouted, suppressing his pain. The true strength of the life-saving medal lay not in its intrinsic power, but in the prestige of the great Xia Emperor. If that prestige faltered, the medal would only serve to delay the inevitable. Clearly, the young Taoist was unfazed by such threats. Qin Luo had not exerted his full strength in that last punch. He had held back, fearing uncontrollable destruction, delivering merely a casual strike. "Unleash whatever means you possess," Zhu Qi boasted, emboldened by his life-saving medal. Qin Luo raised his head, his eyes swirling with the energies of yin and yang. His consciousness melded with the cosmos. Above Jinyang City, ominous clouds gathered over the county office, while the rest of the surroundings basked in clear skies. This phenomenon drew the attention of the townsfolk, who dared not approach the county office. Amidst the rubble, Mu Baichuan sensed the celestial changes and trembled, realizing the nature of the being before him. Was he a sage of harmonization? Above the nascent soul realm lies the transformation of spirit, and above that, the harmonization. A sage of harmonization is a founder of sex, embodying the laws of the universe and wielding terrifying power with every gesture. Mu Baichuan, having trained for many years and encountered countless prodigies, had never witnessed such a youthful sage of harmonization. What strength must Zhang Fulong, the head of Longhu Temple, possess to cultivate such a remarkable talent? The thought was too daunting to fathom. Regret washed over Mu Baichuan. Had he recognized the terror of Longhu Temple sooner, they might not be in this dire predicament. Ziyue, believing rain was imminent, sought shelter beneath an eave. Zhu Qi gazed at the darkening sky, a sense of impending doom gripping him. He tightened his grip on the life-saving metal, reassuring himself, I possess this metal, I shall not perish. With a soft command, Qin Luo summoned thunder. A bolt of lightning tore through the ominous clouds, descending from the heavens, a spectacle of golden radiance connecting earth and sky. The sound of thunder roared, shaking the very ground. Zhu Qi was struck by a bolt of lightning. The life-saving token emitted a golden light to resist the catastrophic thunder. But Zhu Qi could not withstand this terrifying force. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his body feeling as though it might disintegrate. Yet, even in such a state, he dared not release the life-saving token from his grasp. Crack! The token was crushed in his hand. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. At the moment the token shattered, a golden figure ascended into the air. This towering figure emanated an aura of authority, bathed in the light of the thunder. Standing firm against the heavens, Zhu Qi lay in a pitiful state on the ground, the token in his hand dim and lifeless. As he struggled for breath, terror of death filled his eyes. Your Majesty, save me. The golden figure above withstood the thunder, exuding a terrifying pressure that compelled the citizens of Jinyang City to kneel in reverence, overwhelmed by the supreme authority of the emperor. The common folk could hardly lift their heads. Yet, Qin Luo gazed intently at that golden figure. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy squinted her beautiful eyes and murmured softly, I never expected such a powerful being to emerge in the mortal realm after my departure. How intriguing. To receive the recognition of the purple-haired fairy indicated the formidable strength of that figure. Qin Luo remained calm. It was merely a mark. As the thunder dissipated, the towering figure slowly descended, its golden hand reaching towards Qin Luo. The colossal hand was like a mountain, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Ziyue's bright eyes widened in alarm. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. However, upon seeing her senior brother's silhouette, she felt reassured, believing that even if the heavens fell, he could bear the weight. Qin Luo's eyes swirled with the flow of yin and yang as he extended his right hand, the dual energies entwining around his arm. In that instant of grasping, a long sword materialized in his hand. The sword was black on one side and white on the other, and with it, Qin Luo stood as the sovereign of life and death, the space behind him distorting to reflect a hazy tableau. Inside the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy displayed an uncommon shock. She could perceive visions invisible to ordinary beings. Witnessing the grand spectacle of myriad immortals bowing in worship behind Qin Luo swung the sword towards the golden figure, not daring to underestimate the encounter. This was his full-powered strike. The black and white sword light soared skyward, effortlessly cleaving through the golden hand. Following this, the massive figure crumbled. Yet the sword light continued unabated. The black and white radiance sliced through the dark clouds, ascending to the heavens. As the sword light vanished, Qin Luo glimpsed majestic mountains, a shadow blocking out the sun as it traversed the sky. Before long, those visions faded away. Was that the realm of immortals? Zhang Fulong had once told Qin Luo that he would ascend to the immortal realm after a few more years of seclusion, and that the Longhu Temple would be his, urging him to cultivate diligently and not to be lazy. Qin Luo did not dwell on these thoughts. He turned his gaze towards Zhu Qi, who lay trembling on the ground. Sensing that Qin Luo intended to act against Zhu Qi, Mu Baichuan struggled to crawl out from the ruins. My father is. Zhu Qi's words remained unfinished. A beam of sword light pierced through his brow. Your Highness. Mu Baichuan felt powerless. Was this truly the end? The candied hawthorn in Ziyue's hand remained uneaten. Mu Baichuan finally comprehended why Zuanzishan had divulged the existence of the dragon vein in this area to the Northern King's residence. If Zuanzishan possessed the capability to conquer it, they would not willingly relinquish it. At this juncture, it was too late for words. Qin Luo turned his gaze toward Mu Baichuan, who, with a wry smile, remarked, There is no need for you to take action. Not so fast. Qin Luo replied calmly. I would appreciate it if you could return Zhu Qi's body to the Northern King's residence, and convey to the Northern King that I shall soon set forth to visit. A thunderbolt seemed to strike Mu Baichuan. He realized that the Northern King's residence had stirred up a significant predicament. I am grateful for your mercy, my friend. Upon my return, I will alert the Northern King. Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement, as he had no desire to await trouble's arrival. Mu Baichuan retrieved a pill and consumed it, regaining a measure of strength. He then lifted Zhu Qi's lifeless form and respectfully stated, My friend, I will be waiting for your esteemed presence at the Northern King's residence. Qin Luo nodded in response. Mu Baichuan soared into the air, disregarding his grave injuries, and hastened back to the Northern King's residence at the swiftest pace, so that preparations could be made in advance. Chapter 41. Return to Longhu Temple. Qin Luo approached the prison, with Ziyue closely following her senior brother. Upon sensing the silence emanating from the county office, Chao Meng rose, gazing at the dilapidated structure with a look of resignation. The gods engage in combat, yet it is the mortals who suffer. The officials feigning death around him began to rise. Observing the stillness of the county office, Zhou Dapeng returned, wiping the sweat from his brow, wondering who had emerged victorious. The celestial master from Longhu Temple. Chao Meng pointed towards the prison within the county office. As Qin Luo and Ziyue stepped into the prison, they were met with a multitude of citizens crammed into the cells. The prisoners, upon seeing Qin Luo, expressed their excitement. Celestial Master, have you come to rescue us? Qin Luo, his expression filled with remorse, clasped his hands in apology. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured. Ziyue followed suit, offering her apologies as well. It is of no consequence. I knew the Celestial Master would come to our aid. Celestial Master, we will continue to post the guardian deities of Longhu Temple at our doorstep and pray for blessings there annually. Zhou Dapeng hastened into the prison. Celestial Master, I was coerced into this. I will release them at once. Chao Meng, make haste. It will be done shortly. Chao Meng led the way in unlocking the cell doors. Qin Luo quietly pondered. Will this not allow criminals to escape? Zhou Dapeng chuckled awkwardly. Celestial Master, the prison can no longer contain them. The criminals were released long ago. Remember to apprehend them again. Not a problem, Zhou Dapeng assured, thumping his chest. Turning to the imprisoned citizens, Qin Luo expressed his gratitude for their trust in Longhu Temple. I shall bestow upon you 2 portraits of the guardian deities, along with a talisman for peace. Thank you, Celestial Master. The prisoners rejoiced. The talismans of Longhu Temple were indeed treasures hard to come by. With only the portraits of the guardian deities at hand, Qin Luo settled in the prison to create the peace talismans. After half an hour, all the citizens received their talismans and portraits, smiling as they exited the county office. County Magistrate Zhou, is the prohibition still in effect? Cancel it immediately. I shall post a notice right away. Zhou Dapeng, not daring to delay, swiftly went around the town putting up notices and dispatched officials to spread the word in the countryside. As Qin Luo departed the county office with Ziyue, a small creature descended from the heavens. It shook its fluffy tuft, its voice clear and melodious. Big brother, I knew you were invincible. I still have a long way to go. Qin Luo maintained his humility, not allowing pride to take root, for he had yet to master the true skills of his mentor. It was midday, and many citizens were at home enjoying their meals, leaving the streets relatively quiet. Brother, what would you like? I will buy it for you. Ziyue beamed with her charming smile, now serving as the little steward of Longhu Temple, her pockets filled with coins. Qin Luo ruffled her hair. I lack for nothing, so feel free to buy whatever you desire. Do not fret about spending. Money can always be earned again. Then I shall go purchase some food. Go ahead. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. On the street corner, there was a vendor selling meat sandwiches, and business was thriving. Ziyue stood in line patiently, while Xiachuanzi followed her. Qin Luo noticed two cultivators disguised as commoners. Upon catching his gaze, they realized they might be discovered and hurriedly blended into the crowd in an attempt to escape. Sensing their suspicious demeanor, Qin Luo approached Ziyue, gently patting her shoulder. "Little junior sister, wait here patiently. I shall take a stroll ahead." Ziyue replied obediently, nodding her head. The two cultivators, feeling the weight of Qin Luo's scrutiny, fled the city of Jinyang. Once outside the city walls, they took to the skies on their swords. However, a sudden gust of wind threw them off balance, causing them to tumble from their flying swords and crash heavily into the woods. Had they not fled, Qin Luo would have remained oblivious. He made his way into the forest, observing them scrambling out of the pit they had fallen into. "Spare me, immortal master," pleaded the slight young man as he fell to his knees. The robust young man, however, clenched his fists, declaring, "You may do as you wish." "That is precisely your assertion," Qin Luo remarked nonchalantly, sending the sturdy youth flying a considerable distance with a mere wave of his hand, leaving him motionless. "Please, spare me." The slight young man continued to bow repeatedly, aware of Qin Luo's formidable reputation after witnessing his ruthless actions in the county office. Qin Luo spoke in a gentle tone. "As long as you speak the truth, I may allow you to leave. I am Guyan, a disciple of Xuanji Mountain. The elder sent us to Jinyang City to gather intelligence on Longhu Temple and the Northern King's manor. There is also a steward waiting for us at Chongqing Mountain. We were dispatched by Elder Ouyang Qingfeng." Before Qin Luo could utter a word, the slight young man divulged the very information Qin Luo sought. "Xuanji Mountain," Qin Luo whispered softly, realizing that the Northern King's manor's trouble with Longhu Temple was likely connected to them. "Please convey a message for me to the powerful figures of Xuanji Mountain. It would be impolite to come without reciprocation. I shall pay them a visit in a few days," Qin Luo added with a smile. "Why, yes, of course," the slight young man stammered, trembling. Xuanji Mountain was near Yanbei City, which fortuitously aligned with Qin Luo's intended journey. He then vanished into the woods. The slight young man immediately took flight on his sword, leaving the area. Upon returning to Jinyang City, Ziyue presented Qin Luo with 2 meat sandwiches. "Brother, this one is for you." The sandwich was filled with succulent pork belly, and Qin Luo graciously accepted his junior sister's kind gesture. Taking a bite, he smiled and praised, "Indeed, it tastes delightful." "Hee." Ziyue giggled while enjoying her meal. They had not walked far when they encountered Lin Qian and Wu Qinglu approaching. Lin Qian wore a broad smile, saying, "Immortal master, why not join us at the treasure pavilion for a while?" Qin Luo politely declined. "It is getting late. We shall continue our stroll and must return to Longhu Temple. We can visit the treasure pavilion another time." Lin Qian chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Immortal master, please enjoy your outing. We shall not intrude." Qin Luo and Ziyue resumed their shopping, while Lin Qian and Wu Qinglu felt a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to foster a closer relationship with Longhu Temple. The government has lifted the ban, allowing the common folk to visit the Longhu Temple to offer incense and prayers, as well as to adorn the temple's entrance with images of the guardian deities. Soon, the area outside the treasure pavilion was thronged with people. Wu Qinglu inquired of Lin Qian, the master of the pavilion, whether they would still sell the guardian images. Indeed, this time the treasure pavilion firmly supports the Longhu Temple. Lin Qian resolved to stake everything on this decision. After a leisurely stroll, the afternoon had already arrived. Ziyue purchased a bunch of bananas and a bag of candies in the town, and then accompanied her senior brother back to the Longhu Temple. On the way back, Ziyue raced against the little dumpling. The little dumpling was remarkably swift. It initially played along with Ziyue for a while before dashing ahead, leaving Ziyue far behind. Unable to catch up, "Little whirlwind, help me." The little whirlwind emerged from Ziyue's sleeve. Grasping its tail, she was lifted off the ground and quickly caught up with the little dumpling, who was playfully swaying its rear on a tree branch ahead. "Hee, come chase me." With the help of the little whirlwind, Ziyue experienced the exhilaration of flying above the ground, her laughter echoing through the mountains. The little dumpling closely followed behind. "Stop right there. How can you play unfairly?" Ziyue exclaimed joyfully. She was having the time of her life, sipping lamb soup, enjoying candied hawthorns, savoring meat sandwiches, all while not having to work at the temple. "What a splendid day," Ziyue shouted into the wind. No matter how fast they were, Qin Luo always ambled leisurely not far behind them. In the evening, Qin Luo and Ziyue returned to the falling sunset peak. Zhao Qing'er was packing up her stall, preparing to return to Baiyin town. With a smile, Qin Luo remarked, "Miss Zhao, if the journey is a hassle, you are welcome to rest at the Longhu Temple." Ziyue chimed in, "Miss Zhao, you can sleep with me. My bed is quite spacious." "Not a bother at all," Zhao Qing'er replied with a charming smile, "Master, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Miss Zhao. See you tomorrow." They bade her farewell with a wave. As Qin Luo and Ziyue ascended the mountain, they encountered Jin Yan, who was diligently clearing fallen leaves. Jin Yan was quite industrious. Since his arrival, he had taken on many tasks at the Longhu Temple. Qin Luo recalled his own early days, when he was similarly tasked by his senior brothers. Jin Yan worked of his own volition, while Qin Luo had been compelled to labor. Thus, Qin Luo held a fondness for Jin Yan. "Senior brother, junior sister," Jin Yan greeted with a hearty smile. Qin Luo tousled his hair. "Why did you think to clean the leaves when no one else does?" "I was just bored," Jin Yan replied candidly. Typically, the mountain paths were carpeted with leaves. But after cleaning, the ancient stone steps were revealed, appearing much more pleasant. Ziyue smiled sweetly. "Junior brother, let me help you." "Go ahead, little whirlwind." With a command, a gust of wind burst forth from Ziyue's sleeve, swiftly sweeping away the leaves from the mountain path. Admiration sparkled in Jin Yan's eyes. "Junior sister, you are truly remarkable." He. Ziyue stood proudly with her hands on her hips, declaring that the little whirlwind was a gift from her senior brother. Qin Luo shook his head gently and remarked, "All things in heaven and earth possess a spirit. It wishes to accompany you. Both the senior brother and the junior sister are remarkable." She chuckled heartily. Qin Luo gazed at the earnest Jin Yan and said, "I can summon a fortuitous opportunity for you. Whether you seize it depends on your own resolve." "Thank you, senior brother," Jin Yan replied, his face brimming with gratitude. As Qin Luo stared into the distant crimson clouds, he extended his hand, and soon a mass of red clouds descended. When this particular cloud reached Jin Yan, it transformed into a brilliant white, distinct from the others. As it could morph into various shapes at will, Jin Yan tentatively reached out, and the fluffy white cloud suddenly darted into his clothes, playfully swirling around him. "Ha ha, it tickles." Qin Luo chuckled. "It seems this cloud has taken a liking to you." Ziyue nodded in agreement, her voice ringing clear, "Junior brother, why don't you give it a name?" Jin Yan scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm not good at naming. Senior brother, could you help me? Let us call it Cloud of Tumbling." As Jin Yan exclaimed the name, the cloud of tumbling obediently appeared before him. "Thank you, senior brother," he said, observing their innocent smiles. Qin Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Now, let us return and continue our cultivation." "All right," echoed the joyous laughter through the mountains. Chapter 42, Preparations before departure. Nightfall envelopes the mountains, where the chorus of insects resonates amidst the gentle flow of water at the foothills. The moon hangs high in the sky, adorned by a tapestry of stars, occasionally graced by the fleeting passage of shooting stars. Glimmering fireflies dance in the courtyard. Their numbers diminished due to the frequent visits of a little one who catches them at the Longhu Temple. Qin Luo stepped out of his room, gazing up at the resplendent Milky Way, the breathtaking scenery lifting his spirits. He was preparing to journey to Yanbei City. Yet there remained one task he wished to accomplish before his departure. Exiting the Longhu Temple, he made his way to Mirror Lake, where the land deity sensed his presence and promptly emerged from the shrine, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed one." It had been some time since their last encounter, and the land deity appeared significantly rejuvenated, now resembling a refined middle-aged scholar, a stark contrast to his previous diminutive and aged appearance. With a smile, Qin Luo clasped his hands together and said, "Esteemed elder, I would like to trouble you to summon the deities of the Ziyun mountain range, as well as the powerful spirits residing within the mountains, and kindly urge them to refrain from harming the innocent." "Certainly," the land deity replied with a nod. Having previously discussed this matter with Qin Luo, he had been diligently traversing the Ziyun mountain range, conferring with other mountain deities and greeting the spirits therein. Qin Luo continued, "Tomorrow evening, after sunset, we shall convene at Heishan. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." "It is no trouble at all," the land deity responded, feeling honored by the request. After Qin Luo departed, the land deity approached the lakeshore and spoke to the waters with a smile. "Lady, the esteemed one has invited you to gather at Heishan tomorrow evening. The silver-haired dragon maiden appeared by the lake, clad in a shimmering silver gown, her silky hair billowing in the breeze, her golden eyes narrowed with indignation. Do not presume I am unaware. The gentleman has not invited me at all. The spirits he mentioned surely include you, for you are a descendant of the water deity of noble lineage. She has never even come to see me. Perhaps she has long forgotten my existence. The dragon maiden's eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance. The land deity reassured her, the esteemed one certainly remembers you, my lady. I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave. Do remember to go to Heishan tomorrow evening. There may be opportunities awaiting you. Opportunities. The dragon maiden's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Qin Luo returned to the Longhu temple, where he encountered his master in the backyard. Zhang Fulong leaned against a peach tree, muttering to himself. Qin Luo could only catch the phrase old friend, uncertain of whom his master was conversing with. As the courtyard was devoid of any other presence aside from the ancient peach tree that bloomed each year, yet bore no fruit. Master, Qin Luo greeted with a smile. Seeing Qin Luo, Zhang Fulong stood, his deep-set eyes gleaming with light. Why are you still awake? Qin Luo replied candidly. I just arrived from Mirror Lake, intending to invite the deities and spirits of the mountains to gather. Once a lively place, the mountains were filled with deities and countless spirits. Now, it is not as it once was, Zhang Fulong mused, a sense of nostalgia in his tone. Qin Luo respectfully added, Master, I plan to depart for Yanbei City in a couple of days and may be away for some time. Zhang Fulong nodded, suggesting that a stroll outside would be beneficial. A chance to refine one's heart amidst the worldly dust. Suddenly, Qin Luo recalled a matter of importance. Master, you mentioned you would bestow upon me new divine abilities? Zhang Fulong chuckled heartily. You actually remember. I shall impart to you the ultimate teachings of the Tao ancestor. Anticipation sparkled in Qin Luo's eyes. Zhang Fulong extended his hand, his finger resting gently between Qin Luo's brows, and 5 grand characters emerged in the sea of consciousness. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Before him appeared an ethereal figure in the realm of perception, demonstrating the technique of 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. The solitary figure split into 3, which then coalesced into a majestic silhouette, rendering heaven and earth diminutive beneath its presence. Do not rush to cultivate. Take your time to comprehend, Zhang Fulong encouraged, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder. I shall remember this with utmost sincerity. Qin Luo replied, bowing deeply. When he looked up again, Zhang Fulong had already departed the courtyard. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jin Yin was chopping firewood in the yard, while Ziyu busied herself with laundry. Suddenly, a robust branch fell from a tree with a sharp crack. Ziyu looked up, puzzled, exclaiming, What startled me? How could this peach tree suddenly lose a branch? It hasn't been windy lately. Jin Yin, observing the stout branch, smiled earnestly. Little junior sister, this is perfect for firewood. Qin Luo entered the courtyard and, upon spotting the fallen peach wood, his eyes brightened. Peach wood can ward off evil and avert misfortune. It must not go to waste. I shall craft it into weapons. Wonderful, Ziyu exclaimed, her face alight with expectation. What weapons do you desire? Senior brother, I wish for a wooden sword. Senior brother, I desire a wooden staff. I shall create them for you. Qin Luo divided the peach wood into 3 portions and, shortly thereafter, fashioned 2 wooden swords and a staff. The remaining scraps were transformed into peach talismans. Ziyu brandished her wooden sword, while Jin Yin swung the staff, both beaming with joy. Qin Luo gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, sensing its spirit. From this day forth, you shall be named Slayer of Evil. The Slayer of Evil glimmered with a subtle golden light. Qin Luo invoked his divine ability, causing the Slayer of Evil to rapidly shrink to the length of a finger, which he then secured at his waist. Upon witnessing this, Ziyu blinked in astonishment. Senior brother, what is this divine ability? How impressive! Qin Luo smiled in response. This is the principle of size and adaptability. Once you both reach the nourishing life realm, I shall teach you. Jin Yin, puzzled, inquired, what is the nourishing life realm? Ziyu eagerly answered. Master has explained that the first realm is the awakening of self, characterized by rising early and sleeping early, awakening one's true self. The second realm is the nourishing life realm, where one consumes the essence of the heavens and drinks the dew, untouched by worldly affairs. The third realm is the carefree realm, where one is unbound and roams freely amidst heaven and earth. As for the subsequent realms, I am yet to learn. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. I remain in the awakening of self-realm. Without reminders, I could easily sleep until noon, hardly achieving the early rising. Ziyu sighed, feeling somewhat dim-witted. Jin Yan, who managed to rise early, looked perplexed. Senior brother, what does it mean to awaken the true self? Qin Luo smiled gently, realizing his own existence. Sitting in quiet contemplation to see himself clearly. Jin Yan seemed to grasp it partially. Haha, I suppose I shall continue washing clothes. Ziyu, however, did not understand what her senior brother was saying. After the government lifted the ban on Longhu Temple, common folk began to come to offer incense and pray for blessings. And Qin Luo and the others became busy once more, reviving the bustling market at the foot of the mountain. The little one found the temple rather dull and wandered idly through the mountains. As evening approached, after the townsfolk had departed, Ziyu and Jin Yan sat in the backyard enjoying porridge. Qin Luo smiled and said, I need to make a trip to Black Mountain. You two should cultivate diligently here. Ziyu blinked her bright eyes and asked, Senior brother, may I accompany you? Of course, Qin Luo nodded. Black Mountain was not far, and it would be a good opportunity for his junior sister to broaden her horizons. Little junior brother, will you join us? Senior brother, you go ahead, Jin Yan replied. Aware of his own late entry into the temple and modest cultivation level, he wished to focus on his practice without holding others back. Thus, Qin Luo set off for Black Mountain with Ziyu, holding the peach wood sword crafted by her senior brother. Ziyu playfully slashed at the wild grass and flowers along the path, humming a little tune. Boss, the little one descended from the sky, eyes wide with curiosity. Are you headed to Black Mountain? There are many important figures there. Indeed, Qin Luo nodded. The little one perched on Qin Luo's shoulder, shaking its red tuft of hair. While you're away, I plan to sneak and gather some spiritual herbs. Qin Luo caught the little one's tuft, saying, if you dare to do anything mischievous, just wait and see how I deal with you. Boss, I was wrong. The little one immediately conceded. As the sun set and the moon rose, the sounds of chickens and dogs echoed in Chenjiagu. Chen Chang'an awaited at the foot of Black Mountain. Qin brother. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Ziyu also spotted Chen Chang'an. Who are you? I am Chen Chang'an, the mountain deity of Black Mountain. Ziyu raised an eyebrow, a sweet smile gracing her face. I know you. I have been to your home for a feast. Chen Chang'an was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Ziyu remembered something and awkwardly scratched her head, wishing she could dig a hole with her toes. Qin brother, the earth deity of Mirror Lake and others are up the mountain, Chen Chang'an said with a smile. Qin Luo nodded. Let us go. Ziyu felt it was a grand gathering and closely followed her senior brother, eager to join in. Before the mountain deity's temple, Qin Luo recognized some familiar figures, such as the earth deity of Mirror Lake and the earth deity of Shuanghe, along with Xiangshan, while the rest of the deities and spirits were unfamiliar to him. The little one fell silent, overwhelmed by the presence of so many influential beings. These figures were far more formidable than the golden eagle. The earth deity of Shuanghe received a stick of incense from Qin Luo, and now appeared much like an ordinary elder, benevolent and youthful in spirit. He approached with a cane, smiling at Ziyu. Little fairy, I have watched you grow up. You often came here for food when you were little. Ziyu blinked, and suddenly a thought struck her. Grandfather, are you the earth god of Shuanghe village? Indeed, I am, replied the earth god of Shuanghe, chuckling heartily. Ziyu, feeling a bit shy, pressed her lips together and respectfully said, Grandfather Earth God, I was rather thoughtless before. From now on, I will bring you plenty of delicious food. What do you enjoy eating? No matter, he replied with a kind smile. Even if you don't eat, it would merely go to waste. Chapter 43. The 5 mountain deities. Before the temple of the mountain deity, there stood 4 land gods, 2 of whom were relatively tall and donned identical garments. One was the land lady, and the other was the landlord, radiating a striking resemblance to a married couple. The landlord of Mirror Lake gazed upon them with envy, remarking, These 2 are the land gods from Chonglin, and they are indeed a couple. Greetings, esteemed ones. The 2 land gods bowed in reverence. Chonglin is situated at the northernmost part of the Ziyun mountain range, far from the Longhu Temple, and lies within the realm of Dechu. Here, the status of deities is significantly elevated compared to that in Xia. I am Qin Luo, a junior of sorts, and it is an honor to meet both of you. Qin Luo returned the greeting with a respectful gesture, leaving the two land gods astounded. While the tales of Qin Luo's prowess had circulated widely, they were taken aback to witness such a formidable cultivator display such courteousness towards them. The landlord of Mirror Lake continued the introductions. This is the landlord of Hongfeng Valley, located to the south of the Ziyun mountain range. And this is the landlord of Sancha Ko, situated to the west. The landlord of Hongfeng Valley was of modest height, adorned with a tattered hat, and his long white eyebrows brushed the ground. In contrast, the landlord of Sancha Ko had a flushed face, akin to a drunken child. Greetings, esteemed ones. There is no need for excessive formalities, Qin Luo assured them, aware that these established land gods had existed for a considerable duration, far longer than the other beings present. An elderly figure clad in a blue robe approached Qin Luo, introducing himself. Esteemed one, I am Pan Geng, a 1,000-year-old tree spirit from Nanshan, at your service. Qin Luo sensed no malice emanating from him. Esteemed elder, is the population around Nanshan substantial? Not particularly. There are about 100 households, Pan Geng replied candidly. If you do not mind, I can appoint you as the mountain deity of Nanshan, allowing you to enjoy the offerings of incense, Qin Luo stated with earnestness. Pan Geng's expression turned to one of astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Xiangshan and the silver-haired dragon maiden widened their eyes, and even the nearby Bone Spirit and Black Bull Spirit exhibited expressions of envy. The prospect of being enshrined as a deity and receiving offerings would immensely accelerate their cultivation. A remarkable opportunity indeed. I accept without hesitation, Pan Geng responded resolutely. Qin Luo then turned to the other beings, smiling gently as he spoke. As long as everyone is willing to protect the surrounding populace, I can bestow upon you the title of mountain deity. The bipedal black bull knelt before Qin Luo, its hooves pressed together in excitement, declaring, Esteemed one, I am Niu Mang of Qingshan, and every year I descend to assist the people. You may verify this with these land gods. The landlord of Hongfeng Valley nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that Niu Mang indeed transformed into a large black bull to aid the villagers each year. Although his primary aim was to attract the attention of a cow. Silence, you land who cannot speak, Niu Mang retorted anxiously, flaring his nostrils and glaring, inciting laughter among the assembly. Ziyu observed the various beings around her, noting that among them, the Bone Spirit and the silver-haired dragon maiden were the most striking, with the latter standing somewhat apart from the group. Rise. I shall appoint you as the mountain deity of Qingshan. Qin Luo discerned that the Black Bull Spirit was not malevolent. If a spirit frequently engaged in wicked deeds, it would accumulate a heavier aura of malevolence. However, the Bull Mang bore no such taint. Thank you, Great One, he expressed. With 3 resounding bows, Bull Mang paid his respects. The Bone Spirit approached Qin Luo, her beauty striking, and her voice melodious. Great One, I am called Hong Yao. I have no recollection of my past life, and I often wander the mountains in search of lost memories. My usual residence is Guiyun Mountain, where the villagers affectionately refer to me as Lady Bone. Qin Luo could perceive the fragrant incense emanating from the Bone Spirit. The nearby villagers offered her worship, yet he lacked a divine seat to fully absorb their offerings. The Black Rat Spirit, not being a true mountain deity, could not thrive despite partaking in the incense. Ziyue, with her bright eyes, inquired, Sister Hong Yao, did you frighten Zhao Fugue from Baiyin Town? She recalled a recent incident. Hong Yao truthfully replied, Little immortal maiden, I did indeed visit Baiyin Town and startled the locals at night. Since then, I have seldom ventured into crowded places. Sister, you are quite beautiful, Ziyue remarked, tilting her head, her face a canvas of curiosity. Hong Yao smiled gently. That is because you possess a kind heart, little immortal maiden. Only then can you perceive my true form. If one harbors wicked thoughts, they shall see my grotesque visage. Pan Geng could not help but laugh heartily. No wonder old Black Bull leaps up the trees upon seeing you. Laughter erupted among the others. Bull Mang, blushing, retorted, In my eyes, all women resemble withered bones. Qin Luo turned to Bear Mountain. It has been a while. Your cultivation has flourished. Would you be interested in becoming a mountain deity? Bear Mountain was taken aback, indeed. But I, Old Bear, have contributed little to the villagers, and there are none nearby. That is of no concern, Qin Luo reassured him, feeling honored by Qin Luo's trust. Bear Mountain was deeply moved. Qin Luo had previously bestowed upon him the primordial leaf, aiding in his transformation. Should he be appointed as a deity, he He would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a sacred beast in the future. Bear Mountain knelt in gratitude. Qin Luo formed a seal with his hands, surrounded by a golden radiance, his figure towering, and proclaimed, I, Qin Luo, in the name of the Tao Ancestor, hereby confer upon Pan Geng the title of South Mountain Deity, upon Bear Mountain the title of Purple Cloud Mountain Deity, upon Hong Yao the title of Guian Mountain Deity, and upon Bull Meng the title of Green Mountain Deity. Pan Geng, receive your decree. Bear Mountain, receive your decree. Hong Yao, receive your decree. Bull Meng, receive your decree. They all knelt before Qin Luo, enveloped in golden light, at that moment resonating with the mountains they were destined to guard, their bodies infused with divine marks. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The simultaneous conferral of 4 mountain deities was exceedingly rare, even in her time of prodigies. The Tao Ancestor had long since perished. Could it be that his essence still lingered? The purple-haired fairy speculated that the Tao Ancestor might have left behind a contingency. The silver-haired dragon maiden observed as Qin Luo elevated others to divinity, feeling overlooked, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly asked, "And what of me, sir?" At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the silver-haired dragon maiden, their eyes filled with reverence, for she possessed a formidable lineage, surpassing that of ordinary spirits. Qin Luo shook his head with a sigh, expressing his apologies. If you seek vengeance, I cannot bestow upon you the title of deity. What if I do not seek revenge? She inquired. Then I could grant you the title of water deity of Mirror Lake. The silver-haired dragon maiden pursed her lips. Sir, may I aspire to be the water deity of Luo River? The expressions of the others, including Xiong Shan, were one of astonishment. Luo River encompassed a vast expanse, far larger than the Ziyun mountain range. To become its water deity would entail immense power, yet also significant responsibility. Qin Luo slightly shook his head. If you can fulfill the role of water deity of Mirror Lake competently, I shall consider elevating you to the water deity of Luo River. Really? The silver-haired dragon maiden's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Qin Luo affirmed solemnly. With a hint of pride, the silver-haired dragon maiden lifted her chin. Sir, I cannot promise you now. Once I have resolved my matters, I will demonstrate that I am capable of being the water deity of Mirror Lake. Very well, Qin Luo replied with a gentle smile. Both the mountain deity and the water deity could not easily leave their domains, for their divine titles imposed certain constraints upon them. And ordinary spirits seldom entertained thoughts of wandering far. For instance, Xiong Shan remained steadfastly guarding his precious little tree, fearful of it being stolen by other creatures. Qin Chang'an extended an invitation, exclaiming warmly, Brother Qin, I have prepared fine wine. Why not sit down and converse? That suits me perfectly, Qin Luo replied. They made their way to a pavilion nestled in the mountains, constructed by the people of Qinjiagu, and gathered around the table. Qin Chang'an poured wine for everyone. All eyes were on Qin Luo, who wore a perpetual smile of warmth. I hope that we can unite in the future, whenever anyone is in trouble. We should extend a helping hand. Indeed, the crowd echoed in unison. Qin Luo raised his glass. I toast to all of you. The mountain deity and the land deity lifted their cups in response, but when Ziyue raised her cup, Qin Luo gently pressed it down. Children should not drink wine. All right. Ziyue obediently set down her cup. Let me take a turn. The little round creature seized the opportunity and dove into Ziyue's cup, drinking eagerly. Look at you. Behaving like that. Ziyue couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. After finishing a cup of wine, Qin Luo softly stated, If anyone faces difficulties, feel free to share them with me. The land deity of Sancha Kwa spoke first. Master, many people once resided in Sancha Kwa, but due to the malevolence of a serpent demon nearby, many have relocated, and I am powerless against that creature. Xiong Shan stood up, declaring, Such trivial matters do not require your intervention, Master. A mere serpent demon is something I, Old Bear, can handle. Thank you, Bear King. The land deity of Sancha Kwa bowed in gratitude. The red herb deity, with a respectful demeanor, asked, Master, I seek to recover my memories from my past life. Might you assist me? Qin Luo nodded, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Within your skull lies a golden mark of great significance. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you shall awaken the memories of your former existence. Thank you, Master. Hong Yao was filled with unexpected delight. She had been searching for memories from her past life, and little did she know they resided within her. Niu Meng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Great master. I am faced with a dilemma." "What sort of dilemma?" "I have yet to marry a wife." Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the genuine challenge. "Indeed, that is quite a predicament. When you encounter a suitable match, I shall introduce you." "Ha ha ha, that cracks me up." Xiangshan laughed heartily, and the other deities joined in, their laughter echoing through the mountains, filling the air with mirth. That evening, the gathering was filled with jovial conversation. Ziyu, accompanying her senior brother, encountered numerous deities, gaining invaluable insights and experiences. In the late hours of the night, Qin Luo carried the sleeping Ziyu back to the Longhu Temple, gently placing her in her room and covering her with a blanket. Rather than resting, Qin Luo retrieved several incense sticks from the temple and made his way to Hongfeng Valley, Chonglen, and the fork in the road to pay homage to the newly acquainted earth god. The mountain shrine for Xiangshan and the others had yet to be established, so Qin Luo resolved to visit once it was completed. Having fulfilled these tasks, Qin Luo prepared to journey northward to pay a visit to Xianji Mountain and the Northern King's residence. Chapter 44. A familiar face in a foreign land. In the early morning, Qin Luo stood outside the Taoist temple, observing the bustling market at the foot of the mountain. Even before dawn, villagers were arriving in the dark to prepare their stalls. "Old Wu, I must depart for a while. I hope you can look after Ziyue and Jinyan for me." "No problem at all. And the folks down at the foot of the mountain?" "Rest assured, Master Qin." Wu Xiantian's imposing figure resembled that of a warrior. Qin Luo returned to the courtyard, where Ziyue and Jinyan sat enjoying porridge. Ziyue animatedly recounted the events of the previous night, sharing her observations with her junior brother, who listened intently. Dewdrops glistened on the peach tree, and Qin Luo took out a golden gourd, collecting all the dewdrops into it before bowing in gratitude to the tree. Over the years, he had been nourished by the dew of this tree, which greatly aided his cultivation. "Junior sister, junior brother, I am heading to Yanbei City and may be gone for some time. Please take care of the temple in my absence," Qin Luo instructed with a smile. "Brother, I will look after the temple diligently," Ziyue replied. "So will I," Jinyan added, both nodding earnestly. Qin Luo produced 2 books, a smile gracing his face. "Junior sister, this volume contains my understanding of talismans. You may glance at it when you have time." "Junior brother, this one holds the images I encountered during my cultivation. There are 72 in total. I hope they assist you in your meditative practice." "Thank you, brother." Ziyue and Jinyan set down their bowls, eagerly perusing the books Qin Luo had gifted them. Noticing Qin Luo's impending departure, Ziyue retrieved a bulging pouch. "Brother, this bag of money is for you." "I don't need it." "Brother, it may come in handy on your journey." "Very well." Qin Luo accepted his junior sister's kindness. "I must take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation." "Brother, return soon." Having informed his master the night before, Qin Luo departed gracefully without disturbing the slumbering Zhang Fulong. As he descended the mountain, a small creature perched on his shoulder. "Big brother, are you leaving?" it inquired with a tilted head. "What? Do you wish to accompany me?" The little creature puffed out its chest. "The outside world is dull. After you leave, I will be the boss of the mountain. No mischief on the mountain. Hee hee." The little creature flapped its wings and took off. In Jinyang City, Qin Luo arrived at the treasure pavilion. Upon his appearance, the elder with white eyebrows was visibly excited and immediately alerted the pavilion master, Lin Qian. Qin Luo noticed many villagers purchasing images of the door gods, which were of excellent quality. Lin Qian hurried downstairs. "Immortal master, your esteemed presence is a great honor. Forgive my lack of proper greeting." "No need for formality. May I inquire if you have a map of the Great Xia?" Lin Qian approached Qin Luo, glancing around furtively as he whispered, "We do not possess a detailed map, but a general one is available. Please follow me." The Great Xia dynasty maintains strict control over maps. Qin Luo entered the storage room and beheld a grand map adorning the wall. The vast territory of the Great Xia dynasty extended eastward to Fusan County, southward to the chaotic Demon Sea, westward to the Great Desert, and bordered the Great Chu to the north. The heavenly Xian continent was divided into 5 states, with Zhongzhou being the largest. This region further subdivided into 4 cardinal directions: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. The Great Xia dynasty spanned the southeastern realms and stood as the mightiest dynasty in Zhongzhou, exhibiting a remarkable tendency towards the unification of other dynasties. Qin Luo etched the map into his consciousness, expressing his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards Lord Lin. It is nothing, Lin Qian replied, waving his hands dismissively. Immortal Master, allow me to brew you some tea. I have matters to attend to and shall visit again in the future, Qin Luo stated. Immortal Master, permit me to escort you. Lin Qian insisted, personally seeing Qin Luo out of the treasure pavilion. Yanbei City lay to the north, close to the Great Chu. A winding road connected Jinyang City to Yanbei City. Once Qin Luo grasped the general direction, he resolved to take the less traveled mountain paths. In places where no road existed, he forged his own. He cleared paths through the mountains and built bridges over streams, resolutely making his way toward Yanbei City. As noon approached, Qin Luo passed through a quaint village, where wisps of smoke rose from chimneys. The villagers toiled in the fields. Children played beneath a grand tree at the village's edge, and the lively sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the air. How delightful, Qin Luo mused, his brow relaxing. He found joy in such simple living. After a brief sojourn, he departed the village and paused by a flowing river. Come forth, he called. Gazing at the rushing waters, a silvery figure leapt from the depths, revealing a silver-haired dragon maiden, barefoot and gliding through the air. She approached Qin Luo, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sir, what a coincidence to find you here. Since leaving the Longhu Temple, I sensed your presence following me. What do you seek? Qin Luo replied in a serious tone, what do you desire? The silver-haired dragon maiden twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. Her lips pursed like a bashful maiden. Sir, you promised me that you would travel to the imperial capital of the Great Xia and help me seek justice. Provided your words hold truth, he remarked. How could I possibly deceive you, sir? What is your name? Please, call me Linglong. With a smile, Qin Luo responded, Miss Linglong. I am bound for Yanbei City, not the imperial capital. There is no need for you to accompany me. I fear you may get lost, Linglong replied, pouting slightly. Qin Luo, amused, said, I will return to the Longhu Temple once my business is concluded. You need not worry about my disappearance. Sir, I wish to accompany you. Linglong insisted. Miss Linglong, your presence beside me would be too conspicuous. I prefer to remain low-key. Do you not recognize your own charm? I believe you are far more popular than I, she retorted. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Luo felt a tinge of bashfulness at her compliment. Miss Linglong, if I venture to the imperial capital in the future, I will bring you along. Her face lit up with joy as she extended her pinky. Sir, let us make a pact. Very well, Qin Luo replied, intertwining his pinky with hers. He suddenly found the dragon maiden rather endearing. I shall await you at Mirror Lake. Linglong waved, bidding him farewell. Indeed, Qin Luo continued on his way, gradually fading from her sight. Linglong wished to catch a fleeting glance from Qin Luo. Yet she watched him vanish into the depths of the forest, feeling a pang of vexation. The crimson sun dipped beyond the horizon as Qin Luo arrived at Yongfeng Town. This quaint settlement far surpassed Baiyun Town in size, boasting 3 main thoroughfares. As he traversed the village and the town, Qin Luo slowed his pace, observing the hurried townsfolk. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure across the street. The man clad in a blue robe recognized Qin Luo and exclaimed with excitement, Little junior brother. Qin Luo clasped his hands in greeting, Senior brother Lin. A sense of joy enveloped him at the chance encounter with an old friend. Lin Xian approached, enveloping Qin Luo in a warm embrace. What brings you here? Have you fled as well? With a smile, Qin Luo shook his head. Not at all. I am merely passing through on my way to Yanbei City for some matters. Yanbei City is quite far. It is getting late. You must come to my home to rest, Lin Xian urged with genuine hospitality. During Qin Luo's early days at Longhu Temple, Lin Xian had been a caring mentor, even teaching him to read in his leisure. One fateful morning, Lin Xian had ventured down the mountain for water and never returned. Everyone feared for his safety and searched, only for Qin Luo to discover a letter in his room, revealing that Lin Xian had eloped. Senior brother Lin, I have business in Yanbei City, but I will visit you upon my return. At the very least, let us share a meal, Lin Xian insisted. Very well. I cannot refuse your kind offer, Qin Luo replied as he followed Lin Xian to his abode. How have you been, senior brother? Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. In my youth, I came from humble beginnings and lacked ambition. I once thought to escape life through cultivation, yet I could not endure the rigors. Upon returning home, I married and started a family, toiling daily to provide for my loved ones, with little time for leisure. And how fares Longhu Temple? Lin Xian inquired. Qin Luo chuckled lightly. Longhu Temple remains much the same. The number of townsfolk seeking blessings has increased. Many of our senior brothers and sisters have descended the mountain, replaced by new junior disciples. And your skills, how have you progressed? Moderately well. I have grasped a mere fraction of what the master teaches. That is commendable. Once you leave Longhu Temple, you need not worry about employment. I have learned some medical skills from the master. And now villagers from miles around come to me for treatment, barely managing to support my family, Lin Xian said, his words tinged with fatigue, yet his expression radiating happiness. This is my home, Lin Xian gestured as they arrived at the edge of the town. The wooden dwelling was modest, but sufficient to shield them from the elements. Upon entering, they found a young boy clad in open-crotch pants playing with a rattle drum on the floor. Daddy! Lin Xian lifted his son, his face beaming with joy. Junior, this is your Uncle Qin. Greet him. Uncle, the boy murmured shyly. Qin Luo playfully pinched the child's chubby cheeks and presented a peach talisman. This is a gift for you. Thank you, Junior said, accepting the talisman and examining it with curiosity. Little junior brother, did you draw this talisman? Lin Xian asked. Indeed. It is truly exquisite, Lin Xian remarked, recognizing the talisman's significance. A modestly dressed young woman emerged from the house, her eyes filled with curiosity. Husband, who is this? This is my junior brother, Qin Luo. And this is my wife, Yao Shuang. Qin Luo bowed respectfully and greeted his sister-in-law. Please, take a seat, Yao Shuang warmly invited. The couple exuded warmth and hospitality, making Qin Luo feel as if he had returned home. Before long, Yao Shuang had prepared a sumptuous feast. Lin Xian and Qin Luo clinked their glasses, sharing amusing anecdotes from their time at Longhu Mountain, laughter spilling forth in joyous abandon. Once the meal concluded, Qin Luo prepared to take his leave, expressing his gratitude for Lin Xian's generous hospitality and promising to visit again. Lin Xian wished to invite him to stay the night, but, knowing that Qin Luo had other matters to attend to, refrained from pressing the issue. Qin, should you ever find yourself without a path, do not hesitate to seek me out, he offered. Indeed, Qin Luo replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Lin Xian watched as Qin Luo's figure faded into the distance. Yao Shuang, filled with concern, remarked, My dear, it's quite late. The mountains harbor wolves and fierce beasts, which poses great danger. Lin Xian shook his head with a light chuckle. Qin is a man of ethereal grace. He must have attained considerable mastery in his cultivation. There is no need for worry. As Qin Luo's silhouette vanished, the couple retreated to their chamber. Chapter 45. The Temple in the Clouds as Dawn Broke. Zhang Fulong emerged from his chamber. Recently plagued by persistent aches and pains, he had seldom ventured outside. His stomach growled in hunger, and he feared that if he did not eat soon, he might succumb either to his discomfort or starvation. Upon entering the courtyard, he was struck by an unsettling silence. Typically, at this hour, Ziyue and Jin Yin could be found in the back garden, savoring their porridge. Perhaps I shall settle for a bowl of porridge, he mused. Making his way to the kitchen, only to find the pot empty, a foreboding sensation washing over him. He hastily proceeded to the main hall. Yet still no sign of Qin Luo or the others. Where could they have gone? Without you, how am I to manage? He lamented. Master. A melodious voice called from behind him. Ziyue and Jin Yin had returned to the temple. Zhang Fulong clutched his chest in relief. I feared you had gone missing. But where is your senior brother? Ziyue blinked. He left yesterday for Yanbei City. What? Zhang Fulong gasped, his heart racing with the thought that Qin Luo had fled. Alas! He sighed deeply, for Qin Luo was his most cherished disciple, the one who had diligently managed the Longhu Temple and whom he envisioned passing the temple to upon his retirement. Ziyue's small face displayed confusion. Master, why do you appear so sorrowful? It is nothing, Zhang Fulong replied, wiping away a tear. In the past, he had not been concerned when other disciples departed. But the news of Qin Luo's departure weighed heavily on his heart. With only Ziyue and Jin Yin remaining in the temple, he feared they too might leave. Ziyue, Jin Yin, let us descend the mountain and indulge in some delightful food. Upon hearing this, Ziyue felt a twinge of guilt, for she had just taken her junior brother to the market at the foot of the mountain for meat buns and had not considered bringing anything back for their master. Master, I am not hungry, she said. Neither am I, Jin Yin scratched his head in agreement. Though they were not hungry, Zhang Fulong was in dire need of sustenance. With a thick skin, he made his way to Zhao Qing'er's porridge shop, casting occasional glances toward the road, hoping for Qin Luo's return. Meanwhile, Qin Luo approached Yong'an City, the largest city in Yinbei County, far more prosperous than the frontier city of Yinbei. Outside the city stood a dilapidated city god temple, situated along the essential route into the city, surrounded by overgrown weeds and crumbling buildings, clearly neglected for many years. As he sensed no aura of the city god, Qin Luo ventured into the temple, which lay barren, with many items removed, leaving only the imposing statue of the city god behind. "Encountering you is a stroke of fate," he remarked. Lighting a stick of incense, he placed it before the statue, watching as it absorbed the fragrant smoke, a smile spreading across his face. "It appears the city god still endures." Qin Luo surmised that this deity was indeed the venerable city god spoken of by the land god of Mirror Lake. "Until we meet again," he bowed respectfully to the statue. In the distant mountains, an elderly man with a long beard opened his eyes. A surge of powerful energy coursed through him, revitalizing his frail body. The elder was both astonished and delighted. He bowed toward the direction of the city god temple, expressing his gratitude for the assistance of the wise one. Upon departing from the temple, Qin Luo entered Yong'an City. The streets were bustling with activity, vibrant and lively, and the townsfolk couldn't help but cast curious glances at Qin Luo's Taoist attire. Qin Luo discerned that many cultivators were concealed within the city. Upon noticing his presence, they swiftly vacated Yong'an City. Although their movements had been detected, he paid little heed to it. Whether they were cultivators from Xuanji Mountain or from the northern king's residence mattered not. His appearance here was intended to convey to them that he had arrived, affording them more time for contemplation. Despite the city's bustling nature, it could not compel Qin Luo to linger, for he had not spent as much time here as he had in the nearby mountain village. After leaving Yong'an City, he ventured outside its walls and spotted a towering mountain not far away, its summit aglow with brilliant golden light, indicating the presence of a temple. As fate would have it, he decided to pay a visit. At the foot of the mountain, a long staircase wound its way to the summit, where numerous townsfolk ascended, bowing every 3 steps in a display of deep reverence. Qin Luo ascended the steps, quickly surpassing the devotees, and soon arrived before the temple. The plaque above the entrance bore 3 golden characters, which he softly murmured, "Yunzhong Temple." The temple was resplendent, a stark contrast to the dragon and tiger temple, akin to the full moon compared with the flicker of fireflies. When Qin Luo arrived, the temple was rather desolate, with the townsfolk still bowing below. He entered the grand hall dedicated to the Buddha, which was immense, several times larger than the dragon and tiger temple's hall, filled with the fragrant smoke of incense. A majestic golden Buddha sat in serene repose at a high vantage point, exuding an aura of solemnity. With respect in his gaze, Qin Luo took out a stick of incense, preparing to offer it to the Buddha. "Hold on," a gruff voice interrupted. A portly monk, his face glistening, strode into the hall with a serious demeanor. "You must purchase incense from this temple to pay your respects. Many temples adhere to such customs." Qin Luo's master also disapproved of laypeople bringing incense to the dragon and tiger temple, yet he would not refuse those seeking blessings if they did so. "My apologies for my ignorance of the rules," Qin Luo replied with a smile, retracting the incense. "How much for a stick?" The monk raised an eyebrow, stating, 100 coins. Qin Luo was taken aback. He had thought the incense at the dragon and tiger temple was expensive, but the incense at Yunzhong Temple was even pricier. If it were cheaper, he would have purchased a stick. In truth, the incense at Yunzhong Temple was not so exorbitantly priced. The monk, seeing Qin Luo's immaculate garments, assumed he was a wealthy Taoist and deliberately quoted an outrageous price. Bowing respectfully to the Buddha, Qin Luo turned to leave the temple. Noticing Qin Luo's intent to depart without purchasing incense, the portly monk frowned and inquired, "Are you a Taoist from Bailu Temple?" "I hail from the Dragon and Tiger Temple." Qin Luo replied, "I have not heard of it." The monk's eyes glimmered with disdain. Qin Luo smiled gently, responding, "That is entirely understandable. I, too, was unfamiliar with Yunzhong Temple until now." The monk furrowed his brow, responding with a mocking laugh. "I have encountered numerous Taoist priests visiting temples, yet it is my first time witnessing a Taoist who comes to offer incense and pay homage to Buddha." Qin Luosheng, exuding tranquility, smiled as he remarked, "The Buddha is a predecessor. What harm is there in bowing once? Although the rain may be wide, it does not nourish the boundless grass, and the Dharma, though vast, cannot save those without affinity. You speak the truth." With that, Qin Luosheng departed from the grand hall. It turned out to be a pitiful Taoist who had suddenly emerged from nowhere. The plump monk could not help but scoff when he gazed up at the Buddha above. He felt a chill run down his spine. The seated Buddha, with eyes wide open in anger, seemed ready to devour the monk. "Buddha, please quell your wrath." The plump monk knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled, yet he dared not cease. Even from a considerable distance, Qin Luoxing could hear the sound of the monk's prostrations from the grand hall, and he could not help but smile. This plump monk, with his sharp tongue, still exhibited a sincere devotion. After departing from Yunzhong Temple, Qin Luoxing journeyed northward, encountering no obstacles along the way. As dusk fell, he passed a small village where the local children spotted him, calling out to one another and gathering at the village entrance to gawk. "Look, he seems like a practitioner of immortality," they exclaimed. Practitioners of immortality ride clouds and mist, or at the very least, fly on swords. Surely, he must be an impostor. "Hey, can you perform magic?" Qin Luoxing paused, gazing at the group of innocent children, and smiled as he nodded a little. "Can you show us?" The children's eyes sparkled with pure curiosity. Qin Luoxing did not mind lingering a while longer. His wooden sword soared from his waist, circling around the children in delight. "Wow, he truly is a practitioner of immortality." One child, with a runny nose, wiped it away, his small face brimming with excitement. "Immortal Master, my mother says there's a big gray wolf in the mountains. Could you chase it away? There's also a water ghost in our village pond. And I have a mother tiger at home." Qin Luoxing extended his consciousness over the area and discerned no sign of a gray wolf or water ghost. These were likely innocent fabrications. "I cannot confront them, so you all must be cautious." The children, realizing that even someone as powerful as Qin Luoxing could not deal with the gray wolf and water ghost, grew even more hesitant to approach those areas. An elder, leading a water buffalo, stood at the village entrance, witnessing the interaction between Qin Luoxing and the children. The elder smiled and nodded at Qin Luoxing, who reciprocated with a smile. As night fell, Qin Luoxing arrived at a desolate mountain. Thick fog enveloped the area, making it difficult for ordinary people to discern the path. Yet Qin Luoxing moved through it, as if on solid ground. He wandered within the mountain for an extended period but found no way out. Sensing something amiss, a golden light flickered in his eyes. So it was. The dense fog was merely an illusion, concealing a barrier meant to trap him. If one could not break through the barrier, they would endlessly circle the mountain, a phenomenon colloquially known as ghost walls. Standing amidst the mountain, he peered into the depths of the fog. "Predecessor, we bear no grievances. Why confine me?" Merely out of boredom. The fog dissipated, revealing a refined middle-aged man with a smile upon his face. Chapter 46. An unexpected encounter in the mountains. A refined middle-aged gentleman, elegantly attired in a flowing white robe and holding a folding fan, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, approached Qin Luo with a respectful gesture. "I am Ming Yuan, the mountain deity of Wuyin Mountain," he introduced himself. "And you must be Qin Luo of the Longhu Temple." Qin Luo returned the greeting with a slight bow. As the dense fog dissipated, the silvery moonlight illuminated the mountains, revealing the imposing mountain temple behind Ming Yuan, adorned with a golden roof and vibrant red paint, exuding grandeur that overshadowed even the Longhu Temple. It was no wonder that many felt disdainful upon encountering the Longhu Temple. The mountain temple appeared desolate, devoid of any signs of worship. Qin Luo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Elder, there are no common folk near Wuyin Mountain. How is it that you remain unaffected by this absence of offerings?" "The spirit of the mountain finds it difficult to survive without incense," Ming Yuan replied with a smile. "However, I am a deity conferred by the great Xia dynasty. I can attain immortality even in the absence of worship." Understanding dawned upon Qin Luo. Ming Yuan reflected. "Time passes differently in the mountains. I usually find companionship only with idle clouds and wild cranes. Occasionally, I encounter lost villagers, but they are unversed in the art of chess. Do you play chess, young friend?" "I possess a modest understanding," Qin Luo admitted, having observed his senior brothers play before. Ming Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "If you can best me in a game, I shall dismantle the barrier." Qin Luo, aware of his lack of expertise in chess, was reluctant to engage in a futile contest. "Do you truly believe this barrier can contain me? How can one know without a trial?" Ming Yuan replied with a wry smile. Not wishing to demean himself, Qin Luo hesitated. Just then, The gentle voice of the purple-haired fairy resonated in his ears. Qin Luo, I find chess quite intriguing. I can engage in a match with the elder. Regardless of the outcome, I shall depart from this place. With a smile, Qin Luo addressed Meng Yuan. Elder, I shall grant you 4 pieces, please. The mirth faded from Meng Yuan's countenance as he solemnly responded, Young friend, I was once a master of chess in the Great Xia. Are you serious? Of course, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, thinking that it was not he who would be playing. Just moments ago, he had claimed to possess a mere acquaintance with chess, yet now he offered 4 pieces. Meng Yuan sighed softly. He was a revered chess saint and had not anticipated being so underestimated. Very well, this is your choice. Meng Yuan, without hesitation, placed his white pieces on 4-star positions, ready to impart a lesson to this young challenger. Qin Luo picked up a black piece and placed it at the center. Meng Yuan was taken aback, glancing at Qin Luo. Does this fellow truly know how to play chess, or is he merely indulging me? You should not concede any further. Young friend, the elder remarked, one must not be careless. Perhaps I am now possessed by the spirit of the chess god. A chuckle escaped Meng Yuan as he found himself captivated by Qin Luo, a person unlike any he had encountered in millennia. His longevity was attributed to his exceptional chess skills, serving as a pastime for certain influential figures. The respect Qin Luo accorded him was a sensation he had never experienced before. I shall not hold back, Meng Yuan declared as he placed his next piece. Under the guidance of the violet-haired fairy, Qin Luo made his moves with alacrity. They engaged in a rapid exchange of dozens of moves, and Meng Yuan gradually discerned that Qin Luo was no ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, the initial advantage of conceding pieces allowed him to maintain a firm grip on the game. As time slipped by, they reached the mid-game stage, where the battle intensified, a true test of intellect. Meng Yuan devised strategies to ensnare Qin Luo, yet the latter remained unfazed, moving with unwavering decisiveness as if the entire board lay within his command. Meng Yuan began to ponder deeply, taking considerable time with each move, while Qin Luo continued to play swiftly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. After 100 moves, Meng Yuan found himself engulfed in contemplation, completely absorbed in the game. Let us proceed. There is no need to wait, the violet-haired fairy gently encouraged. With her prompting, Qin Luo emerged from his reverie, contemplating his next move. Elder, the white pieces appear to hold a significant advantage. Why then does he deliberate so long? It is precisely because of his advantage that he is reluctant to relinquish it. Often, individuals find it difficult to let go, only to lose even more, the fairy explained with a smile. As Qin Luo rose, Meng Yuan remained oblivious, his focus entirely on the chessboard. The bright sunlight graced Qin Luo's visage as he stretched and murmured, time passes swiftly. An entire game can extend into the dawn. Some games can endure for a millennium. Is that not tedious? Precisely because it is tedious. Qin Luo bid farewell to Meng Yuan with a respectful gesture, finding the game quite intriguing, igniting a newfound interest in chess. Reaching the edge of the spatial barrier, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the mist-shrouded barriers surrounding the hidden fog mountain. In Yanbei City, within the town North King's residence, an unusual silence enveloped the palace. In the depths of the palace garden, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes stood beside a broad water pool, while a black-clad cultivator knelt behind him. Your Highness, the Taoist from the Longhu Temple is on his way to Yanbei City. He travels on foot, forging paths through mountains and bridging waters at varying speeds. Understood. You may leave, the town North King responded coolly. After the scout departed, a resplendently dressed woman beside the king seethed. Our son, Qi, must not die in vain. That Taoist must perish. Cradling a white ferret, the town North King stroked its back with an impassive expression, stating coldly, even if we kill him, there remains the Longhu Temple. The woman's face radiated murderous intent. Then we shall annihilate the Longhu Temple. Let them accompany our son Qi in death. The Northern King furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave as he addressed, Madam, you must remain calm. We are still unaware of the trump card held by the Longhu Temple. We cannot act recklessly. Yin Hongxia retorted, you, the esteemed Northern King, are actually wary of a Longhu Temple that has seemingly emerged from nowhere? The Northern King gazed at the unassuming pool before him, recognizing that what appears trivial is often the most perilous. To achieve extraordinary aspirations, one must exhibit patience. Flames of fury flickered in Yin Hongxia's eyes. You may endure, But I cannot. He must perish. You believe the Yin clan possesses the capability to slay a harmonized saint? Proceed if you wish, replied the Northern King, his tone icy. Upon hearing the mention of a harmonized saint, Yin Hongxia clenched her jaw. Is my son not of greater worth than your prized sable? With a sudden motion, the Northern King cast the sable he held into the pool. The creature swam frantically, but suddenly, a gaping maw emerged from the depths, and the sable vanished without a trace, sending ripples across the surface. A dark silhouette stirred beneath. Yin Hongxia felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that the sable, cherished by the Northern King for decades, was discarded without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was traversing rugged mountains. Deep within the range, he heard the roar of a fierce beast. Following the sound, he beheld 3 cultivators pursuing a creature resembling a leopard. The beast, cloaked in yellow fur and bearing 5 tails, sported golden horns and was currently fleeing in disarray. The 3 cultivators, all at the core formation stage, relentlessly pursued, wielding their spiritual swords to unleash formidable beams of light. No matter how swift the beast, it could not evade all the strikes. One beam cleaved into its flesh, causing a spray of crimson and echoing cries to resonate through the forest. The creature was a Zhang beast, Qin Luo recalled. The pureblood variant was red-haired and massive, while the one before him, with its yellow fur and slightly larger than a leopard, appeared to be in its juvenile stage. The beast was gravely wounded, collapsing in exhaustion upon the mountainside. The 3 cultivators hovered in the air, the leader, a man with bushy eyebrows, exuding excitement. I exerted the most effort. The demon core belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Beside him, a woman clad in green furrowed her brows. Brother Ji, I was the one who first spotted this demon. The core should rightfully belong to me. Without me, this Zhang beast would have escaped. The core is mine. You may divide the rest, chimed in a lanky man, eager for the coveted prize. The demon's core was more valuable than many spiritual herbs, and each sought to claim it for themselves. Amidst their quarrel, Qin Luo approached the vicinity of the Zhang beast. Chapter 47. A visit to Xianji Mountain. The fierce beast lay gravely injured, despair enveloping it as it rested amidst the forest, its surroundings stained crimson with blood. Qin Luo approached the creature, gazing into its tear-filled eyes, which shimmered with a spark of intelligence. The beast regarded the young Taoist before it, clad in an immaculate white robe, radiating warmth, a stark contrast to the other cultivators who sought its demise. Are you also interested in the demon core? The man with thick brows remarked, noticing Qin Luo's presence. The woman in the green dress and the tall, slender man exchanged wary glances, suspecting that Qin Luo intended to seize the demon core for himself. Raising his head, a charming smile graced Qin Luo's handsome face. I have no interest in the demon core. What does that Taoist desire? The woman in green, her face adorned with a bright smile, inquired. What do you seek, Taoist? Standing resolutely before the injured beast, Qin Luo's expression turned serious, unwilling to witness its suffering. The man with thick brows could not suppress a hearty laugh. I have encountered numerous cultivators. They all kill upon sight of demon beasts, yet you wish to save it? Demon beasts can be categorized into good and evil, Qin Luo replied solemnly. When faced with malevolent creatures, I shall act as a force of justice. When I encounter the weak and benevolent, I will lend my assistance. The tall, slender man scoffed. This demon beast is gravely wounded. To save it would require a miraculous elixir of resurrection. Do you possess such a treasure? Even if you did, is it worth the effort? One must always try, Qin Luo insisted, refusing to abandon the fierce beast. The woman in green stepped closer, her smile wide. This demon beast is ferocious and has slain many innocents. We are merely ridding the world of a menace. Qin Luo turned to the feeble creature, its formidable fangs bared, presenting a fearsome visage. Yet its eyes resembled clear waters devoid of malice. In that fleeting moment, as Qin Luo glanced back, the woman in green flashed a cunning smile and launched a sudden attack, striking with great force. In the sky, the man with thick brows and the tall, slender man exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that their beautiful companion's charm was indeed most effective. The fierce beast, sensing the impending ambush, summoned its remaining strength to roar in warning to Qin Luo. Yet, Qin Luo did not turn back. Instead, he raised his hand, revealing intricate lightning patterns upon his palm. As the patterns glimmered, The woman in green's pupils constricted in alarm, witnessing golden lightning erupting from Qin Luo's hand. With a deafening crash, the thunder reverberated through the air. The area surrounding the woman in green was reduced to desolation, the ground scorched and barren. The man with thick brows felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the woman vanish amidst the lightning. The tall, slender man's face was etched with terror. He could scarcely believe his eyes. An essence formation cultivator had been so effortlessly annihilated, a sight that sent shivers through his very bones. This was a being they could not afford to provoke. Silence enveloped the forest. Qin Luo turned his gaze toward the two cultivators above. The man with thick brows felt a suffocating sensation. "Senior, I do not know this woman." "Neither do I." The tall, slender man fervently shook his head, eager to distance themselves from the woman in green. Qin Luo regarded the man with thick brows. "But it seems I heard her refer to you as senior brother. Surely, you must know her." The man with thick eyebrows appeared terrified as he descended from the heavens, kneeling in supplication. "Please spare my life, esteemed elder. The disciple of the Zhou family is ruthless and deserves no mercy. I am grateful for your efforts to eliminate the threat to the people." The tall, thin man also knelt, pleading, "Might I implore you to consider our connection to Xianji Mountain and grant us clemency?" Upon learning they were disciples of Xianji Mountain, Qin Luo smiled slightly. "Xianji Mountain, is it? You may depart." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The two men prostrated in gratitude before soaring into the sky, not daring to look back. Qin Luo, pondering the exact location of Xianji Mountain, felt a talisman slip from his sleeve, adhering to the back of the thick-browed man before vanishing from sight. Once the cultivators of Xianji Mountain had departed, Qin Luo turned to the nearly lifeless beast, extracting a golden gourd. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "Your survival hinges on fortune." Grasping his sword, he directed the dew within the gourd into the creature's mouth. As the beast drank the dew, its frail form began to regain strength, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Qin Luo was astounded by the potency of the dew. It rivaled the miraculous elixirs of legends. He pondered whether the effects stemmed from the dew itself or the gourd's enigmatic properties. Noticing the beast's revival, he stowed the golden gourd and cheerfully advised, "From now on, steer clear of cultivators." The creature nodded with remarkable understanding, its eyes brimming with gratitude. Rising to his feet, Qin Luo gazed in the direction the disciples of Xianji Mountain had departed, sensing the talisman's location. "Since we share a bond, I shall pay a visit to Xianji Mountain." The beast, enduring pain, struggled to stand and followed him. Qin Luo turned to regard the creature, which promptly lay prostrate, cradling its head with its paws in a comical posture. "Why do you follow me? Do you not have a home?" "I have a home, but no family," the beast replied, articulating human speech. A talking creature was indeed extraordinary. Qin Luo had sensed the beast was unlike others. Had a fully grown beast been by its side, the three cultivators from Xianji Mountain would have perished long ago. Realizing the beast's intentions, he inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" The creature wagged its tail and nodded, saying, "Boss, you saved me. I shall obey you henceforth. Your appearance is rather fearsome. I worry you might frighten ordinary folk." Qin Luo replied, feeling somewhat troubled. Upon hearing this, the beast's form began to shrink until it was the size of a cat, its large, round eyes and two small fangs remaining visible. With a smile, Qin Luo found the transformation amusing. "You look quite adorable now. What is your name?" "Everyone calls me De Huang." The beast blinked. Recalling a familiar name from his sister's household, Qin Luo proposed, "Shall I bestow upon you a more formidable name?" "Yes, please. Grant me a name, boss." The little beast wagged its tail excitedly. Qin Luo gazed at the small Jin beast, which boasted 5 tails and a pair of golden horns. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. "With 5 tails and golden horns, which name do you prefer?" "Golden Horn." Without a moment's hesitation, the small Jun beast responded. Qin Luo, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Golden Horn, I shall appoint you to guard the Taoist temple. Will you accept this responsibility?" "Whatever the boss says goes." Golden Horn wagged its tail in agreement. This enthusiasm surpassed even that of the little dumpling. Qin Luo knelt down and affectionately ruffled Golden Horn's head. "Let us first explore the northern regions, and then I shall escort you back to the Longhu Temple." Hum. Golden Horn nodded eagerly, aware that following Qin Luo was undoubtedly the right choice. "Let us depart." Qin Luo strode ahead, with Golden Horn trailing behind, resembling a well-behaved little yellow cat. albeit with 5 tails and golden horns. As dusk fell, the evening glow draped Xianji Mountain in a golden veil. The mountain floated in the air, resembling a finger piercing the clouds, hence its name. 2 men, one with thick eyebrows and the other tall and slender, fled back to Xianji Mountain, their expressions filled with terror. Elder Qi, Elder Xiao, we are in grave danger. Sister Zhou has been killed. At the foot of Xianji Mountain, 2 elders sat cross-legged upon a white jade array stone, tasked with guarding the mountain's great formation. Qi Yun's eyes widened in fury. Who did this? Zhou Qian, Qi Yun's disciple, whom he had painstakingly nurtured over the years and held high hopes for, had met a tragic end. Upon hearing this news, he leaped to his feet. Seeing the fury etched on the elder's face, the thick-browed and slender men immediately knelt, trembling and stammering. It was a young Taoist, someone we do not recognize. A young Taoist? Qi Yun furrowed his brow, glancing at the elder with white brows beside him. Could it be a disciple from the Longhu Temple? Xianji Mountain had suffered a significant setback against Longhu Temple, a matter known only to the upper echelons of Xianji, kept from the younger generation to avoid disturbing their cultivation. They had heard rumors of Taoists from Longhu Temple approaching Xianji Mountain, initially dismissing it as intimidation. Now it appeared to be a genuine threat. The elder with white brows, named Pan Long, maintained a calm demeanor. Brother Qi, there is no need for concern. This is Xianji Mountain. Anyone who dares to come here is courting death. Indeed, Qi Yun found his reasoning sound. At the Longhu Temple, Qin Luo was making a visit to Xianji Mountain. His resonant voice echoed through the skies, reaching both the foot and the summit of the mountain. Heard by all cultivators present, Qi Yun and Pan Long were taken aback, turning to locate the source of the voice. Below Xianji Mountain, a young Taoist stood atop the summit, bowing politely in their direction. Chapter 48. The God-slaying transformation at Xuanji Mountain. The cultivators atop Xuanji Mountain turned their gazes towards Qin Luo, whose countenance radiated a warm smile, exuding an air of amiability and refinement. However, the burly man with thick brows and the tall, slender figure trembled at the sight of him. In the highest palace of Xuanji Mountain, the sect leader, Yi Xianzhou, sat in quiet contemplation, his eyes closed. Flanking him were numerous golden core experts, with 4 venerable elders seated, their power even more formidable. A middle-aged man entered the hall and bowed, saying, "Sect leader, a young Taoist from the Longhu Temple has come to pay his respects. He is alone. Shall we welcome him, or suppress him?" Yi Xuanzhou's expression remained indifferent. His eyes still shut. He harbored a lingering resentment since the powerful envoy sent to Longhu Temple had failed to return. Now, with Qin Luo's arrival at Xuanji Mountain, a perfect opportunity for redemption presented itself. The assembly exchanged glances, having heard of the young Taoist's considerable prowess. The elder in the black robe seated at the front spoke gravely. "Sect leader, the 3rd elder fell at Longhu Temple. They are not to be trifled with. Should hostilities escalate, can Xuanji Mountain withstand their full might?" Yi Xianzhou opened his eyes, an air of confidence about him. "Second elder, our Xuanji Mountain is as solid as a fortress. Even a saint cannot breach our defenses, so do not fret." The second elder continued. "Intelligence reports indicate that this young Taoist has defeated Mu Baichuan of the Northern King's Manor, a formidable Yuaning expert. His strength is not to be underestimated." An elder across from him, clad in a black gold robe that emanated overwhelming pressure, rose to his feet. The surrounding experts regarded him with awe. He addressed Yi Xianzhou. "Sect leader, allow me to go and suppress him." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts, great elder," Yi Xianzhou replied, his smile deepening. Su Kuan, the great elder of Xuanji Mountain and a transformation stage master, prepared to take action, with the other experts following suit. Eager to witness him discipline the young Taoist from Longhu Temple. "Sect leader, will you not come to observe?" Yi Xianzhou remained seated, closing his eyes once more, and remarked with a cold chuckle, "Huh? A mere young Taoist does not warrant my attention." Su Kuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at Qin Luo standing atop the worldly peak. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Qin Luo, his demeanor growing serious. The young man's concealed abilities and extraordinary talent struck him as formidable. He mused, "This individual cannot linger for long." As Su Kuan prepared to strike, Pan Long stepped forward, saying, "Great elder, I perceive no exceptional qualities in this young Taoist. Allow me to go and subdue him." Su Kuan turned to Pan Long, cautioning, "By all means, do not overreach. Retreat at the slightest hint of danger." He understood that Pan Long was no match for the young Taoist, but he permitted the attempt to see if it would draw out Qin Luo's hidden capabilities. "Arrogant young fool, how dare you provoke Xuanji Mountain? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Pan Long departed from Xuanji Mountain, charging towards the peak where Qin Luo stood, swiftly closing the distance. Qin Luo sighed softly. Having journeyed far, he had anticipated that Xuanji Mountain would extend courtesy before hostility, yet he found himself met with immediate aggression. The golden-horned beast bared its fangs at the coiling dragon. "Prepare to meet your demise." The coiling dragon unleashed its formidable power, hurling a colossal fireball towards the direction of Qin Luo. Maintaining his composure, Qin Luo raised a hand, pointing at the coiling dragon. The surrounding grass swayed gently, and the golden-horned beast could feel a soothing breeze caressing its body. The wind stirred at the edges of the green blades, wisps of gentle air entwining around Qin Luo's fingertips. He stood like the eye of a tranquil storm, while the golden-horned beast clung to his leg, fearing it might be swept away by the gale. As the fireball descended, a tempest surged forth, the immense fireball being blown back. The coiling dragon was taken aback and immediately erected a barrier. Boom! The flames engulfed the coiling dragon. The cultivators of Xianji Mountain were struck with astonishment. When the flames dissipated, the coiling dragon stood in tatters, his face charred black. The younger generation of Xianji Mountain stared in disbelief. This was the fifth elder, the guardian of the mountain's great formation. With a complex expression, the coiling dragon realized Qin Luo's strength. Yet, with the cultivators of Xianji Mountain watching him, retreating now would mean a complete loss of face. "I was careless," he scoffed coldly, opening his mouth as a flash of blood surged forth, his life-bound flying sword. Nurtured within his body and sustained by flesh and blood, his strongest trump card. Not far away, Qian looked on in shock. Summoning his life-bound flying sword signified a desperate struggle. Just moments into their confrontation, the coiling dragon was forced to reveal his ultimate weapon, underscoring the pressure Qin Luo exerted upon him. The surrounding elders felt a bead of sweat form. Su Kuan fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, eager to see how he would respond. The coiling dragon urged his life-bound flying sword into action. A streak of blood-red sword light cleaved through the air, transforming into a blade of hundreds of feet, seemingly intent on severing the very mountain where Qin Luo stood. Golden light enveloped Qin Luo, encasing him in the golden-horned beast. As the blood-red sword light made contact with the golden aura, it obliterated into nothingness. The coiling dragon was taken aback. His mightiest strike had failed to harm Qin Luo in the slightest. Was he a monster? The cultivators of Xianji Mountain were all astounded. The young Taoist could actually disregard the attacks of a nascent soul expert. Is that all? Qin Luo shook his head, reaching for his peach-wood sword at his waist, and casually swung it towards the coiling dragon, unleashing a golden sword light. "Run!" Su Kuan shouted urgently. As the coiling dragon turned to flee, the sword light sliced through the space between his brows, and he watched as it ascended towards the heights of Xianji Mountain. The coiling dragon's expression shattered. The golden sword light surged towards the mountain, prompting Qi Yun to activate the mountain's protective formation. Circles of golden light rose, eventually forming a barrier that enveloped Xianji Mountain, resembling a golden pagoda. The golden light crashed against the pagoda, producing a tremendous explosion, shaking the entire Xianji Mountain. The younger generation turned pale with fright, and even the attendants and elders were left in shock. The protective formation of Xianji Mountain was only activated during moments of dire peril, yet now it was compelled into action by the young Taoist, indicating the extent of their predicament. Within the palace at the summit of Xianji Mountain, Yi Xianzhou opened his eyes, clenching his fists, veins of blood visible in his irises. Su Kuan furrowed his brow, while Pan Long lay slain. Qin Luo remained composed, revealing little of his prowess. With a peach-wood sword pointed skyward, his robes billowed dramatically as he declared, "Summon your sect leader. You are not worthy." Su Kuan traversed the air, each step sending ripples through the space around him. "I have come to challenge you," he proclaimed. "It is the Grand Elder." Splendid. With the Grand Elder's intervention, this arrogant Taoist shall surely be subdued. The younger generation of Xianji Mountain exclaimed with excitement, aware that the Grand Elder was a formidable entity among the few who could wield such power in Yanbei County. Please. Qin Luo extended his hand with a smile. Su Kuan regarded Qin Luo's grin as contemptuous and insulting. Soon, you shall find no reason to smile, he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure emerged behind him, akin to a great rock. As its wings spread wide, the evening glow was obscured, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread. This was Su Kuan's divine ability. The rock surged toward Qin Luo, unleashing a tempest that sent dust and stones flying, snapping trees in half. Qin Luo gripped his peachwood sword as the howling winds encircled him. Atop the mountain, the wind converged from all directions as he swung his sword, transforming the tempest into a massive wind dragon. Its roar echoed through the heavens, and the gargantuan creature ascended from the earth. The cultivators of Xianzhi Mountain felt a shiver run down their spines. The wind dragon ensnared the rock, instantly tearing it apart before charging towards Su Kuan. The latter, witnessing this, struck out with a palm, a golden imprint descending like a mountain. The imprint struck the wind dragon, shattering it in an instant. Su Kuan sneered, "Is that all you have?" "Is it?" Qin Luo replied with a slight smile. Su Kuan noticed a strand of white hair severed, sword marks appearing on his black golden robe, blood seeping from his hand, and the sound of wind filled his ears, mingled with the roar of the dragon. This is not good. Su Kuan sensed impending peril. As the wind dragon disintegrated into countless blades, Su Kuan understood too late. His body suddenly riddled with numerous sword scars as his strong defense was breached by the violet gold robe. In an instant, he was beset by a multitude of blades, racked with pain and agony. Witnessing this scene, the younger generation of Xianzhi Mountain trembled, while the seasoned elders wore expressions of terror. Su Kuan clenched his fists and roared, his flesh suddenly exploding, a torrent of formidable energy cascading forth. Qin Luo saw a golden light rush towards Xianzhi Mountain. Realizing Su Kuan intended to self-destruct to escape. "Go, sever the evil." The peachwood sword soared into the air, swiftly pursuing Su Kuan's primordial spirit, piercing through it. As the spirit shattered, a flicker of golden flame attempted to flee. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, not dead yet. Inside the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy cautioned. A transformation realm expert does not perish as long as their soul endures. Falling thunder. Qin Luo summoned a bolt of heavenly lightning. The lightning struck down, engulfing the flicker of flame. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The entirety of Xianzhi Mountain fell into a hushed stillness. The final rays of twilight cascaded upon Qin Luo, as the Xianzhi Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Gazing at the mountain, Qin Luo maintained a gentle smile and softly inquired, "Am I worthy now?" Chapter 49. Unstoppable. The evening breeze was cool as the protective array enveloped Xianzhi Mountain. The cultivators atop the mountain were at a loss. Not only the younger generation, but even the venerable elders were uncertain of how to proceed. Yi Xianzhou emerged from the palace, his gaze fierce as he addressed the young Taoist at the summit. "You possess strength, but to challenge the entirety of Xianzhi Mountain is but a foolish dream." Upon the appearance of the sect leader, the cultivators of Xianzhi Mountain rekindled their hopes. Qin Luo deduced that Yi Xianzhou was the sect leader, feeling a profound disappointment. "I once extended an opportunity to Xianzhi Mountain, which you failed to cherish. Thus, I find no reason to pity you now." Yi Xianzhou stepped into the air, positioning himself before Xianzhi Mountain, and commanded, "Disciples of Xianzhi Mountain, heed my call and form the array." Upon hearing the order, the cultivators below the core formation stage sat down in place, while those above took to the skies. Standing resolutely behind Yi Xianzhou, a myriad of lights ascended from the mountain, intertwining and ultimately converging upon Yi Xianzhou. As a being of divine transformation, bolstered by the support of numerous elders and disciples, Yi Xianzhou's aura surged, radiating a brilliant glow. "Draw your swords." Countless spirit swords rose from Xianzhi Mountain, some belonging to the younger cultivators, others originating from the sword cliff, left behind by the predecessors of Xianzhi Mountain. 3,000 spirit swords encircled Yi Xianzhou, poised and ready. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the diminutive young Taoist on the summit, challenging, "Dare you receive my strike?" "Why would I not?" Qin Luo replied, his expression calm. "Such arrogance." Yi Xianzhou waved his hand, and the 3,000 spirit swords surged forth like a tidal wave, the piercing sound of their unsheathing resonating across the land, their collective brilliance threatening to obliterate everything in their path. As the sky filled with cascading sword lights, Jin Jiao cowered behind Qin Luo, cradling his head. Qin Luo gripped his peachwood sword, which, once ordinary, now emanated a resplendent golden light. He focused his spirit, his eyes gleaming with determination and sharpness. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy sensed the overwhelming sword intent, a force akin to celestial might, unstoppable in its advance. With a decisive swing, Qin Luo unleashed a domineering golden sword light that soared skyward, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn, dazzling and radiant. As the golden light surged towards the oncoming tide of swords, the 3,000 spirit swords faltered, shattering into countless fragments that fell from the sky. Jin Jiao gazed upward, as if witnessing a magnificent meteor shower. Seeing the golden sword light, Yi Xianzhou wished to resist. Give it your all. All cultivators of Xianzhi Mountain exerted their utmost strength, channeling their energy to Yi Xianzhou. His form began to swell, nearly collapsing under the immense power. Harnessing the overwhelming force within, Yi Xianzhou brought his hands together, summoning a colossal barrier of light that radiated a spectrum of colors, as unyielding as a gem. The golden sword light struck the barrier, causing it to fracture instantaneously. Just as Yi Xianzhou opened his mouth to utter a word, the sword light cleaved through his brow, erasing even the essence of his soul within the sea of consciousness. Boom! As Yi Xianzhou ruptured, a terrifying energy was unleashed from within him, distorting the very fabric of space. The elders who drew near were instantly torn apart, and the cultivators on Xianzhi Mountain were also struck back, coughing up blood. Qi Yun sat cross-legged upon the white jade formation stone, activating the mountain-protecting array in an attempt to fend off the golden sword light. Crack! The array, resembling an exquisite pagoda, was cleaved by the sword light. When the blade descended upon Xianzhi Mountain, the palatial edifices crumbled one after another, and countless stones plummeted from great heights. Splutter! Qi Yun coughed up blood. How could this be? He gazed at Qin Luo as one would at a deity. The mountain's protective array could withstand the assaults of those who had attained the Tao, yet it faltered against Qin Luo's sword strike. Could it be that he surpassed even those who had reached the Tao? This was inconceivable. Yi Xianzhou had been slain, and the elders followed him to the grave, leaving only Qi Yun and a group of lesser cultivators behind. They had lost all capacity for resistance. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy expressed her curiosity. Qin Luo, who taught you your swordsmanship? Qin Luo chuckled lightly. In the past, a senior brother from the Longhu Temple possessed exceptional sword skills. I sought his guidance, and he told me that wielding a sword is akin to chopping wood. Thus, I practiced day in and day out, and to my surprise, it proved effective. The violet-haired fairy found it difficult to assess. It was likely that it was Zhang Fulong who had instructed his senior brother. Observing Qin Luo's victory, the golden-horned creature's eyes sparkled with delight as it wagged its tail. Boss, so majestic. Yet, Qin Luo refrained from celebration, his gaze fixed upon Xianzhi Mountain. Feeling an icy chill that signified the most malevolent presence he had encountered thus far, a profound sword mark appeared on Xianzhi Mountain, deep within which flickered a dark red glow. Boom! The mountain trembled. Behind the highest palace lay a grave, from which a bronze coffin erupted from the earth. As the coffin manifested, a thick miasma of death pervaded the air. Qi Yun stared at the coffin, his expression filled with excitement. Ancestral Master. It's the Ancestral Master. The younger cultivators of Xianzhi Mountain gazed at the bronze coffin, still oblivious to the unfolding events. The coffin lid was thrust open, hurtling toward Qin Luo. With a swift stroke of his sword, Qin Luo cleaved the lid apart. An emaciated elder emerged from the bronze coffin, with only a few disheveled strands of white hair remaining atop his head, and his grayish eyes bore an eerie quality. What a disgrace! Xianzhi Mountain has fallen to such a state. Qi Yun pointed at Qin Luo, exclaiming, Ancestral Master, he has slain the sect master and many elders. Please avenge us. Ha ha ha, well deserved. The elder of Xianzhi Mountain turned his gaze toward Qin Luo, a sinister smile gracing his lips. I despise Taoists the most. Were it not for their grievous wounds inflicted upon me in the past, I would not find myself in this predicament. Qin Luo furrowed his brows, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice, reminiscent of the essence he had encountered in the presence of malevolent cultivators. The elder of Xianzhi Mountain was evidently no benevolent being. Whoosh! The elder teleported before Qin Luo, his withered fingers lunging toward Qin Luo's chest, shimmering with a ghostly light. So swift, Qin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He emanated a radiant golden light as a form of defense. The finger of the ancestor of Xian Jishan hovered within the golden glow. Qin Luo delivered a powerful kick, sending the ancestor back to Xian Jishan, embedding his entire form into the mountain. Cough, cough. Such tremendous strength. The ancestor of Xian Jishan stumbled out, wiping the black blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an eerie glint in his eyes. Invulnerable to all methods, he possessed certain unique qualities. Whoosh! The ancestor of Xian Jishan instantaneously reappeared before Qin Luo, this time launching a punch towards him. Qin Luo manifested the golden light around him, and though the ancestor's fist moved slowly, it pierced through the golden barrier. This unexpected turn of events startled Qin Luo, as he had never encountered such a situation before. He dared not underestimate the threat, and prepared to counter with a punch. The two fists collided, and the ancestor's fist twisted and deformed under the impact. The ancestor was sent flying by the force of Qin Luo's strike. Observing the golden light enveloping him, Qin Luo noted that he had suffered no adverse effects, yet the golden light's efficacy had waned. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy spoke softly. That old wretch is quite astute. He discerned the principle behind your golden light. When he approached you with his punch, he refrained from employing any mystical arts, merely delivering a feeble blow. It was so slow, lighter than a child's fist, intended to deceive the golden light into believing there was no danger. Had you been careless, it could have spelled peril. Indeed, experience is invaluable, Qin Luo remarked involuntarily. Within the pendant, the violet-haired fairy frowned, and Qin Luo sensed her discontent. Elder, I did not mean to offend you. Not far away, the ancestor of Xian Jishan ascended into the air, believing he would succeed. However, Qin Luo remained vigilant. Having failed once, he knew there would be no second chance. Cackling madly, the ancestor stood atop the highest peak of Xian Jishan, his twisted, severed hands swiftly regenerating. Then he unleashed his supernatural abilities, opening his gaping maw as countless streams of bloodlight surged into him. The younger cultivators of Xian Jishan struggled in vain, their vital energies rapidly depleting. And even Elder Qi Yun was not spared. Ancestor, awaken. As the ancestor absorbed their essence, he cackled with delight. I am quite awake, you worthless fools. I raised you all for this very moment. Nearby, several powerful streams of bloodlight erupted, emanating from Yi Xianzhou and his companions. A den of snakes and rats. Qin Luo swung his sword, unleashing a blade of light that severed the ancestor's head. He was determined to prevent him from successfully absorbing their essence. Yet, even as the ancestor's head flew through the air, he continued to cackle, his body and head now separated, still absorbing the surrounding vital energy. Even Elder Qi Yun was reduced to mere bones. The entirety of Xian Jishan echoed with the ancestor's sinister laughter. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. When he struck the ancestor with his sword, the head had already been severed. This fiend possesses the art of decapitation. The violet-haired fairy within the pendant cautioned Qin Luo. He is a survivor from that legendary battle, not so easily dealt with. Exercise caution. Thank you for the warning, Elder. Qin Luo observed as the head and body of the ancestor of Zuanzishan rejoined, now robust and resplendent, exuding a formidable aura of malevolence. Who is your master? Zhang Fulong. Qin Luo replied without reservation. The ancestor of Zuanzishan pondered for an extended period, yet remained at a loss. Never mind. Those who remain in the mortal realm are but failures. In my time, I was but a step away from ascending to the heavens, all due to your Taoist sect. Today, I shall first eliminate you, and then seek out Zhang Fulong. Gripping a peach wood sword with his right hand, Qin Luo positioned his left hand in a sword gesture atop the blade, sliding it upward as golden patterns emerged along the sword's surface. In a solemn tone, he proclaimed, "In the name of the Tao ancestor, I command the thunder gods of the 5 directions to heed my decree and accompany me in vanquishing our foes." Chapter 50. The northern thunder god Qin Luo raised the peachwood sword in his hand. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting the earth and sky. Bathed in the radiant light, Qin Luo appeared strikingly handsome, while Jingjiao, his golden-horned companion, puffed up in alarm and quickly retreated. Witnessing the celestial lightning, the elder of Xuanji Mountain wore a frozen smile, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the night sky, remaining tense until the light dissipated, leaving an eerie stillness above. Huh. You startled me. The elder of Xuanji Mountain exhaled deeply, then pointed derisively at Qin Luo, scoffing, with the Taoist already deceased and the heavenly court long gone. Who will you summon for aid? Qin Luo lowered the peachwood sword, his eyes devoid of emotion, maintaining a calm demeanor. I shall merely test it. What is there to fear? Suddenly, the elder felt a shiver of foreboding, sensing an aura of danger. He turned to the north, where a golden light flickered into existence. Approaching at a visible speed. Boom. The golden lightning rent the night sky asunder, resembling a celestial river traversing the cosmos. The earth trembled, and the thunder roared deafeningly. The elder's countenance darkened considerably as the golden lightning appeared above Xuanji Mountain, revealing a towering figure within its brilliance, who bowed respectfully towards Qin Luo. I am the Northern Thunder God, at your service. Qin Luo grasped the peachwood sword with respect, returning the gesture. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. The likes of you need not trouble the Taoist. The Northern Thunder God declared, extending a finger. A bolt of lightning struck towards the elder of Xuanji Mountain. The elder dodged swiftly, as the palatial structures upon the mountain crumbled one after another, leaving the entire celestial peak marred with cracks. Such audacity. The elder's eyes glowed crimson as he retaliated with a punch directed at the Northern Thunder God, unleashing a ghostly light that soared into the sky. The Northern Thunder God brandished his thunder staff, summoning a cascade of lightning that descended hundreds of feet, dispersing the ghostly luminescence. The relentless lightning continued to pursue the elder, who, daunted, could only evade continuously. Qin Luo stood atop the mountain, observing the confrontation. The power of the Northern Thunder God was palpably superior. Want to evade? The Northern Thunder God scoffed, his eyes glimmering with lightning. The entire night sky became illuminated by the radiant light, as golden bolts of lightning spread like a spider's web, ultimately coalescing into a golden sea. In the distance, some cultivators noticed the emergence of the lightning sea. Which formidable being is undergoing tribulation? They pondered. It's in the direction of Xuanji Mountain. It must be a powerful figure from their undergoing their trials. Could it be Su Kuan? Or perhaps Yi Xianzhou? His exceptional talent led him to become the sect leader of Xuanji Mountain at such a young age. Impossible. Su Kuan and Yi Xianzhou pale in comparison. It must be the elder of Xuanji Mountain. I've heard that he nearly ascended to the celestial realm years ago with the mountain. To witness a mighty being undergoing tribulation is a rare opportunity. Perhaps one might reap benefits from it. When a strong cultivator undergoes tribulation, they open a passage to the heavens, attracting the life-giving essence of the celestial realm, a tremendous fortune for worldly cultivators, many of whom would dare to seize such a chance. Numerous cultivators journeyed to Xuanji Mountain, including independent practitioners, disciples of sects, and spies from the Northern King's manor. Xuanji Mountain was shrouded in a tempest of thunder, rendering its ancient ancestor trapped with no escape. Countless bolts of lightning struck simultaneously upon him. The old ancestor of Xuanji Mountain cried out in agony as the relentless strikes tore through his garments and flesh. Some of the lightning transformed into chains, binding him tightly. Suddenly, the Northern Thunder God appeared before the old ancestor, wielding a thunder staff, which he raised high before bringing down with tremendous force. With a deafening roar, the impact nearly obliterated the old ancestor. I shall fight back, he declared, clenching his fists as a powerful aura of dark light erupted from within him, enabling him to break free from his restraints. In an instant, Xuanji Mountain fractured into pieces, colossal boulders cascading down, leaving only a massive, dark crimson broken sword behind. The sword, which allowed the mountain to hover mid-air, exuded a menacing aura. The Northern Thunder God noticed the blood glow emanating from the sword, recognizing it as celestial blood, suggesting the old ancestor had engaged in nefarious deeds. With a grimace, the old ancestor retorted, "Had I not fallen from grace in that battle, I would not fear you. Neither would I." The Northern Thunder God answered, raising his thunderstaff to summon the 9 heavens tribulation lightning, a spectacle of great magnitude. The old ancestor, battered yet resolute, summoned all his strength to wield the dark crimson sword. The thunderstaff clashed with the sword, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the air. The broken sword was annihilated, its shards embedding into the old ancestor's body, rendering him a porcupine of pain, as a bolt of tribulation lightning struck between his brows, eradicating him completely. In the blink of an eye, Xuanji Mountain vanished. Qin Luo bowed respectfully to the Northern Thunder God, expressing gratitude for his intervention. The Northern Thunder God, standing aloft, sheathed his thunder staff and returned the gesture, stating it was an honor to assist the Taoist in resolving his troubles. Yet he could not linger in the realm of the Great Xia, fearing unnecessary complications. They might meet again by fate. With that, the Northern Thunder God departed northward. Qin Luo, unable to inquire about his name, could only gesture his thanks in the direction of his retreat. Puzzled by the formidable Thunder God's apprehension towards the Great Xia dynasty. Indeed, the dynasty was formidable. Within his jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy spoke softly. The fortune of a flourishing dynasty is beyond his capacity to challenge. Even true immortals from the heavens would hesitate to tread upon this mortal realm. Understanding dawned upon Qin Luo. "Well done, mighty one," Jin Jiao exclaimed as he rushed back to Qin Luo's side, his eyes shining with admiration. "Return to the Longhu Temple and dedicate yourself to training. You too may become a true powerhouse." "Indeed," Jin Jiao affirmed resolutely. As Qin Luo departed Xuanji Mountain with Jin Jiao, they soon encountered an elderly cultivator approaching on a flying sword. Clad in a tattered gray robe and with a head of white hair. "Friend, please halt," the white-haired cultivator called out upon spotting Qin Luo in the mountain. Qin Luo paused, while Jin Jiao hid behind him. The silver-haired cultivator approached him, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Friend, you arrived early. Wasn't a senior from Zhuanzishan just here to undergo tribulation?" "Sort of," Qin Luo replied, wishing to divulge little. "Who is it?" "I do not know." The silver-haired cultivator appeared perplexed. "Friend, why has Zhuanzishan vanished without a trace? Could it be that it ascended alongside them?" "Perhaps." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired cultivator's eyes brimmed with envy. "One achieves enlightenment, and even their pets ascend. Alas, my qualifications are too lacking to have become a disciple of Zhuanzishan." Qin Luo felt a sense of relief for him. "Senior, I have matters to attend to. May we meet again by fate." The silver-haired cultivator kindly cautioned, "Friend, you may not be aware, but the tribulation site is a splendid place. Cultivating nearby can yield remarkable results. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I must attend to something quite important, so I bid you farewell." Qin Luo clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Safe travels, friend." The silver-haired cultivator returned the gesture. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao vanished into the woods. What a rich essence of heaven and earth. The silver-haired cultivator was overwhelmed with excitement as he reached the mountaintop where Qin Luo had fought, settling down to cultivate. Soon after, a multitude of cultivators gathered around him. Having received news of Zhuanzishan's ascension, the information spread from one to another, leaving everyone astounded. In the deep of night, under a sparse moonlit sky, Qin Luo sat at the edge of a cliff, enjoying the breeze. "Jin Jiao, are you hungry?" "A bit," Jin Jiao replied weakly, nodding. Opening his mouth, Qin Luo took out a golden gourd. Jin Jiao eagerly tilted his head back, mouth agape. Qin Luo poured dew into his mouth. After drinking the dew, Jin Jiao felt warmth spread through his body, invigorated with newfound strength, his vision extending further, able to even hear subtle sounds from below the cliff. Once Jin Jiao was well fed, Qin Luo lifted the gourd to drink from it, and, with a smile, asked, "Jin Jiao, what did you eat before?" Jin Jiao replied honestly, "Boss, I caught rabbits in the mountains, having eaten at least 100,000 of them." Qin Luo chuckled teasingly. "If a certain deity knew, would you be in for a surprise?" "Really?" Jin Jiao's large eyes sparkled. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh, clarifying, "When I say you'd be in for a surprise, I mean you'd be taught a lesson. Then I won't eat rabbits anymore." Jin Jiao shrank his neck. Qin Luo gently stroked Jin Jiao's back, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not fear, I will protect you." Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter in the mountains at dawn. Qin Luo opened his eyes to the swirling mist enveloping the mountains. As the first light of day approached, he took out his gourd and collected the morning dew from the trees around him. He savored a sip, finding it lacking the sweetness of the dew from Longhu Temple, yet it possessed a refreshing fragrance. As the sun ascended, its golden rays illuminated Qin Luo, who glanced at the slumbering Jin Jiao lying peacefully on the ground, far quieter than the little round creature. Upon hearing Qin Luo's call, Jin Jiao instantly woke, quickly following him as he departed from the cliff. They traversed hills and valleys, reveling in the scenic beauty surrounding them. Occasionally, they stumbled upon rare treasures of nature. But due to the presence of nearby demonic beasts, Qin Luo refrained from claiming any fortune. Under the bright sun, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao encountered a small stream. With a flick of his hand, he conjured an arch bridge fashioned from earth and stone, which would greatly benefit any travelers passing through in the future. Jin Jiao bent down to drink from the stream, only to find the water less delightful than the dew. Crossing the bridge, Qin Luo noticed a wisp of smoke rising not far away. A bamboo cottage appeared nestled in the mountains, with a winding path leading to the stream. In a desolate area devoid of human presence for hundreds of miles, the existence of this bamboo dwelling suggested that its inhabitant was extraordinary. Following the stone path upwards, Qin Luo approached the cottage. In the courtyard, a child clad in green was boiling water, while a resonant snoring echoed from within. Standing outside the courtyard, where the fence reached his waist, Qin Luo caught the attention of the child, who suddenly became anxious. "Master, someone has come." The child, fearing Qin Luo might be a villain, dashed into the cottage to jostle the elderly figure in white who lay asleep. Embarrassed, Qin Luo offered a shy smile. Awakened by the commotion, the old man emerged, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Qin Luo standing outside, he instantly perked up. "Young friend, please come in." As Qin Luo entered the courtyard, he observed that the old man bore no trace of spiritual power, appearing quite ordinary. "I am Qin Luo, a junior from Longhu Temple, passing through this area. If I have caused any disturbance, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed elder." The elderly man, with a kind face and warm smile, reassured him. "In these mountains, I encounter few people throughout the year, and truthfully, I find it rather stifling. Do not mind it, young friend. My name is Song Qingjing, a wandering cultivator, and this is my disciple, Chen Qingsong." Chen Qingsong gazed curiously at the adorable Jin Jiao at Qin Luo's feet, feeling an urge to reach out and pet him. "Please, take a seat." Song Qingjing gestured hospitably. In the courtyard stood a flourishing phoenix tree, under which Qin Luo settled onto a bamboo chair. "Esteemed elder, what brings you to reside in such a remote mountain?" With a shake of his head and a sigh, Song Qingjing replied, "In my youth, I served as an official in the Great Xia. Eventually, weary of the clamor of the mundane world, I sought refuge here to contemplate and cultivate my understanding of the Tao." "Esteemed elder, have you attained enlightenment without a master?" Qin Luo inquired, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Song Qingjing chuckled and shook his head. I resigned from my post at 60 after reading a few works of sages. I do not truly practice cultivation. I merely pass the time in the mountains." Qin Luo perceived the elder's humility, his face adorned with respect. The senior appeared far younger than his 60 years, much like his own master. "You flatter me, young friend. I could never aspire to produce a disciple as remarkable as you," the elder replied. Song Qingjing sensed the profound depth of Qin Luo. Chen Qingsong presented hot tea to Qin Luo. "Senior, please enjoy this tea," he said, offering it with great reverence. "Thank you." Qin Luo accepted the cup. Chen Qingsong was somewhat astonished. Occasional visitors from the realm of cultivation usually disregarded him, yet this cultivator exhibited remarkable politeness. Taking a sip, Qin Luo savored the tea. The first taste was bitter, followed by a lingering sweetness, yet the bitterness remained, refusing to dissipate. "Excellent tea," he mused, feeling as though he was tasting the essence of life itself. Noticing Qin Luo's exceptional nature, Song Qingjing inquired, "Young friend, what is the path you seek?" "My nature is self-sufficient, requiring no external pursuit," Qin Luo replied, without further contemplation. Song Qingjing fell into a long silence, ruminating on this statement, and eventually erupted into hearty laughter. Chen Qingsong was bewildered. It was the first time he had witnessed his master in such a state. After a considerable pause, Song Qingjing clasped his hands in gratitude, his joy palpable. "Your words have awakened me, dear friend, filling the void in my heart." "Senior, you jest," Qin Luo chuckled. Shaking his head, he continued to sip the tea, relishing its flavor. Yet, Song Qingjing was still reflecting on Qin Luo's 8 words, finding them profoundly aligned with his own aspirations. It was akin to a sudden enlightenment. After finishing the tea, Qin Luo stood. "Senior, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. You are always welcome to visit the Longhu Temple, where I shall treat you to tea." Song Qingjing rose, feeling somewhat awkward. "Young friend, forgive my ignorance, but where is the Longhu Temple?" Qin Luo softly replied, The Longhu Temple is located in Jinyang City, Baiyun Town, at the foot of Luoxia Peak. I shall certainly visit the Longhu Temple someday, Song Qingjing declared earnestly. After departing the courtyard, Qin Luo turned once more to express his gratitude to Song Qingjing and Chen Qingsong with a respectful bow. Jin Jiao followed suit with a subtle nod. Observing their departing figures, Chen Qingsong lifted his head. Master, that person was remarkably courteous. Song Qingjing nodded thoughtfully, saying, Qingsong, the fuller the grain, the lower it bows. The more powerful a person is, the humbler they become. Do you understand? I comprehend. He is truly formidable. Chen Qingsong's eyes reflected awe. The master teaches you to be humble. Master, I am not formidable. A child is beyond teaching. Song Qingjing returned to the bamboo house to resume his slumber, suddenly laughing. My nature is self-sufficient, requiring no external pursuit. Having departed the bamboo house, Qin Luo walked several miles until he beheld a towering mountain. Sensing the presence of fierce beasts within, Jin Jiao curled its tail in trepidation. Qin Luo's eyes glimmered with golden light as he discerned a suppressed dragon within the mountain. Feeling astonished, it must be that elder who has subdued it, he mused. In the vicinity, there were no other cultivators, only the reclusive Song Qingjing dwelling in the mountains. Though he exuded no discernible spiritual energy, he possessed the power to subdue a formidable dragon. Senior, what is this force? In the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy gently remarked. It is the power of righteousness. To cultivate to such a level merely through a few sacred texts is truly remarkable. He shall only grow more formidable in the future. It seems I too must dedicate myself to reading more. The violet-haired fairy fell silent. In Yinbei City, at the Duke of the North's residence, the Duke stood before the water pool, having waited there for an extended period for Qin Luo's arrival, yet he did not come. A scout knelt behind the Duke, reporting, Your Highness, I have just received news that a powerful being is transcending tribulations to ascend from Zhuanzishan, and even the mountain itself is undergoing ascension. The Duke's hand trembled involuntarily, his expression grave as he replied, That young Taoist departed from the Longhu Temple not long ago, and now Zhuanzishan is ascending. Is this mere coincidence? Your Highness, Zhuanzishan has truly vanished, disappeared without a trace. Inform all the generals of the town, should they encounter the Taoist. They are to let him pass, without hindrance. Understood. The scout exited the garden. Next to the Duke, the space began to distort, and an elderly man in red emerged from the void, his countenance heavy with concern. The ancient Zhuanzishan, with its millennia of legacy, had been utterly erased, as if it had never existed, which sent shivers down his spine. What is the progress of the investigation at Longhu Temple? After expending considerable resources, we have uncovered some clues. Longhu Temple was established by a disciple of the Tao ancestor, and for a long period. It existed in obscurity until several decades ago when Zhang Fulong arrived and began recruiting disciples once more. What is Zhang Fulong's background? It seems to be related to the Zhang family of the royal capital. He left home at a young age and has never returned. And the Zhang family appears to be deliberately concealing this matter. Which Zhang family? The one that has produced a sage. What of that young Taoist? Unclear. He is even more enigmatic than Zhang Fulong. The elderly man in red cautioned, Your Highness, do not underestimate the depths of the seemingly shallow water. There may yet be a hidden dragon. Dismissed. The red-clad elder vanished from the garden. The Duke gazed at the tranquil waters before him, where a shadow moved beneath the surface. As evening fell, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao departed from the mountains, walking along the ancient path strewn with fallen leaves. This was an abandoned official road, unmaintained and rarely traversed, with many potholes along the way. The sound of rolling wheels approached from behind. Several horse-drawn carts laden with goods sped toward them. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Luo stepped aside to allow the convoy to pass. As he looked up, he noticed a banner emblazoned with the words Fian Escort Agency atop the foremost cart. A young man on a white horse spotted Qin Luo and rode closer to greet him. You, Taoist, appear quite carefree, with your hair disheveled. From which sect do you hail? Qin Luo gazed at the robust young man upon the horse, a smile gracing his lips as he softly spoke. Longhu Temple. I am Qin Luo. From the Fian Escort Agency, I am Song Shao. Song Shao clasped his fists in greeting. Having endured prolonged exposure to the elements, his skin bore a sun-kissed bronze hue, exuding vitality. He noticed the golden-horned creature and inquired curiously, Where is this cat from? Quite distinctive. Found it in the mountains. Qin Luo replied with a smile. Song Xiao grinned broadly, his expression sincere. I will give you 5 taels of silver for it. How about that? Qin Luo shook his head. 10 taels. The golden-horned creature nestled by Qin Luo's feet. With unwavering resolve, Qin Luo asserted, it is not for sale. Song Xiao sighed and shook his head, refraining from pressing further. Qin Luo, where are you headed? Yanbei City. How fortunate. We are also bound for Yanbei City. If you do not mind, you can squeeze in with our cargo. I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to walk. The night is approaching, and the mountains are rife with wild beasts. It is perilous to venture alone, Song Xiao kindly cautioned. Then I shall follow closely behind you. Make sure to keep up, Song Xiao advised, presuming Qin Luo was merely shy. The escort's convoy swiftly overtook Qin Luo. We shall wait for you ahead. With that, Song Xiao rode off. Qin Luo continued his leisurely pace, watching as the convoy receded into the distance, reaffirming his belief that there are indeed many good souls in the world. Chapter 52. A night at the mountain god temple with the withered vines and ancient trees silhouetted against the dimming sky. A quaint bridge spanned a gentle stream, devoid of any human presence. Song Xiao, leading his horse, stood upon the vine-covered stone bridge, observing as Qin Luo approached, bathed in the hues of the setting sun. Lu Shu, this young Taoist appears quite leisurely, as if he is chasing the rays of twilight, he remarked. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walked serenely in the amber glow, while the path behind them succumbed to encroaching darkness. A burly middle-aged man clad in short sleeves regarded them, and Lu Tai casually suggested, perhaps it's the twilight that is pursuing him. Is that true? Song Xiao inquired, skeptical of such notions. He believed it to be mere coincidence, as even cultivators would find such feats difficult to achieve. Before long, Qin Luo arrived at the bridge, and Song Xiao greeted him warmly. Qin Luo, we shall rest here tonight. Join us for companionship. Opposite the bridge lay an abandoned village, where the bodyguards were tending to their horses. After 2 invitations, Qin Luo felt it impolite to refuse. Thank you, Brother Song. I shall accompany you for the night. Following Song Xiao, Qin Luo entered the desolate village, where they chose the mountain god temple for their respite. It was spacious and offered shelter from the elements, far superior to the dilapidated thatched huts outside. Young master, a few robust men were seated within the temple, greeting Song Xiao with cheerful smiles. The temple housed a statue of a martial general, representing the mountain god, alongside freshly lit incense candles. Qin Luo inquired with a smile, Brother Song, what is the name of this mountain god? Not wishing to be overly familiar, Song Xiao replied. Qin brother, this is the mountain god of Gu Mountain. He was originally a general of the Great Yin, who ventured into the mountains to slay demons. The local populace erected this temple in his honor, but as the surrounding villagers fled from the ravages of war, it fell into disrepair. Is this not within the territory of the Great Xia? Qin Luo queried, somewhat perplexed. At his words, the bodyguards erupted into hearty laughter. Song Xiao explained. This area was once part of the Great Yin, conquered by the Great Xia a century ago. Yanbei County was originally part of the Yin Kingdom. Ah, I see. Qin Luo perceived the vastness of Yanbei County. He had traversed a considerable distance, which would take an ordinary person much longer to cover. Do you also believe in the mountain god? He asked, gazing at the formidable statue. However, he sensed no divine presence within the idol. Song Xiao regarded the statue with solemnity, stating, as we journey across the land, regardless of the deities we encounter, be they real or not, we offer our respects. Seeking a sense of peace, Qin Luo procured a stick of incense, approached the statue, ignited it using the candle's flame, and bowed deeply before placing the lit incense in the incense burner. Jin Jiao, mimicking the gesture, bowed respectfully. The stick of incense Qin Luo lit emitted golden smoke, distinct from the others in the burner. The statue above absorbed the golden offerings, its previously dull form now radiating with a newfound luster. Song Xiao spread hay upon the ground and beckoned with a smile. Qin brother, come and sit. Qin Luo settled beside him, while Jin Jiao lay quietly nearby. Song Xiao handed him a piece of beef jerky, exclaiming warmly, this is my mother's homemade beef jerky. Do give it a try. Thank you, Qin Luo replied. The Taoist abstains from consuming beef, yet Qin Luo is unrestrained by such taboos. He takes a piece of dried beef, savoring its savory 5-spice flavor, and smiles in approval, relishing the delightful taste. His master advised that cultivators should minimize their meat intake, Thus Qin Luo generously shares the beef jerky with Jin Jiao, who happily wags its tail as it indulges in the treat. Song Xiao lifts a wine pouch to his lips, taking a hearty swig before offering it to Qin Luo. With winter approaching, the nights grow cold. Here, take a few sips to warm yourself. Qin Luo chuckles and shakes his head, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Song brother, are you this hospitable to everyone? Song Xiao bursts into laughter, replying, my father always said that in the world, one must make many friends. The more friends you have, the more paths will open. Qin Luo finds great wisdom in his words. He retrieves a golden gourd, sipping the dew collected from the mountains, and invites Jin Jiao to open its mouth. The creature excitedly complies, and Qin Luo pours a small amount of dew for it. Is this wine? Song Xiao inquires. No, merely dew collected from the mountains. Dew? I've never tasted that before. Allow me a sip. Thank you. Song Xiao graciously accepts the golden gourd, taking a generous gulp. So this is the taste of dew? Not bad, not good. He speaks candidly before returning the gourd to Qin Luo, who embodies an air of refined amiability that Song Xiao appreciates greatly. Placing the gourd beside him, Qin Luo asks, Song brother, why does your escort agency traverse such remote areas? Song Xiao candidly explains, traveling the official roads means encountering checkpoints set by the authorities, incurring hefty fees. Taking the rugged mountain paths allows for greater profit, though it is fraught with danger. Yet, one must do what is necessary for survival, Qin Luo acknowledges, empathizing with their plight. Our meeting is serendipitous. I offer you this talisman to ward off evil and misfortune. Examining the pristine talisman, Song Xiao feels a twinge of skepticism. Regardless of its efficacy, he accepts it, scrutinizing the intricate designs. Brother Qin, I cannot accept this without compensation. How much do you want? Just 2 more pieces of beef jerky will suffice. Song Xiao laughs heartily, thinking Qin Luo must be famished, and promptly produces 2 sizable pieces of dried beef, which Qin Luo discreetly stashes in his sleeve. Brother Qin, do you intend to keep these as provisions for the road? I wish to bring them back for my junior sister to taste. Your junior sister must be quite lovely. She is but a child. Song Xiao swiftly shifts the topic. Brother Qin, what brings you to Yinbei City? I wish to have a word with the king of Jinbei. Song Xiao erupts in laughter. When you meet the king, be sure to tell him to treat our escort agency with more kindness and not to bully those of us who toil. I will certainly do so, Qin Luo affirms with a serious nod. Feeling drowsy, Song Xiao suddenly places a hand on his forehead, eyeing the wine pouch. Old Wu, your wine has quite the kick. Less head of escort. That is merely your poor tolerance. The wine Old Wu provides is always diluted with water. You get what you pay for. So don't blame me. The burly men erupt into hearty laughter. Song Xiao swayed, ultimately collapsing onto the hay, fast asleep, emanating warmth. Qin Luo sat cross-legged within the Taoist temple, eyes closed in meditation. During the night, the bodyguards of the escort agency took turns keeping watch. The guard on duty, upon seeing Qin Luo seated motionless, couldn't help but feel awe. Was he merely an ordinary Taoist priest or a celestial master from the mountains? Could a celestial being truly coexist with them? I sense he is extraordinary, perhaps possessing some abilities, but not too many. I share the same sentiment. The bodyguards murmured among themselves. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through. The alert guards simultaneously gazed toward the mountain god temple's exterior. While spending the night in the mountains, they often faced wild animal attacks and sometimes encountered unclean entities, making them wary of such an unexpected cold wind. Qin Luo opened his eyes, rising to his feet, with Jin Jiao following him from the mountain god temple. The awake bodyguards exchanged glances, sensing something sinister outside, hesitant to venture out. Young escort leader awakened. They attempted to rouse Song Xiao for guidance, but he slept like a log, utterly unresponsive. The bodyguards could only wait within the temple. By the bridge, Qin Luo beheld an armored ghost, identical to the mountain god worshipped in the temple. Are you the mountain god of Gu Mountain? I am no mountain god. I am General Su Liang of Diyan, the ghost replied, bowing in respect. Qin Luo, having heard of the temple's origins from Song Xiao, felt curiosity arise. Why do you appear here? Su Liang explained, Master, after my death in battle, my spirit could not cross the ghost gate, thus wandering the mortal realm. Tonight, I felt a sudden summons, as if fate brought me here, suggesting a connection to this place. Qin Luo nodded. Esteemed elder, your past kindness to the local people led them to construct this mountain god temple in your honor. If you wish, you may remain here as the mountain god. Should you desire to enter the underworld, I can guide you past the ghost gate. Su Liang pondered, surveying the desolate village, once bustling with life. Master, I wish to stay here and witness its revival. Qin Luo chuckled softly. The temple was erected by the people for you. This is your home. Su Liang, with a serious expression, replied, Thank you, Master. Without your guidance, I may never have returned in this lifetime. It was but a trivial effort. Qin Luo responded as he and Su Liang returned to the mountain god temple. The bodyguards, unable to see the ghost, remained tense. Master, is there an evil presence outside? None, Qin Luo reassured them, resuming his seated position. As the group turned to gaze at the mountain god statue, they noticed its previously dust-covered surface now gleaming with golden light. The mountain god has manifested. The bodyguards excitedly knelt in worship. They felt that the recent proximity of malevolence was warded off by the mountain god's protection, allowing them to remain safe. The following morning, dawn broke. Song Shao awoke from his slumber. Old Wu, where's that young Taoist? He has just departed. Song Shao rose to his feet, feeling exceptionally refreshed from a deep slumber, invigorated and brimming with vitality. A bodyguard recounted the events of the previous night, prompting Song Shao to bow thrice in reverence to the mountain deity. Offering abundant incense and joss paper, expressing his gratitude with utmost respect. Thank you, mountain deity, for your protection. Henceforth, whenever we pass this way, we shall pay our respects to you. After completing his homage to the mountain god, the escort agency set forth once more. Song Shao, leading the way on horseback, soon spotted Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walking by the roadside. Brother Qin, why did you leave without a word? I noticed Brother Song was enjoying a sound sleep. He remarked with a chuckle. Qin Luo and Song Shao exchanged knowing smiles. Just then, Old Wu hurried over, saying, Young escort chief, it appears there is a checkpoint established by the authorities ahead. Song Shao glanced into the distance, where he beheld the flag of the Great Xia, and the smile on his face vanished. Chapter 53 Arrival at Yinbei City. How can there be a checkpoint here? Song Shao furrowed his brow. Half a year ago, there was no checkpoint. What should we do, young escort leader? What else can we do but proceed? Old Wu reminded, Young escort leader, crossing the checkpoint will surely cost a considerable sum. It may prove quite troublesome. Should we take a detour? Absolutely not. Taking a detour would delay our delivery. Our Flying Goose Escort Agency is founded on integrity. I will bear the loss for this journey, so you need not worry. Understood. Old Wu ceased his persuasion. The escort's convoy continued onward. Dismounting, Song Shao led his white horse, exuding calmness as he said, Brother Qin, let us cross the checkpoint together. If you attempt to cross alone, they will undoubtedly create difficulties for you. Thank you. Qin Luo did not refuse. Jin Jiao glanced at the checkpoint ahead, contemplating that if they dared to trouble their leader, it would be akin to courting death. As the escort's convoy approached the checkpoint, they were halted. A corpulent commander approached. Wearing a sinister grin, smuggling is against the law. Soldiers clad in armor surrounded them. Qin Luo and Song Shao stepped forward from behind. Song Shao retrieved a stack of banknotes from his pocket, his face adorned with a smile. Sir, the card is laden with special products from Dechu. Nothing of great value. You have worked hard. The rotund commander did not accept the money, his gaze shifting to the young Taoist behind Song Shao. Remembering the orders from above, he grew tense. Is he with you? Indeed, Song Shao nodded. The stout commander quickly replied, let them pass. Confused, Song Shao did not know how to react, while the commander offered a strained smile. Apologies for the disturbance. Please excuse us. Safe travels. Seeing the abrupt change in the commander's demeanor, Song Shao had no time to ponder and promptly allowed the escort's convoy to pass through the checkpoint. It was only after they had traveled a considerable distance that Song Shao finally exhaled in relief. Holding the reins of his horse, he walked alongside Qin Luo. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Brother Qin, I suspect that the commander recognized you and thought you were a celestial master. That is a possibility, Qin Luo nodded. Then I must express my gratitude. Once we reach Yinbei City, I shall present you with 10 pounds of beef jerky. No, make it 100. Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. No need. My master says that consuming too much meat is detrimental to cultivation. Our martial practice is quite the opposite. As Song Shao walked alongside Qin Luo, he found his breathing rhythm becoming more comfortable. Such a sensation was unprecedented. Brother Qin, what is your dream? Qin Luo had never given it much thought before, but he smiled and said, to bring home a beautiful and virtuous wife. Song Xiao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brother Qin, that certainly doesn't sound like something that would come from your mouth. Is it too mundane? You appear to be free of desires. Qin Luo chuckled. What about you, Song brother? What is your dream? In my youth, I aspired to be a chivalrous hero, roaming the world with a sword, but alas. Life does not permit such dreams, Song Xiao sighed. Qin Luo reminisced about his former senior brother, who once aspired to be a wandering hero wielding a sword. He had departed from Longhu Temple 2 years ago, and Qin Luo wondered about his current circumstances. Song Xiao, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and said, Qin brother, I have traveled far and wide and been to numerous places. What is your senior brother's name? I may have heard of him. Xie Donglu. Qin Luo replied with a smile. Song Xiao's eyes widened. Xie Donglu? I have heard of him. He's also a bodyguard. What a coincidence. Perhaps it is indeed a coincidence. Yet, it should not be. I know that Xie Donglu enjoys boasting, often claiming that a single sword can sever mountains and that even immortals bow before him, asserting himself as the second in swordsmanship, with no one daring to claim the first position. Hearing this, Qin Luo was certain it was his senior brother, as Xie Donglu used to regale his junior disciples with such tales at Longhu Temple, expressing his desire to descend the mountain and uphold justice. Who would have thought he ended up as a bodyguard, likely out of necessity? Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. A cultivator sword by on a sword. Song Xiao gazed after the departing figure and asked, Qin brother, do you envy them? Qin Luo smiled faintly, not at all. It is through solid foundations that one can travel farther. With a glimmer of envy in his eyes, Song Xiao replied, traversing mountains and valleys surely allows one to go further. If I could condense my martial arts into a golden elixir, I too could ride the winds like them. The path is long and fraught with challenges, yet the traveler shall arrive. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely succeed. Qin Luo encouraged. Indeed. Song Xiao nodded earnestly. Qin Luo was the most intriguing person he had encountered on his journey as a bodyguard. At noon, smoke from cooking wafted through the mountains, and a village appeared before them. Song Xiao pointed ahead. Qin brother, that is Baihe village. We are weary and our horses tired. We can rest nearby, and perhaps procure some food from the village. Qin Luo gazed at the towering mountains behind Baihe village and sensed the presence of fierce beasts. Are there any ferocious beasts causing trouble nearby? Song Xiao indicated a temple within the village, explaining, the village venerates the mountain lord, who is said to reside on the mountain behind. There was a time when banditry ran rampant, and a gang of robbers invaded the village. But the mountain lord descended to drive them away. The mountain lord seems commendable, Qin Luo suggested with a smile. Since we are passing by, why not pay a visit to the mountain lord? Absolutely. Song Xiao, who had a habit of visiting temples, agreed. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walked along the small path toward the village, while Song Xiao tied the reins of his horse to a tree. He turned to see Qin Luo heading up the mountain and quickly cautioned, Qin brother, the mountain lord's temple is in the village. You are going the wrong way. I am aware. I wish to visit the true mountain lord. Qin Luo smiled back at him. Song Xiao was quite alarmed. He was unafraid of ordinary tigers. But the mountain lord was a tiger that had attained sentience, not a foe to be trifled with by mere mortals, as even ordinary cultivators found it challenging. Qin brother, do not jest. If the mountain lord is displeased, it could be perilous. Wait for me here. Seeing Qin Luo's determination, Song Xiao had no choice but to follow, not wanting to be labeled a coward. Atop the mountain, they approached a cave. Qin Luo and Song Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave. Jin Jiao observed Song Xiao's trembling legs, a sensation he found somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the tiger spirits he had encountered previously. Qin Luo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Having learned of the mountain lord's guardianship over the common folk, he had made a special visit. Master, I regret to inform you that my legs have been uncooperative of late, hence I am unable to meet you in person. A deep growl resonated from within the cave, the sound sending a shiver down Song Xiao's spine, compounded by the sight of various animal bones outside the cave, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Inside, the mountain lord's immense form trembled, aware of Jin Jiao's formidable presence, and he presumed Qin Luo to be even more terrifying, silently hoping this young Taoist was not there to vanquish demons. The mountain lord must focus on recuperation. I shall offer an incense stick shortly. Hoping you remain true to your purpose and continue to show kindness to the people of this land, Qin Luo articulated, bowing respectfully. Jin Jiao similarly lowered his head. Yet, Song Xiao's only desire was to depart swiftly. "Thank you, master," he uttered. Another growl echoed from the cave, leading Song Xiao to believe the mountain lord was growing impatient. He hastily took hold of Qin Luo, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was drenched in sweat. "Brother Qin, we were fortunate this time. Let us not tempt fate again," he advised, to which Qin Luo nodded with a smile. They proceeded to the mountain lord's temple to pay their respects. After offering their incense, Song Xiao purchased a generous quantity of wild vegetable dumplings from the local villagers and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Brother Qin, since you cannot indulge in meat often, please try these wild vegetable dumplings." He pressed 2 dumplings into Qin Luo's hands before he could decline. "Thank you, Brother Song. You are exceedingly gracious. We are all friends when away from home." As Song Xiao savored the dumplings, Qin Luo took a bite himself, finding the blend of wild vegetables and rice flour delightful. The flavor intensified with each chew. Song Xiao devoured 5 or 6 dumplings, nearly choking in the process. When he coughed, Qin Luo offered him a golden gourd, suggesting, "Take a few sips to soothe your throat." "Thank you, Brother Qin," Song Xiao responded. To be honest, after being accustomed to lavish feasts, these wild vegetable dumplings are quite delectable. After drinking from the gourd, he returned it to Qin Luo, who tucked it away with a nod, contemplating bringing back some dumplings for his junior sister if they passed this way again. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, they resumed their journey. However, after just a few steps, Song Xiao felt drowsy. Qin Luo supported him, laying him horizontally across the horse's back. The other escort members laughed heartily, remarking, "It seems the young captain has had too much to drink." Qin Luo led Song Xiao's white horse, walking leisurely at the rear of the group, taking in the scenery along the way. As they approached Yanbei City, the landscape transformed into an expanse of yellow earth, an endless plain, parched and arid. As dusk fell outside Yanbei City, Song Xiao stirred awake. "Brother Song, are you well?" "I'm fine," he replied, somewhat embarrassed by his prolonged slumber. The city walls of Yanbei were charred black, a testament to the Dragon Clan's wrath that once scorched this place. Typically, access to Yanbei City involved rigorous scrutiny. Yet today the city's commander had allowed them passage without inspection, leading Song Xiao to feel that this escorting journey had been unusually smooth. Upon entering the city, Qin Luo clasped his hands in gratitude towards Song Xiao, expressing his appreciation for the care he had received throughout their journey, and wished that fate would allow them to meet again in the future. Song Xiao, somewhat surprised, inquired whether he truly intended to go to the Northern King's residence. "Indeed," Qin Luo replied, his gaze resolute. In Song Xiao's eyes, Qin Luo appeared to be a young Taoist who had yet to embark on the path of immortality. He cautioned, "Should they drive you out, come to the Fian Escort Agency on Yonglu Street and rest at my home." "No problem." Qin Luo responded with a smile and a nod. They parted ways in the city. Song Xiao returned to the escort agency with the goods, while Qin Luo, accompanied by Jin Jiao, proceeded towards the Northern King's residence. Chapter 54. The North Town Prince's Mansion, Yanbei City. On Yonglu Street, at the Fian Escort Bureau. Song Xiao entered the bureau, his face radiating the joy of returning home, and exclaimed, "Father, I am back." The escort leader, Song Huan, awaited him in the courtyard, wearing a stern expression, his demeanor serious. "Look at your smug face. What is there to be so pleased about? Merely escorting a shipment." In order to hone Song Xiao's skills, Song Huan had not accompanied him on this journey. "Was the journey smooth?" he inquired. "Indeed," replied Song Xiao, his demeanor relaxed. Observing Song Xiao, Song Huan sensed a surge of vitality emanating from him, a hallmark of a martial arts master. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly he struck out with a palm, which Song Xiao instinctively blocked. Standing firm, Song Xiao was taken aback as Song Huan was sent staggering back several steps. Confused, Song Xiao exclaimed, "Father, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me?" Song Huan, a martial arts grandmaster comparable to a foundational cultivator, had not used his full strength, yet even a casual strike was not something an ordinary junior could withstand. However, Song Xiao managed to counter it effortlessly. Just 10 days prior, Song Xiao had only just become a martial artist, and the chasm between him and the martial arts masters was vast. Yet, in such a brief period, he had grown strong enough that even a grandmaster found it difficult to unsettle him. Song Huan quickly asked, "Have you consumed some rare treasures? How did your strength increase so dramatically?" "Not at all." Song Xiao looked at his hands, feeling a surge of power within. "Father, on the journey, I kept eating the beef jerky made by mother and had a few wild vegetable dumplings. I remember a young Taoist gave me a couple of sips of dew. Could that be the reason? A Taoist? Dew? Song Huan sensed that this Taoist was extraordinary. Song Xiao produced a piece of talisman paper from his bosom, saying, "He also gifted me this talisman, claiming it can ward off evil and avert misfortune." Having seen numerous talismans during his escorting days, Song Huan had never encountered one as exquisitely crafted as this. With a grave expression, he urged, "Quickly put it away. This is your fortune." "Where is he now?" He mentioned he was heading to the North Town Prince's mansion. Song Xiao found this amusing. Even cultivators found it challenging to enter the royal mansion. To go to the North Town Prince's mansion is no trivial matter. You are indeed fortunate to have encountered such a master. Song Huan clapped him on the shoulder. Song Xiao felt a bit dazed. He had initially worried about Qin Luo traveling alone and feared he might encounter danger, wanting to assist him, only to realize he had been overly sentimental. The other party was clearly self-sufficient. No wonder the portly captain had looked terrified at the checkpoint. And no wonder Qin Luo dared to visit the mountain lord. He was a celestial master. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Xiao thought, "I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, daring to consider myself a peer of a celestial master." Song Huan chuckled, "Shower. Since you have received this fortune, it proves he acknowledges you. There is no need for fear." "I should have drunk a couple more sips," Song Xiao lamented, feeling greedy. Song Huan playfully tapped his head. As Song Xiao gazed at the large door of the escort bureau, he pondered, "I wonder if we will have the chance to meet again. Such opportunities come but once in a lifetime. They will benefit you immensely." Song Huan remarked with profound significance. The North Town Prince's mansion. In the garden, the Northern King stood beside the pond, pondering the prolonged absence of Qin Luo. The elderly man in red chuckled lightly, remarking, "That young Taoist seems to be sauntering leisurely, as if he were meandering through a marketplace. Is he deliberately toying with me?" The Northern King clenched his hands, perspiration forming, as he had been waiting for a considerable time. It felt as though Qin Luo was playing a game of cat and mouse, intent on eradicating any rebellious thoughts he harbored. Perhaps it was simply his nature. This waiting was excruciating. Xuanwu Street, the longest thoroughfare in Yanbei City. At dusk, the hour for dining, the street grew increasingly desolate, with many shops already shuttered. On the roadside, a young girl performed, seated on a wooden stool, clad in tattered white garments, her hair styled in a bun, her eyes devoid of light, clearly blind. With a smile gracing her face, she played a bamboo flute, the clear, vibrant notes ringing out joyfully, enchanting the ears. Qin Luo closed his eyes, envisioning birds soaring freely in the sky. He was utterly captivated by the music. Despite her physical impairments, the girl radiated optimism. Her voice resonated with determination, refusing to yield to the whims of fate. Few townsfolk lingered in the streets, preoccupied with their return home for dinner. Perhaps a sorrowful melody would resonate more deeply with them. Tap, tap, tap. A boy, his garments patched multiple times, crouched on the ground, attempting to engage with a golden-horned creature, which turned away, uninterested in conversation. When the blind girl concluded her performance, the little boy held out a bowl to the onlookers, respectfully imploring, "Please, a bit of kindness." Many shook their heads and departed, while a few offered a single copper coin before walking away. Soon, the area around the girl became sparse, and the street was nearly empty. When the boy approached Qin Luo, he produced 2 copper coins and placed them in the bowl. Upon leaving the Longhu Temple, his junior sister had gifted him a sizable pouch of coins, yet he had not felt pity for the siblings, deciding instead to bestow his entire remaining wealth upon them. Offering the boy 2 copper coins was not an act of pity. It was a fair valuation of the blind girl's performance. "Thank you, Taoist." The boy bowed repeatedly in gratitude. While others contributed a single coin, Qin Luo's generosity of 2 coins set him apart in the boy's eyes. The blind girl carefully cleaned her flute and wrapped it up, as the streets were nearly deserted and they prepared to return home. Just as Qin Luo took a few steps away, the boy caught up with him, his dark face brightened by pure, innocent eyes. "Taoist, could you take a look at my sister's eyes?" "Certainly, but it cannot be without compensation," Qin Luo replied with a smile. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. "Taoist, how much do you require?" "Little treasure." The blind girl frowned slightly, displeased. "Stop this nonsense. We must return home." The boy sensed that Qin Luo was exceptional. "Sister, this Taoist is very kind. Let him have a look. The blind girl inquired, how much do you want? 2 taels of silver, Qin Luo replied, maintaining his smile. The young boy's eyes widened as he and his sister had been performing in Yanbei City for over a year, saving diligently to accumulate merely 2 taels of silver, which constituted their entire fortune. Qin Luo spoke softly, if you can present me with 2 taels of silver, I shall treat your sister's ailment. Forget it. The blind girl chuckled, having harbored no real hope. As Qin Luo turned away, the young boy grasped his robe, offering a pouch filled with coins. Master, this is 2 taels of silver. Please heal my sister. Upon hearing this, the blind girl, leaning on her bamboo staff, rose in fury. Xiaobao, come here. Do you want me to hit you? Qin Luo accepted the 2 taels of silver and approached the blind girl, only to be struck by her staff. Sister, you've hit the wrong person. I have not. How could you deceive my brother? Qin Luo paid no heed, extending his hand, his fingertips resting between the blind girl's brows. The once agitated blind girl instantly calmed, feeling a warm energy flow into her forehead. And then the world before her began to illuminate. She blinked and suddenly perceived vague silhouettes, which gradually became clearer until she could finally discern Qin Luo's face. With a clatter, her bamboo staff fell to the ground. Thank you, master. I was blind to your kindness. The blind girl knelt, tears of joy streaming down her face, her clear eyes brimming with gratitude. Witnessing his sister's eyes regain their light, the young boy too was overcome with emotion, kneeling before Qin Luo and bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Master, thank you. Qin Luo gently helped them to their feet, a warm smile adorning his face. There is no need for thanks. You offered payment, and I rendered treatment. It is only natural. Had they not been willing to part with the 2 taels, he would not have extended his help. The girl looked at her frail, dark-skinned brother and realized that her decision had granted her the chance to behold light once more, though they were now devoid of funds. Money could always be earned again. Qin Luo handed the pouch of coins back to the young boy. The boy stared wide-eyed, somewhat astonished. Master, do you not want the money? This is your reward. I am interested in a bamboo flute. Please craft one for me. A bamboo flute does not require this much money, and you must teach me to play it. No problem. The girl bowed respectfully. Master, I am La Jiao, and this is my brother El Xiaobao. Qin Luo responded with a smile. At Longhu Temple, I am Qin Luo. I shall come to find you tomorrow. Very well. La Jiao nodded earnestly. The brother and sister watched as Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walked away. As the sun set and the moon rose, under the starry night, Qin Luo arrived before the Wang residence in the northern town. Chapter 55 Confrontation at the Wang residence. Nightfall. The Wang residence in the north. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Qin Luo gazed at the towering courtyard walls, the cold stone emanating an aura of chill, concealing lethal formations, even more formidable than the protective array of Xianji Mountain, revealing its profound heritage. At Longhu Temple, Qin Luo had come to pay a visit to the Wang of the North. Standing outside the Wang residence, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his resonant voice echoing throughout the estate, despite its vastness surpassing that of Baiyun Town. Deep within the residence, ripples stirred in the garden's pool as the Wang of the North trembled, feeling suffocated, as if an ancient divine mountain bore down upon him. Military strategist. Please meet him on my behalf. Understood. The void twisted. An elderly man clad in red appeared outside the Wang residence, smiling as he clasped his hands. I am Wang Chongming, the military strategist beside the Wang of the North. I have the honor of meeting you, Taoist Qin. Qin Luo returned the gesture, detecting a unique fragrance emanating from Wang Chongming, a blend of scholarly aroma, sandalwood, incense, and the mundane sense of bustling streets. The elder possessed a wealth of experience. Taoist Qin, please. Wang Chongming gestured for him to enter. With a smile, Qin Luo stepped into the Wang residence, with Jin Jiao trailing behind. The interior was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet. Long stretches of the path revealed no guards patrolling nor maids in sight. An unsettling stillness prevailed. Elder, was it always this desolate? No. It was known that Taoist Qin was coming. The Wang of the North, fearing unforeseen events, sent them home to rest. Taoist Qin, please take a seat. Wang Chongming led Qin Luo to a pavilion. Observing the empty courtyard, Qin Luo inquired softly, why is the Wang of the North not here? Wang Chongming shook his head with a sigh. His Highness has yet to emerge from the sorrow of losing his heir. Allow me to converse with Taoist Qin. as I can represent the Wang of the North. Elder, after traveling from Longhu Temple to the Wang residence, and still not meeting the Wang of the North, do you think this is acceptable? Qin Luo gazed at him with a smile. Wang Chongming appeared helpless, pointing in the distance. Taoist Qin. The Wang of the North is in the garden. Head north and pass through 3 gates to find him. Qin Luo shook his head, somewhat disappointed. It seems that despite granting the Wang of the North ample time, he is yet to comprehend, still believing we at Longhu Temple can be easily deceived. Taoist Qin. Do not misunderstand. The Wang of the North fears you, thus refraining from meeting. I hope that is the case. Having traversed such a great distance from Longhu Temple to the Wang residence, a few more steps would not matter. Qin Luo, accompanied by Jin Jiao, proceeded toward the garden, with Wang Chongming cheerfully following behind. Upon reaching the first gate, they encountered an ancient brown wooden door inscribed with the golden character for Qi. An invisible barrier existed here, preventing cultivators from approaching. Elder, are you attempting to test me? This should not confine Taoist Qin. As Qin Luo reached out to touch the wooden door, he discovered it was absorbing the energy from within him. In Wang Zhongming's eyes, astonishment was evident. Typically, any ordinary cultivator approaching this door would find their spiritual energy dissipate. Yet Qin Luo seemed entirely unaffected. With his eyes closed, Qin Luo perceived the energy within him gradually vanishing. Unperturbed, he observed the transformation of this energy, realizing that it was not disappearing into nothingness, but merely diminishing in quantity. He swiftly grasped the pattern of this change. Ah, so it is. The Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3. 3 begets all things. To reverse this process and convert all energy into the essence of the Tao is a remarkable technique. As Qin Luo opened his eyes, countless golden specks of light appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, these lights coalesced around him, resembling golden flames engulfing his form. Truly impressive. The admiration in Wang Zhongming's gaze was palpable. Such talent surpassed his understanding. As the golden radiance surrounding Qin Luo receded and the character for Qi on the door vanished, the barrier followed suit. With a respectful demeanor, Qin Luo expressed his admiration for mastering the transformation of Qi, realizing that even a grain of dust could unleash tremendous energy. I have learned much from your teachings. Esteemed elder, Taoist Qin's comprehension is extraordinary. I have gained valuable insights. Wang Zhongming held Qin Luo in high regard as they continued their journey. The second door bore the inscription Ren. Qin Luo reached out to touch the grand entrance, and a clear voice resonated in his ears, transporting his consciousness to a classroom. What a vivid illusion. Recognizing it as a mirage, he knew he could exit at any moment, yet he was curious to see what lay within. An elegant elder stood in the classroom, a warm smile gracing his face. Why do you study? He inquired. Because everyone studies, came the reply. I aspire to restore order to the world when I grow up. My mother says that studying is the path to success. The elder then turned his gaze towards Qin Luo. And you? As Qin Luo surveyed his surroundings, he realized the elder was addressing him. Without much thought, he smiled and responded, to discern good from evil. What a noble pursuit. The elegant elder nodded at Qin Luo, and as soon as the words left his lips, Qin Luo felt a warmth in his chest, sensing an energy coalescing within him, an inexhaustible force. Wang Zhongming's expression was one of shock. He could understand Qin Luo mastering Qi, given his background from the Longhu Temple, but he was astounded by how swiftly Qin Luo had harnessed the righteous Qi. This power felt familiar to Qin Luo. It was the very essence employed by Song Qingjing to subdue the flood dragon. With immense gratitude, Qin Luo bowed slightly to Wang Zhongming. Esteemed elder, are you bestowing upon me fortune? No, Wang Zhongming replied, slightly embarrassed. He had merely intended to assess Qin Luo's capabilities. He had not anticipated that the righteous Qi would coalesce before the door of Ren, testing one's character. Such talent. No wonder he attained enlightenment in merely 3 years. With such aptitude and humility, Wang Zhongming increasingly admired Qin Luo, unwilling to regard him as an adversary. Yet, Qin Luo found himself puzzled. Given your capabilities, why would you choose to remain in the Wang residence as a military advisor? Wang Zhongming shook his head with a wry smile. Though I have dabbled in the teachings of the 3 doctrines and the 100 schools, my skills are lacking. I am grateful to the king of the northern frontier for allowing me to earn my keep here. Qin Luo was aware of his own humility and refrained from probing further. The third door bore the inscription Fate. Wang Chongming gazed at the crimson wooden door. a smile dancing in his eyes. Taoist Qin, if you are destined to connect with this door, it shall transport you to any place your heart desires. Is that so? Qin Luo yearned for home. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Before him stood a millennia-old tree, the very spot where he had been struck by lightning 3 years prior. As he prepared to step forward, he recalled unfinished promises and realized he could not depart. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and the scene before him vanished. The so-called fate was nothing but an ephemeral mirage. Qin Luo's hand lingered on the door, for the vision beyond was merely a figment of his imagination. The character for fate faded away, and the final barrier could not impede him. Wang Chongming looked on with admiration. The triple door he had meticulously constructed over a lifetime had been unraveled by Qin Luo in such a brief moment. Rather than feeling disheartened, he experienced a joy akin to finding a kindred spirit. Qin Luo pushed open the last door, accompanied by the golden horn. He entered an expansive garden filled with rare and exotic flora. The golden horn's eyes sparkled, yet it dared not touch anything without Qin Luo's permission. Approaching a pond, the golden horn hesitated, retreating behind Qin Luo, sensing danger lurking within the waters. The Northern Guardian stood opposite the pond, observing the young Taoist before him. He appeared cultured and affable, yet possessed the capacity to easily annihilate Xianji Mountain. He could only force a smile. Taoist Qin, you have traveled a great distance. Forgive my lack of hospitality. Qin Luo regarded the Northern Guardian with a calm demeanor. I did not journey this far merely to hear such pleasantries. You must know why I am here. The Northern Guardian was indeed aware. He wished for the Northern Guardian's estate to bow to the Longhu Temple. However, the Northern Guardian had no intention of conceding. I can cooperate with the Longhu Temple, and we could both benefit. Qin Luo's gaze sharpened, laced with derision. You covet the dragon vein of Heishan. Even if the Longhu Temple consents, will that esteemed figure in the capital agree? The Northern Guardian's eyes grew wild. If the Longhu Temple were to ally with me, once I ascend the throne, they would enjoy the privileges of state-sponsored education. What say you? Not interested. Qin Luo advanced with an imposing aura. Northern Guardian, if you dare to covet the throne, I shudder to think what other deeds you might commit. Sensing the murderous intent, Wang Chongming swiftly positioned himself before the Northern Guardian. From the previously tranquil pond, a colossal black dragon surged into the air, emitting a piercing roar. Witnessing the escalating tension, the Golden Horn retreated to a safe distance. Chapter 56. The Northern King bows down in the city of Yanbei. The night was drenched in a torrential downpour. The oppressive black clouds loomed over the city, while thunder reverberated incessantly. Such heavy rain had not graced the land in decades. The enormous black dragon, embodying terrifying ferocity, bore a multitude of grotesque scars upon its formidable body. Within its vertical pupils, the silhouette of a young Taoist priest was reflected as it rumbled, I am Ao Jiang, the Dragon King of the Black River. I beseech you to grant me some consideration. Qin Luo, draped in flowing robes, remained untouched by the tempestuous weather. The golden-horned creature, displaying remarkable awareness, sought refuge beneath the eaves. The Northern King stood behind Wang Chongming, gasping for breath despite the protection of 2 top-tier warriors. This was a crisis he had never before encountered. As Qin Luo gazed upon the colossal black dragon, he sensed the potent bloodline of the dragon race coursing through its veins. This was a true dragon, far superior to the diminutive silver dragon of Mirror Lake. Since you are the Dragon King of the Black River, why not stir up storms in your own domain instead of guarding my residence? Zhu Gui has shown kindness to me. If you wish to harm him, you must first step over my corpse, the black dragon warned, its vertical gaze filled with vigilance. At last, Qin Luo comprehended the Northern King's presence here. This place was fortified by the triple barriers set by Wang Chongming and was under the protection of the Black River Dragon King, rendering it exceedingly secure. He sought to negotiate terms. Taoist Qin, let us prioritize harmony, Wang Chongming urged, not wishing to oppose Qin Luo. Qin's eyes glimmered with sharpness, as if he could penetrate the very thoughts of the Northern King. I have journeyed this far, granting you ample time for reflection, not to negotiate terms. The Northern King, his countenance darkened, was a martial arts master, akin to a great furnace, evaporating the rainwater that dared approach him. Taoist Qin, my failures as a mentor are evident. I am willing to extend my apologies to the Longhu Temple. Qin Luo slightly shook his head, his gaze penetrating, perceiving the Northern King's unyielding spirit. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Your true error lies in your lack of reverence." Wang Chongming, attempting to mediate, remarked, "Since the Northern King has already apologized, let us transform our animosity into friendship and restore harmony between our two families." Though the Northern King verbally admitted fault, he showed no inclination to bow down. Qin Luai stepped forward once more, and at that moment, the tempest intensified. "Since reason proves ineffective, let us resort to strength." The Black River Dragon King Ao Zhang's eyes widened in fury. "Do not be arrogant. Do not presume that I fear you." The sound of dragon roars erupted. The black dragon unleashed a bolt of lightning from its maw, which struck Qin Luai. He stood bathed in the lightning's brilliance, suffering no harm, and quipped, "Usually, I am the one striking others with lightning. Who would have thought it would strike me? How fortuitous to test the dragon's subduing technique." With swift movements, Qin Luai formed incantations with his hands, radiating resplendent golden light from his being, as a golden figure emerged. "Is this a law avatar?" Wang Chongming's expression turned grave. Only transcendents undergoing tribulations could manifest such beings were the pinnacle of martial power within the mortal realm, a rarity even in the vast Dasha dynasty. However, transcendents faced suppression by the heavenly laws in the secular world, making it arduous to unleash their full might, unless they ascended to the celestial realm. Behind Qin Luo stood a towering golden figure, mirroring his own form, with cascading golden hair reminiscent of a divine monarch. The Black River Dragon King, Ao Jiang, sensed impending peril and soared into the sky, its size expanding as it summoned winds and rain. Dark clouds crackled with lightning as it sought to unleash the powerful tribulation thunder against Qin Luo. The black dragon measured a foot in length, while the golden manifestation reached an astonishing 10 zhang, swiftly breaking through the stormy clouds. The Northern King trembled in shock, and even Wang Chongming was left in a state of utter disbelief. Typically, the manifestations of ordinary tribulation in mortals measure around 100 zhang. Yet Qin Luo's manifestation instantly surpassed 1,000 zhang and continued to swell, as if striving to uphold the very heavens and earth. The black dragon plunged into the clouds, intent on wielding the formidable tribulation thunder. At the edge of the pool, Qin Luo pressed his palms together, and the towering golden figure mirrored his gesture. The black dragon, now resembling a mere fly, was struck down. A thunderous boom resonated, scattering the dark clouds. The Black River Dragon King was grievously wounded in a single strike. Its bones fractured and broken, plummeting from the heights to crash into the garden's pool, sending up a tremendous splash. Even though the Black River Dragon King, Ao Jiang, was not at the peak of its powers, it still possessed considerable strength, yet it could not withstand even a single round against Qin Luo. At its pinnacle, it would have seemed no more formidable than a mere worm before that towering manifestation. The Northern King was left aghast, witnessing a crucial trump card vanish before his eyes. The Black River Dragon King floated on the water's surface, the pool stained crimson, as the storm began to subside. Qin Luo stepped upon the massive form of the Black Dragon, advancing deliberately through the pool. The Northern King felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The once amiable young Taoist now resembling a demon. He placed his final hope in Wang Chongming, whispering, "Strategist." Wang Chongming, discerning the situation, stepped aside. Thud. With Wang Chongming absent, the Northern King fell to his knees. Qin Luo took note that at the moment the Northern King knelt, a faint golden light dissipated from him. Bowing before Qin Luo, the Northern King abandoned his pride, declaring, "Qin Daozhong, the Northern King's residents shall no longer oppose the Longhu Temple, nor any forces associated with it. Should there be any transgression, I shall invoke divine retribution, and my body shall be shattered. I have offered you a chance." Qin Luo gazed intently at the Northern King, who had recently sought an alliance with the Longhu Temple. The Northern King was engulfed in despair, having intended to negotiate terms, only to find himself in this predicament. Wang Chongming approached, respectfully bowing, "Qin Daozhong, please grant the Northern King another opportunity. He has learned the meaning of reverence through this lesson." The Northern King's forehead pressed against the cold stone slab, his spirit trembling as he uttered, "Qin Daozhong, I am willing to follow the Longhu Temple henceforth." Qin Luo remained silent, observing the Northern King, who knelt in a pool of sweat, enduring mental torment far more agonizing than death itself. The Northern King was tormented, realizing that had he another chance, he would never provoke the Longhu Temple. For the young Taoist before him was a figure capable of contending with the national master of the Great Xia. Eventually, the rain ceased. The luminous moonlight cascaded over the garden. Qin Luo turned to Wang Chongming, his senior, and stated, "For your sake, I shall grant him another opportunity." Upon arriving at the Wang residence in the northern town, Qin Luo gleaned much from the three doors. When he attained a profound understanding of fortune, rather than expressing anger, Wang Chongming appeared quite pleased. He found Wang Chongming to be rather commendable. "Thank you, Taoist Qin," Wang Chongming said, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist Qin, for your magnanimity." The Northern King suddenly bowed down, shattering the floor beneath him, and exclaimed, "Taoist Qin, whatever you desire, as long as it resides within the Wang estate, it shall be yours." Recalling what Song Shao had mentioned, Qin Luo softly replied, "I have heard that the northern tariffs are quite burdensome. I would appreciate it if the Northern King could alleviate the taxes and treat the common folk kindly." "Certainly," the Northern King nodded vigorously. Having spoken, Qin Luo turned and departed from the garden. Jin Jiao gazed at the languishing black dragon in the pond, as well as the disheveled Northern King, before following Qin Luo out of the Wang residence. In the garden, the pond returned to tranquility, while the Northern King collapsed onto the ground. Feeling utterly drained despite having done nothing, it was more exhausting than battling on the battlefield. "If only I had heeded your advice sooner," he lamented. Wang Chongming urged him to submit promptly, yet the Northern King clung to his sense of hope, believing that Qin Luo had come for negotiations. Wang Chongming smiled and remarked, "Your Highness, yielding to the Longhu Temple is not without its merits. Consider the Great Chu to the north and the Yu Kingdom to the west. They thrive while being affiliated with the immortal sects atop the mountains. Should the Northern Wang estate ally with the Longhu Temple, your Highness might yet achieve great success. Your words hold wisdom." The Northern King immediately regained his composure. With Jin Jiao in tow, Qin Luo departed from the Wang residence. Tomorrow, he intended to seek out El Ajiao for a bamboo flute. Not wishing to trouble Song Shao, he opted for a modest inn in Yanbei City to rest for the night. Chapter 57: Departure from Yanbei City. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao exited the inn. After the torrential rain, Yanbei City appeared pristine, its streets washed clean, and the faces of the townsfolk radiated joy as they discussed the recent announcement posted by the government. Amidst ongoing conflicts in the north and the burden of high taxes, many had previously struggled to put food on the table. With the recent tax reductions, the citizens could not contain their smiles. Observing the happiness of the people, Qin Luo felt a sense of elation as well. At the Flying Goose Escort Agency, Song Shao practiced his boxing in the courtyard, each punch resonating with a thunderous sound as it stirred up gusts of wind. Song Huan entered the yard with a smile, delivering good news. The tariffs had been lowered, allowing us to transport goods via the official roads henceforth. Upon hearing this, Song Shao thought of Qin Luo and was filled with both surprise and delight. "Father, this must be the result of Qin's efforts." He relayed his conversation with Qin Luo to Song Huan. After listening, Song Huan patted Song Zhao's shoulder and said, "Shower, you have contributed as well." "Ha ha." Song Shao felt a bit bashful. On Xuanwu Street, L.A. Jiao awaited Qin Luo by the roadside. Many passers-by recognized her, noting the newfound brightness in her eyes. "A Jiao, is your vision restored?" El Xiaobao eagerly replied, "My sister's eyes were healed by the Taoist priest. It cost 2 taels of silver." As they conversed, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao approached the street, prompting El Xiaobao to excitedly point at him. "This is the Taoist priest. He is truly remarkable." L.A. Jiao beamed with joy as she presented a freshly crafted bamboo flute to Qin Luo. "Taoist, do you find this bamboo flute satisfactory? If not, I shall make you another." Qin Luo accepted the yellow flute, admiring its lightness and beauty, noting that it felt smooth to the touch. It seemed to be the same bamboo staff L.A. Jiao had used the previous day. "I like it very much," he replied, observing her weariness, likely a result of her late-night labor on the flute. A middle-aged man, limping as he approached, wore a facade of insincere cheer. "Taoist, could you assist me in healing my leg? I was bitten by a snake, and it has not healed." Qin Luo regarded the man, dressed in lavish garments, and chuckled lightly. 500 taels, and I can attend to your ailment." The man frowned upon hearing this. "Taoist, that is extortionate. You charged only 2 taels for her eyes, yet for my leg, you demand 500? Are you attempting to rob me? A growing crowd gathered around them. Qin Luo responded with a light-hearted tone. Do you truly wish to be healed? Are you capable of being cured? I can only promise to do my utmost. The middle-aged man, without further contemplation, limped away with his cane, scoffing. 500 taels for a leg? I might as well hire several maidservants to attend to me. Laughter erupted among the surrounding citizens. Upon hearing the exorbitant price for treatment, the crowd quickly dispersed. La Jiao, puzzled, inquired, Taoist, why do you charge us 2 taels, yet demand 500 from him? Because he possesses 500 taels, Qin Luo replied candidly. I understand now. La Jiao is quite astute. She comprehends Qin Luo's intentions. No wonder he asked for no more than 2 taels of silver yesterday. Peck, peck, peck. El Xiaobao squats on the ground, amusing himself with Jin Jiao. His little hands lift and lower, yearning to touch Jin Jiao's golden antlers, but fearful of being bitten, so he continues to peck, hoping to attract its attention. Jin Jiao regards him with a look of disdain. La Jiao chuckles softly and says, Taoist, the street is rather noisy, making it inconvenient for lessons. If you don't mind, you may accompany me home. I will teach you to play the bamboo flute there. Very well, Qin Luo replies, toying with the bamboo flute. Mastering it would certainly add to his repertoire of skills. In Chickentail Alley, the inhabitants are all of modest means. The siblings reside in the furthest recesses of an old house, adjacent to a tranquil bamboo grove. The courtyard is graced by 2 loquat trees. One stands tall and lush, while the other is frail and withered. The courtyard feels desolate, adorned only with the siblings' garments. Qin Luo refrains from inquiring about matters unrelated to the bamboo flute. El Xiaobao dashes ahead, emerging from the house with a bowl of water, spilling some along the way. Taoist, please have some water. La Jiao bites her lip, somewhat embarrassed. Taoist, we have no tea, only well water. No matter, Qin Luo responds, lifting the bowl and drinking it all in one go. The well water is cool with a subtle sweetness. It is quite refreshing. Hee. El Xiaobao beams, his dark face illuminated by his bright white teeth. Observing his innocent smile, Qin Luo thinks of his junior sister and hands the bowl back to El Xiaobao. Thank you. You're welcome. El Xiaobao replies, taking the bowl away. Taoist, please have a seat. La Jiao brings forth a bamboo chair for Qin Luo. Thank you. Qin Luo is very polite. La Jiao sits across from him and takes out the bamboo flute. Taoist, hold the flute like this. Is it like this? Yes, the flute should be held horizontally. La Jiao continues to instruct Qin Luo on the fundamental finger techniques. Qin Luo learns with great diligence, while Jin Jiao lies quietly beside him. El Xiaobao, not idle, leaves the courtyard and returns half an hour later, carrying 2 large bamboo rats, his face beaming with joy, not wanting to interrupt his sister teaching Qin Luo the flute. He quietly enters the kitchen, where the sound of chopping vegetables can be heard. Peck, peck, peck. El Xiaobao emerges from the kitchen holding a bowl filled with the bamboo rat's entrails. Jin Jiao casts him a disapproving glance, as a spirit beast. It is hardly worthy of such fare. An hour later, Qin Luo masters the art of playing the bamboo flute. Thank you, Miss L. Taoist, you learn remarkably fast. Miss L is far more meticulous than my master, Qin Luo smiles. Until we meet again by chance. El Xiaobao, washing bamboo shoots by the well, hears that Qin Luo is leaving and rushes over, his small face brimming with enthusiasm. Taoist, please stay for dinner before you go. It will be ready soon. Indeed, Taoist. Do stay for dinner, chimes in La Jiao. La Jiao endeavored to persuade him to stay. Qin Luo felt embarrassed to decline, so he said, Then I shall not disturb you. I won't be a bother. La Jiao replied with a radiant smile, shaking her head. I will go prepare the meal. You, dear sister, keep an eye on Taoist master, and ensure he does not escape. El Xiaobao returned to the kitchen, clutching some bamboo shoots. La Jiao, feeling a bit ashamed, remarked, I apologize for the embarrassment, master. I am not adept at cooking. My brother prepares all our meals. Miss L possesses the talent to earn and support the family. Qin Luo admired the bond shared between the siblings. Before long, El Xiaobao finished cooking, calling out cheerfully, Master, come in for dinner. Upon entering the room, Qin Luo was greeted by a spread of 3 dishes and a soup. Bamboo shoots stewed with bamboo rat, sliced bamboo shoots stir-fried with bamboo rat, braised bamboo rat, and cold bamboo shoots. Qin Luo did not hesitate. He picked up some bamboo rat meat. The taste was satisfactory, though it paled in comparison to the meals prepared by Zu's mother. Nonetheless, for a child to prepare such a variety of dishes was no small feat. Why do you all stare at me? I feel too shy to move my chopsticks. Please eat. He chuckled casually. El Ajiao and her brother felt at ease. Qin Luo served El Xiaobao some meat, saying, "You must eat well, grow strong, and take good care of your sister in the future." Yes, I understand, master. El Xiaobao enthusiastically devoured the meal. With a crunch, he tossed the bamboo rat's bones to Jinjiao. Jinjiao shot him a disdainful glance, yet still consumed the bones from the ground. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Luo prepared to leave. He produced 2 talismans from his possession, smiling as he said, "This meal should not go unreciprocated. Here are peace talismans for you." El Ajiao and El Xiaobao accepted the talismans, understanding their preciousness, and bowed repeatedly in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." "Farewell, Jinjiao," Qin Luo called, and the creature, still gnawing on a bone beneath the table, promptly scampered out to follow him. The siblings wished to see him off, trailing behind as he exited the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo and Jinjiao vanished from sight. Where did the master go? El Xiaobao pondered, scratching his head. El Ajiao clutched the peace talisman tightly, silently expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master. Wishing you longevity." Outside Yinbei City, Qin Luo and Jinjiao stood at a crossroads. One path led to the official road, while the other was the ancient path they had traversed earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo resolved to take the official road, eager to witness a greater variety of scenery. After walking a few miles, he noticed Wang Chongming in a pavilion by the roadside, smiling and waving at him. Qin Luo approached the pavilion, asking, "Senior, what brings you here to wait for me?" Wang Chongming gestured for him to sit and converse. Qin Luo gladly accepted the invitation. Wang Chongming then cautioned, "The Heavenly Monitoring Division has dispatched powerful individuals to the north. I have heard they are disciples of the National Master." "Thank you for the warning," Qin Luo replied, intrigued. "Senior, you are quite formidable. Why do you follow the King of the North? Do you believe he has the potential to become an emperor?" Wang Chongming shook his head with a wry smile. He may have had the opportunity to achieve great things in the past, but that chance has now slipped away. "Why is that?" Qin Luo inquired, somewhat puzzled. Wang Zhongming spoke softly. "He is of the Xia royal lineage, endowed with the fortune of royalty. Should anything befall the individual in the royal capital, he stands a substantial chance of taking their place. However, the Taoist has frightened away the fortune that surrounds him. Even if misfortune were to strike the one in the royal capital, he would have no opportunity." Qin Luo comprehended whom he referred to and pondered why the elder believed that the royal figure might encounter trouble. Wang Zhongming's gaze sharpened, and he replied solemnly, "It is because that individual harbors immense ambition. He does not merely wish to be an emperor. He aspires to become the sovereign of humanity, to unify the central plains, and to reign over the 3 realms. Such audacity is commendable." Qin Luo felt a surge of admiration upon hearing this. Wang Zhongming shook his head, stating that the cost of such ambition would require him to contend against all the dynasties of the central plains. The immortal sects upon the mountains, the celestial beings above, the remnants of the divine race, and unpredictable variables such as the Taoist. "That is indeed impressive," Qin Luo acknowledged. "Yes, but he is destined to fail," Wang Zhongming sighed softly. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Qin Luo's eyes. He hoped to meet this individual one day. Wang Zhongming chuckled and remarked, "Qin Taoist, he is not the king of the north, and he is well aware that the Longhu Temple is in the midst of bestowing divine ordination. He will certainly seek to extinguish your sect." Qin Luo, intrigued, wondered why he opposed the divine ordination. Within the borders of Xia, there are no divine beings, allowing him to monopolize the nation's fortune. While the trivial fortune of ordinary minor deities may not concern him, the influence of the deities from the Longhu Temple likely poses a threat. Otherwise, the Bureau of Celestial Observation would not dispatch formidable figures to the north. "I understand," Qin Luo nodded. Rising to his feet, Wang Zhongming said, "Qin Taoist, a great contention will soon arise. We shall meet again. May we cross paths again by fate," Qin Luo replied, cupping his hands in respect. Chapter 58. Golden Sand River. Wang Chongming made his way towards Yinbei City. A chill wind greeted him, and snowflakes began to dance from the heavens. As he reached out to touch the delicate crystals, he murmured, "This year's snow has arrived later than usual. How bittersweet it is to meet too late." He turned to gaze in the direction where Qin Luo had departed, lingering until the snow blanketed his shoulders before he finally allowed himself to leave. In Yinbei City, at Cocktail Alley, Lu Xiaobao held 2 copper coins in his hands. Sister, do you smell this? These coins are so fragrant. Lu Ajiao's eyes sparkled with delight. These must be the coins given by the Taoist master. We should cherish them. Hum. Lu Xiaobao nodded vigorously. The siblings each tucked away 1 coin. At the Fian Escort Agency, Song Xiao placed 100 pounds of beef jerky into a crate. Uncle Chun, when you head to Jinyang City, could you please deliver this crate of jerky to the Longhu Temple? No problem, came the reply. On the official road, many horse-drawn carriages passed by. Qin Luo walked alongside Jin Jiao by the roadside. The townsfolk often glanced at the young Taoist, some even greeting him, with a bamboo flute in hand. Qin Luo admired the picturesque scenery. A lean, dark donkey pulled a wooden cart, and a rugged middle-aged man sat atop it. Spotting Qin Luo by the roadside, he laughed heartily. Taoist, where are you headed? To Jinyang City, Qin Luo replied with a smile. The man looked surprised. Jinyang City? That's quite a distance. It will take many days to reach. I'm heading to Longshan Town to pick up goods. I could give you a lift along the way. No need. Qin Luo shook his head. The middle-aged man, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted, I won't charge you anything. It's on my way. Qin Luo glanced at the crooked-mouthed donkey and replied, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to walk. With a shake of his head, the man drove his donkey cart away, muttering to himself, this Taoist truly doesn't know what's good for him. Qin Luo paid him no mind, recognizing the man's good intentions. Stop! The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The donkey cart, unresponsive, charged into the wilderness. Not far ahead, a fierce beast appeared in the middle of the road, causing the surrounding townsfolk to scatter. The beast towered over ordinary horses, each of its 4 feet ablaze. It pulled a golden carriage, galloping like the wind. Seated atop the carriage were 2 female cultivators, who were enjoying the scenery along the way. Qin Luo recognized one of them. The woman with the high ponytail was Tang Yao from the Sky Monitoring Bureau. She had nearly fallen victim to an evil cultivator, but it was Qin Luo who had saved her. Beside Tang Yao sat a young girl clad in a pale purple gown, her flowing sleeves swaying in the breeze, and her cascading lavender hair danced in the wind. Noticing Qin Luo by the roadside, the girl with the purple dress turned her amethyst eyes towards him, gazing deeply. Qin Luo returned her gaze, captivated by her porcelain-like skin, starry eyes, and delicate features. Are you smitten? A voice, soft as a whisper, echoed in his ears, belonging to the purple-haired celestial maiden. Qin Luo smiled faintly and replied with his mind, Senior, can you still eavesdrop on my thoughts? It seems you have been moved. The violet-haired fairy's eyes sparkled with amusement. Qin Luo did not conceal his feelings and responded with a smile, believing her beauty to be captivating. A desire for beauty is a sentiment shared by all. I sense a trace of the senior within her. You have a discerning eye, Qin Luo remarked, uncertain whether it constituted a compliment. A peculiar beast pulled the violet gold carriage swiftly past. The donkey cart had become mired in the wasteland, and some onlookers were merely spectators while others jumped down to assist. Observing this, Qin Luo lent a hand, and soon the cart was back on its way. Thank you all for your help, a burly middle-aged man said with a fist salute. It was nothing, just a small effort, came the reply. On the carriage, the girl in the purple dress raised an eyebrow. Yao Yao, which Taoist temple does that young priest belong to? It should be from the Bailu temple. Tang Yao replied respectfully. The girl in the purple dress narrowed her beautiful eyes and murmured softly, Bailu temple. I did not expect such an unfathomable practitioner to emerge from there. We must visit Bailu temple when we have the chance. Certainly, Tang Yao lied intentionally, fearing it might bring trouble to Qin Luo. As evening descended, Qin Luo arrived at Longshan Town. The sky had darkened, and the streets were rather desolate. The aroma of sweet roasted chestnuts wafted through the air. Taoist, would you like to buy some? An elderly hunchbacked woman inquired, looking up at Qin Luo. How much? He asked. 1 per 2 liang. I will take them all. There were not many chestnuts in the pot. Qin Luo purchased them all so the old woman could return home early. Besides, his little junior sister had a penchant for sweets, making it a perfect gift for her. The old woman weighed the chestnuts and smiled, saying, See, it's 1 jin and 2 liang, but we'll call it 1 jin. A weight is a weight, Qin Luo stated as he handed her 12 copper coins. The old woman beamed with joy as she placed the chestnuts in a paper bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Taoist, take care on your way. You should return home early as well. Walking down the road, Qin Luo took out a chestnut, which had a split down the middle and was coated in sugar. After peeling it open and tasting it, he thought it was delightful. His junior sister would surely enjoy it. Jin Jiao, here, have a couple. Thank you, big brother. Qin Luo tossed 2 chestnuts, which Jin Jiao caught midair, crunching through the shells with glee and wagging its tail, proclaiming them to be tastier than those found in the mountains. At night, beneath the luminous moonlight, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao strolled along the official road. A horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, and upon seeing Qin Luo, the young driver sighed in relief. Taoist, I thought you were a ghost wandering out here at such an hour. My apologies for the disturbance. Qin Luo replied awkwardly with a clasped fist. Giddy up. The driver urged the horses onward. Qin Luo could not help but chuckle at the thought of a distinguished cultivator being mistaken for a ghost. It was a tale few would believe. Shortly thereafter, Qin Luo caught sight of a flickering light in the distance. The flickering flames emanated from the Earth Deity Temple, a modest shrine nestled within the mountains. Before the temple, an oil lamp flickered alongside several incense sticks, as the Earth Deity was situated near the official road, attracting many passers-by, some of whom held a firm belief in the land god. Qin Luo approached the temple, igniting an incense stick and placing it into the censer. After completing his offering, he departed with the golden horn in hand. Before long, the land deity, clad in a white robe, appeared outside the temple, radiating a golden glow. He promptly bowed in the direction where Qin Luo had left, grateful for the offerings bestowed upon him. The following day, at noon, Qin Luo arrived at the Golden Sands River. The river was wide, with swift currents. He noted the bridge monument by the riverbank, which inscribed the date of the Golden Sands Bridge's construction, yet the bridge itself was nowhere to be seen. Many villagers had no choice but to take a long detour. A few were waiting for a ferry by the river, and Qin Luo inquired of an elderly bald man nearby. Elder, what has become of the bridge here? The bald elder shook his head with a sigh. It is said that the river god disfavored the Golden Sands Bridge and swept it away in a great flood. Qin Luo extended his consciousness outward but found no trace of the river god. Only a few lowly spirits stirred within the waters, unable to conjure any significant waves. Elder, he remarked, there is no river god here. Thus, it is evident that the bridge was not taken by divine intervention. The surrounding villagers took notice of Qin Luo, and a plump woman in a floral garment approached, whispering, Taoist, I have heard that the Wang family sent someone to dismantle it. Their family controls the ferry business. There must be something amiss. Be cautious with your words. The Wang family may cause you trouble, another warned. Qin Luo chuckled, regardless of who dismantled it. I shall assist you in rebuilding a bridge. The plump woman covered her mouth with a laugh. Taoist, by the time you construct the bridge, who knows how many years will have passed? Ha ha. The crowd joined in laughter. Undeterred, Qin Luo gazed upon the Golden Sands River, slowly raising his hand. The ground trembled, and earth and stone began to churn. The villagers gasped in astonishment as a colossal stone bridge emerged in a matter of moments. An immortal master. It is indeed an immortal master. The villagers knelt before Qin Luo. Once the sturdy stone bridge was completed, Qin Luo reached into the riverbed and caught a yellow loach. The loach, wide-eyed, pleaded, Immortal master, spare my life. I have done nothing wrong. The loach had approached, curious about the commotion, only to find itself caught by Qin Luo. Qin Luo regarded the loach in his grasp. Do you wish to become the river god of the Golden Sands River? Yes, yes, yes. The loach bobbed its head vigorously. Such a fortuitous opportunity. It was well aware of the benefits of becoming a river god, and the Golden Sands River was no ordinary stream. It was vast, and being its deity would present opportunities akin to leaping through the Dragon Gate. What is your name? I am called Jin Long. The golden horn shot a glance at it. You bear the same surname as me? Qin Luo chuckled softly, astonished that a mere loach would presume to claim such a grand title. With a serious expression, he declared, Jin Long, by the name of the Tao ancestor, I officially appoint you as the river god of the Golden Sands River. You must protect the villagers on both banks and safeguard this Golden Sands Bridge. Should you deviate from this duty, may the heavens strike you down. Jin Long acknowledges the decree. The originally yellow mud loach, now adorned with golden speckles, was gently returned to the Golden Sand River by Qin Luo. The surrounding townsfolk continued to bow in reverence. Qin Luo gazed down at the people beneath the bridge, contemplating how this river would henceforth be guarded by the river deity, the Golden Dragon. They could offer their tributes, and in return, it would protect the Golden Sand Bridge. "Thank you, immortal master," the villagers exclaimed, bowing deeply to Qin Luo. He, accompanied by the golden-horned creature, traversed the Golden Sand Bridge. Shortly thereafter, the townsfolk followed suit across the river, their faces beaming with joy. From that moment on, they would no longer be burdened by exorbitant ferry fees. A robust man approached the Golden Sand River, propelling a boat. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the earthen and stone-constructed Golden Sand Bridge, wondering if he were dreaming. "Damn it! Who is responsible for this?" he bellowed, brandishing a bamboo pole as he struck the bridge with force. The pole splintered, yet the bridge remained unmoved. The Golden Dragon lurking beneath the river sensed the disturbance, its eyes widening in fury. How dare he disrupt my reign so soon? With a powerful thrust, the dragon rammed into the wooden boat, creating a gaping hole, and it swiftly sank. The robust man cried for help from the river, while the villagers atop the bridge erupted into laughter, relishing in his misfortune. Chapter 59. Returning to Longhu Temple as twilight descended upon the foot of Luoxia Peak. Ziyue found herself by the river, engaging in the delightful pastime of fishing. Ever since Qin Luo departed from Longhu Temple, she had not partaken in porridge. Her rigorous training rendered her insensible to hunger. Whenever she craved meat, she would venture to the market at the mountain's base to acquire meat buns. Each evening, Ziyue would visit the river to fish for a while. A little otter emerged from the water, clutching a small fish. "Oh, how adorable you are! You truly excel at this," Ziyue exclaimed, filling her bamboo container with the catch. The otter chuckled, covering its mouth, its large, charming eyes sparkling with mischief. It was the very same otter Qin Luo had encountered previously. This little creature, also in search of Qin Luo, had come to the vicinity of Longhu Temple, where Ziyue had discovered it a few days prior. Gazing at the abundance of small fish in her container, Ziyue smiled sweetly. "Thank you, my little darling," she cooed. The otter shook its head in delight. "I'll come to play with you again tomorrow." Ziyue waved goodbye, and the otter reciprocated the gesture with its tiny paw. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ziyue ascended the mountain, buoyed by a gentle whirlwind, akin to a celestial being traversing the winds. Upon reaching Longhu Temple, she emptied the contents of her bamboo container. "Little Tuanzi, you must eat well. When my senior brother returns and sees you plump, he will surely commend me." "Cheep cheep." Little Tuanzi nodded vigorously, devouring the fish one by one. Recently, it had been indulging in culinary delights from the golden eagle and the bear, along with Ziyue's fishing, causing it to grow increasingly rotund, its feathers beginning to blush with a rosy hue. Since her senior brother's departure, the temple had been bustling with activity, leaving Ziyue only the evenings to pursue her fishing. Upon returning to the courtyard, she spotted Jinyan meditating beneath the peach tree, surrounded by a radiant golden aura. Noticing her junior brother's earnest dedication, Ziyue felt a surge of motivation and promptly began to draw talismans on the ground. As the sun set and the moon rose, Ziyue lost track of time, her surroundings becoming a tapestry of intricate runes. Zhang Fulong entered the courtyard, and upon observing the myriad of symbols scattered across the ground, his deep-set eyes widened in astonishment. "A formation? Ziyue, who taught you this?" "Master, I was merely playing around," Ziyue replied with a bright smile, casually arranging the runes she had learned without overthinking it. Zhang Fulong discerned her innate talent for creating formations, recognizing that their power far surpassed that of simple talismans. "Ziyue, would you like to learn the most formidable killing formation in existence?" "The most formidable? A killing formation?" Ziyue tilted her head, gazing quizzically at Zhang Fulong. "You rarely have time for me, and now you wish to teach me the strongest killing formation? Are you jesting? Do you wish to learn?" "Absolutely." Ziyue nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Fulong moved behind the peach tree, excavating the soil to unearth a black stone at the roots. Ziyue blinked, pondering whether there might be other treasures hidden within the courtyard. Zhang Fulong handed the black stone to Ziyue. "This stone bears the imprint of the most powerful killing formation. If you are destined to understand it, you will master it. If not, it is merely a worthless rock." Ziyue cradled the black stone in her hands. She perceived the black stone as rather ordinary. After Zhang Fulong departed, Ziyue studied the pitch-black stone for an extended period, yet remained perplexed. Had it been her senior brother, he would surely have unraveled its mysteries. In the dead of night, Qin Luo sipped dew and gazed towards the distant, towering mountains. The peak loomed high, piercing the clouds. Shaped like a coiling dragon, Jin Jiao, feeling an unsettling aura, sensed the presence of an ancient, ferocious beast from afar. Golden light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes as he beheld the golden dragon bones. This mountain was crafted from the remains of a dragon, a magnificent structure left by an unknown powerful figure. This dragon was mightier than the black dragon of the northern king's manor, and even after many years of demise, it still exuded a terrifying ferocity. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Luo noticed flickering lights, perceiving the existence of formidable cultivators. Jin Jiao, let us venture forth, he commanded. Understood, boss, Jin Jiao replied, having grown bolder since following Qin Luo and witnessing numerous grand spectacles. At the base of the coiling dragon mountain, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao arrived at a stone dwelling. An elderly man with a head of white hair sat in the courtyard. He slowly opened his eyes and hoarsely inquired, "Young Taoist, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Qin Luo cupped his hands in salute, explaining that he happened to pass by and found the mountain intriguing, hence his visit. The elder rose, his gaze sharpening. "It seems you have an interest in this dragon? Do you know of this dragon, senior?" Qin Luo sensed the elder was no ordinary individual. With a soft sigh, the elder replied, "It is the guardian deity of the Yin kingdom, safeguarding its fortune. However, it was slain by the emperor of the Great Xia and turned into a monument to intimidate the north." Qin Luo was taken aback. This was indeed a true dragon deity, immensely powerful and unlike the river or stream dragons, endowed with the fortune of an entire nation, yet ultimately fell to the emperor of Great Xia. The might of the emperor was indeed formidable. "Are you guarding its remains, senior?" "It protected the Yin kingdom for millennia and died in battle for its sake. I intend to spend the remainder of my life in its companionship. Forgive my intrusion." Qin Luo apologized once more, cupping his hands. He departed with Jin Jiao, recognizing the significance this place held for the elder. After leaving, Qin Luo pondered the emperor of Great Xia, yearning for the opportunity to meet this earthly titan. He retrieved a chestnut, noting its less than ideal flavor, realizing he must hasten home before it spoiled. "Jin Jiao, come here," he beckoned. "Right away, boss." Qin Luo cradled Jin Jiao in his arms and employed a spatial technique. Vanishing in an instant, Jin Jiao widened his eyes in astonishment. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy gently advised, "Qin Luo, go visit Misty Mountain." Of course, Qin Luo thought of Meng Yuan, curious if he had devised his next strategic move. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo arrived at Misty Mountain. Still finding Meng Yuan seated in the pavilion, fully engrossed in the chessboard, oblivious to Qin Luo's presence, as if he had not noticed his departure at all. "I have overestimated him." The violet-haired fairy shook her head. Qin Luo chuckled lightly, remarking that he would not be bored in the future. Although Meng Yuan was the mountain deity of Misty Hidden Mountain, he was surrounded by no common folk, no incense offerings, and was utterly solitary. Thus, having this game of chess to pass the time was quite agreeable. Qin Luo chose not to awaken Meng Yuan and departed Misty Hidden Mountain with Jin Jiao in his arms. Outside Yong'an City, as Qin Luo passed by the city god temple, he sensed a powerful surge emanating from within. He entered the temple, accompanied by Jin Jiao. An elderly man clad in golden robes stood inside, his visage strikingly resembling that of the city god statue above. Upon seeing Qin Luo, he was visibly agitated and bowed deeply, stating, "Yong'an's city god, Lu Xian, pays respects to the immortal master." With a gentle smile, Qin Luo clasped his hands together and replied, "From Longhu Temple, Qin Luo, I am honored to meet you, esteemed elder." Lu Xian, aware that it was Qin Luo who had aided him, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the incense, immortal master. It has allowed me to recover." Qin Luo humbly remarked, "It was but a trivial effort. I have recently discovered that many land temples have fallen into disrepair, resulting in an increase in the number of earthly spirits. I hope, esteemed city god, that you can take action to remedy this situation." Lu Xian appeared awkward, offering a wry smile. "I am currently like a rat in the street, struggling to survive. My foundation has been shattered, making it exceedingly difficult to reactivate the city god temple." Qin Luo furrowed his brow, intrigued. "Is there truly no powerful entity in the underworld to assist you, esteemed elder? With an embarrassed chuckle, Lu Xian replied, even the king of hell wished to assist me, but ended up receiving 2 slaps instead. He advised me to fend for myself. Qin Luo was somewhat astonished. Were there truly such ruthless individuals in the mortal realm? With a solemn expression, he declared, esteemed elder, Longhu Temple can aid you in restoring the city god temple. Lu Xian gazed at Qin Luo, realizing that a mere stick of incense had rejuvenated him from a state of near dissolution. He must surely carry immense fortune. Immortal Master, I have a request. Please, esteemed elder, speak. I wish to relocate the city god temple closer to Longhu Temple. Certainly, Qin Luo replied with a smile. You can accompany me to select a site right away. Agreed. Lu Xian laughed heartily. They journeyed to Baiyin Town, where Lu Xian pointed at the dilapidated land temple outside the town, his eyes lighting up. Immortal Master, this place is splendid. It is still a land temple, and below lies the ghostly gate leading to the underworld. Esteemed elder, this location is quite near Longhu Temple. You may reach out to me whenever you need assistance. With your protection, Immortal Master, I fear nothing. Lu Xian was particularly concerned about the Celestial Monitoring Agency and the Great Xia dynasty, as reconstructing the city god temple was but a minor affair. I shall summon my former subordinates. Very well. After watching Lu Xian depart, Qin Luo returned to Longhu Temple with Jin Jiao. The dawn was just breaking. Jin Yin was always the earliest to rise, diligently balancing work and cultivation, swinging a wooden staff in the courtyard. Good morning, little junior brother. Qin Luo appeared at Longhu Temple. Big brother, Jin Yin exclaimed with excitement. When his elder brother was absent, he always felt something was amiss, and his cultivation suffered as a result. Hearing the commotion outside, Ziwe turned over in bed, donned her loose robe, and with unkempt hair, leaped into Qin Luo's embrace, her cherubic face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, Senior brother. Qin Luo gently ruffled Ziwe's hair, patted Jin Yin's shoulder, and smiled. I have brought you delightful treats. You are the best, senior brother, Ziwe replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Qin Luo then produced wild vegetable dumplings, a bag of candied chestnuts, and 2 pieces of beef jerky. He discreetly handed the jerky to Ziwe and Jin Yin, whispering, This is beef jerky. Enjoy it quietly, and do not let master see. Zhang Fulong repeatedly emphasized that meat, especially beef, should be avoided during cultivation. I know he, Ziwe replied with a sweet grin. Jin Yin, simple and earnest, nodded in agreement. Chapter 60. The river god in peril. Jin Jiao. Come here, Qin Luo called softly. Jin Jiao appeared in the backyard, having just familiarized itself with the surroundings of the Taoist temple. Its future duty would be to guard the Longhu Temple. During the time Jin Jiao spent with Qin Luo, its fur shimmered with a faint golden glow. Its golden coat and the horn atop its head gave it the appearance of a large yellow cat, complemented by 5 fluffy tails. How adorable! Ziwe crouched down to stroke Jin Jiao's head, her eyes sparkling with joy as she adored furry creatures. Qin Luo gestured to Ziwe and said, This is my junior sister, Ziwe, and my junior brother, Jin Yin. My master is probably still resting, but you will meet him soon. Jin Jiao nodded obediently. Qin Luo continued, Jin Jiao is quite remarkable. It will become the guardian beast of Longhu Temple. Can you catch mice? Ziwe blinked playfully. Without hesitation, Jin Jiao nodded. Though mice offered little meat, and Jin Jiao usually ignored them, it understood that to secure a stable position, it must endure some hardships. With a smile, Qin Luo urged, Hurry and enjoy the candied chestnuts. They won't taste as good if left too long. All right. Ziwe stood up to fetch the candied chestnuts. After indulging, her face lit up with delight. So sweet and fragrant. I love them. Me too. Jin Yin chimed in as he savored the treat. Qin Luo pointed to the wild vegetable dumplings and chuckled. These dumplings are quite good. You two can share them. Ziwe raised an eyebrow and sweetly replied, Junior brother, you have them. I used to eat wild vegetable dumplings regularly. This delicacy was quite common for her. Let us save them for master. Jin Yin smiled amiably. Then you should eat more chestnuts, Ziwe encouraged. Of course, senior sister. Jin Yin replied with a grin. Qin Luo smiled, appreciating their filial piety. He hadn't even thought to bring food for their master, who often lamented about needing to lose weight. Eldest brother, I'm here. A bright voice echoed through the mountains, and then a little round creature appeared in the backyard, noticeably plumper than before. It landed on Qin Luo's shoulder, chest puffed out, as if declaring its supremacy over heaven and earth. Ziyue peeled a chestnut and fed it to the little creature, beaming, "Brother, I help you feed it every day. It's almost a little chubby now." Ha ha. Ziyue and Jinyan laughed heartily. "Don't laugh." The little creature's face turned red. Jinyan quickly silenced himself, while Ziyue continued to giggle. Understanding Ziyue's status, the little creature refrained from retaliating and turned its gaze toward Jinjiao. "You're new here. This entire Xian mountain range is my territory. Stick with me, and you'll feast 9 times a day." Jinjiao blinked its large eyes. Qin Luo reached out and playfully tapped its head. "Ouch, that hurts." The little creature shielded its head with its wings, revealing a tuft of red fluff. Qin Luo grasped the tuft and brought the creature closer, his expression serious. "You've been getting a bit too carried away lately. It seems 3 days without discipline has led to some mischief." "Boss, I'm not floating. I'm so plump I can barely take off." The little round one quickly capitulated. "As long as you understand," Qin Luo replied, releasing the tuft of hair in his hand. The little one scampered into Ziyue's embrace, for the little junior sister was the gentlest of all. What a commotion! Zhang Fulong entered the backyard. Upon seeing him, the little one flapped its wings and fled. Zhang Fulong, spotting Qin Luo, trembled with excitement, rushing forward and enveloping Qin Luo in a fervent embrace. "My dear disciple, you have finally returned." "Master, I have caused you worry," Qin Luo said, witnessing for the first time such joy radiating from his mentor. Ziyue lifted a wild vegetable dumpling, exclaiming, "Master, this is a treat from my senior brother." Zhang Fulong released Qin Luo and accepted the dumpling, touched. "My dear disciple, you are so thoughtful. Those senior brothers of yours have not returned since they left." Recalling an incident, Qin Luo added, "Master, during my recent trip to the north, I encountered senior brother Lin Xian. He is now married with children, and his child can already speak. Lin Xian, I have a deep impression of him. I taught him the art of medicine, and he learned it only to run off." Zhang Fulong lamented, his brow furrowing at the memory. Having studied the true essence of Tao for decades without mastering any celestial arts, Zhang Fulong had nonetheless gleaned valuable knowledge from talismans, medicine, and geomancy, using it to ward off evil, heal the sick, and read fortunes, thus ensuring the longevity of Longhu Temple. Previously, he had taught any disciples who came to Longhu Temple a spell from the true essence of Tao, leaving their ability to learn to their own aptitude. It seemed they all followed the same path as Lin Xian. Zhang Fulong entrusted the study of medicine to Lin Xian, his strongest field, with high hopes. Yet, once Lin Xian learned it, he took off with a bucket in hand, leading Zhang Fulong to be cautious about sharing his knowledge. "Master, have you gained weight again? Did you not say you would lose some?" "Ah, my dear disciple, I think of you daily. When I'm feeling low, I can't help but indulge. Look at my memory." Qin Luo felt a surge of emotion. When he left, everyone at Longhu Temple had missed him. "Master, now that I have returned, you must control your appetite." Zhang Fulong was about to descend the mountain for some porridge, tucking the wild vegetable dumpling away. "Your return has lightened my burden. I've been so busy lately that I scarcely find time to rest. I shall retreat once more." With the dumpling in hand, he departed. Qin Luo took out a golden gourd, gathering the morning dew from the peach tree, tasting it with a smile as he noted, "Indeed, the dew from Longhu Temple is the sweetest. You all should enjoy the morning dew as well." "Sounds delightful." Qin Luo poured 2 cups of morning dew. Jinyan and Ziyue drank eagerly, their reactions unlike Song Zhao's. They did not feel drowsy, but a faint aura of twilight surrounded them. Qin Luo opened the temple doors. The rising sun cast warm light into the temple. "Jinjiao, you shall guard the temple from here on. This figure at the door is the guardian of Longhu Temple. It seems we have found a companion for Wuxuanshan." "Understood, boss." The golden horn stood tall and proud, its posture impeccable. Observing its serious demeanor, Qin Luo could not help but chuckle. "Golden horn, you need not be so earnest. You may sit, lie, or recline as you wish, as long as you refrain from biting." "Boss, I could stand like this all day," replied Golden Horn with utmost seriousness. Qin Luo chose not to respond further, pondering how long it could sustain such a stance. As the sun rose, the market at the foot of the mountain buzzed with life. The local folk from the nearby hills flocked here to trade, and a wide stone path leading to the Longhu Temple, though winding, accommodated horse-drawn carts, attracting wealthier townsfolk who came to offer incense and seek blessings. Those who visited the temple would pause to admire Golden Horn, the bolder among them would reach out. But when Golden Horn bared its fangs, they dared not approach any closer. The temple became lively, with Qin Luo and his companions each tending to their roles. Ziyue handled the sale of portraits and incense, while Jin Yin welcomed the patrons seeking blessings. Qin Luo sat in the main hall, interpreting dreams, drawing talismans, and prescribing remedies. And during his spare time, he delved into the profound texts of Taoism. Although he had read them countless times, each perusal brought forth new insights. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day came to a close. In the evening, as the sky blazed with crimson hues, the temple regained its tranquility. In the back courtyard, Qin Luo stood on the Taoist platform, while Ziyue and Jin Yin sat before him, eager to hear his tales. Ziyue's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Senior brother, you must have many stories to share after being away for so long." Qin Luo smiled and nodded, recounting encounters with old friends, wise hermits, formidable foes, and new companions, as well as his newfound skill in playing the bamboo flute. "I wish to hear a story," exclaimed Ziyue, with Jin Yin echoing her enthusiasm. Their eyes brimmed with eagerness for knowledge. Qin Luo, observing their thirst for stories, chuckled softly. "Then let us begin with Yongfeng Town." As dusk settled over the Golden Sands River, the golden dragon transformed from a humble loach into the river god, greeted by a multitude of river spirits, all celebrating its ascension while playfully trailing behind. The golden dragon surveyed its newly recruited shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their spirits high. "Brothers, follow me diligently. When I have accumulated enough merit to transform into a true dragon, I shall establish the water palace, and you shall all be honored as heroes." Just as the golden dragon waxed lyrical, an exotic beast arrived, drawing a purple-gold carriage to the banks of the Golden Sands River. The girl in the purple dress gazed in awe at the magnificent golden bridge that had inexplicably appeared before her. There was no bridge when we arrived. How could such a stone structure materialize out of thin air? Tang Yao was equally baffled by this development. Noticing the newly constructed temple beside the bridge, the girl sensed something amiss and pointed. Suddenly, the Golden Sands River erupted in a towering spray, and the golden dragon soared into the air, ensnared by a mysterious violet light. "It's over. The river god is doomed." The newly gathered shrimp soldiers and river spirits scattered in a frenzy. Tears streamed down the golden dragon's face as it lamented, "Fairy, spare me. I have only been a river god for a day. I do not wish to meet an untimely end." Chapter 61. White Deer Temple, Golden Sands River. The golden dragon was dragged to the shore. The young girl in the purple dress gazed at the mud loach spirit before her, her lavender eyes narrowing slightly. "Who bestowed upon you the title of deity, and who conferred upon you a divine essence?" Golden scales appeared on the loach spirit, along with slender golden whiskers, resembling a golden dragon fish. It was the Tao ancestor. The golden dragon dared not conceal the truth. "The Tao ancestor?" The girl in purple clearly did not believe him, her tone growing frosty. "Do not speak nonsense. Who is it truly?" I will tell you. I will tell you. It was a young Taoist. I do not know his name, but he conferred upon me the title of River God of the Golden Sands River in the name of the Tao ancestor." The golden dragon, fearing for its life, divulged all it could. "A young Taoist?" The girl in purple recalled the young Taoist, her delicate brows furrowing, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. Could it be him? Tang Yao was certain it was Qin Luo. She had heard of the deification at Longhu Temple while in Jinyang City, but she hadn't anticipated Qin Luo traveling such a distance to confer divinity. Did he have no regard for the Bureau of Celestial Affairs? "My lady, this mere river god poses no threat. Please spare him." Tang Yao pleaded for the golden dragon, not wishing to provoke Longhu Temple. It was not out of fear of them, but because Qin Luo had once saved her, and she did not desire enmity with him. Look at how feeble it is now. When it absorbs incense offerings in the future, it will become a great nuisance. The girl in purple replied coldly, "Fairy, spare my life. Do you think I wish to be a river god? I do not. Isn't it more delightful to lie in the mud and sleep every day? Being a river god is exhausting. Can I not refuse the title?" The golden dragon began to pitifully lament. Tang Yao respectfully stated, "My lady, this bridge was built for the benefit of the people. That young Taoist surely acted with good intentions. Why must you trouble this humble river god?" "Indeed," the golden dragon lamented, "the immortal master instructed me to protect the people on both banks." Tears streamed down the golden dragon's face in grievance. The girl in purple gently said, I will not kill you, but I will erase your divine essence imprint. Thank you, fairy. The golden dragon was overjoyed. Having served as a river god was not a loss. It could now enjoy a lifetime beside the Golden Sands River. The girl in purple concentrated purple light upon her delicate fingers, directing the luminescence to the golden dragon's brow, attempting to dissolve its divine essence imprint. However, the purple light dissipated. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed. Ominous clouds gathered over the Golden Sands River, and lightning flashed in the sky. Tang Yao felt a shiver run down her spine. My lady, it seems this river god harbors significant karmic ties. The girl in purple focused on the lightning amidst the dark clouds, sensing a terrifying power. Ultimately, she released the golden dragon, which immediately dove into the Golden Sands River, burrowing deep into the mud. The ominous clouds above soon dispersed. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yao and the girl in purple exchanged glances. Something is amiss. After the Tao ancestor's death, the deities of this world lost their protection. How could this mere river god receive shelter? Could it be that the Tao ancestor has returned to life? The girl in purple furrowed her brow, faintly sensing a grand scheme at play. Is he a Taoist of the White Deer Temple? That should be the case. Come, let us proceed to the White Deer Temple. The young girl in the purple dress returned to the carriage, and Tang Yao cast a glance at the Jinsha River before boarding. The mythical beast soared into the sky, pulling the purple gold carriage towards the White Deer Temple. Sensing the departure of the girl, the golden dragon emerged from the water, muttering under its breath, Damn it. If you have the courage, don't run away. Oh, great ancestor, I, little golden dragon, swear allegiance to you henceforth, and I shall fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. Please ensure my safety. The dragon bowed thrice towards the heavens. Turning back to the desolate riverbank, it noticed only an old turtle remaining, and its eyes welled with tears. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Old turtle, follow me, and you shall have a prosperous future. Many thanks to the river god. The old turtle felt embarrassed. It was aged and slow, thus it remained at the riverbed to watch the spectacle. Little did it expect that the river god would truly have the protection of the ancestor. At the peak of falling sunset, at the Longhu Temple, the golden-horned creature stood outside like a statue, with every rustle of the wind and movement of grass falling under its keen gaze. In the rear courtyard of the temple, Qin Luo was narrating stories to his junior sister and junior brother. Ziyue and Jin Yan listened with rapt attention. Even the little dumpling was drooling in fascination. When Qin Luo finished his tale, he realized it was already night. You should rest early. Ziyue playfully winked. Brother, I wish to hear you play the bamboo flute. Just a piece before I sleep. Jin Yan nodded in agreement. Very well. Qin Luo took out the bamboo flute and began to play. The lively notes echoed through the Longhu Temple, and Ziyue felt an urge to ride the winds, while Jin Yan sensed the primal power within him igniting. Chirp! The little dumpling spread its wings and flapped into the air, yearning to break through the sky. Observing their growing excitement, Qin Luo put away the flute, reminding them that it was getting late and they should rest. Hom. Ziyue prepared to wash up, retrieving a black stone. Brother, this was given to me by our master. Qin Luo took the stone and examined it. Under the moonlight, intricate patterns appeared on its surface. These designs were even older and more complex than any runes he had encountered before. Shaking his head, he murmured, the Tao should not be so convoluted. He returned the black stone to Ziyue, saying, Little sister, this is a gift from our master. Take good care of it. Brother, master said there is the most powerful killing formation within it. I can't comprehend it. You will surely be able to learn it. Ziyue wished to pass the opportunity to her brother. Qin Luo ruffled her hair and advised, if you cannot understand it, observe it more. This is your opportunity. You must seize it well. Hom. Ziyue took the black stone back to her room. Jin Yan sought out Qin Luo, humbly asking, Brother, what should I do if there is no Tao in my heart? Earlier, Qin Luo had spoken of discussing the Tao with Song Qingjing. With a smile, he replied, The Tao exists even in filth. Brother, what does that mean? Jin Yan scratched his head in confusion. Qin Luo chuckled softly. The Tao is omnipresent. It does not cease to exist due to impurity. Jin Yan pondered this thoughtfully as he walked towards his room, murmuring, No wonder master often visits the restroom. Qin Luo returned to his chamber to rest. In the dead of night, Lu Xian arrived at the Longhu Temple accompanied by a middle-aged scholar, an ethereal figure. Standing outside the temple, Lucien clasped his hands in salute. I am Lucien, the city god, here to greet the venerable gate guardian. Wu Xiantian emerged from within, his towering presence radiating authority without the need for anger, as even the golden horns bowed before him. He belonged to the ancient divine lineage, his essence as a young god predating these decreed gods. Are you here to seek Master Qin? Wu Xiantian inquired. Indeed. I shall convey your message, he replied. Wu Xiantian then turned and entered the temple. The middle-aged scholar beside Lucien spoke up. My lord city god, he appears to be of the divine race. It is of little consequence. He currently serves as the gate guardian of Longhu Temple, which venerates the Tao ancestor. We are, in essence, kin. Lucien replied with a smile. The scholar chuckled lightly. It is quite astonishing that, after the fierce conflicts between the divine race and the heavenly court, we find ourselves collaborating now. In the beginning, the divine race ruled the three realms until the Tao ancestor overthrew them to establish the heavenly court, thus igniting a feud between their factions. Subsequently, the divine race retreated to the mortal realm, allying with various forces to wage war against the heavenly court, culminating in a protracted celestial conflict. Ultimately, both the divine race and the heavenly court suffered heavy losses, allowing cultivators to ascend and occupy the celestial realm. Wu Xiantian knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, Qin Luo stepped outside. Master Qin, city god Lu seeks your audience. I understand. Qin Luo responded as he approached the temple. Lucien greeted him with a smile and a respectful clasp of his hands. Immortal master. Qin Luo returned the gesture. Might I inquire about the name of this esteemed elder? The middle-aged scholar reciprocated the salute. I am the judge, Cui Yan. What brings you both here? Qin Luo asked. Lucien shook his head with a sigh, revealing a hint of exasperation. Currently, the city god temple comprises only myself and Cui Yan. The other gods have mostly perished. We are short-handed and seek your assistance, immortal master. There must be many talents in the netherworld, Qin Luo posited, sensing an abundance of capable individuals. That is indeed true, but I lack the authority to decree gods, Lucien replied. What of the king of hell? Qin Luo inquired. The king of hell has long since fled, Lucien lamented. Puzzled, Qin Luo questioned, why has the king of hell absconded? Lucien sighed deeply, alas. It pertains to the cycle of reincarnation. The king of hell quietly aided a supreme deity of the divine race in their reincarnation. My escape from the city god temple was also due to this matter. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau seeks to seize my book of life and death, and to prevent them from obtaining it, I had no choice but to destroy the tome. Who is this supreme deity? Qin Luo asked. I do not know, Lucien admitted. And what of your destruction of the book of life and death? I feared that if the Celestial Monitoring Bureau acquired it, it would lead to complications. Why does the great Xia dynasty fear the reincarnation of the divine race? Qin Luo inquired. Upon reincarnation, individuals of the divine race cultivate at a pace surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, and a supreme deity's reincarnation could very well threaten the dominion of the great Xia dynasty. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Luo offered, if you possess suitable candidates, I can assist in bestowing divinity upon them. However, it would be prudent for the city god temple to refrain from engaging in tumultuous affairs henceforth. I comprehend. Lucien and Cui Yan expressed their gratitude with a clasp of their hands. As Lucien departed, Qin Luo reminisced about the mountain deity and the land deity of the Ziyun mountain range. Some of them idled away their days, and he pondered whether he could assist them in finding a more fulfilling occupation. The Bailu Temple, perched atop the majestic summit, was graced by otherworldly beings that tread upon clouds of fire, hovering above the temple. A young girl clad in a flowing purple dress stood suspended in midair, surveying the Bailu Temple, oblivious to the formidable cultivators nearby. Her eyes narrowed slightly, for they paled in comparison to that young Taoist. Tang Yao smiled and suggested, Why not, my lord? Return to the royal capital first, while I investigate that young Taoist. Since we are here, let us inquire at the Bailu Temple. Chapter 62. The shadow of flowers at the White Deer Temple. A maiden donned in a purple gown stood gracefully in midair. The Astronomical Bureau, Flower Shadow, has come to pay a visit. Her melodious voice resonated like the gentle chime of wind bells. An elder clad in a yellow robe appeared before the main hall. Bowing with utmost reverence, the White Deer Temple welcomes the fairy, Songjing. The purple gown of Flower Shadow danced elegantly in the breeze as she walked upon the air. vanishing into the temple in the blink of an eye. Tang Yao arrived shortly thereafter, riding her sword. With his head bowed in respect, Song Jing inquired, "Fairy, may I ask the reason for your late-night visit to the White Deer Temple?" Flower Shadow remained silent, stepping into the main hall where two altars, dedicated to heaven and earth, were present. Yet, the revered Tao ancestor was notably absent. Such temples were common in the Great Xia realm. Cautious not to enshrine the Tao ancestor for fear of attracting trouble. If they dared not honor the Tao ancestor, how could they aspire to deification? Flower Shadow doubted the courage of the cultivators at the White Deer Temple to pursue such divine ambitions. She turned to Song Jing. "Have any young disciples departed from the White Deer Temple recently?" Tang Yao felt a sense of urgency rising within her, fearing that their secret might soon be unveiled. After pondering for a moment, Song Jing replied solemnly, "To the fairy's inquiry, no young disciples have left the temple recently." "Are you certain?" she pressed. "Absolutely," he affirmed. "Are there any other temples in the vicinity?" "There should be no other temples nearby." Upon hearing Song Jing's response, Tang Yao's anxious heart finally found solace. Flower Shadow then turned to leave the White Deer Temple. As she departed, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Yao Yao, continue your investigation of the young Taoists in the north. I shall return to the capital. Inform me immediately if you discover anything." "Understood." Tang Yao mounted her sword and left. The mythical beast pulled the purple and gold carriage away. Inside the carriage, Flower Shadow contemplated the presence of the chess sage, Meng Yuan, nearby. She decided to alter her course and head towards Misty Hidden Mountain. The mythical beast guided the carriage towards the mountain. In Baiyun Town, Lu strolled leisurely about, discovering that the Zhao family was the wealthiest among them. He appeared in Zhao Fugue's dreams. "Fear not, for I am Lu, the city god. With a matter for you, good Sir Zhao." Lu's smile was warm and inviting. Upon realizing it was the city god, Zhao Fugue trembled in fear. "What command does the city god have?" Lu clasped his hands together, a smile gracing his face. "I wish to trouble you with the construction of a city god temple at the land deity shrine outside Baiyun Town. You may serve as the temple's custodian. And after your passing, I shall arrange a position for you in the underworld." "Of course. Thank you, city god." Zhao Fugue nodded without hesitation. The role of custodian promised wealth, and the prospect of remaining in the city god temple to watch over future generations was an opportunity he could not let slip by. Lu departed with a grin. The following morning, snowflakes danced in the air around the Zhao family courtyard. Zhao Fugue was elated. "Qing, good news. Last night, the city god visited me in a dream." "Father, what do you mean?" Zhao Qing asked, perplexed, as she held a hooded cloak, preparing to head to Luoxia Peak. "Last night, the city god instructed me to build a city god temple at the land deity shrine outside Baiyun Town and appointed me as the custodian, promising that I could serve there after my death." Zhao Fugue beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. Zhao Qing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and said, "Father, your establishment of a city god temple near Baiyun Town will undoubtedly affect the incense offerings at Longhu Temple. It would be prudent to consult the celestial master there." "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this matter?" Zhao Fugue's expression shifted to one of anxiety. He had made a promise to the city god, and to renege now would likely shorten his lifespan. Offending Longhu Temple and provoking the celestial master would bring its own set of troubles. "Father, do not fret. First, let us consult with Master Zhang at Longhu Temple and seek his opinion." "Qing, you speak wisely." At the foot of the falling sunset peak, outside Longhu Temple, Qin Luo stood gazing at the vast expanse of cloud sea and snow-capped mountains, a pristine white canvas before him. The mountain paths lay shrouded in a blanket of snow, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he dispersed the accumulated snow. Jin Jiao nestled within a sturdy wooden box, a cozy dwelling Qin Luo had crafted to shield it from the elements. "Alas, it has begun to snow," exclaimed Ziyue, who had come into the courtyard. She reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, frolicking in the snow and leaving behind tiny footprints. Jin Yin gazed at the venerable peach tree in the yard and remarked, "Junior sister, why is this peach tree still in bloom?" The world was draped in silver, yet a vibrant splash of crimson stood out at Longhu Temple. The master had declared it a divine tree, blooming for a millennium, its fruit bestowing immortality upon those who partake of it. Ziyue eagerly anticipated the day it would bear fruit. "Indeed," Jin Yin replied, his eyes filled with reverence. Returning to the rear courtyard, Qin Luo retrieved a golden gourd, pouring out 2 large bowls of dew, which he divided between Ziyue and Jin Yan. He then proceeded to the kitchen to brew ginger soup, a preparation for the offerings to the city god by the local populace. After drinking the dew, Ziyue practiced her swordplay in the courtyard, while Jin Yan wielded a wooden staff, their forms aglow with a gentle radiance. Once the ginger soup was ready, Qin Luo settled beneath the peach tree, sitting cross-legged upon the platform. In that moment, the snow ceased to fall, the thick fog in the mountains lifted, and a beam of rosy light descended upon Longhu Temple, illuminating the entire courtyard. Ziyue recalled the bitter cold of winter during her time at home, where her face would suffer from frostbite. Now, clad in a thin Taoist robe, she felt no chill. The rosy light enveloping her was especially warm. After stretching their limbs, Ziyue and Jin Yan sat beside Qin Luo to meditate, silently reciting the Sutra of Delivering Beings. Chumi, the little creature, arrived in the courtyard, snuggling on Qin Luo's shoulder, its tuft of hair swaying from side to side. The courtyard was filled with warmth. Even the purple-haired fairy within the jade pendant could sense it. Time seemed to fly during their cultivation, and as the market at the foot of the mountain began to bustle, Qin Luo and his companions concluded their morning exercises and proceeded to the main hall to commence a day of diligent activity. Panting heavily, Zhao Fuguei arrived at the temple and called out, "Little fairy, could you please inform Master Zhang that Zhao Fuguei has urgent matters to discuss?" Of course. Ziyue dashed deeper into the temple. "Master, the head of the Zhao family seeks your counsel," she announced. Upon hearing that the god of wealth had come to Longhu Temple, Zhang Fulong shook off his drowsiness, saying, "Quickly, invite him to the rear courtyard." Zhao Fuguei arrived in the backyard, where Zhang Fulong donned a golden Taoist robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Clenching his fists, he coughed and inquired, "Young Zhao, what brings you to seek the humble Taoist?" Zhao Fuguei bowed respectfully and replied, "Master, last night the city deity appeared to me in a dream, instructing me to establish a temple outside Baiyun town. I found it difficult to refuse, yet I fear it may impact the incense offerings of Longhu Temple." Zhang Fulong furrowed his brow, knowing that there was already a city deity temple near Baiyun town, which would undoubtedly affect Longhu Temple's incense. He was apprehensive that the city deity's dream might indeed hold truth, and did not dare offend the deity. With a grim expression, he said, "I shall grant the city deity this favor. Thank you, Master Zhang. In return, I shall donate half of the incense offerings from the city deity temple to Longhu Temple." Zhao Fuguei expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Zhang Fulong was elated. Indeed, he was blessed with a benefactor who brought wealth with every visit. "Very well, I shall shoulder half of the karmic burden for you. In future troubles, Longhu Temple will stand by your side." "Thank you, Master Zhang." Zhao Fuguei beamed with joy. After bidding farewell to Zhao Fuguei, Zhang Fulong rubbed his hands together, remarking to himself how bitterly cold it was outside. Indeed, winter made the warmth of the bed most inviting. In the vicinity of Wuyin Mountain, Huaying approached the mountain god's temple. She entered the pavilion and observed the chess game before Meng Yuan, her beautiful eyes narrowing in admiration at the impressive board. Meng Yuan, unaware of Hua Ying's arrival, was lost in thought. "Chess sage." Upon hearing Hua Ying's call, Meng Yuan startled, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of Qin Luo. "Are you searching for someone, senior?" Hua Ying inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes. Meng Yuan rose and bowed. "Ah, it is the flower fairy. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Hua Ying gazed at the chessboard and remarked, "Chess sage, your opponent in this match seems formidable." "Who are they?" "Indeed, quite formidable," Meng Yuan replied, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "From Longhu Temple, it is Qin Luo. He is young yet extraordinary." Hua Ying recalled the young Taoist, and, with a flick of her fingertip, conjured an ethereal image of Qin Luo in the air. "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is he." Chapter 63. Fortune-telling at noon, the Taoist temple was desolate. Qin Luo, feeling idle, ventured to the Ziyun mountain range to observe the activities of the deified mountain spirits. The Black Mountain, home to Chun Chang'an's temple, was bustling with incense offerings. Even the villagers from the remote mountains came to pay their respects. As it was said, he had resolved their water supply issues. Qin Luo held great confidence in him. As he passed through the Red Maple Valley, Qin Luo spotted Lu Xian in front of the Earth Goddess temple. "Senior Lu, what brings you here?" Qin Luo approached to greet him. Lu Xian smiled and replied, The city god temple is short-staffed, so I sought the earth god of Red Maple Valley to lend a hand. The earth god expressed gratitude towards Qin Luo with a respectful gesture, having revived from a long period of neglect due to Qin Luo's incense offering. It was only natural for the earth gods to assist the city god. What is the city god temple currently in need of? Qin Luo inquired. The most pressing need is for soul collectors, Lu Xian responded solemnly. Some lingering souls in the mortal realm are quite formidable. Only a powerful soul collector can subdue them. Yet the city god temple struggles to find such capable individuals. With a smile, Qin Luo remarked, among my deified mountain spirits, some are unoccupied. They may be of assistance. Lu Xian's eyes lit up with hope. Master, if they are willing to help at the city god temple, their merits will be plentiful in the future. I shall inquire, Qin Luo said, departing the Red Maple Valley. He did not promise anything on behalf of the mountain spirits, as their willingness remained uncertain. In the verdant mountains blanketed with snow, Qin Luo entered Niu Mang's territory, yet found no sign of him. Outside the mountains lay a village where a muscular black bull lounged against the fence, exuding a carefree demeanor. Hey there, sister, how about we elope? Get lost. The female yellow cow in the pen shot him a disdainful glance, uninterested as she continued to graze on the fodder. Niu Mang proudly stroked his horns. Sister, I am now a mountain spirit. Join me as my consort, and you shall enjoy endless blessings. Pervert, just seeing you makes me lose my appetite. The female yellow cow turned her back to him. Niu Mang shook his head in resignation. My name is Niu Mang, but I am no rogue. Qin Luo found Niu Mang, who was preoccupied with flirtation. Niu Mang, you seem to be living quite comfortably. Great immortal. Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, Niu Mang turned abruptly, rubbing his hooves together, looking quite embarrassed. Great immortal, you came without a word, making this old bull feel rather awkward. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. What is it? Niu Mang leaned in closer. With a serious expression, Qin Luo stated, Baiyun Town is to establish a city god temple and requires soul collectors. Are you willing to assist? Niu Mang rubbed his hooves uneasily. Great immortal, despite my sturdy appearance, I am terribly afraid of ghosts. Look at your lack of ambition. The female yellow cow mocked from her pen. Great immortal, I'll go? Niu Mang agreed hastily, but then faltered. Great immortal, you must find me a companion. I fear being alone. Very well. I shall inquire with Xiong. Upon hearing this, Niu Mang knelt and transformed back into a large black bull. His expression brimming with enthusiasm as he said, Great sage, allow me to carry you. No need, Qin Luo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. As he watched Qin Luo walk away, Niu Mang resumed his standing posture, a look of pride on his face. Sister, did you see that? That is my brother. Stay close to me, and you'll feast on tender grass every day. I must summon others. No. Niu Mang hastily grabbed a handful of fodder and stuffed it into his mouth before turning and sprinting away. Sister, don't think of me. In the depths of the mountains, the valley was draped in snow, resembling a small hill. Qin Luo appeared within the valley, and upon sensing his presence, Xiong promptly shook off the accumulated snow from his body. Sir, Xiong saluted with cupped fists. Qin Luo observed the precious tree beside Xiong and noted, Why are the spiritual fruits vanishing so quickly? Xiong wore a somewhat helpless expression. That little red-haired creature comes often, and each time it insists on devouring a fruit before it leaves. Out of respect for you, I've allowed it to eat quite a few. No wonder it has grown increasingly plump. Qin Luo shook his head, his demeanor serious. Next time it comes for the fruits, you may give it a good thrashing. No worries. Xiong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It knows that the little one has a good relationship with you. Outside Baiyun Town, a new city god temple is to be constructed. They are currently short on hands, so if you have time, you may assist in capturing souls. It will accumulate merit. Qin Luo suggested with a smile. Xiong, aware of the benefits of accumulating merit, nodded eagerly. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Qin Luo chuckled softly. Niu Mang fears spirits. You should accompany him and take care of him. Ha, no problem. Xiong could hardly contain his laughter, rolling in the snow. Qin Luo joined in the laughter. With the formidable duo of Niu Mang and Xiong, the pressure surrounding the city god temple would be significantly alleviated. And soon the vicinity of the Ziyun mountain range would no longer be plagued by wandering souls. At Luoxia Peak, a strange beast appeared, pulling a golden chariot. The townsfolk at the mountain's base were not overly surprised. They merely paused to observe, for this was Longhu Guan, where they had previously witnessed sword-flying cultivators. The strange beast halted at the foot of Luoxia Peak, and Huang stepped out of the carriage, gazing at the peak with a slight smile. Here lies a unique aura of the Tao. Most of the surrounding citizens were subdued by Hua Ying's formidable presence, bowing their heads. Zhao Qing'er struggled to lift her gaze towards Hua Ying, feeling dwarfed by her exquisite beauty. In the blink of an eye, Hua Ying vanished, appearing outside Longhu Guan. Jin Jiao emerged from a small wooden cabin, his eyes filled with vigilance, sensing that Hua Ying was no ordinary individual. Having seen Jin Jiao on the official road, Hua Ying was certain that the young Taoist she sought was indeed here. After exchanging a glance, Jin Jiao felt a pang of dread akin to staring into an abyss. He turned and darted into the Taoist temple, hiding behind the door, peeking out with half his head visible, baring his teeth in a fierce expression. Hua Ying took a step forward, sensing the presence of restrictions, and glanced at the door god's image affixed to the door. The towering figure of Wu Xiantian reflected in her pale purple eyes. "Why do you stop me, senior? As a cultivator, you cannot enter the temple at will." At that moment, Ziyue emerged from the main hall, preparing to clear the snow accumulated before the temple. She caught sight of a beautiful figure outside, and couldn't help but glance again at the stunning young lady. The figure noticed Ziyue and smiled gently. "Little fairy, may I enter?" "Of course," Ziyue replied with a broad smile. In an instant, the barrier that obstructed the figure dissipated, allowing her to glide gracefully into the temple. As the figure entered the dilapidated temple, marked by the passage of time, she approached Ziyue, her charming smile brightening her delicate features. "Thank you, little fairy. You're welcome. Are you here to offer incense and pray for blessings?" Ziyue tilted her head in curiosity. "No, you must be here to purchase a guardian deity portrait, am I right?" Ziyue blinked, her eyes sparkling with delight. The guardian deity portraits at Longhu Temple were far more affordable than those at Jinbao Pavilion, attracting many who came not for prayers, but specifically to buy the portraits. "Not that either." The figure shook her head once more. Ziyue pouted, feeling a bit dejected. "Then you must be here to have your fortune told." "Fortune-telling?" The figure chuckled, finding the little girl quite endearing. "Could you kindly summon your master?" "Certainly." Ziyue dashed away like the wind. The figure entered the main hall of the temple, where she spotted Jin Yin engrossed in a book. She glanced at the image of the Taoist ancestor and slightly bowed. Zhang Fulong, having not opened for business in quite some time, rushed to the main hall upon hearing there was potential for trade, donning his golden Taoist robe. Upon seeing the figure's splendid gown, he recognized an opportunity. After half a year of closure, a single opening could sustain us for another 6 months. With a warm smile, he addressed her, "Dear benefactor, we must not disturb the tranquility of the Taoist ancestor. Let us converse outside." "Very well," the figure replied, stepping into the courtyard. Ziyue trailed behind with a broom in hand, pretending to sweep the snow as she sought to discreetly learn her master's fortune-telling abilities. "Dear benefactor, do you wish to have your fortune told?" Although the figure had little interest in fortune-telling, she aimed to ascertain whether Zhang Fulong possessed genuine skill. With a radiant smile, she nodded. "Yes, please have the senior read my fortune. My services are quite costly, requiring 100 taels." "That is fine," she responded without batting an eye. Zhang Fulong instantly regretted his low pricing and chided himself internally. He began to feign a complex calculation, leaving Ziyue bewildered and unable to follow the intricacies. She scratched her head, perplexed, recalling that her previous experience with fortune-telling had not been this convoluted. "Does the senior not consider my birth date? You underestimate my capabilities." The figure fell silent. Zhang Fulong continued his intricate calculations before finally sighing and declaring, "Dear benefactor, your fate appears obscured. Not even you can discern it." The figure sensed that this old Taoist might possess some genuine insight. Zhang Fulong smiled. "Not at all. However, it requires additional payment." "How much?" 500 taels. "That's fine," the figure expressed, eager to discover what he could reveal. Zhang Fulong closed his eyes and began to gesture with his fingers. Ziyue could only scratch her head, finding the learning process exceedingly arduous. Zhang Fulong was adept at discerning the intricacies of the human psyche. For men, desires typically revolved around wealth and power, while women often sought offspring and marital bonds. The young lady before him was likely unmarried, thus she must be in pursuit of a connection. "Dear lady, I perceive that your romantic destiny approaches. Your counterpart is of unparalleled grace and striking countenance, a hero of extraordinary caliber. However, this fate is somewhat precarious and may be severed at any moment. Huang was momentarily rendered speechless. He resembled an old charlatan. Zhang Fulong continued, should you wish to secure this bond, it is not impossible. I can craft a marriage talisman for you at a generous discount of 50% for merely 250 taels. Ziyue blinked in surprise. She calculated on her fingers, realizing that her master could amass such wealth in the span of a mere conversation. Truly, he was impressive. Huang regarded Zhang Fulong, having never encountered a practitioner of lesser aptitude in the realm of cultivation. She pondered how he could speak such nonsense while still holding the esteemed position of the leader of the Longhu Mountain. Elder, are you in pursuit of enlightenment, or merely practicing your craft? Zhang Fulong, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded meaningfully, in my youth, I sought to master the arts. However, I later discerned the essence of these practices and ceased my pursuits. Now, in my old age, I am solely devoted to the quest for truth. Your wisdom must be profound, esteemed elder. Merely average, Zhang Fulong humbly waved his hand, his thoughts solely fixed on earning that 850 taels. Huang extended her delicate, alabaster hand, politely stating, I, Huang, seek to learn from your esteemed self. Chapter 64. A contest of Taoist arts at the luminous sunset peak of the Dragon and Tiger Temple. Zhang Fulong found himself somewhat baffled. Fair maiden, if the price is too steep for you, I can certainly waive the extra charges. Merely 800 taels will suffice. In addition to the marriage talisman, I shall bestow upon you an unbreakable red cord to secure your bond. Huang refrained from voicing her skepticism and gently responded, Senior, I do not believe in your claims, nor do I require the marriage talisman. Zhang Fulong sighed, as I have expended my vital energy to divine your fate. Surely a fee for my services is warranted. I possess no money, Huang replied, her smile radiant. No money? Zhang Fulong found it hard to believe. Her elegant lavender gown bespoke wealth and nobility. Fair maiden, I shall offer you a discounted price of merely 300 taels. Senior, if you desire payment, you must demonstrate true skill, Huang said, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she swiftly raised her hand, striking forth. A gust of force surged forth, sending Zhang Fulong flying. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. Ziyue tilted her head towards the main hall, recognizing the scene as oddly familiar as she watched her master soar inside. Huang shook her head slightly, having tested Zhang Fulong with a gentle touch, only to find him sent flying as if he were made of paper. It seemed he was the most ordinary among the temple's inhabitants. Inside the main hall, Jin Yin caught his master mid-flight and swiftly steadied him. Master, Zhang Fulong's gaze deepened. I am unharmed. Once he regained his footing, he brushed off his robe and stepped out of the hall, looking intently at Huang. Jin Yin followed closely behind, anxious that something might go awry, fearing the repercussions from his senior brother. Sister, my master appears displeased, Ziyue cautioned. Huang noticed a shift in Zhang Fulong's demeanor. His eyes seemed to have witnessed the passage of ages. Senior, please. Huang extended her hand once more. Ziyue retreated to a distance, clutching a broom. Please, make your move first, Zhang Fulong said, his expression serene as he regarded her. Huang, refusing to underestimate him, formed a sword gesture with her delicate fingers, and a diagram of yin and yang appeared at her feet. The sword gesture unleashed a brilliant purple light, slicing through the accumulated snow in the courtyard. Zhang Fulong remained composed, forming a hand seal that evoked the 8 trigrams, which manifested before him. The purple blade of light struck the 8 trigrams. Boom! Snow cascaded from the courtyard walls. Ziyue and Jin Yin watched in rapt attention. Jin Yin had heard tales of his master's prowess, yet witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Truly, he was remarkable. Hua Ying's charming face beamed with delight as she softly remarked, I did not expect your technique to be so formidable. Merely average, third in the world. Zhang Fulong humbly shook his head, lowering his hands as the golden 8 trigrams before him vanished. Senior, do take care, Huang warned, her delicate hands swiftly forming seals. Her pale purple eyes sparkled with intensity. Earthly dragon, rise to the heavens. From the ground, a vividly lifelike earthen dragon surged forth, its countenance fearsome as it charged towards Zhang Fulong's position. Zhang Fulong bore an expressionless visage as he lifted his hand to form a seal. His voice hoarse as he intoned, the character Ling, unyielding as a rock. From the ground arose a sturdy earthen wall, and the earthen dragon collided violently against it, causing the entire Laoxiao Peak to tremble. With a crack, the earthen dragon shattered into a multitude of rubble. The earthen wall before Zhang Fulong remained intact. He released his hand seal, causing the wall to vanish and the ground to be smoothed over. Does the elder also possess the 9 secrets? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Hua Ying's eyes. Zhang Fulong regarded her with a gentle smile. Little girl, who instructed you in your 9 secrets? My master. You have learned well. Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she formed another seal, exclaiming, the character Jin, the might of thunder. A thunderous formation manifested above the Longhu Temple, and then flashes of lightning burst forth, exuding a terrifying pressure. Jin Jiao's legs trembled, yet Ziyu and Jin Yin remained composed, knowing their master could withstand any challenge. Deep within the Ziyun mountain range, Qin Luo, accompanied by Xiong Shan and Niu Meng, sought out Lu Xian, intending to enlist their aid at the city god temple. Suddenly, he beheld the thunderous formation materializing above Laoxiao Peak. With the master stationed at Longhu Temple, Qin Luo felt no immediate alarm, yet he felt compelled to return and investigate. Elder Lu, please continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to at Longhu Temple, he stated before vanishing from sight. At Longhu Temple, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. Facing the calamity, Zhang Fulong remained unperturbed. He formed a hand seal and calmly declared, the character Xing. All laws converge. A golden figure soared into the air, bathed in lightning, shattering the thunder formation like a radiant sun. The brilliance rendered the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain unable to lift their heads. Huang lowered her delicate hand, recognizing the disparity in their abilities. Indeed, the elder was formidable. She felt enlightened. Zhang Fulong lowered his hands, and the magnificent golden figure dissipated. With a solemn tone, he inquired, who is your master? A nameless individual. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave. Huang bowed respectfully, and as she turned, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Luo, their eyes locking. Qin Luo was taken aback to see her. Huang smiled and nodded at him. Knowing she hailed from the Xitian Bureau, and based on the information provided by Wang Chongming, he deduced she was likely a disciple of the Grand Master of the Great Xia. Allowing her to depart could spell trouble for Longhu Temple. Young lady, you cannot leave yet. Zhang Fulong spoke first. Huang turned back to inquire, why not? You have yet to pay for your fortune-telling. This jade stone must be worth quite a sum. Huang retrieved a delicate jade stone from her ring, smiling, and then suddenly crushed it. At the moment the jade shattered, brilliant runes illuminated the air, enveloping her in a green light, warping the surrounding space. Just then, Qin Luo stepped forward and grasped her wrist. They simultaneously vanished from the temple. Ziyu and Jin Yin were taken aback, while Jin Jiao's eyes widened in shock. They looked to Zhang Fulong, who had formed a hand seal but did not activate any magic. Exhausted, Zhang Fulong lowered his hands. Observing Qin Luo grasping Huang, he refrained from casting a spatial seal. This body is truly weak, he muttered. Master, where is my senior brother? Ziyue gazed at him with a perplexed expression. Zhang Fulong replied softly, that is a teleportation talisman. They have been transported to a distant place. Will my senior brother be in danger? Concern flickered in Ziyue's eyes. Zhang Fulong affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not worry, your senior brother will be fine. Let go. Huang's eyes glinted with coldness. Qin Luo tightly grasped her wrist. Chuckling, you think you can escape without paying? Huang glared at Qin Luo with fierce beauty, her voice icy. I have no money on me right now. But once I return to the royal capital, I shall repay you 10-fold or 100-fold. That won't do, since you lack funds. You must accompany me back to Longhu Temple to work off your debt. Qin Luo firmly rejected her. He knew that Master wished to keep Huang for reasons beyond her lack of payment. Thus he was determined to bring her back to Longhu Temple. Huang clenched her right fist and aimed a punch at Qin Luo's face, but he summoned a golden light as a defense. Bang! Her fist could not pierce through the golden shield. Qin Luo regarded Huang with a serious expression, saying, I believe you do not wish for me to resort to force. Realizing Qin Luo's strength, Huang took a deep breath to regain her composure, her delicate face breaking into a charming smile. Friend, would you kindly release me? You are hurting me. I sincerely apologize, Qin Luo responded, loosening his grip. He turned his gaze toward the vast ocean in the distance. Longhu Temple was 1,000 miles from any sea, yet a teleportation talisman had inexplicably brought them to the shoreline. Seizing the moment while Qin Luo was distracted by the sea, Huaying discreetly produced a piece of azure jade, shattering it as she leapt backward. A captivating smile gracing her lips. Farewell. Qin Luo barely had time to appreciate the ocean view before he noticed Huaying's actions and rushed towards her with utmost urgency. Two figures vanished by the seaside. In the depths of the forest, the fabric of reality warped as two entwined figures plummeted from the sky. Qin Luo embraced Huaying as they collided with a snow-covered mountain, subsequently rolling down to the base like a tumbling snowball. Chapter 65. The Captive Flower Shadow, a sphere of snow erupted with hues of purple and gold. Boom. The snowball exploded, causing the nearby snow-capped mountains to tremble. In the snowy expanse, Qin Luo held Flower Shadow tightly. Her spells could not harm him. She could only struggle in his embrace. Qin Luo tightened his hold. Their gazes locked, and Flower Shadow suddenly fell silent. Qin Luo beheld her exquisite face, flawless and radiant, her pale violet eyes shimmering like stars. A unique fragrance emanated from her, and as Qin Luo inhaled it, his heart raced. The last time he had seen her, he had experienced a similarly inexplicable surge of emotions, leading to a misunderstanding with the violet-haired fairy. You smell delightful, Qin Luo remarked casually, devoid of any ulterior motive. He merely found the scent peculiar, as if it could sway the very essence of his spirit. Flower Shadow's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Qin Luo's embrace was warm, enveloping her in a warmth she had never known before. She offered no reply. The snowy landscape fell into a sudden hush. A cough broke the silence, resonating with the voice of the violet-haired fairy. Startled, Qin Luo released Flower Shadow, observing her slightly dazed expression. Are you hurt? Please rise. Flower Shadow pouted. This was her first experience of such disarray. As Qin Luo stood, he surveyed the surrounding mountains with delight. Your teleportation spot is quite favorable. We are near the Ziyun mountain range, not far from the Longhu Temple. Seated in the snow, Flower Shadow's purple dress lay slightly disheveled, her silky violet hair cascading onto the snow. Though her cheeks were flushed and her gaze defiant, she recognized that Qin Luo bore no malice. Come with me. Qin Luo extended his hand toward her. Flower Shadow looked up at the young Taoist smile, feeling as if she were basking in a gentle spring breeze. She obediently reached out her hand. Qin Luo grasped Flower Shadow's hand and led her toward the Longhu Temple, wary of her fleeing again, as the pursuit would be most troublesome. Flower Shadow, belatedly realizing her compliance, thought, how could I be so obediently following him? He is still holding my hand. The young Taoist beside her was strikingly handsome, surpassing even the most esteemed youths of the royal capital, and his presence was undeniably pleasing. What am I thinking? Flower Shadow dared not dwell further on her thoughts. Yet, that old Taoist truly possessed something remarkable. Throughout their journey, the young Taoist remained silent, not once glancing at Flower Shadow, merely pulling her along. She occasionally stole glances at him, and eventually, she broke the ice. I am Flower Shadow. From the Tian Monitor. If the Longhu Temple captures me, it will spell great trouble. I am Qin Luo, from the Longhu Temple. If the Tian Monitor seeks to confront us, it will also lead to considerable complications, he replied with a smile. Flower Shadow felt momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained her composure. Is the river god of the Golden Sand River one you have conferred? Indeed, Qin Luo nodded slightly, feeling a connection with the little mudfish. Flower Shadow gazed at the young Taoist, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. How is it that you can wield the power of the Tao Ancestor? Qin Luo smiled gently. We at the Longhu Temple honor the Tao Ancestor. It is quite natural for us to bestow divine authority in his name, is it not? Conferring gods can attract a multitude of troubles. I am aware, Qin Luo replied, sharing her sentiment regarding the aversion to complications. What brings you to the north? My master sensed the waning fortune of the great Xia royal family, and instructed me to investigate the situation at the northern town prince's residence. What did you discover? Nothing. As evening descended upon the falling sunset peak at the Dragon Tiger Temple, Ziyue sat along the mountain path outside the temple, cradling her face in her hands, eagerly awaiting her senior brother's return. Senior brother, Ziyue exclaimed upon spotting Qin Luo. Tell master, I have brought her back. Delighted, Ziyue dashed into the temple. Master, the 300 taels have returned. Hua Ying, somewhat speechless, pondered what this young girl thought of her. Qin Luo led Hua Ying to the backyard. Looking at her with a smile, he said, "You may let go now." Only after his reminder did Hua Ying realize she was still gripping Qin Luo's hand tightly. Humph. She released her hold, perhaps due to the warmth of the young Taoist's hand, which made her unconsciously desire to hold on. How foolish of me. Hua Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, unable to meet Qin Luo's gaze for fear of being mocked. Yet, Qin Luo paid her no mind. Zhang Fulong strolled leisurely into the backyard, his deep-set eyes fixed on Hua Ying. "Young lady, the technique you practice belongs to the lineage of the Tao ancestor. Who is your master?" Hua Ying replied candidly. "My master is the national master of the Great Xia. That is all I know." "What is your master's name?" "I do not know." Ziyue tilted her head in surprise. How could she not know her own master's name? Zhang Fulong closed his eyes once more, counting on his fingers, while Qin Luo and the others watched in silence. Ahem. Suddenly, Zhang Fulong coughed up blood, then opened his eyes. "Hua Ying, so it is. Master, are you all right?" Qin Luo asked, concern etching his face. "Not a problem." Zhang Fulong waved his hand calmly. Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate face respectful as she inquired, "Senior, what did you discern this time?" "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. I will pay more. This is not merely a matter of money." Zhang Fulong formed hand seals, and a Bagua diagram manifested before him, soaring into Hua Ying's body. "Young lady, write a letter to your master, asking him to come to the Dragon Tiger Temple to redeem you." Hua Ying felt the power within her being sealed and pouted, somewhat displeased. "Senior, are you not afraid my master will dismantle the Dragon Tiger Temple?" Zhang Fulong squinted with a smile, laughing heartily. Even if he had 10 more lives, he would not dare. Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed further. Her master, the national master of the Great Xia, was indeed someone of great stature, yet here she felt belittled. "Junior sister, fetch me ink, paper, and a brush." "All right." Ziyue sped away. As Zhang Fulong departed the backyard, Ziyue placed the ink and paper before Hua Ying. With a dark expression, Hua Ying thought it absurd that, as one of the Great Xia's unparalleled prodigies, she had to write a letter to summon her master for rescue. She had no choice but to write. Ziyue, with a serious expression, reminded, "Sister, do tell your master to bring money. 300 taels, mind you." Hua Ying could only shake her head in exasperation. "Sister, your handwriting is truly exquisite. Thank you for the compliment." In Ziyue's eyes, this is worth 300 taels. Qin Luo departed from Longhu Temple, clutching the letter, while Ziyue followed her senior brother to the foot of Luoxia Peak. The strange beasts knelt upon sensing Qin Luo's approach, the overwhelming pressure rendering them motionless. Qin Luo placed the letter in the carriage and commanded in a deep voice, "Deliver this missive to the Grand Master of the Great Xia." The beast understood. It lifted the carriage into the air. Nearby, the river echoed with joyful laughter. Qin Luo approached the riverbank, where the surface was frozen, and saw Ziyue and a little otter skiing on the ice. "Senior brother, come join us." "Oh dear." Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head. If only his senior brother were a decade younger, he could join in the fun. He stood by the riverbank, observing Ziyue frolicking with the little otter, with a small whirlwind assisting them. "Senior brother, look." Ziyue pointed towards Luoxia Peak. The peak was blanketed in white snow, the evening glow illuminating it like a sacred golden mountain. "It's truly beautiful," Qin Luo exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. At Longhu Temple, Hua Ying wandered through the dilapidated hall. It was her first encounter with such a worn-down temple, devoid of many elements typically found in others. Jin Yan was sweeping snow with a broom. Hua Ying gazed at Jin Yan, astonished that he had taken a monkey as a disciple, proving that true masters impart knowledge regardless of the recipient. "Little monkey, do you understand the Tao?" Jin Yan scratched his head, replying that his senior brother said it is omnipresent. Yet he felt no presence of the Tao within his heart. Perhaps his understanding of the Tao was emptiness itself. "Yukong?" Hua Ying murmured softly. She increasingly found Longhu Temple to be formidable, as even a monkey possessed such profound insight. Qin Luo returned to Longhu Temple with Ziyue and noticed Hua Ying lost in thought. "Junior sister, hand her the broom," he instructed. Jin Yan hesitated before passing the broom to Hua Ying. With a playful yet enigmatic smile, she accepted it, acknowledging her position beneath the roof. Qin Luo remarked lightly, "Until your master comes to redeem you, the chores of the temple fall to you." washing clothes, sweeping, chopping wood, and boiling water, and so forth. Huang felt puzzled. He had previously commented on her delightful fragrance, yet now he expected her to labor? She began sweeping the unfinished snow left by Jin Yin, unable to comprehend. As Qin Luo and Ziwa practiced on the Dao platform, Huang swept the floor while watching them, sensing an unfamiliar warmth of familial connection. "Chumi, I have arrived," declared the little round figure, growing increasingly plump. Qin Luo caught it, his expression serious. "You've been quite busy lately. Where have you been boasting now?" The little creature wore an innocent expression, its tuft of hair bobbing. "Boss, I was patrolling the Ziyun mountain range for you, ensuring everyone knows of your glorious deeds." Qin Luo playfully tapped the little one's head. "Boss, I was wrong. In the future, if I cause trouble, do not mention my name." "Very well, very well." The little creature shielded its head with its wings. "Juke?" Huang observed the little creature with curiosity. To my surprise, the Dragon and Tiger Temple harbors ancient divine beasts, truly a place where hidden talents abound. As night fell and the cultivation session came to an end, Ziwa gazed at Huang standing beneath the peach tree and cheerfully called out, "Sister, come sleep with me." "All right," Huang replied with a smile, but Qin Luo interjected, "No. I am aware that Huang's powers are sealed and she remains perilous. You shall sleep in my room, and here. Take this robe. In the future, when you work at the temple, wear this attire." Huang accepted the plain white robe. "Brother, where will you sleep?" she inquired. "I shall rest outside," he responded. "Oh, I see." Ziyue and Jin Yin returned to their room for rest. Huang cast a lingering glance at Qin Luo before embracing the robe and heading to his quarters. The room was austere, containing only a wooden bed, making it quite challenging to cultivate in such an environment. She sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to break the seal within her body. After a prolonged effort, she decided to abandon her endeavor. In the backyard, peach blossoms and winter snow fell simultaneously. Qin Luo sat in meditation on the altar, his skin radiating a lustrous sheen, while a small creature nestled against his shoulder. The wind and snow dared not approach, allowing only the peach blossoms to settle upon him. Chapter 66. Daily Life at the Longhu Temple. Newcomer, rise and get to work. In the early morning, before dawn, the little one chirped incessantly. Huang was stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed out the window, where a thick veil of mist enveloped the world. "The master has instructed me to supervise you. From now on, you shall obediently heed my commands," the little one declared, standing tall with an air of authority. Huang donned a simple white Taoist robe, slightly oversized and worn, yet imbued with a faint fragrance, likely belonging to a young Taoist priest. "Chop the firewood quickly," the little one urged. Upon exiting her room, Huang noticed Qin Luo seated in meditation on the Taoist platform, prompting her to steal a few glances at him. She proceeded to the kitchen to chop wood. As a cultivator, even with her powers sealed, her physical strength was formidable, making such labor trivial for her. "You still need to start a fire and brew ginger tea." "I cannot. I shall teach you." Qin Luo entered the kitchen. Huang regarded him with her beautiful eyes, pondering why he would not simply use his magic to expedite the task, instead of wasting time. Qin Luo was engaged in the primitive method of kindling a fire by friction, a practice often emphasized by his master. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must not become obsessed with techniques, nor rely upon them excessively. "Very well," Huang conceded, recognizing she was no match for the duo. "Do you know how to brew ginger tea?" "I do not. It is quite simple." Qin Luo patiently guided her through the process. Once the ginger tea was prepared, Huang took a broom to sweep the snow in the backyard, while Qin Luo plucked a branch from a peach tree. "Here." Huang pursed her lips. What did the young Taoist intend? Did he harbor feelings for her? With a gentle smile, Qin Luo advised, "This is a Taoist temple. One must maintain decorum. Please tie up your hair." Huang pouted. "And what of you? You cannot emulate me." Taking the peach branch adorned with a blossom, Huang gathered her light purple tresses and secured them with it, exuding a more mature charm. Her tall figure, only slightly shorter than Qin Luo, was accentuated by the loose robe that could not conceal her graceful form. She lifted her head, only to find that Qin Luo had already walked away. "What was I just thinking?" Huang shook her head vigorously. "Get to sweeping," the little one commanded from atop the peach tree. Huang resumed her task, and as Ziyue and Jinyan awoke, they found themselves free from chores, allowing them ample leisure time. After freshening up, they engaged in exercises in the courtyard. Qin Luo opened the temple's main gate, observing Jin Jiao bounding through the mountains, its 5 tails swiftly clearing the snow. A figure approached, soaring on a sword. Qin Luo recognized Tang Yao, clad in a flowing white dress. Tang Yao alighted before the temple, her demeanor respectful. Fellow Taoist, it seems the Longhu Temple may be in trouble. What trouble? Qin Luo inquired with curiosity. The disciples of the National Master have discovered the river deity you summoned. Upon returning to the capital, the Astral Monitoring Bureau will undoubtedly investigate this matter. Fear not, Qin Luo replied with a smile. I thought it was something of greater concern. Hua Ying wielded a broom as she ventured into the front yard to sweep away the snow. Upon noticing Hua Ying clad in an old robe, Tang Yao could hardly believe her eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. When Hua Ying spotted Tang Yao, she assumed the girl had come seeking her, and fearing potential trouble, made a gesture to indicate she should leave quickly. Tang Yao, somewhat bewildered, took to the skies on her sword and departed from the Longhu Temple. Observing her leave, Qin Luo chuckled softly, remarking that this girl was rather good at relaying messages. Returning to the temple, Qin Luo watched as Hua Ying diligently swept the snow and complimented her, saying, "Well done, you've cleaned very thoroughly." The praise from Qin Luo brought an unexpected joy to Hua Ying. Her motivation surged as she swept the grounds. She gazed at the empty front yard, pondering why the Longhu Temple lacked even a cauldron. Qin Luo smiled slightly and explained that there used to be one, but a senior brother had deemed it valuable and had absconded with it. Hua Ying found the story amusing. Did your master become angry? Of course he was angry, but it was of no consequence. The following month, a senior sister took away the temple bell. Hua Ying covered her mouth with her delicate hand, stifling a laugh. Qin Luo mused, when I eventually leave, I might also take something as a memento. With that, he made his way to the back courtyard to practice, while Hua Ying continued her cleaning, ensuring the temple was spotless. As the sun rose, the temple began to buzz with activity. Standing idly in the front yard, Hua Ying found herself with nothing to do. Noticing her leisurely demeanor, Qin Luo gently suggested, the townsfolk have traveled a long distance in this cold weather. Could you please serve them a bowl of ginger soup? Of course. Hua Ying bit her lip. She had never served tea to her master. Yet now she was to serve ordinary folk. Just moments ago, she had felt a spark of affection for the young Taoist, and now she felt somewhat put upon. Maintain a pleasant demeanor and smile, Qin Luo instructed. Hua Ying managed a slight upward curve of her lips. Just like that. As evening approached, Hua Ying finally found a moment to rest. She had been busy since dawn at Longhu Temple without a moment's respite. Senior brother, I wish to go skiing. Go ahead. Sister, will you join me? I will not. Hua Ying simply desired to sit and relax. I'm off then. Ziyue dashed away in an instant, disappearing from sight. Hua Ying envied Ziyue, who balanced training, chores, and even found time for leisure. Jinyan was practicing within the temple, contemplating a landscape painting hanging on the peach tree. Hua Ying gazed at the painting, sensing its significance. Qin Luo turned to her, asking, what kind of person is your master? My master is formidable, but I cannot say what he is truly like. Hua Ying refrained from making casual judgments. It seems you and your master are quite distant. I share that sentiment. Qin Luo was merely jesting, yet he noticed the melancholic expression on Hua Ying's face. With your extraordinary talents, you must surely be his favorite disciple. He will come to the Longhu Temple to fetch you soon. I hope so, Hua Ying thought to herself as she reached out to catch the falling peach blossoms, only for them to slip through her fingers. Qin Luo recalled the dragon maiden of Mirror Lake. Do you know of the water deity of the Luo River? The shadow of flowers nodded. I have heard of it. Many years ago, the water deity of Luo Shui committed numerous atrocities, and my master slayed him. Why do you inquire about this? It is of no consequence. Qin Luo pondered whether the water deity was benevolent or malevolent. If he were indeed a benevolent spirit, he should not have been slain by the national master. Conversely, if he were malevolent, then the national master would be considered an agent of divine justice. Senior brother, I am back. The joyous laughter of Ziyue echoed from outside the courtyard. Qin Luo beheld the large base she carried, weighing 5 or 6 pounds, and understood why she returned so swiftly. Who caught it? He asked. It was the adorable one who caught it, Ziyue replied, handing the large base to Qin Luo, her eyes sparkling with delight. Senior brother, I wish to eat grilled fish. Very well, I shall grill it for you. Qin Luo responded with a smile, while Hua Ying looked at Ziyue with envy. As Qin Luo prepared the base, Ziyue gathered firewood, kindling a bonfire in the courtyard. Moments later, the delectable aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Deep within the temple, Zhang Fulong lay upon his bed, pale and weak. The enticing scent of grilled fish reached his nostrils, causing him to salivate incessantly. He longed to sit up, yet the pain coursing through his body was unbearable. Zhang Fulong could only recall a girl who fought without honor, refusing to pay for her fortune-telling, and resorting to violence. How cruel! As he inhaled the savory aroma of the fish, Zhang Fulong found himself unable to rise, enduring both physical and mental torment. In the backyard, the little dumpling drooled, whimpering. "Big brother, I want to eat, I want to eat." "Little Junior, come and have some fish," called Qin Luo. "All right." Jin Yin squatted beside Ziyue, while she glanced back towards the depths of the temple, sighing in relief upon realizing her master was not present. "You each shall have half," Qin Luo declared, dividing the grilled fish into 2 portions and skewering them with fine sticks, handing one to Ziyue and the other to Jin Yin. The little dumpling received no share as punishment. "Senior brother, why are you not eating?" Ziyue asked. "I take pleasure in watching you eat. Do hurry, lest you delay and my master arrives." Upon hearing of her master, Ziyue devoured the fish with gusto. Huaying observed their enjoyment, suppressing a smile. Despite the asceticism of cultivators, the desire for food remained. "How fragrant!" Ziyue exclaimed, licking her fingers. "Indeed." Jin Yin nodded in agreement, while the little dumpling drooled in envy. After finishing the fish, Ziyue gathered the bones into a bowl and carried it outside the temple, her sweet face beaming as she said, "Jin Jiao, look what I have." Jin Jiao emerged from the small wooden house. Ziyue placed the bowl in the snow. Upon seeing the bowl of fish bones, Jin Jiao's joy diminished somewhat. Yet he wagged his tail and eagerly devoured the bones. Ziyue gently stroked Jin Jiao's back, her bright eyes filled with delight, and playfully said, "Jin Jiao, take your time eating. I shall return to my cultivation now." Chapter 67. The Wine and Meat Monk. In the early morning light, Huang stood outside the Taoist temple, gazing into the vast sea of clouds. A full week had passed without a single sign of her master's arrival at Longhu Temple. Clutching her broom, she was unaware of the noble aura that the old Taoist robe could not conceal. The peach blossom nestled in her hair, still vibrant and radiant. Qin Luo observed her delicate features, her brows like crescent moons, her eyes resembling stars, her skin as flawless as white jade, and her lips tinted with a hint of red. Startled by his sudden presence, Huang took a half-step back, her heart racing. "When did you arrive? Why are you staring at me?" "Just now. Because you are beautiful," Qin Luo replied, holding a bamboo flute. With the broom in hand, Huang lowered her proud head, her cheeks flushing. "He must indeed have feelings for me," she mused. "What are you smiling about? Have you finished sweeping?" Qin Luo reminded her. Snapping back to reality, she shot him a glare with her enchanting eyes. This young Taoist clearly harbored affection for her. Why then did he treat her so? Did he wish for her to beg for mercy? "Don't even think about it." "Humph," she huffed, continuing to sweep. Qin Luo turned his gaze to the rolling white clouds and began to play the bamboo flute, the cheerful notes reverberating through the mountains. The sound lifted Hua Ying's spirits, and she turned to look at him, his long hair flowing, robe billowing, exuding an ethereal charm, as if he were a celestial being. Could he be my destined partner? "Senior brother, senior brother." A crisp voice approached from afar. Ziyue, clad in a loose azure robe, flitted by. Huang had grown weary of hearing her call out senior brother dozens of times daily. She wondered how Qin Luo could endure it. "What is it?" Qin Luo asked, putting away his flute. "Senior brother, the vendor selling lamb soup has recently set up shop at the foot of the mountain. Shall we go enjoy some?" Ziyue looked up at Qin Luo, her bright eyes sparkling. After having gone a long time without meat since the last meal of grilled fish, Ziyue's eager expression prompted Qin Luo to smile and nod. "Certainly. What about our junior brother?" "He said he doesn't eat lamb," Ziyue replied. "Then let us go?" she exclaimed with delight. "I would also like some," Huang interjected, watching them. Qin Luo glanced at his junior sister as she pulled out a heavy purse. "All right, I shall treat you to lamb soup," she declared. Huang was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ziyue would be the one with the funds. "Thank you, little fairy. You're welcome," Ziyue chirped, dashing through the mountains, her peachwood sword in hand, humming a tune filled with joy. At the foot of Luoxia Peak, it was still early, and the market was rather quiet. The vendors had arrived first, and in Zhao Qing'er's porridge shop, a fire burned warmly, drawing townsfolk to gather and children to sip their porridge. Spotting Qin Luo, Zhao Qing'er stepped out to greet him, her charming face aglow with a smile. Immortal Master. How has Master Zhang been? I haven't seen him for quite some time. Qin Luo recalled that he had not laid eyes on his master for many days. Thank you for your concern, Miss Zhao. Master should be in seclusion. Children are enchanted by Master Zhang's tales of celestial adventures and often inquire when he might descend from the mountain. I replied that the temple would inform the master about this. Thank you, Master. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Huang observed Qin Luo and Zhao Qing'er conversing, sensing the closeness between the cultivators of Longhu Temple and the common folk. Ziyu dashed to the innermost part of the market, standing before a stall selling lamb soup. Sister, would you like some scallions? No, thank you. Huang gently shook her head. Ziyu turned to the middle-aged vendor and exclaimed, Uncle, I'll have 3 bowls of lamb soup, 1 without scallions. Certainly. Young miss, please have a seat. Ziyu meticulously counted the copper coins in her hand twice and beamed. Uncle, I've left the money here for you. Thank you. The middle-aged vendor nodded with a smile. He often looked forward to Ziyu's visits for lamb soup, feeling inexplicably joyful at her presence. Originally, he had set up stall in Baiyun town, but had come here specifically. The price of a bowl of lamb soup had decreased from 6 to 5 coins. A boon for the local populace. Huang sat opposite Qin Luo, while Ziyu took a seat beside him. Dear customers, your lamb soup is ready. The vendor brought over 3 bowls, each filled with half a bowl of lamb and half broth, the quantity of 1 bowl equating to 3. How fragrant. The lamb was generously portioned, and Ziyu relished the meat. Qin Luo, aware of his junior sister's fondness for meat, transferred some lamb from his bowl to hers. Upon noticing, she quickly shielded her bowl and exclaimed, Brother, the lamb is so delicious. You should serve it to me. I do not particularly enjoy meat. If you do not want it, shall I offer it to this sister? Qin Luo replied earnestly. Huang furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a tinge of disdain. After a moment's contemplation, Ziyu removed her hand, and the meat quickly formed a small mountain in her bowl. Huang felt a pang of envy. Why do I not have such a brother? Ziyu savored the lamb with great delight. Huang, too, wished to experience the flavor of the lamb soup. But after taking a sip, she found it rather ordinary, with a hint of gaminess far inferior to the dragon meat she had previously tasted. The middle-aged vendor brought forth a platter of freshly baked white bread, wearing an enthusiastic smile. Master, please enjoy. If the soup is insufficient, I shall refill it for you. That will suffice. Thank you, uncle. Ziyu politely nodded. Qin Luo tore the bread into pieces and added them to his soup, sipping contentedly. Observing their joyful expressions while drinking, Huang continued with her lamb soup, yet still found it unremarkable. Just as they were enjoying their meal, an elderly monk accompanied by a young novice approached, dressed in tattered monk robes that had been mended countless times. The old monk's hair was disheveled, and his beard unkempt, indicating he had not bathed in quite some time. The young novice, who was bald and slender, was about the same age as Ziyu, trailing closely behind the elder. Kind patron, would you be so generous as to spare a bowl of lamb soup? I have caught the aroma from afar. The old monk looked at the middle-aged vendor with a warm smile, greeting him with a gesture of respect. The vendor, in a friendly manner, invited, Master, please take a seat. Thank you, benefactor. The old monk settled at a table next to Qin Luo, while the young monk stood between the 2 tables, gazing hungrily at the lamb in the bowl of Ziyue, swallowing his saliva. Ziyue noticed the young monk and grinned. What is your name, little monk? The young monk shook his head. Are you mute? He continued to shake his head. Ziyue tilted her head. Then why don't you speak? The old monk squinted his eyes and chuckled. His name is Wu Yan, for silence is golden, and he is practicing the meditation of silence. Is that interesting? Ziyue inquired. Tilting her head. Not at all. The old monk sighed, shaking his head. Huang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She understood that it was not easy for a disciple of Buddhism to practice the meditation of silence. Once successfully cultivated, their words would carry profound weight. Qin Luo observed the old monk, sensing he was far from ordinary. Master, would you like some lamb? The more, the better. The middle-aged vendor found this peculiar, but still served him a bowl of authentic lamb soup, filled with various lamb offal and just a few slices of meat, garnished with green onions. The old monk inhaled the aroma. Delicious. Ziyue watched as the old monk savored the meat, while the young monk could only stand by, reminiscent of his own past. "Little monk, here is some bread for you." Ziyue offered a white bun to him. The young monk's eyes sparkled. He joined his hands in prayer and bowed deeply to Ziyue before eagerly accepting the bun, devouring it as if he hadn't eaten in ages. The old monk retrieved a yellow gourd from his waist. Upon opening it, a strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air. He drank heartily, his face reflecting sheer contentment. Ziyue, intrigued, asked, "Can monks drink alcohol and eat meat?" The old monk looked at her and laughed heartily. Alcohol and meat pass through the body, but they remain in the heart of the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Ziyue chuckled. Meat passes through the body, but it remains in the heart of the Taoist ancestor. The old monk gazed at Ziyue, his expression turning serious. "Little benefactor, you must not emulate me. It is unwise. If you do, you will inevitably fall." Seeing the old monk's grave demeanor, Ziyue hastily took a sip of lamb soup to steady her nerves, raising her small face defiantly. "I wouldn't want to emulate you. I'll follow my senior brother." The old monk turned his attention to Qin Luo, who bowed in acknowledgement. "Your senior brother is your example? He doesn't even have meat in his bowl." The old monk looked back at Ziyue. "Little benefactor, eating meat is not conducive to your cultivation. I shall bear the consequences for you." Ziyue quickly shielded her bowl with her small hands, glaring with her sparkling eyes. "You're just like my master." The old monk sighed lightly. "Thus, you are not wise." Huaying and Qin Luo exchanged amused glances, entertained by the banter between the old monk and the young girl. "As long as my senior brother is wise, that's enough." Ziyue continued to relish the lamb in her bowl. "Are you disciples of the Longhu Temple?" Ziyue disregarded the old monk, growing increasingly agitated, as her master had criticized her lack of insight, and now the old monk deemed her not clever. Qin Luo smiled gently and inquired, "Indeed, what brings you here?" "Esteemed senior, I seek to engage in a friendly exchange of skills with Taoist Zhang at the Longhu Temple." Chapter 68. The Master's probe deep within the Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong, stricken by illness, suddenly sat upright. During this period of convalescence, he had barely survived on the wild vegetable dumplings brought back by Qin Luo. In the backyard, Jin Yin sat in meditation. Upon hearing a commotion, he opened his eyes and saw Zhang Fulong passing by. "Master, what is the matter? I need to use the restroom." Zhang Fulong replied, clutching his abdomen. Watching Zhang Fulong depart, Jin Yin murmured softly, "It has been a long time since I have seen my master seek enlightenment." Zhang Fulong, mustering all his strength, made his way to the main hall of the temple. After drinking a bowl of ginger soup, warmth surged through his body, and he immediately grabbed the offerings of fruits and eggs from the altar, devouring them ravenously. At the foot of the mountain, in the marketplace, Qin Luo turned to the old monk. "Elder, from where do you hail?" "From Lingshan," the old monk replied. Huang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Having heard of Lingshan, Qin Luo smiled and inquired, "Elder, how far is Lingshan from here?" "As long as the heart is sincere, Lingshan is but a step away," the old monk chuckled, squinting his eyes. Ziyue buried her head in a plate of mutton, while Qin Luo continued to sip on the mutton soup. Huang, disliking the soup, took a couple of sips, nibbled on a piece of mutton, and then set down her chopsticks. After finishing his soup, the old monk turned to Huang and said, "Dear benefactor, if you do not wish to eat, might you share some with this humble monk?" Ignoring him, Huang pushed the bowl towards Qin Luo with a gentle smile. "Qin Luo, this is for you." The old monk sighed, shaking his head. Just as Qin Luo finished his soup, he looked at the bowl of mutton soup pushed his way, and then turned to Ziyue, asking with a smile, "Junior sister, should we share this with the elder?" "Brother, I am still hungry," Ziyue murmured, thinking, had the old monk not remarked on her lack of intelligence, she would certainly have shared. After all, he spoke ill of me. Qin Luo slid the mutton soup in front of Ziyue. Huang's enchanting gaze fixed on Qin Luo. The old monk gazed at Ziyue and remarked, "You are not clever." Ziyue continued to eat her mutton. The old monk then rose and saluted the middle-aged vendor with one palm, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. The Buddha shall bless you." The middle-aged vendor nodded with a smile. "Let us depart," the old monk said as he walked towards Luoxia Peak. As the young monk turned away, Ziyue picked up 2 white buns from her plate and whispered, "These buns are for you. Do not let the old monk see." The young monk, displaying great courtesy, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, his eyes shining with gratitude as he accepted the buns. Qin Luo smiled, and Hua Ying, resting her delicate hand on her cheek, found Ziyue endearing. The young monk followed the old monk up the mountain, while Qin Luo and Hua Ying accompanied Ziyue in enjoying the mutton soup. Brother, am I truly not clever? Great wisdom often appears foolish. What does that mean? It seems foolish, yet is actually quite clever. Hee hee. Ziyue grinned widely upon hearing this. Let us save the remaining buns for our junior brother. All right, Hua Ying replied, gazing at Qin Luo, whose radiant smile brought her increasing comfort. Outside the Longhu Temple, a knock echoed at the door. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Fulong stepped out of the main hall and beheld the old monk and the young monk outside the door. Noticing their tattered robes, he initially assumed they were beggars and hastily waved his hand, stating, "You are poor fellows. I cannot assist you." Zhang Daozhong. This humble monk seeks enlightenment, the old monk replied, raising a single palm in greeting. Enlightenment? To where do you wish to go? Zhang Fulong asked, walking into the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, sensing that these monks did not possess the true demeanor of ascetics. I wish to enter the Taoist temple, the old monk declared. Come in, Zhang Fulong gestured with a nod. The old monk instructed the young monk to remain outside as he entered Longhu Temple alone. A smile gracing his face, Zhang Fulong pointed to a nearby spot where ginger soup awaited, suggesting, "It is cold. You may have a bowl to warm yourself." The old monk chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Zhang Daozhong, but I have just enjoyed mutton soup at the foot of the mountain. I am quite warm. You live more comfortably than I do," Zhang Fulong remarked with a hint of envy, as he refrained from spending money and only consumed free kanji. The old monk slowly approached, slightly bowing, and with a serious expression, said, "Zhang Daozhong, please." "What?" Zhang Fulong responded, somewhat bewildered. "What do you intend to do, great monk?" "Zhang Daozhong, I wish to inquire about the Tao with you," the old monk stated. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Fulong as he held his stomach, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. "I must excuse myself." As he turned to leave, a radiant golden light enveloped the old monk, bathing the courtyard in its glow, rendering time seemingly still as Zhang Fulong found himself immobilized. With a wave of his hand, the old monk unleashed a golden ripple that distorted the very fabric of space. The consequences of being struck by this ripple potentially dire. In an instant, Zhang Fulong's gaze deepened, and he raised his hand to form a seal, summoning a Bagua diagram before him. Boom! The peaks of Luoxia trembled. Qin Luo looked up at Longhu Temple, while Hua Ying raised an eyebrow, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "They are sparring. Won't you go and take a look?" Qin Luo, trusting in his master, smiled at his junior sister, saying, "Little sister, take your time eating." Hearing the commotion from the mountain, Ziyue devoured her food hastily, eager to return and witness the spectacle. Inside Longhu Temple, the old monk addressed Zhang Fulong. "Who summoned you here?" "The national master," he replied without hesitation. Zhang Fulong shook his head slightly and stated solemnly, "He does not dare to come to Longhu Temple." "You possess quite the audacity." "I had no desire to come myself," the old monk confessed, "but the offerings were simply too generous." As they spoke, the old monk noticed the Bagua diagram appearing beneath his feet, spinning as he remained fixed on the Zhun hexagram. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Golden lightning enveloped the old monk. Jin Yan, hearing the commotion, approached the front courtyard, keeping a safe distance to observe. The young monk remained outside the temple, while Jin Jiao and the little dumpling huddled together in a small wooden house, afraid to make a sound. "Ba," the old monk said, maintaining his composure. He raised both hands, basking in the golden lightning, resembling a reincarnated Buddha. Zhang Fulong spun his palm, causing the Bagua diagram in the courtyard to rotate in unison. Flames erupted from the ground, instantly melting the nearby snow, yet the old monk smiled amidst the blaze. "Taoist, it is time for me to make my move." In an instant, the old monk appeared before Zhang Fulong, radiating a golden Buddhist light as he traversed the Bagua formation, intending to place his hand upon Zhang Fulong's shoulder. Aware of his frail physical condition, unperturbed, Zhang Fulong swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the transformation of matter and the shifting of stars. The old monk's hand landed upon an afterimage. Zhang Fulong materialized behind the old monk, smiling as he inquired, "With such prowess, why do you not ascend to the heavens?" The old monk turned to regard the lethal formation beneath his feet, his demeanor shifting from jest to solemnity. "I wish to enlighten all beings." Thus, There is no need for us to clash. The National Master has requested my assistance in 2 matters, to test your cultivation and to retrieve his disciple. Should I accomplish this, I will be granted the opportunity to establish a temple in the capital of the Great Xia, propagating the teachings of Buddhism, a proposition I find impossible to decline. Then you must ponder carefully, Zhang Fulong replied, his expression tranquil as he regarded the old monk. The old monk observed the shimmering killing array beneath him, standing at the threshold of death. Alas, the price is steep. Wagering one's life is a game for you to play. I shall take my leave. Zhang Fulong gestured for him to depart. Before leaving, the old monk queried, has the feng shui of Falling Sunset Peak been altered? Did you set this scheme? Zhang Fulong remained silent. As the old monk descended the mountain with the young monk, they encountered Qin Luo and his companions returning to the Longhu Temple. The old monk glanced at Hua Ying and jested, Madam, who told you not to offer me mutton soup? I intentionally did not take you with me. You may stay with him from now on. Hua Ying frowned slightly. The old monk laughed heartily as he walked away. How perplexing. Hua Ying discreetly glanced at Qin Luo, who had already entered the Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong stood in the courtyard before the hall, as Ziwei curiously asked, Master, is that old monk truly formidable? His Buddhist teachings are profound and quite impressive. Very well, Ziwei pouted, contemplating that if the old monk were not powerful, his words might be false. Conversely, if he were indeed powerful, then his statements were likely true. With a smile, Qin Luo softly remarked, Master, Miss Zhao at the foot of the mountain inquires when you might descend. The children wish to hear your stories. At this, a smile graced Zhang Fulong's face. Perfect timing. I shall go down and take a look. Zhang Fulong departed the Taoist temple. Ziwei produced the unfinished white bread, saying, Little junior brother, this is for you. It is quite fragrant. Thank you, senior sister. Jin Yin devoured the bread heartily. Hua Ying felt a warmth emanating from the Longhu Temple as Qin Luo handed her a broom, saying, What are you laughing at? The floor is not yet swept. Chapter 69. The enshrinement of the city god temples in spirit. As night descended, a heavy snowfall persisted. Hua Ying lay on her bed, preparing to rest after a long day of toil. Just as she thought she could finally catch a break, an abrupt knock at the door filled her with irritation. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the smiling face of Qin Luo. What brings you here at such a late hour? She inquired. I wish to take you for a stroll, Qin Luo replied with an amiable grin. A walk at this hour? Hua Ying pondered, her heart fluttering with the possibility that he might be confessing his feelings. With a slight chuckle, she replied, Let us see how I might thwart your intentions. She hurried to catch up, as Qin Luo had already ventured quite far. In her haste, she failed to tie up her long, lavender tresses, which cascaded down her back, dancing in the wind as she ran. The gusts were fierce, and the snow fell heavily, creating a breathtaking spectacle of moonlight and snowflakes intertwined. Initially, Hua Ying felt a twinge of nervousness, yet as time passed in silence, she became increasingly agitated by his lack of conversation. Why is he so quiet? She fumed. Are you cold? Qin Luo observed her shivering. A bit, Hua Ying admitted, her cheeks flushing. She was unsure why she felt compelled to lie. Then come closer, he gently suggested. Taken aback, she hesitated, but Qin Luo instinctively moved nearer, enveloping her in warmth. He truly does care for me, she mused, a smile gracing her lips. Qin Luo silently wished for the snowstorm to cease, and soon enough, the tempest quieted. The world around them transformed under the moonlight, appearing as pure as jade, with delicate footprints marking the snow. As they walked closely, their hands frequently brushed against one another. With a playful tilt of her face towards his shoulder, Hua Ying felt emboldened and grasped his arm. Are you that cold? Qin Luo questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face, for though her powers were sealed, she was still a formidable cultivator. Who asked you to summon me out? She retorted, seeking justification for her actions as she tightened her embrace. Qin Luo chose not to respond further, noting that even his junior sister did not exhibit such a fear of the cold. Leaning against his shoulder, Hua Ying experienced an unprecedented warmth, a smile blossoming on her lips. Outside Baiyun Town, at the city god temple, the structure was modest, not due to a lack of funds from Zhao Fugui, but rather an aversion to overshadowing the prestige of the Longhu Temple. I appreciate your efforts, Immortal Master, Lu Xian remarked, standing before the temple, bowing respectfully to Qin Luo, while numerous powerful in spirits loomed behind him. Greetings, Immortal Master. The spirits chorused in unison. Upon seeing them, Huang instantly realized that Qin Luo had summoned her for a stroll out of concern for her safety. Humph, she thought, releasing Qin Luo's hand. Qin Luo, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, exchanged glances with Lu Xian, who, noticing their compatibility, inquired with a smile, "Is this your companion, immortal master?" Huang turned her back to Qin Luo, sulking. With a chuckle and a gentle shake of his head, Qin Luo replied, "Not at all. She is merely my defeated adversary." Upon hearing the phrase defeated adversaries, Huang cast a profound glance at Qin Luo's retreating figure. Yet she could only swallow her frustration in silence. Lu Xian, hesitant to inquire about their affairs, produced a small booklet, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. "Immortal Master. This tome contains the names of virtuous spirits from their earthly existence." Qin Luo opened the booklet. The first row listed the city god Lu Xian, followed by the literary judge Cui Yin and the martial judge Jiang Lai. The third row comprised the day traveler god of radiance and the night traveler god of darkness, with subsequent entries for the 6 courts. The original city god temple encompassed more than 6 courts, but due to a shortage of personnel, only 6 had been established, alongside several lesser spirits. "Senior Lu, some of these are indeed spirits," Qin Luo remarked. "Immortal Master, do not concern yourself. I implore you to bestow your decrees upon all the spirits listed," Lu Xian replied with a smile. A hint of confusion crossed Qin Luo's face. "Senior, I notice many land deities among them, and as a previously conferred city god, would not my bestowing be redundant?" Lu Xian waved his hand, his eyes alight with fervor. "Regardless, it is the power of the Tao ancestor. I beseech you to bestow again." "Very well." Qin Luo did not find it burdensome. He extended his arms, and the booklet floated in midair. Huang turned to regard him, witnessing his silhouette transform into a figure of grandeur, radiating golden light. Within the Great Xiao realm, conferring deities was prohibited, overseen by the Astral Monitoring Bureau. This fellow, fully aware of my affiliation with the Bureau, deliberately drew me out to witness his conferral. Huang was on the verge of tears from indignation. "By the name of the Tao ancestor, I decree Lu Xian as the city god of the Baiyun Town Temple. I confer Cui Yin as the literary judge of the Baiyun Town Temple, and Jiang Lai." "Command received. Command received." Lu Xian and the other spirits knelt one after another. Streams of golden light descended from above. Hua Ying's expression grew solemn. Previously, only the Emperor of Great Xia held the privilege to confer deities. She had been fortunate to witness the intricate process, which necessitated the Emperor's edict. The imprinted jade seal, symbolizing national fortune and special rituals. Yet Qin Luo's conferral was as simple as a child's play. Before Hua Ying could gather her thoughts, the conferral for all the spirits in the temple was complete. Qin Luo returned the booklet to Lu Xian, saying, "I shall rely on you, Senior Lu, and all present." He offered a respectful bow to the spirits gathered. Lu Xian and the 2 judges reciprocated the gesture, while many lesser spirits, unable to bear the weight of the moment, could only kneel in reverence. Moments later, the candles within the city god temple ignited simultaneously, and the spirits departed in succession, restoring tranquility outside the temple. "Follow me," Qin Luo commanded as he entered the temple. Hua Ying, despite her reluctance to heed him, found her feet moving of their own accord, trailing behind. The nighttime temple was desolate, the priest absent. Qin Luo retrieved 3 incense sticks and handed them to Hua Ying with a smile. "Since you are here, let us offer incense before departing." Hua Ying trembled with indignation. As a disciple of the national master, she was already at odds with the divine, and now Qin Luo expected her to pay homage to the spirits. Observing her shivering, he remarked, "You seem a bit frail. Do indulge in more mutton soup to stave off the chill." Hua Ying placed the incense in the burner. As Qin Luo observed the trembling hands of Hua Ying, he gently embraced her shoulders and bowed 3 times before the deity of the city god. Her shivers intensified. "Let us return now," he urged. Hua Ying remained silent. Together, they departed from the temple, the statue of the city god smiling down upon them. In the stillness of the night, Hua Ying leaned against Qin Luo. Initially filled with anger, she gradually relaxed in the warmth of his embrace, her body ceasing to tremble. At times, Hua Ying found Qin Luo exasperating, particularly when he compelled her to work, yet, at other moments, she appreciated him, as in this instance. "You smell delightful," Qin Luo remarked, gazing at her charming visage. Hua Ying's cheeks flushed. "Do I?" she inquired. Qin Luo nodded. Do you often soak in medicinal baths? Not at all, she replied, shaking her head. The fragrance of the herbs tantalized Qin Luo's senses, nearly causing him to salivate, prompting him to turn his head away. However, Hua Ying, upon noticing, nestled closer into his embrace. Upon their return to the Longhu Temple, Qin Luo encountered Zhang Fulan standing beneath a peach tree. Ahem, Zhang Fulan coughed softly. Releasing Hua Ying, Qin Luo smiled and said, Master, it is not as you might think. Indeed, it is precisely as I think, Hua Ying quipped with a smirk. I was not thinking of anything, truly, Zhang Fulan replied, casting a glance at the peach tree before turning to exit the courtyard. Having made the journey, Hua Ying felt a wave of fatigue and decided to retreat to her room for rest. Qin Luo softly advised, let us rise early tomorrow. Hua Ying rubbed her eyes. Puzzled. Why? To wash clothes, he stated matter-of-factly. You have soiled mine. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, Qin Luo spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. It is the cold of winter. Who would change clothes for no reason? Forcing her to wash them is simply bullying. Hua Ying clenched her fists, feeling a mix of indignation and silence. With a forced smile, she retorted, very well, just you wait.